The Blast TV CS The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major. The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Hello and welcome to the Blast TV Paris Major. It is day number 3 of the Asia RMR, and today is going to be a massive day. Of course, I'm Elfish Guy. Mac here with me.
What's up?
And Mac, are you ready to send 4 teams home?
4 teams. That's true. We are sending 4 teams. So it's a big day. It's going to be a long day. Obviously, we finished pretty late last night. We're starting very early today in comparison to the other days. And we managed to get some sleep. So that's some good news. I was speaking to the players as well. A couple of the players that are playing today are currently fasting, for religious reasons. So they've got some things going on. But I think that they've still managed to get enough sleep. They all looked pretty chipper, pretty happy upstairs.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, things have been going along quite nicely as of yesterday, so let's update you as to where we're sitting overall. I would say things obviously have progressed pretty comfortably through that first round. You know, the results that we got, maybe not too surprising. Outside of, in my opinion, at least the Mongols getting the better of Rare Adam, I thought that was a little bit of an upset, but I think by and large, most of the results went the way that I thought they would.
Yeah, well, if we look back to, I think when we did Geographically Challenged, we went through the bracket. I think we're actually on the money with everything that's gone down so far. You know, this game today is where things get a little bit interesting. We haven't seen too much of Twisted Minds. I feel like we've seen probably too much of VERTEX because they've had the longest game so far. A lot of eyes on that game. But look, going into best of 3 territory as well is where things can get a little bit more interesting as well.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket as well, and then you guys at home can see how things have been shaping up here at the Asia RMR. As we've mentioned, Mac, obviously now we're through those best of 1s, so it's time to take a look at the best of 3s. There are no more BO1s left. There's no more, oh, the underdogs might get an easy game here. It's going to be straight up BO3s. Tough matches ahead for every single team. You can see the Mongols and Grayhound have managed to make their way through to that upper bracket final, which means we are guaranteed at least a back-to-back representative from the previous couple of majors or Asia RMRs. Whether it's the Mongols out in first seed, we will wait to see, or if Grayhound maybe can pick that one up. Yes, that's the question, and everyone else
like the old one,
fighting for their lives down in that lower bracket.
And look, as we mentioned towards the end of the broadcast yesterday, these first best of 3 games, they're getting pretty close on paper. You know, it could go either way for all these teams, but then they have to take on the likes of Eruption and Rare Adam to even make the lower bracket happen. Upper bracket teams, of course, get the day off, so they get to sit back and not have to deal with this crazy day. That can be a huge advantage going into tomorrow.
It can be. That'll be something that we do have to discuss tomorrow, but we should focus on today for now. We've got the schedule ready for you guys, and you can get an idea of which games we're going to be watching. Twisted Minds and VERTEX, the first one. That is kicking off in about 10 minutes or so. And then we've got Invictus TYLOO, so those are the first 2 initial rounds of the lower bracket. Eruption got knocked down by Grayhound last night. Rare Adam knocked down by the Mongols, and they are awaiting the results of these first couple of matches.
It'll be an interesting one. I feel like that second game is where my eyes are going to be peeled, you know, getting very excited for that Invictus. Up against TYLOO, we won't be casting that game. It will, of course, be Yumi and T-Time.
Yes.
I feel like that's probably the most interesting one because both those teams might have a shot at Rare Adam, depending on how Rare Adam are feeling coming into today. Obviously, they've had some issues, you know, out external to the server, and we don't know how they're going, but at least they've got a couple of hours to wait until then.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is a tantalizing prospect. I was talking about it yesterday at the end of the broadcast with Yumi that, you know, we could see Rare Adam versus TYLOO and Grayhound versus VERTEX, potentially depending on how the results do end up playing out. But that's a discussion point for a little bit later on. We do need to touch on our predictions for today as well. And here they are to start off for the first couple of matches, quite unanimous. We've gone all the way of VERTEX, no one with any faith in Loba. Mac, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm a little bit surprised you haven't gone with your boy.
Look, well, there was a little bit of bias. Slip it in for the VERTEX boys in their best of 1. And this time, of course, I feel like they were. I was talking to them, and they feel very confident going into this matchup as well. There wasn't a huge amount of sample size as well for them to look at. So from what I heard, they might have even had to go to some FPL demos to figure out how these teams play.
Interesting. Well, that's something that we'll talk about in just a moment. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away. We'll get into the pre-match and then the game right after this.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged! Hello! I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back on into the Asia RMR. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's going to be a big day, so we definitely need to, get cracked into it, don't we, Mac?
Yeah.
Early start for us here in Mongolia. It's about 10 a.m. I don't even know if I remember I wake up at 10 a.m. yesterday or something. But we'll see how we go. We're obviously having a good day. Feeling good. You feeling ready to go?
Yeah, look, the caffeine's flowing around the place, so
Right.
it's slowly creeping into my veins. It's slowly getting there, but I'm sure as soon as we get into the Counter-Strike, that's going to get me going for sure.
Yeah, indeed. I know we're setting up an interview in the background there as well, so we'll get to that in just a second, guys. But for now, obviously, Mac, how are you feeling about this matchup? What are you thinking? Where are we going? What's the TLDR? Because I know you predicted VERTEX, but are you confident in your prediction, or do you think there's a world where Twisted Minds might cause a bit of a ruckus today?
There is, right? Like Twisted Minds, they are a little bit puggy. You saw how loose they were the other day up against the likes of, that was MongolZ? Yeah.
Yes.
Doc, pretty damn sharp. Spawn's the highest rated player at the moment, so keep your eyes on him. You never know what you're going to get with that.
Right.
Lobent, pretty slow start in that first best of one, but of course, this being a best of three, there's going to be at least 2 maps played, so everyone really has a chance to warm up. So Twisted Minds, I feel like, yeah, your Spawns, your Doc, who you really need to keep your eyes on. But moving over towards VERTEX, like PZ, he's been playing pretty well. Hazard was playing well before, the whole flip around happened. So keep your eyes on him. Addict sounded pretty confident this morning as well. So I don't know who's, like, you can pick 3 of these players and someone's going to be popping off, hopefully.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think across the board, obviously, VERTEX do have that ability. The one big benefit for VERTEX coming into today, in my mind, obviously, is that they are a legitimate team. They've been together for quite a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's been a little bit of a recent change with Hazard, but he seems to have slotted in quite nicely. Anyway, I think we've got an interview ready to go, so you don't need to hear from Mac and I too much longer. Let's jump over and see how things are going on the show floor.
Like a small guy, not a big guy.
Yeah, well, I know Mac on the desk is definitely a big fan. So
Really?
yeah.
The guy that lifts?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to be disrespectful, but he looks like a serial killer. Like with the mustache, with the hair, with the eyes. My girlfriend was like, I saw this guy in the elevator. He looks like a serial killer. I was like, that's the guy. That's the caster. Don't worry about him.
I think you might be hurting feelings. I think you might be hurting feelings. Talk to me about preparation for today. We've had one more extra day because of the delays we had on the first day. Are you guys coming in that much more prepared for VERTEX today?
there's nothing to play. We did like, let's do this, let's do that. But when we start the game, I think everybody's brain gonna shut down and it's just gonna be running around. Because Inferno, we had prepared things, we did nothing. Because when the game started, everybody was nervous. Nobody was like doing like, let's do this, let's do that. Everybody was just solo running around.
I mean, even with the nerves, you guys were actually able to put up a decent amount of score line to the Mongols game, so...
That's the only thing we're saying, like, okay, it's the best team on their best map, we got 10 rounds. Because we saw Invictus yesterday, they got like 6 rounds versus Eruption. So like, okay, we didn't do that bad, maybe this is like the positives we can take out of it. Like, I was really unlucky, I had like 100 ADR on this full server, I was like 15 assists, 12 kills. It was like, bro, can I kill someone, So if those assists transferred into kills and I played better, maybe we could have won the game or made it closer. Like we lost the 2v1 clutch. That was unlucky. We lost the 2v2 clutch. It was some very stupid things.
And do you think there's anything about VERTEX you need to be scared of in particular, or?
We watched MongolZ demos and we were like, okay, we have anti-strats, and then we came in and they did nothing. So we were like, let's not watch demos anymore. We're not good for this. We're puggers. Let's just run around.
Okay.
This time, no preparation. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck in the game.
Thanks for watching, guys. Bye-bye. Yo.
I was just admiring that one. It was hard to hear what he was saying. I was just so focused on the muscles. But look, Logan, hopefully everything goes well for him today.
You're a man in love, but you didn't predict him, so
no, I didn't.
I don't know. I don't know how much of a big fan you are. Either way, we've got vetoes to chat about here, Mac. We need to charge through these because we're ready to go with the game pretty shortly. Let's bring them up on screen and see. Well, first guess for me would probably be Inferno somewhere in the pool, although Twisted Minds with the Anubis pick is a bit of a curveball in my mind. I think that's an interesting choice. I haven't really seen too much of VERTEX on Anubis, so might not be a bad shout actually.
They do play it. I know that they definitely practice.
Right.
This is an interesting video. VERTEX taking Mirage out. Trying to stay away from that middle of the map pool. I feel like Anubis is going to try to slide in there for that. VERTEX with the pick on Overpass means they're probably going to be starting T-side. I guess we'll see once we get there. And then Inferno is the decider. I feel like that one was expected.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you look at both these teams' map pools, and Inferno's kind of right up there, so not really too much of a surprise to see it go through to the decider. But question is, are we going to need a third map here, Mac, or are we going to only get it done in 2?
I don't think so. But
really? Okay.
We'll see. Like, going on to Anubis, VERTEX probably going to get that side select, so it's going to be interesting to see how Twisted Minds go. I'd argue they're going to be started on that T side, but once we get in, I guess we'll find out.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, we've got to talk about odds here as well, Mac. There's a fairly important one, the Unicorn odds for us today. Really favouring VERTEX, $1.33 there for them, $2.96 for Twisted Minds. I mean, that's actually not the most one-sided odds that we've seen at this event so far, but still a bit of a blowout, at least according to Unicorn. So we'll see whether or not they're correct. The thing is, for me, like, I would like to say that I think that that is fair and accurate, but
I think it is with the veto taken in.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's just for me, I'm still a bit like, well, we didn't really get to see too much from VERTEX yesterday. They kind of got banged out a little bit by Rare Atom.
But also, this is going to be the first time we get to see Anubis and Overpass here at the Asian RMR. So that'll be very interesting. A bit of change of scenery, not just ancient. It's been ancient, Nuke, and Inferno across the board so far.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, we're not like, I mean, to be fair, when you come to this region, you're not necessarily always expecting the widest of map pools. And it's almost a little bit surprising, actually, that it comes down to this match that we would sort of go out toward the extremities. Because traditionally, you'd look at teams like a puggy team, which is Twisted Minds. Are you necessarily expecting them to pick Anubis as opposed to Inferno, Mirage, or maybe I guess I don't know what else at this point, Nuke, Vertigo, something like that.
Yeah.
Over the newest map in the pool, probably not. Overpass as well is a bit out toward the extremities. I mean, even that doesn't get played a huge amount in ANZ and certainly not in Asia either. So, if you were going to see a bit of a deeper map pool, you're going to get some more depth. I probably would have thought we would get that maybe in the Grayhound MongolZ game, in the upper bracket when those really established teams are starting to go head-to-head. But, yeah, not the case. But, yeah, look, I'm happy about that. I think it's going to be fun to sort of see how these two teams match up on these maps. Yeah, but that said, obviously, I'm still a little bit like it's not that my faith is rattled in VERTEX. I just always know that coming in as the second seed from the ANZ region at this level of competition, it can always be a little bit of a wake-up call. And I think there was a bit of a wake-up call yesterday for VERTEX against Rare Atom. And I'm not saying necessarily that they should have beat Rare Atom, and I don't think that result was anything to get too disheartened by. But there's a world where definitely Twisted Minds, a few sharp individuals comes into the server, and VERTEX has a little bit of a wake-up call here as well. What my hope is that even if they do start getting banged out a little bit, they're going to be the better team. They're going to be able to reset mentally, call some good strats and work their way through the rest of this game. So we'll sort of see how it kicks off from the start. But, I mean, VERTEX started well yesterday, so I guess we'll just give them the benefit of the doubt. I did predict for them, so I'm still going to back them.
Yeah.
But I think this will be a more difficult match than most people think that it will be.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because, this match is going to be more what you would expect. There's not that 24 hours of prep time for both teams to come in and try to go for the crazy counter strats. But Anubis, I think it's also going to be my first time casting Anubis. I don't think I've been blessed yet to actually cast one. I've watched
big
plenty.
stage to do it on.
I've played plenty, but look, it's time to sink our teeth in and see how, I guess, Middle Eastern Anubis goes up against the likes of some Aussie Anubis. That'll be interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
But also, that being said, I don't think we've seen VERTEX play Anubis.
Not in an official.
In an official.
Not in an official.
I know they definitely prac it. I know they've played it before, but I haven't seen it in an official. So
well, I would hope
there's
so.
not a lot of reps to talk about stats to.
That is, yeah, I mean, and that's one of those things I think when you're coming into a game with Twisted Minds in mind, there isn't really a whole lot to go back and look at. I mean, there's obviously the qualifier for this event, and that's pretty much it, with the exception being the one map that they've already played here. So, obviously it's tough to make a call in that respect. I think we look at the rest of the map pool, though, and we know that Overpass is a fairly comfortable one for VERTEX domestically. You got to bear in mind, this is all domestically speaking. This is all on an ANZ scale because VERTEX haven't really played too much internationally of late. But Overpass looking pretty good for them, and Inferno looking pretty good for them, even against some of the top teams in ANZ. So, if things were to go a little bit awry on Anubis, right, it's a little bit of a new map in the pool. I think anything could happen there. I would still have faith that this could end up being a 2-1 closed out by VERTEX. And I think even when we were doing our predictions like a couple of weeks ago and we were looking at this matchup and we were saying, okay, there's probably a pretty good likelihood that it'll be VERTEX and Twisted Minds down in the lower bracket. I think we ended up leaning towards a 2-1 for this matchup. So I might stick to that. I think there's definitely a world where Twisted Minds can grab themselves a map. But just over the long game, I think that VERTEX is going to be the better team here, and I think they should walk away with a 2-1 victory. But that next game that they're going to have to play is going to be a real toughie.
Yeah, Anubis, Twisted Minds, they've got one win on it so far, and that's up against the Ooredoo Thunders. So that was, I believe,
that was in the qualifier
that was in the qualifier, yeah. And it was still relatively close, 16-12, so it wasn't a very convincing win, I'd say. 16-12, pretty close these days, and I feel like VERTEX should be in with a relatively good shot. But look, there's no work material for Twisted Minds to have looked at if they were going to put that kind of prep in. From what we heard, in interviews, in everything we have heard from the players so far, they've just been here for a holiday. So we'll see if that holiday is going to keep them relaxed enough.
I saw them playing table tennis this morning, so I guess
I saw them playing table tennis last night up against some of the IG guys.
To be fair, they would have had more than enough time to prepare for this game.
Well, look, their arm's going to be warmed up.
That's right. Yeah, you've got to keep yourself warm.
Pumping.
Listen, for those of you that are at home wondering what's going on, why aren't we in the game yet? From what I'm told, one or two of the players not feeling 100%. So we're just waiting for them to sort of get themselves settled on the stage, and then we'll be ready to jump in. But obviously at this point, we're just sort of playing that waiting game with you guys as well. Maybe we can talk about some of the other matches that we've got coming up today, Mac. I know that there's a few interesting ones. Obviously, TYLOO and Invictus are going to be playing after this game, so they do get a little bit of a sleep in, which is nice. Don't have to wake up quite as early as the VERTEX and Twisted Minds lads. But how do you see that matchup going? Obviously, an interesting one, right? Because Invictus have got that storyline of having come through from the previous RMR, and I would make the argument that they actually did pretty well at the last RMR, all things considered, at least compared to my expectations. But so far at this event, they haven't really lit that torch quite as well as they would have liked to.
It was one of those games yesterday where Eruption just had their number, had the perfect timings. Every time someone would look away, they'd keep their back open, get shot in the back of the head. It was rough to watch sometimes, but if you were a Mongolian fan, it was a very, very great game to watch there on Nuke. But look, not a lot of source material at the moment, of course. So in a best of threes, this game could go either way. Everyone feels like TYLOO just isn't looking like they're in the best form right now. We had T-Time giving them the benefit of the doubt in the prediction yesterday, and I feel like he regretted that one.
He definitely did, and even when we were casting it, I was casting with him, and he was sort of saying, he was really impressed by what Grayhound was bringing, which I don't think he necessarily expected, or at least maybe not to that extent.
He called them frauds.
He
called them frauds.
He likes to be controversial on the show. I'll give him him that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it fair to necessarily judge TYLOO on that match against Grayhound? I'm not so sure that it is, right? Because I think they made a little bit of a veto error. I don't think you can be too confident taking Grayhound to Inferno. I think they had the choice between Mirage and Inferno, and I know in the past TYLOO's been pretty decent on Mirage. You know, maybe they don't feel super confident on it at the moment, but I think opting for Mirage over Inferno against Grayhound is maybe not a bad shout, given how far up in the map
to be
Grayhound.
fair, if we're going back a couple of years, like TYLOO were a monster on
Sure,
Inferno,
but they're not
remember?
the same team anymore.
They're definitely not the same team.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm going off is like, you know, they know how to play it. They can play the meta, but when they succeeded on Inferno, that's when you'd have somebody pushing down banana. You'd have all these players just getting so aggressive, all pushing on different extremities of the map, just trying to find holes in the offense because, look, there was no defense for TYLOO. They were just pushing on the T side, pushing on the CT side, and it feels like you can't kind of play that game right now. That being said, Grayhound were doing a lot of disruptive plays, a lot of aggression on that CT early round. So.
All right, guys, it looks like we're going to take a short break here. One of the players still not feeling too well at the moment. I promise you, it's nothing to do with the servers. There's nothing going wrong at the moment, just waiting for one of the players to get themselves ready to go into this game. So do stick around. We'll be back in just a second, and hopefully the game will be ready to go shortly. So we'll see you in a sec.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try. Okay, let's type MongolZ, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player. Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. MongolZ, alright?
I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
My name is Nikola Mijomanovic, known in the game as Lobanica. I stream and play CSGO on Twitch and YouTube. I started probably around 2K15, maybe 2K14, something like that, and I've been playing since then. I prefer CSGO because it has less bugs, it looks more serious, and It's basically a game I'm used to, so hopefully CS2 is going to be the next big thing if they can improve and fix all the inconsistencies and bugs. Honestly, the first impression was it's very cold, but we haven't gone outside or investigated, researched the cities to know more. It would be meaningful because you would get a stamp into the game, like a sticker, and that would stay there forever, I guess. But on the other side as well, it's huge money, and that would help a few players in the team. At the moment, I'm not even hyped to be here. It's more like I'm enjoying it, having fun, doing the interviews and talking to people. But probably when I go home and I remember this, then it's going to be like, yo, I went almost to the major. So it's going to be like a big thing. We haven't honestly competed with Asian teams yet. We competed only with teams from Arab countries. I think that's how you say it. And yeah, we're all similar levels. There's not like a huge difference nowadays in Counter-Strike, at least with us. Now, when you compare Navi, G2, and these amazing, like, superhuman teams, yeah, they're on another level. I haven't played them, but I saw only good things about them, and sadly, they lost their best player, which was Score, so we'll see how they play versus us. I think they're going to destroy us, but let's hope for the best. They should expect us to lose every game and to get destroyed, because we haven't practiced at all, not even like 5 days, so maybe we do something, maybe we don't, but don't expect too much. What makes us best? Nothing makes us best, but what makes us unique, like, we have fun, we troll, we joke, inside, outside, so maybe that makes us unique, that we don't take it as seriously as everybody else. Inside the team? No. Outside the team? No, we don't have beef, no. We went to almost every team to meet, and we only didn't meet the Australia guys. We went to TYLOO, we went to Rare Atom, we went to the guys in Mestal, and them were trying to, joke. You saw them in the interview. We joke with them. We're trying to be cool with everybody. We won, so that was good. So we tilted them. They didn't tilt us. And today we have 2 or 3 more scrims, and we'll see how it goes. But yesterday's scrim was very good. We won like 16-8 or 16-9. I want to say the biggest competitor is Invictus Gaming, because they destroyed us at the MR qualifier. So Invictus, we want revenge.
VERTEX. When we first landed in Mongolia, we saw just snow and like mountains everywhere, and it was like, it's so different to anywhere in Australia, so it was really awesome to see. So the RMR qualifying us for the major is like one of the biggest tournaments in the CSGO ecosystem, so this tournament's pretty huge for us as a team. So starting out in my career, we played like a ton of tournaments in Asia. That was like the main place where we played tournaments. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the scene and kind of the countries and stuff like that, and I have a lot of friends and teams that were playing here, so it was good to see all them and catch up. I think as a team, maybe we're a bit more cohesive and we have like a really good mix of guys that are all really good friends. So I don't know how some of the other teams work, but I know some that like work less as a friendship group and more like it's work. And I think for us it's yeah, like we really enjoy playing together, so it means we put a lot more time in. Yeah, so we have a few routines that we try to do like with game day, so we're practicing like a routine for game day and making sure we keep things consistent, but mainly it was just improving our own game for for the tournament. It makes the team unique. I'm not sure we're super unique, to be honest. I think we're we play like good CS, we play the basics well, and I think that's like how we try, like that's what we aspire to do well. We prepared a few things, like we've just really worked on our map pool and made sure that we're playing good CS on those maps. So yeah, I think the fans should expect a few upsets if they're putting us like down the bottom of the teams here, and yeah, I think we can definitely beat a few teams. So our biggest competitor is definitely going to be the Mongols, and yeah, they've been the team to beat in the region for a while, so we're definitely coming for you guys. We're going to get you.
Thank you for sticking with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to kick off the game now. The eagle-eyed of you might already have seen what's going on down there on the bottom right of your screen. Kingfisher is standing in for Malta, who's feeling unwell. But Mac, we are underway with game number 1 of the day. VERTEX on T side, Twisted Minds on CT, Anubis, the starting map. And obviously, this being an elimination game, quite high stakes. So VERTEX might not be feeling too good about this situation.
Yeah, a bit odd, but we are going to see them try to bust in through dark and hit A early, or B rather, all the way in. Spawns fast flank, dropping off the bridge, and it looks like we are going to see VERTEX dominate that dark control and dominate the round. 5 kills out of bloody nowhere, only Doc to find one.
Big boy Kingfisher gets himself a double on the pistol, so that's not a bad start.
Look at him go, huh?
Yeah, look, what I will say about Kingfisher as a player is that he has some reps.
Yes.
I don't know that I would say he's someone that I ever expected to be playing at an Asian RMR, but you know, he's definitely had his run in the domestic circuit of ANZ, and so he knows what he's doing. The only issue I would say in this respect for VERTEX is that he hasn't actually been with this team for very long. So as to you know, how he's going to slot into these roles, I wonder how that's going to work out. But I guess we have to wait and see, and obviously decent stuff for VERTEX, pissed around, always nice to pick up. Black Eagle going to try to get aggressive, but PZ all over that, finishing off a couple very easily.
Just playing straight up the top of lane, ready for the aggression that Twisted Minds was throwing at him. And we are going to see this continued aggression. Doc now hunting with the Deagle, trying to fade that one out, but he's going to barely miss that headshot. Hazard shooting strong, shooting back with the Galil. And it looks like it should be easy pickings in the 2v5. We'll see what Loban and Spawns have for us here.
I'm going to guess probably not a whole lot, Mac. Looks like that bomb is setting itself up nicely to go in toward the A bomb site. You do have Spawn just having a bit of a look in that direction, but the fact that Loba's on 11 HP, I mean, even if this wasn't a 2-on-5, would spell a bit of disaster, I think, for Twisted Minds. Let's see, though, what this Deagle can do. If he can manage to pick off 1 or 2 on the entry, maybe not. Tell you who is looking sharp at the moment, though, PZ.
Oh, yeah.
3 kills in this round with that Galil, all of them really crisp shots. VERTEX are here to play, even if they're down a man.
Also, little quick note, update on the UI as well now. We can see kills, deaths, and money all at the same time. So that's a nice little quality of life update. And Low Banjika is going to get his head ripped off. Brace going to tap him at range. I heard that he called me a lady killer in the interview. Is that right?
I think it was a serial killer, Max. So I'm not sure he was being quite that nice to you. But
I'm a big fan of cereal, you know?
Yeah, me too. Me too. Haven't really had to have too much here in Mongolia.
Wheat Bix, love them.
Wheat Bix is the GOAT. 2-0 though, the scoreline right now. No buy to come through here for Twisted Minds, just a few pistols. And quite a heavy stack in toward mid and A for the moment, but starting to set things up a little bit more standard on that CT side now.
Whoa.
There's a good shot from Doc. So that's just one of those things, right? Addict maybe getting a little bit over-eager to try to take a peek into the bomb site. Does get punished for it. Oftentimes you'll just see teams set a player up where Brace is right now, wait to see if there's going to be any CT aggression, but Addict tries to push the issue, has lost his life, and now Black Eagle had a chance. Won't be able to get too much done there, though.
So VERTEX with the main control, going to throw a drip smoke forward. KD going to play a dangerous game and try to play around it. 5-7 at this range. Could be fatal if VERTEX aren't aware, and he's just going to try to tuck into the corner. Doc will take the contact, he'll fall. But KD wanting to activate in a moment. Loban just around the corner as well.
Oh, this is very dangerous for PZ. Timing's not going to favor him at all. Won't even get one more before he goes down. Loba gets the job done solo. And now we turn our eyes toward Kingfisher. He's been sent on the entry duty. Can he be the hero for VERTEX in this round? Bomb plant does go down, so that's a good start. But Spawns has a nice shot with the Deagle. Has the drops, and it's starting to look a little problematic here for VERTEX. Kingfisher, though, holds on for that final kill. Brace a double, and VERTEX will survive.
Yeah, they were confident on that rotation coming through from Twisted Minds. You could see them not clear the back of sight at all, just going straight for the plant. Kingfisher dropping some util, but Brace and him cleaning up in the post plant. Crispy shot coming through there from Spawns.
Yeah.
Gave me a bit of a kick in the backside. Thought maybe there was an opportunity, but VERTEX keeping it clean at 3 and zip right.
You know what I really want to see out of this game? I just want to see Kingfisher doming.
Oh yeah.
He's 3-0 right now. I want to see him kind of go wild. We can create some great storylines about that.
Malta who?
Yeah, Malta's getting replaced. Addict on the entry. Kingfisher for the trade. He's not even playing entry, Mac. He's the second man in. Hasn't worked out quite so well for VERTEX here, though. Doc able to double down, and now it's just on to Brace, who gets eliminated pretty quick smart there by Spawns. As soon as the guns are in hand for Twisted Minds, they are able to clean that round up really easily.
Did you see how quickly Twisted Minds were there on the B side? That was a real damn fast rotation. And VERTEX feeling the heat of that first gun round coming through from Twisted Minds. Going into the next one, let's see what they're going to be bringing in here. AWP still in the hands of Spawns. Everyone really happy with how the last round went. And VERTEX, their money's still pretty strong after a clean start. But what are we going to see them do with the Deagles here?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this really changes the game plan up a little bit for VERTEX. Do they try to do some more puggy kind of strats? Are they just trying to play a little bit faster, get in those bomb sites quickly? Because traditionally, Malta is that lurking player, right? So, you know, if you're going to try anything fancy, it's oftentimes going to be off the back of Malta's positioning or his info or what he can get as far as a read is concerned on this T side. And I don't think you're going to give that kind of responsibility to a substitute, a stand-in. So we might just expect to see some more site hits, more comfortable site hits.
Look how solid this setup is towards main as well. You've got KD just waiting for contact from Black Eagle here. And then he should swing on the contact. Yeah. And that's just going to be a mop-up. Beautifully played by Twisted Minds.
I mean, it doesn't even come down to KD. It's just Black Eagle getting that job done with the M4A1S. So Hazard is able to trade with the Deagle, but that really hasn't put too much of a dent into Twisted Minds' defense. They've even wrapped all the way through water, and they've managed to get in behind VERTEX on A long. So not too much left in this round, you'd think, for Addict and Hazard. If they can take some guns away from Twisted Minds, that's probably the ideal scenario at this point. Money still hasn't built up too drastically for the CT side.
Oh, and Spawns, will lose to the timing. I believe he was spotted, has up, hosted on the line, just waiting for this repeat. And he'll hit the headshot. Black Eagle very low on site. Addict not going to be super ready for the clear, but Hazard not going to be able to cross the site. Fast flank coming through with that position over towards Boat from Twisted Minds, and they're going to pick themselves up a second.
Well, it was always going to be a difficult round to win for VERTEX, but the fact that they take a couple more guns away from Twisted Minds turns that from being an excellent round for Twisted Minds to just a passable one. Right? That's a pretty good round. Can't complain about it, but only 2 guns through. It's not really helping the money situation too much just yet on that CT side. And VERTEX is still in a position where if they strike here, they can get back in control.
Let's see if they can turn it around with some more AKs in their hands. Some early util used as well to just try and gain some kind of control over towards water. And Doc, I think he's just flashed his way forward to try and clear out close there.
Nice little boost here from PZ, but it comes unstuck against Spawns. Trade does come through from Brace, and it's not actually onto the low HP player of Twisted Minds, so overall still an advantageous start for VERTEX, and this is a little bit cheeky from Addict, just creeping his way forward. He'll catch the man and give the numbers over to the Aussie squad.
All right. Smoke spam battle. Hazard going to win it, finding the head of Loban there. And things slow down again. Hazard pretty low. Could go down to a single shot, and Addict with that repeat at doors. Now is the information on where Black Eagle's playing, but Doc's still an unknown factor right now, as we are going to see VERTEX start to shift their way into A.
Yeah, a little bit of a wrap starting to come in through Dark, but doesn't look like Doc's going to push the issue too much there, and we might even just be in a position where Twisted Minds is more interested in making that save happen than anything else. So yeah, Doc just looking for a little bit of info there, trying to get Black Eagle out safely, and that looks like it will occur.
Hazard already going straight through CT, trying to find Twisted Minds and deny this save. And we are going to see Twisted Minds start to split up a little bit. Addict might find himself in a dangerous position here. Looking to walk in through the museum, but he won't cross the danger line. And VERTEX, it seems like the call's been made to worry about their own economy. Keeping 4 alive, going to be good for the long run here on the C side. Very happy with that one.
Very happy. I mean, if you're up 4-2 and you're playing with your standing coach, I think you've got to be pretty pleased with how things are going. And quite frankly, I don't think Kingfisher's been a liability so far. I think he's been fragging pretty nicely. He's got a couple of good trades. You know, he's doing what he needs to do. It's not as if he's been put into any positions that are like incredibly difficult to play. It's just either you're on entry or you're on second entry, and you know, you just get the bomb down and see if you can get 1 kill. And that's if he gets the bomb down, he gets a kill, he's done his job.
He's also, you know, been doing a lot of the analysis work for Greyhounds historically. You know, all all the bigger teams, so he's been around the world and has a good grasp on the game, but it's all going to boil down to what's going down here, and it looks like it's just going to be full aggression.
Okay.
Flashes rained across the top to try and enable that aggression, but KD is able to at least trade and bring it back to a 3v4 now with Doc striking over towards water.
Yeah, that was something quick from Twisted Minds. Not expecting that at all. Hazard, I thought, was going to have that on lockdown, but does fall to the second player. Kingfisher can't find the trade, and now it's numbers advantage right here for Twisted Minds. Close range angle for Spawns, and he's looking pretty good today. Gets himself the double with the MP9. This round has just fallen apart for VERTEX. We'll turn our eyes towards Kingfisher.
1v4 angle.
What can he do? Has spotted the second player out. Those shots, though, don't land with the Galil. And his moment will pass.
The super sub, huh?
Yeah. You know what? Kingfisher's a really interesting guy as far as Counter-Strike is concerned, because I feel like he's done it all, right? He's been a player. He's been an observer as well. He did a bit of observing back in the day for us in Australia.
But then when he got into coaching, he was stolen from us as an observer.
Yeah, so he's now been coaching. Only thing he really hasn't done, I don't think, is casting. I don't think I've ever...
He started casting.
Has he?
I think before he was better at playing.
Right, okay, so...
He was telling me he used to cast some like Asian CS back in the day.
I see. I mean, I guess there's not much else you can really do when it comes to Counter-Strike, is there? Maybe it could be an admin. I don't know if he's done that yet. Black Eagle and KD push their way into water out from dark. And do make short work of Hazard and PZ, so you're kind of starting to get the sense that these faster plays, these kind of more out there strategies from Twisted Minds are catching VERTEX off a little bit. Maybe VERTEX just need to take a bit of a step back, look at their default, think, all right, well, Twisted Minds are getting a bit aggressive on a lot of occasions. Maybe we can look to exploit that. They'll try to work their way out into mid, but they've walked into a crossfire, Mac, and that's too easy for the CT side.
Yeah, great coordination on the swing. Twisted Minds having their heads screwed on here. And it is just going to be yet another mop-up. Now, going into the next round, we'll see if VERTEX are going to buy up. With the round loss bonus, maybe there's a chance for them, but Twisted Minds are just... fired up, apparently. They're really fired up. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think Twisted Minds really has anything to lose, right? They're just here to have a good time. And obviously winning is a pretty good time. So if they could get this one over the line against VERTEX, go one step further, that would improve upon the expectations that most people had, I'd say. Not much in that round for VERTEX.
These B-side hits have been a little bit lackluster. Flashes have been good to get that first player off the line, but you can see the Twisted Minds are ready. Two players essentially playing anti, one watching over towards water side and can just turn that into a three-pronged crossfire. It's really, really hard to go through that choke at B-main.
Yep.
KD firing up. Everyone firing up.
Everyone's happy.
Map selection here as well. That's a nice little freeze frame. I'm sure Black Eagle appreciated that one.
Give it a lick, mate.
Yeah. Well, going into the next round, we should see VERTEX buying. We'll see if they change things up. It feels like they've had mixed results. You know, over towards mid, I feel like when they can slide Addict through, it's been all right. But Spawns has been just taking this AWP to multiple different parts of the map at the moment, and it's been throwing VERTEX off a little bit, just trying to track exactly what's going on. And that's what happens when you have these teams that are a bit more loose in their play style, right?
Yep. So PZ's got the AWP this time around. Quite interested to see what he's going to do. This is kind of the perfect round for VERTEX to just take a bit of a chill pill, set PZ up on a line, you know, maybe mid somewhere or in toward water. See if he can get some early picks.
Double mid set up at the moment for Twisted Minds. Triple even. They are putting high prio here at the moment.
PZ is watching that. Either watching dark or mid. Probably both at the same time, which is going to be a little bit awkward for him. The rest of the lads are sticking around toward B. I mean, VERTEX really putting quite a premium on this B side of the map early, which I don't think is entirely standard.
Well, they'll be running at Doc and Loba if they do go this direction. A site fully open. Twisted Minds not hearing too much over towards that boat side. But we are going to see like constant rotations, right? They put high prio on mid at the start of the round. Now at the minute mark, they're worried that maybe an execute is going to be the call. And that seems to be what we are going to see from VERTEX. 4 players all tucked away in at B main. And they've got that util lined up as well. So we'll see if this will be more successful. But Twisted Minds, the read's good. 3 players here.
Yeah, got the util set up for VERTEX. Looks like it'll be just a wall of smokes to get them in onto the site. At what point do they pull the trigger? 45 seconds looks like the go signal. And And already hasn't quite gone the way it should have. PZ down early on in the piece. Dom's cleared out water, which means he can just have a look straight on main and clean up a bunch. Does go for the reload and gets caught by Hazza as a result. So maybe something in here for Vertex. 2-on-2, Brace and Hazza to try to clutch it out.
Safe plant.
Hazza stuck on the site though. There's a bit of room to work.
There is that one flash, one molly for Brace as well, who doesn't want to reveal his hand just yet. And you can see the shift walk forward.
Ooh.
KD might lose the battle of timing. He will. And Brace will clutch it out for Vertex there.
Yep.
A little bit of frustration from Twisted Minds, sorry, they couldn't bring that one back in. But yeah, that's going to be a tight game. 6 apiece now.
Look, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt there, because I was calling them Tainted Minds last night in the green room, which is a bit of a throwback to an old Australian team. So TM on the graphic was kind of catching me off guard a little bit. But yeah, look, I think that's an important round for Vertex to win, and maybe a little bit of an unfortunate one for Twisted Minds to lose. They started perfectly. PZ getting caught, trying to work his way into dark. You turn your full attention toward main. You get 3 kills on the entry there for Twisted Minds, but Vertex still managed to clutch it out. They're going to need to win rounds like that. Ooh. This is a little bit more standard, though, from Vertex. Addict just kind of keeping an eye on the B aggression. That's more so what you do tend to see.
This is going to be so rough. Vertex would have to invest so much util to take back that B main control, but Twisted Minds now with so much information. Looks like we are going to see KD continue to push his way forward with Loba as well. So we might see, even though like the bomb is slowly but surely making its way towards that A side, there's just going to be this huge flank. So they have to worry about so many different approaches for Twisted Minds back in here.
Yeah, well, Addict is all over it right now. That's a sharp shot from him. Has been a little bit slow to start today, but when he gets fired up, he's a dangerous player, KD. Almost losing his life to Addict as well. But by and large, I'd say the game is up, and Vertex are going to win the round here, so they'll take the lead again on Anubis.
Oh, KD, full belt to util as well, so he's definitely going to be saving that to the next. Money not in the greatest of ways for Twisted Minds now, but that will be the double round loss bonus. Vertex, 3 alive, will keep the money stable with the round win. And they'll also take that lean back on the T side. So 6-5 going to be the scoreline going into the 12th. And I guess we'll see if the strat changes up from Twisted Minds. I like what we saw from them at the start of the round. That was solid B main control. But unfortunately, it was just a little weak. They didn't expect that shift walk in from PZ at A. So key play to take a lot of space there.
Yeah, definitely. That said, Vertex do still need to keep pushing on this T side. Anubis leans a little toward the T side, so I'd say at minimum you want to see them getting 8. They're on their way to doing that, especially if they can break the money here for Twisted Minds. It's kind of teetering on the precipice. So another round or 2 here could be crucial for Vertex and actually could balloon the half out, but it has to come in the next 1 or 2 rounds. They can't allow Twisted Minds to win a couple, build the money back up, and sort of eke that half out to sort of an 8-7. This is actually the opportunity to strike right now for Vertex. It's a big swing round.
Just holding onto this util. Loba dumping his and expecting someone hidden here at water. Bomb going to slowly make its way back towards water as well. On the back of Kingfisher. And we are going to see a 3-2 split attempted. Doc might be traded, but he's playing a more safe position, right? Tucked away in the back side. Loba could be crunched on.
It's a big nade.
It's all going to boil down to the timing.
Yeah, once again, pretty standard stuff here from Vertex. They've tried this strat a couple of times. A few in through main, through dark, and the entries go not quite so well for Vertex, but do get traded through Kingfisher and Addict now to try to clutch out the 2-on-2.
That line from Loba was insane, but KD is going to be smoked off, hoping he can find a timing with a nade, with an angle, with a gap in the smoke, but Kingfisher, eyes on the prize. Addict looking to play clutch over towards B main.
I mean, Twisted Minds have got a lot of util here. They should be able to toss one of those mollies in and maybe dislodge Addict or potentially Kingfisher's position as well. The nade's going to land on top of Kingfisher, and Black Eagle will spot him out. So Addict, time is of the essence. The molly's going to cause a problem for him. The pick comes through, but Black Eagle has that one on lock. And it does come down to a little bit of that utility from Twisted Minds. I sort of feel like Addict was a bit pressured. He heard the smoke go down on the bomb. He saw the molly come through. Feels like he has to peek. He can't play that timer anymore. And when he's such low HP, it ends up being a pretty easy clutch for Twisted Minds in the end. So they equalize things back at 6 apiece, and it's a real back and forth kind of a map so far, isn't it?
The other thing I quickly want to touch on before this round goes live is Kingfisher as well. Of course, usually only able to talk during those freeze times, during the tack pauses, actually, coaches in the course. But now he's in the server, so he's able to talk constantly, refresh everyone's memory as well, even if it is at the cost of maybe a lack of firepower. But speaking of, Loban, not going to be suffering from that at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really quite coming together for Vertex on these entries. It seems like they're just getting multi-fragged a little more often than you'd like. Maybe the util's not landing, the flash is not connecting, or the spacing's not quite there. Something about the trades isn't quite working out at the moment for Vertex, and time again you're seeing when these B hits come through, multi-frags from that close player. Loba has another one for this round. It's going to be a big one from him, probably 4. You'd say, as Kingfisher will drop as well. That's a fantastic round for Twisted Minds, and a perfect setup for the rest of this half, which now it looks like it's gone from Vertex potentially being able to have a big one if they would have won one of the previous rounds, to Twisted Minds now really being in control. Money's looking good. They got a bit of momentum here. They can hunt for a 9-6, which would be a really good scoreline on the CT side of Anubis. So have to be a pistol buy here for Vertex. In fact, not even a buy. No one's upgraded their Glocks. Spawn's already able to start off quite nicely, and look, I don't think we can really hope for too much. It just seems like Vertex are going to try and get that bomb plant down on B, but Doc is all over that. So 8 up for Twisted Minds.
Real quick one. The mop-up. Vertex have not been too successful on these pistols today. Every now and then, look, bit of damage, but Twisted Minds seem to be all over dealing with these anti-ecos. Oh, well.
I don't know if my mum would like that.
Ain't that something, huh? Ain't that something? Thanks, Lobenjico.
Yeah, he's having a good time, I guess. 8-6, though. I think he still thinks he's playing FPL.
Probably.
Anyways.
Probably. Oh, well, like, from what I heard, admins were stopping the players from yelling yesterday. It seems to be a different day today. Brace going to get the better of spawns, though, so there goes the AWP, and there goes that mid-control, but you can see Twisted Minds very much interested in retaking this one. Brace picking up the big green. Let's see how strong he is on it. Loban going to be tucked away on the right side, and Twisted Minds a full setup here, but we are going to see the creep in through A main.
Yeah, indeed, but Black Eagle well situated to deal with that. Brace gets the better of Loba in mid. Everything going the way of Vertex in this round. That should be the bomb plan and the round. I mean, Doc 1v5. Look, he's a good player, but even a guy going 14-9, I'm not backing to finish this half off favorably. So Vertex do sneak through with one on the back end, which will stabilize the half a little bit. 8-7 the scoreline, favoring Twisted Minds as we head into the half.
My name is known in the game as Lobanica. I stream and play CSGO on Twitch and YouTube. I started probably around 2K15, maybe 2K14, something like that, and I've been playing since then. I prefer CSGO because it has less bugs, it looks more serious, and it's basically a game I'm used to, so hopefully CS2 is going to be the next big thing if they can improve and fix all the inconsistencies and bugs. Honestly, the first impression was it's very cold, but we haven't gone outside or investigated, researched the cities to know more. It would be meaningful because you would get a stamp into the game, like a sticker, and that would stay there forever, I guess. But on the other side as well, it's huge money, and that would help a few players in the team. At the moment, I'm not even hyped to be here. It's more like I'm enjoying it, having fun, doing the interviews and talking to people. But probably when I go home and I remember this, then it's going to be like, yo, I went almost to the major. So it's going to be like a big thing. We haven't honestly competed with Asian teams yet. We competed only with teams from Arab countries. I think that's how you say it. And Yeah, we're all similar levels. There's not like a huge difference nowadays in Counter-Strike, at least with us. Now, when you compare Navi, G2, and these amazing, like, superhuman teams, yeah, they're on another level. I haven't played them, but I saw only good things about them, and sadly, they lost their best player, which was Score, so we'll see how they play versus us. I think they're going to destroy us, but let's hope for the best. They should expect us to lose every game and to get destroyed, because we haven't practiced at all, not even like 5 days, so maybe we do something, maybe we don't, but don't expect too much. What makes us best? Nothing makes us best, but what makes us unique, like, we have fun, we troll, we joke, inside, outside, so maybe that makes us unique, that we don't take it as seriously as everybody else. Inside the team? Outside the team? No, we don't have beef, no. We went to almost every team to meet, and we only didn't meet the Australia guys. We went to TYLOO, we went to Rare Atom, we went to the guys in Mestal, and them were trying to, joke. You saw them in the interview. We joke with them. We're trying to be cool with everybody. We won, so that was good. So we tilted them. They didn't tilt us. And today we have 2 or 3 more scrims, and we'll see how it goes. But yesterday's scrim was very good. We won like 16-8 or 16-9. I want to say the biggest competitor is Invictus Gaming, because they destroyed us at the MR qualifier. So Invictus, we want revenge.
Welcome back to the second half. 8-7 is the scoreline right now, favouring Twisted Minds, and they'll move over onto the T side, which traditionally has been a little bit more of a favourable side on Anubis since release, but the scoreline isn't so skewed that you'd think this map is over just yet. VERTEX, we'll have to wait and see what they can show us on the CT side. How's Kingfisher going to go? Where's he going to be playing? And how does this pistol play out as well? All important questions heading into the second half.
Looks like Kingfisher just going to be tucked away at camera for the moment, but pistol rounds aren't normal rounds, so we'll see if it is just going to be a similar setup later on. But for the moment, Twisted Minds are lurking their way into a main and maybe into the setup. PZ just going to be dropping that smoke. Will have himself the Julies, but he won't be able to use them. KD feeling really sharp here on the entry. Hazza somehow alive for way too long, but it is going to be Twisted Minds. Stonks rising, sight taken, Addict falling.
Wow.
And it's just Brace in a 1v4 angle, but the man will have an opportunity.
Yeah, needed that one for free. Needed a quick and easy one if he was going to make this possible, and has gotten that job done. No defuse kit, but Brace has actually been the pick of the bunch so far. 16-9. And, well, this is going to be a tough one now. All the swings coming through nicely from Twisted Minds. Brace can't get it done. So now the pressure builds for VERTEX.
General protocols that we're seeing from Twisted Minds are pretty much what's getting them across the line on a lot of these rounds. Just having someone spotting, everyone in positions to swing together, fight together, and it's looking really good. They're all looking really sharp today. So it's a dangerous looking Twisted Minds, and VERTEX could be in trouble if they don't get the ball rolling. But again, Twisted Minds taking this T-pistol, so we'll see where they go from here. Looks like we are going to see them target that A side again.
Yeah. Double scout out. Kingfisher feeling confident. He's got the scout in hand. Decent damage from that nade as well. Could actually come into play when you've got weapons like this for VERTEX.
Looks like Loban's going to be trying to sell a bit of a fake here towards the B site, drawing attention towards Dark. Not sure where that smoke lineup was going. It seems to be to take that Dark control, but it's all a ruse. Addict going to start to shift in to try to help Hazza as the A-site hit happens.
Yeah, indeed. Couple of players over here, and Addict's already done well for one with that 5-7. He'll be running out of bullets now. Hazza, though, chimes in as well and is kind of keeping Twisted Minds at bay. Able to change his position up. Good damage onto Black Eagle. This is definitely still winnable for VERTEX, but they're going to need to find some kills pretty quickly. No defuse kits across Brace, PZ, and Kingfisher.
Hazza is... Well, Brace rather, halfway into the bloody site here with that scope in hand, and he's going to find the line to Loban. There goes the Mac 10, but the rifle still living. There's a lot of damage to come at range, but Brace shoots back. One bullet, all that's needed to take down Black Eagle as well. And Spawns is going to be smoked off. He's got some bullets. He's got an opportunity, but he can't find PZ in the smoke. And the 10-second defuse.
No, he's got
Is it going to happen? He can't find it. PZ wrangles it, and VERTEX Ninja Just sitting that one through.
I genuinely thought he was going to win that. I thought he's just going to keep holding W mouse one, and he was going to run into him with the knife. But
and he stopped at the wrong moment.
He stopped.
Oh, he was unhappy about that situation.
Yeah.
You could see in the cams there.
That is painful. But Mac, we talked about that nade, how impactful that was.
Yeah.
It gives Brace the one shot onto Loba, and I think that's a big difference maker in this round. So the fact that that nade actually connects from VERTEX makes a really big difference. Twisted Minds won't be happy to lose that round. They're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. They're going to have to grind out this T side a little bit because VERTEX straight back into the Buyers Club.
Into bloody B main as well. Brace playing a slightly dangerous game, but Spawn seems to be aware that this could be a reality. But with this kind of information, VERTEX can start to cheat some members back towards A as well. You can see this double mid setup. Looking to get ready for a fast rotation to help out Hazard, who's tucked away mid-site. Kingfisher as well, very worried that there could be some kind of aggression coming through from Dark. But yeah, that lurk smoke that we're seeing Loban throw is definitely drawing some attention. But VERTEX calling the bluff with Brace with B main.
Yeah, I was going to say Brace has really pushed his way out from B, so he's able to get a lot of info. And as a result, you're going to see that big stack over toward A. Kingfisher is watching middle. But Brace going down like that is going to be a really big problem for VERTEX. It's going to bring Kingfisher running across to B. He's now, in a sense, almost solo holding the side, and it's been called off. I think that's the right choice, to be honest. I mean, Kingfisher with a FAMAS, what's he really going to be able to do when Twisted Minds is already into the site before he's there? That's unfortunate.
I like the proactivity for VERTEX to try to go for that 1-4 split, but yeah, Brace, that was a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and Spawns is feeling it at the moment, so I guess we'll see if the trend continues. But for the moment, Twisted Mind's going to drag it out to a 2-round lead.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they go for a hunt. Looks like they are very interested in mid, just creating some kind of space to get away from that bomb explosion. And KD with that Mach 10, he's pretty expendable. If anyone's going in, it's probably him. But VERTEX all back-to-back here at A main, so Nines should just be surviving. Well, it's going to be another gun round. Let's see if Brace can make anything happen. He's going to have to buy for himself there, so just the 5-7. No one really interested in dropping him an SMG and just getting some light util as well. Nade smoke. And we'll see what VERTEX decide to do with what was carried across from the previous.
Kingfisher solo on B this round. Heavy presence toward A. And VERTEX are just going to catch a timing onto low, but there was no util really thrown in there at all from anybody. And PZ just takes himself a freebie. Addict's in a good spot to strike with that MP9 as well, as long as he doesn't push through this smoke. But as it fades, or maybe even before that, he's got the spider sense tingling, and KD does go down. Black Eagle through the smoke looks for the trade. PZ here to try to do some damage as well, and does a lot of it, but loses his life, and so does Brace. So this round is starting to fall apart for VERTEX.
Doc really sharp to be able to get that kill onto PZ. He was playing the headshot line, but now Kingfisher.
He could do it. This could be a big 3K from Kingfisher.
And Hazard, he's found a timing, but unfortunately he's dropped the bag, went way too wide there, and Spawns was ready for the aggression, and that should be the round from here.
I mean, that might have been a miscomm. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Hazard was expecting 3 players just standing there.
Well, they made sound, then cut it, and turned around, and then Hazard got full baited, so well played from Twisted Minds.
Me. Twisted Minds, I mean, they've negotiated a really, really dangerous round there. VERTEX will be pretty disappointed to lose that one. PZ, a bullet or 2 away from securing that round himself, but can't finish off Doc, can't finish off Black Eagle, and then obviously Hazard and Kingfisher, even in that 2-on-3, just don't really get the opportunity to fight it out. And so Kingfisher will save the FAMAS, which is not exactly a great prize at this point, and the round lead will grow to 11. Have to start getting a little bit worried for VERTEX here on this map now.
At least they've done some damage to Twisted Minds' economy. Bit of a round loss bonus. And this one FAMAS carried across. Oh, the money's not there to buy. Be that half investment and maybe another 1-4. But it feels like VERTEX just haven't had too much of a chance in these rounds. Yeah, PZ poked his head out at A main to try to get something working. But, yeah. It's just a time. It's just a time here in the studio, huh? Twisted Mind's very happy with how everything's going. Looks like everyone's staying vocal as to what they want to happen here. And I'd argue we're in a tactical at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a bad time for VERTEX to have called a tactical if that's what it was. Do have a little bit of extra time to chat in this round as well. It's not really much of an investment from VERTEX. Brace is going to try to get a bit of work done with that HE nade. Did see how useful that was for VERTEX on their last half buy. It's going to have to be a bloody good one to win the round though for VERTEX.
Twisted Minds. They just love running it down mid here. They've been pretty good at it as well. Lots of success, and it's quite hard for Addict to make anything happen there. Only with USP, so he gives full control and wraps into the back of A site to try and stop anything happening here. With USP, you're grabbing at straws. For Twisted Minds, it should just be easy pickings yet again.
Yeah, what kind of a chance does he really have? He's been mollied off now as well. There's a bit of a lull in this game now. Kind of waiting to see what VERTEX is really going to be able to present on this CT side. I feel like so far the ball hasn't really gotten rolling.
Able to get one more with the USP there. Black Eagle losing his life, and that's going to be 2 guns taken out of the hands. But
Well,
VERTEX, if they can keep the AK here in the hands of Hazard, which they will, and that's more damage as well to the economy of Twisted Minds, not too bad of a round, all things considered.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's less I think about the guns that get taken away by Twisted Minds or from Twisted Minds and more about whether or not VERTEX can keep 1 or 2 of those alive. Hazard is watching for this push from spawns, but doesn't have his crosshair on the right angle. And so he's going to fall, which means the AK won't go through. Money's actually not too bad, though, for VERTEX. They'll be able to get a full buy across here anyway. Just lacking the AK. Probably like that over an M4, but what can you do?
Looks like VERTEX, they were just taking that second before calling the timeout so they could continue to have those extra little moments to have a chat. 30 seconds to do so. And just trying to figure out what to do with all of this cash. I saw a AWP purchased up there for a second by Brace. They're just deciding where that one wants to go. Didn't see the spawns. I'm not sure if PZ is going to be poking his head anywhere. Of course, Twisted Minds now able to have a quick talk as well. Things going very well for them at the moment. 12-8, the current scoreline. And this is getting towards danger territory. If VERTEX lose this round, then they might be losing Anubis for their first official on it in the last couple of months.
Well, it hasn't been out too much longer than that. Hazard's gone for an AUG. So where's he going to be playing with that? Maybe back on the A site. You know, that little pixel angle looking into A long could be an option for him. Seems to be where he is headed. So I kind of like that for VERTEX. It's a great angle. Definitely one that's difficult to dig out. Double AWP setup as well for Kingfisher and PZ. So, I mean, VERTEX are definitely pulling out something a little bit different in this round and trying to catch Twisted Minds off guard with it. But, Mac, if this goes wrong, it's a very hefty investment. Brace already finding that opener. Kingfisher can't land the shot, and now he'll be under pressure from the close-range fights. Black Eagle takes his head off. The trade starting to come on through here for Twisted Minds does mean that they are in control of the bomb site.
An opportunity. Doc, he's going to be spotted. Wallbang through the brick, so he's living. But there's still maybe an opportunity, but you can see Addict knife out, not aware that there is potential for danger here.
They want to save here, VERTEX.
Yeah, they're just saving again. It was interesting. I saw Kingfisher picking up that secondary AWP as well. Playing a relatively safe line, but after, you know, someone gets close to that smoke, he couldn't see a damn thing looking into the darkness of dark, and yeah, things just went south quick. So VERTEX not quite ready for that one. But if they can do some more financial damage, maybe they'll have a better opportunity. That's exactly what we're going to see. KD, just 750 in the bank, and he will be able to get his mitts on an AWP. But can he create this space? He will.
Yeah, I mean, Kingfisher wasn't ever really an AWPer, to my memory. So...
yeah, I don't remember him for his AWPing, but as we were talking about, he's done everything, right? So
that's right.
Maybe he was just feeling it in that particular position.
Possibly. Possibly, but that is an expensive round to lose for Vertex. Still, they were able to save enough guns that they can scrounge something together. You are slowly getting the feeling, though, that Twisted Minds are just really in control of this map, and I think it's probably gone by the wayside now for Vertex. You'd really need to see some crazy shift in momentum if things were to go their way. PZ's a good spot to at least get that trade, but he would have liked to have managed to pick that kill up before Brace dropped. And in fact, it's cost a lot of HP for both Addict and PZ, that exchange in mid. So overall, you'd have to say not worth it for Vertex and Twisted Minds. Good exchange to start off the round.
Vertex falling back into what looks like it could be a 2-2 split. Addict's still very worried about that mid pressure coming through. And that middle of the map is so open, so you've got to have someone keeping their eyes on that position. Addict's going to be doing it from the A site, but now we see Twisted Minds start to creep in towards the B side again. PZ posted on the line, and I'm looking, there's not a lot of util here for Twisted Minds to use. PZ just trying to play the back of sight. Kingfisher will find one. PZ on the trade, and won't be able to get too much more. Spawn's looking damn sharp now, and Hazard has to try to clutch in this 1v2. Loban can hear him rotating that.
Yeah, this is not ideal at all. Hazard, though, he has spotted the shoulder of Loban. I wonder why that is.
Hello.
He's got big shoulders, that's for sure. Hazard is on for the clutch, that's for sure. Very quick first kill does give him the opportunity here, but no defuse kit and no idea where Spawns is. Round the back. Almost the flick. Not quite going to land. And, of course, another round goes the way of Twisted Minds. Vertex are down to their last couple of lives on this map. But remember what I was saying, Mark. I think, you know, there is a world definitely where Anubis goes the way of Twisted Minds. Overpass and Inferno are where I see Vertex being a little bit stronger. And who knows, maybe Malta's going to be feeling a little bit better by the time we get to Overpass. We could see a very different Vertex come the next map. So I don't really want to read into this map too much until we know what the circumstances around map 2 and map 3 are going to look like.
Well, I guess we'll see where it goes. Looks like we're into another tactical. Vertex calling that one again, just to decide what they want to do. Don't think they've got a lot of util to play with here. So probably just going to be running some kind of disruptive strat. It feels like they've had a little bit of success pushing towards the main side of things. Be main control early. You know, it feels like Twisted Minds aren't too worried about that. They're just kind of sending 1-3-1 early for the most part, unless they really want to go for that dark control. And it looks like we are going to see Twisted Minds just keep it basic here.
I mean, what's been occurring so far for Twisted Minds has been working, so no need to change it up.
So the molly there at mid as well. Addict just playing the util game, expecting some form of aggression. Twisted Minds with a lot of conditioning, showing that presence at mid. But for the moment, they're just holding this boat control. Brace. Look off the rough end of the stick there. But Doc feeling it at the moment with that AWP in hand. And Kingfisher, a big job to do. Again, it looks like Vertex, they are just going to try to hedge their bets with a 1-3 setup. And it might just be the save again because the force buy and no util remaining means things are going to be extremely hard for them going into round 24.
Yeah, Kingfisher's more or less completely given up the site and now his life as well. That's just...
He's quick switched.
Yeah, it's not going to work for Vertex, is it? Can't have both. So this will be 15 for Twisted Minds. There's no question about that. Vertex almost forced to save. They have $0 on 3 of their players. The hunt is starting to come through as well. Hazard is quite isolated and in a really awkward spot here that he's not going to be able to get out of. So maybe almost prefer him not to shoot there. It does give away his position. But hey, if you're going to be able to do stuff like that, then maybe it doesn't matter.
19 and 14 for him. PZ, bit of a more quiet game. 9 and 16, just hasn't had any success on the lines that he's been trying to hold. And Kingfisher, look, he was, I think it was 3-4-0 at the start of the game, and then that slowed up relatively quickly.
Yeah, I've had games like that. You get a couple of kills on the pistol and maybe 1 or 2 on the anti-eco, and you feel like, yeah, look, I'm doing really good. And then it starts to get a bit difficult to buy a frag. Can't really blame him. Didn't expect to be playing today. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's really just the Kingfisher effect. Like, I don't think that Vertex is looking super competitive on this map anyway. Maybe if Malta was there, it would be a bit of a difference maker, but I think you can lay the blame at the feet of Kingfisher necessarily. PZ there, though.
There you go.
He started off nicely with a double, so this should be a round that VERTEX is able to toss in the net pretty comfortably.
Nice little safe position from Hazard. And the offline works well to find KD. Black Eagle has that bomb on his back and doesn't want to get too aggressive, but he's got to do something in a 2v5 to try to make anything happen. But this round, this is probably the cleanest round we've seen from VERTEX so far. Or at least in a while.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the first round where they've gotten 2 opening picks. And opening picks which were untraded as well. They've actually fought for that mid control a few times. And generally, it's either gone the way of Twisted Minds or it's been an even exchange. This time, very much favoring VERTEX.
Black Eagle, battered than bruised there. And on just 5 points of health, I don't think he's getting to sight alive. Spawns carrying right now, 21 and 11, so there might be a world, but Black Eagle has found that line across the top of the smoke, and 2v5, it's an angle that you don't see happen too often, but this Molly's going to the right position. Smoke at least there for a safe place to stand, but there is some space coming through. Spawns connecting, but the Molly burning, and Addict's going to finish him off as well. So salvaging that round, it got a little bit scary for a moment, but 9-15, the current scoreline, and Twisted Minds are able to close this map out off one wrong foot placed from VERTEX.
I tell you what, Hazard wasn't feeling very happy about his position there.
No.
Just getting absolutely barraged by the util. But VERTEX lock it down. So they're up to 9. This would be I mean, it'd be a monumental comeback to get this to OT. And then obviously think about winning the map. I don't know that we're at that point just yet. Have to be taking it one round at a time here if we're VERTEX. Honestly, there's almost a world where if you're VERTEX right now, you're thinking, guys, at least let's try to get as many rounds here as possible to draw this game out for as long as possible to give Malta some time to potentially feel better. Like, I don't know whether that's an option right now. To my understanding, Malta can come in and play for map 2 or 3 if he does feel better. I don't know how he's feeling right now. I haven't got an update on that for you guys, but yeah, give him as much time as possible.
We will check on that in the break between maps. But at the moment, game's still live. Twisted Minds, again, just going to be putting some pressure over towards the middle of the map. Molly's bloody everywhere. Addict can't stand, but he is going to maybe get some value out of that nade. A little bit of damage. Good bowling. Great catch from Twisted Minds, honestly. VERTEX, they are going on exploration in towards boat now, making their way through a main. Addict still just locking down mid, but PZ might be able to find this one. If he's pre-scoped, then Spawns won't be aware of this position, but he knows something's going on.
Well, it's almost better if he's made a bit of noise there, PZ, because I could draw the peak, and Hazard's certainly waiting for it.
Spawns knows. He knows something's up.
And Spawns, I mean, Hazard rather is going to have to go back and look at the A side, but PZ's found the timing. So this will be a two-pronged defense from VERTEX. A couple of players coming through mid, and a couple from A long. This will be almost like having to retake the bomb site or take the bomb site 4-on-4.
So much util here. Brace able to trade coming in through camera. PZ looking for a line, but it's Hazard dishing damage with an organ hand in Loban in a 1v3 now. Giving it a good crack, but so is PZ. Striking true, and that's going to be double digits secured for the Wolves, for VERTEX. 5 rounds the deficit now.
One step at a time for VERTEX. That round really, though, hanging on a knife's edge.
Do you like overtime?
I do when it's an Australian team making the comeback. But today, when we've got 4 best of 3s...
Well, this is what we were talking about before. Those rounds where Twisted Minds just lost a lot of rifles going for those hunts. This is where it starts to come to bite them, right? Yep. They will have time to work up a round loss bonus, but we've got a couple of mixed bag buys for the next few if VERTEX continue to win. And we are going to see VERTEX not change up too much, but they've gone for a 3-man setup over towards the B side of the map for now. Comes these mollies again. Addict is a rough job to do. Crosshair looks good, but he won't get too much value out of it. And has to just relinquish that control again. Nade gets a big chunk of change done. And we'll see what the SMGs can do to create some space.
Yeah, VERTEX more than happy to let mid go over to Twisted Minds. Wouldn't really want to be dropping it here with your VERTEX. But they seem well set up to deal with this one. PZ might have a bit of difficulty, close range angle. No, but Mac10 able to run over him. But Brace is doing a great job, and Kingfisher's able to chime in with one as well. So, oh dear. Unfortunate timing there for Brace. Is going to mean one more gun taken away from VERTEX. Thing is, though, like, kind of doesn't matter too much. VERTEX just need to be winning every single round. They're going to be buying every single round, so...
I like the use of this smoke as well. Spawn's going to be able to isolate some angles, finds one headshot but not the next. Addict, great positioning, able to swing off of that contact. Just to lock it down, I thought there was a world there with the smoke where Spawns might have been able to work on a clutch, but of course Hazard was very fast on that flank through water. Anyway, let's have a quick look at what's going on into the next, because that's 11 now for VERTEX.
It is. It was looking like an impossible task for VERTEX, and it's... I'll say still looking improbable, but it's no longer impossible. And they're going about this the right way. They're just taking it one round at a time. Not getting too far ahead of themselves, not trying anything too fancy. They've had a couple of things go their way, like that round with Spawns and PZ, that sort of interaction over near boat. That could have definitely gone differently, and that could have changed the round, could have had the map done and dusted by now, but did go the way of VERTEX again. They've gone towards that double AWP. We talked about that a little bit earlier on. Kingfisher with the secondary AWP in hand again.
Maybe he feels like he knows the positions to be in to try to help out from the back of sight here on B, but he will have to. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to be putting a lot of their stock towards this side of the map again. Loban not going to make his way in through water. Smacking into dark, that molly forced him forward, but just with the Tech 9. I was going to say it'd be difficult, but Brace has dropped the ball and left Kingfisher all on his lone. Oh, it's an awkward one, and he's missed a couple of flicks. At least able to find one, but this could be where it all crumbles down for VERTEX.
Yeah, Addict just gets cleaned up by Spawns, and this is it. That's it. It's done. 16 up on the board for Twisted Minds in the blink of an eye. They finished the map off, and yeah, VERTEX will be disappointed by that round. It was, I think, one that they didn't really manage to put together what they were hoping to in, and ends up being a little bit too easy on the back end there for Twisted Minds. Brace, he copped a tick from that Molotov that was tossed in, so maybe Loba was a little more prepared for that fight than Brace had been prepared for or had anticipated. And here's a bit of a conversation going on with VERTEX. I wonder if it's Malta on the other side there, if he's back downstairs and having a chat with the guys. Don't know yet. We'll get that info to you guys pretty shortly. But yeah, look, not the ideal start to the day for VERTEX, and the thing I want to say is, like, I don't really want to read too much into that map. I don't think for VERTEX, obviously they yeah, those external circumstances always make it a little bit difficult, and Malta is pretty much the most experienced member of this team at this level. So to lose him is a pretty big loss. But yeah, I still have a degree of faith, right? They've got Overpass, they've got Inferno still yet to come, and those are two more comfortable maps from what I've seen for VERTEX.
Well, because you've seen them.
Yeah, exactly.
VERTEX, we haven't seen
we always said, going into that, Anubis is going to be a bit of a wild card. Was Malta even going to make a big difference there? It was I mean, look, it ended up being pretty close in the end there, but I think it did look a little comfortable for Twisted Minds to me, so I'm not so sure that I'm going to subscribe to the belief that VERTEX would have won that one anyway.
Yeah, look, Hazard looking insane for VERTEX right now. Brace was popping off. It feels like once you get PZ on a map where he's maybe got a little bit more comfort, that's when you might see them start to succeed a little bit more, maybe get those extra rounds on the board. But Twisted Minds, a stellar performance. Spawns 27 and 14. Yep. Loban, a much better performance than what we saw from him over on Inferno the other day. He was saying in the interview he was getting like some really high ADR, but he just wasn't able to get those kills across the line, managed to get a huge amount of assists. But today he was able to get those kills. Good timings as well, really good read on the game, and you can see in those player cams they were very vocal as well.
Yeah, indeed. Overall, pretty good start for Twisted Minds. Not so great for VERTEX. Lots to think about heading into the break here, and we'll find out all the answers to your questions when we do jump through to map number 2, which will be Overpass, and we'll see if VERTEX can push this to 3.
My name is Ulaanbaatar, known in the game as Lobanitsa. I stream and play CSGO on Twitch and YouTube. started probably around 2K15, maybe 2K14, something like that, and I've been playing since then. I prefer CSGO because it has less bugs, it looks more serious, and it's basically a game I'm used to, so hopefully CS2 is going to be the next big thing if they can improve and fix all the inconsistencies and bugs. Honestly, the first impression was it's very cold, but we haven't gone outside or investigated, researched the cities to know more. It would be meaningful because you would get a stamp into the game, like a sticker, and that would stay there forever, I guess. But on the other side as well, it's huge money, and that would help a few players in the team. At the moment, I'm not even hyped to be here. It's more like I'm enjoying it, having fun, doing the interviews and talking to people. But probably when I go home and I remember this, then it's going to be like, yo, I went almost to the major. So it's going to be like a big thing. We haven't honestly competed with Asian teams yet. We competed only with teams from Arab countries. I think that's how you say it. And yeah, we're all similar levels. There's not like a huge difference nowadays in Counter-Strike, at least with us. Now, when you compare Navi, G2, and these amazing, like, superhuman teams, yeah, they're on another level. I haven't played them, but I saw only good things about them, and sadly, they lost their best player, which was Score, so we'll see how they play versus us. I think they're going to destroy us, but let's hope for the best. They should expect us to lose every game and to get destroyed, because we haven't practiced at all, not even like 5 days, so maybe we do something, maybe we don't, but don't expect too much. What makes us best? Nothing makes us best, but what makes us unique, like, we have fun, we troll, we joke, inside, outside, so maybe that makes us unique, that we don't take it as seriously as everybody else. Inside the team? No. Outside the team? No, we don't have beef, no. We went to almost every team to meet, and we only didn't meet the Australia guys. We went to TYLOO, we went to Rare Atom, we went to the guys in Mestal, and them were trying to, joke. You saw them in the interview. We joke with them. We're trying to be cool with everybody. We won, so that was good. So we tilted them. They didn't tilt us. And today we have 2 or 3 more scrims, and we'll see how it goes. But yesterday's scrim was very good. We won like 16-8 or 16-9. I want to say the biggest competitor is Invictus Gaming, because they destroyed us at the MR qualifier. So Invictus, we want revenge.
VERTEX. When we first landed in Mongolia, we saw just snow and like mountains everywhere, and it was like it's so different to anywhere in Australia, so it was really awesome to see. So the RMR qualifying us for the major is like one of the biggest tournaments in the CSGO ecosystem, so this tournament's pretty huge for us as a team. So starting out in my career, we played like a ton of tournaments in Asia. That was like the main place that we played tournaments. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the scene and kind of the countries and stuff like that, and I have a lot of friends and teams that were playing here, so it was good to see all them and catch up. I think as a team, maybe we're a bit more cohesive and we have like a really good mix of guys that are all really good friends. So I don't know how some of the other teams work, but I know some that like work less as a friendship group and more like it's work. And I think for us it's yeah, like we really enjoy playing together, so it means we put a lot more time in. Yeah, so we have a few routines that we try to do like with game day, so we're practicing like a routine for game day and making sure we keep things consistent, but mainly it was just improving our own game for for the tournament. What makes the team unique? I'm not sure we're super unique, to be honest. I think we're we play like good CS, we play the basics well, and I think that's like how we try, like that's what we aspire to do well. We prepared a few things, like we've just really worked on our map pool and made sure that we're playing good CS on those maps. So yeah, I think the fans should expect a few upsets if they're putting us like down the bottom of the teams here, and yeah, I think we can definitely beat a few teams. So our biggest competitor is definitely going to be the Mongols, and yeah, they've been the team to beat in the region for a while, so we're definitely coming for you guys. We're going to get you.
Welcome back. This is the Blast TV Paris from Major Asia RMR, and right now we're into day 2 or 3, depending on who you ask. But it's a big day, Mac.
2.5.
Yeah, it's kind of like 2.5. We've combined days 2 and 3 together, which was supposed to be 2 BO3s day 2, 2 BO3s day 3. Today we've got 4 BO3, so it's a big day. We've already started off with one game, which, you know, was a pretty confident win for Twisted Minds. I thought they're on Anubis.
Yeah, they looked really hot coming into that one. Insanely, look, Loba's looking insane today. Spawn, keep your eye on him. Doc, bit of a slow one. I feel like he wasn't feeling as sharp as what we saw on that first day of games in the upper bracket. But look, down here in the lower bracket, it's do or die now for VERTEX. They have to go for the reverse sweep if they want to win. And Twisted Minds might be causing some kind of upset win if they can bring it on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely very much a possibility now. I've, you know, had a bit of a chat with the prod team and who's, you know, sort of looking after the players, and it seems like Malta's not coming back to play map 2. Again, that is still technically a possibility for map 3, but I assume if he's not going to play map 2, he's probably feeling pretty crook. So
yeah, from what we saw as well, I think he tweeted that he might not. He's just like not playing today.
Yeah, I just don't like his chances of playing at all today. Basically, which would mean that they're going to have to get this done with Kingfisher. Which, yeah, look, I sort of said going into the break, you know, I'm pretty confident about VERTEX that if they can bring Malta back in, they can probably win on Overpass. They can probably win on Inferno. But you know, with Kingfisher, I guess we'll have to see how things do start off here, what side they're starting on. But at the moment, yeah, I mean, that definitely hampers their chances quite significantly. And this is now getting to that territory very similar to what we were talking about with VERTEX versus Rare Atom, where you have I think you have a favorite. You have a fairly obvious favorite, but they're having some external factors, and you think, all right, well, this underdog team could potentially pull off the win. Didn't happen for VERTEX. They weren't necessarily so lucky enough to be able to play against Rare Atom without Kaze, but Twisted Minds is definitely getting that opportunity now to play against VERTEX minus Malta, and they've already taken advantage of it by taking map 1. It'd be a bit of a bigger task to do it on Overpass, I think, than what it is on Anubis. I always thought Anubis was going to be a bit of a wild card, but I think this is definitely very winnable for Twisted Minds now.
Yeah, I'd argue, look, if VERTEX get their side select here, it's their map select, so it should be Twisted Minds. Probably picking CT. That's where things get a little bit difficult for VERTEX, right? You got to start on the T side, you got to hold it together. And Overpass is a map where that can be quite difficult. We know historically VERTEX, they've got a lot of reps on Overpass at the moment, and they themselves absolutely love to hit that B site. Stats on HLTV TV going to be a little bit skewed. It says a lot of their rounds are on the T site, but that's because back in our region, there's not a lot of teams that do play Overpass. So when we do see VERTEX play Overpass, usually it's their pick, and usually it's when they're very confident at the start on that T side.
Yeah, definitely. But with that said, I do think that, you know, they'll be feeling a little bit better about going into this map than Anubis. I know you said that they've scrimmed and practiced and they play a bit of Anubis, but end of the day, it's definitely not up there in the map pool for them, is it? So when we look at the rest of the maps for this series, they are better maps for VERTEX. So look, I don't know. I mean, I've still got a little bit of a sliver in the back of my head saying this is possible. Even with Kingfisher, this is possible for VERTEX. And I actually think it would mean a lot to them if they were able to win this. The only concern I do have is that even if they were to win this one, VERTEX, take it to 3 maps, win out on Inferno, they still have another match to play today. It's not as if they get to wait until tomorrow, see if Malta's going to feel a little bit better, you know. So it's not even the ideal scenario in that respect.
Yeah, well, that was a scenario I wasn't even thinking about. That's really unfortunate for them. It almost feels like maybe if Twisted Minds make it through, they might have a better shot up against Eruption with a full lineup there. But either way, look, Katie was having a good time there, just waving at the cameras, saying hi to all his fans out there. Of course, Twisted Minds going to be coming in on a high. They only need to win 1 more map to close out the series. Probably a bit more stress, a bit more pressure on the shoulders of VERTEX right now.
Yeah, there's PZ. Going to have some pretty important roles to play on this CT side, especially of Overpass being the AWP.
Yeah.
Definitely had a couple of moments on that first map, but nothing that really set the world on fire. But if he can reach peak form on this map, I can imagine that VERTEX will be able to get things over the line in that case. Bit of a chat happening here, courtesy of Brace. So I wonder what they're talking about. You know, I think at this point you have to be a bit realistic and say, look, guys, you know, obviously it's not the ideal circumstances. Let's just go in, try our best, see what we can do. If we get knocked out here, you know, I don't think anyone's going to really begrudge that. I don't think it's a world where anyone's going to say, yeah, VERTEX should have won this without Malta. It's just unfortunate the timing, but The reality is that VERTEX did not come in here as one of the favorites anyway, so it shouldn't really make much of a difference to the overall tournament. You know, this would be a much bigger deal, I think, if it was Rare Atom or MongolZ or Grayhound that were suffering something the same as VERTEX. But you do obviously want to see every team getting their best opportunity to put their best foot forward. And so it is a little bit unfortunate for VERTEX, but they are still a team that's kind of in the developmental stages of playing international competition, right? They haven't had that many international chances. And even with this new roster with Hazza, you know, they've only had him in for a month or so before attending this event. So trying to put the pieces in place. And I think, you know, you look at them for the next RMR and maybe think, all right, they're a bit of a better contender for that one. But the way things are shaping up right now, it's going to be a tough ask for VERTEX.
And what the players have said as well is, you know, Mongolia is kind of out of the way for a lot of the local servers. So everyone's having to play on 60 ping to practice against some of the other teams from the Asian region, from China, you know, from a little bit further south in SEA as well, if they dabbled there. But I heard, look, some of these teams are screaming the likes of like Wings Up, Lin Vision, etc. So they were getting some kind of prac in, but obviously it's not optimal prac, right? You know, you had some teams coming in from some EU boot camps as well, some of the teams that had been over there for Pro League, so they're going to be coming in with a lot better practice than others. We also heard from Grayhound as well, you know, that the practice scene back in Australia right now is not at its height. It's not at its peak at all. It's very rough for them to try to find practice. So I'm sure VERTEX will be in a similar position coming into this one. Twisted Minds, however, look, most of them playing from the Middle East towards Europe are still able to play against those European teams. So should be coming in with some decent practice.
Yeah, some last minute prep going on there for Hazza. He's got the strat book, strat paper ready to go. Everyone else
Probably
seems pretty prepared.
Courtesy of Kingfisher.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Giving everyone what they need to be watching, all the tendencies that Twisted Minds are probably going to be bringing into the likes of Overpass. What?
Is that a banana?
That certainly is a banana. We love bananas around here.
I do love a good banana.
I saw you eating one in the break.
I did.
Are you potassiumed up?
Got my energy back in me, ready to go for map 2. Keen to get stuck in, as I'm sure the players are as well. Maybe not KD.
KD's just resting his eyes.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. It's going to be a big day for the players too. Everyone that plays today in these first 2 matches will have the potential of playing 2 games. So if you're Rare Atom or Eruption, at the very least you get that benefit of only having to play 1 game later on today. But Twisted Minds, they'll know if they're able to win here, then they go through to play against Eruption. And I got to say, I thought Eruption looked pretty damn good yesterday. They surprised me a little bit. I always thought that they were going to be pretty decent. I didn't know that they were going to push Grayhound as hard as they did, though. So I think that'll be a really tough match for whoever actually makes it out of this one.
Yeah. Each day, you know, can be a slight bit different depending on the amount of rest between them. But yeah, that was a pretty late night for them to finish. That being said, they have a lot of time to sleep in today. They won't be playing till way later on tonight. Similar to the likes of Rare Atom. So we'll see if Kaze's feeling... Like, he played yesterday. He played pretty well yesterday.
Yep.
So he might be feeling a little bit better today as well. I guess we'll get word on that later.
Yeah, I mean, from the reports that I've had and from people that I've spoke to that have been feeling a little bit unwell, it seems to be like a 1 or 2 day thing. So it's like kind of, you know, for 1 or 2 days, you're not feeling so crash hot, but once you're over it, it sort of clears up pretty quick. So maybe Kaze, yeah, he's kind of gone through the worst of it and he'll be back stronger and better than ever today.
Well, I see Doc's got his headset off, so I'm just going to speculate that it's probably something to do with his comms at the moment. That is the issue that we're waiting on. So just feeling, just chilling. You know, all the Loba fans in chat. Same with
the Loba fans or the Loban fans?
The Loba.
Loba? Is it Loba or Loban?
Loba. You could stop at the end, say Loben.
I thought you were saying Loban or half.
Lobenjika.
Yes.
Yeah.
No?
I don't know, man. I
Can we
got to
get a
say his
public
name.
vote?
I got to say his name, and then I remember how big his biceps are, and I just completely forget everything. That's all I'm saying.
I see.
It's understandable, right? Like, those delts, man, they're wide.
They are wide, that's for sure. Just like his swings. That was a good wide swing.
Yeah. Little cheeky smoke push, catching a couple of the VERTEX members off guard last game. But yeah, it looks like the players are still just waiting for the green flag.
Yeah. Everyone's relaxed though, so that's pretty good to see. Got the hand warmers out there as well. It's actually reasonably cold here in Mongolia. Not as cold as it has been, actually. I think today's the warmest day so far. But even that is still a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I was sad. I looked out the window this morning and I saw some of the snow melting. I was like, I liked the snow. Why can't it stay? I want a bloody snowstorm.
It's the first time it's actually gone above 0 degrees. So...
What are we at 9 degrees today?
It's 9 degrees
Insane.
today.
I'm going to go check that weather right now, I think.
Yep. Indeed, indeed. All right, I'll give you the opportunity to do that, Mac. It looks like
beautiful.
we'll, you know, get all this sorted before we get into games. So don't go too far away. We'll be right back, and the map will be on the other side.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No. I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You're really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
G'day everyone, welcome back. This, of course, is the Asia RMR Blast TV Paris Major. We're super excited to head over there at some point, aren't we, Mac? And which two teams from our region are going to be in attendance? That's the big question.
Yeah. Have you got your tickets yet?
No, I haven't got mine. But
I'm booking my tickets.
I don't know if that's the big question just yet, though. I think the big question right now is actually who's getting sent home first. And right now, it's kind of looking like it might be VERTEX.
And who got the most knives? That's what I was worried about. A little bit of slicing going on there.
Yep.
Looks like they're just figuring out sides, getting that one out of the way.
Yes. Thank you very much for sticking around, guys. I know it's been a bit interesting over the past couple of days, but Asian CS really needs your support, so it's good to have you with us. Lots of people tuning in today. I'm seeing the numbers grow compared to yesterday, and hopefully tomorrow we'll get even more people tuning in. Make Asian CS great again. CSGO to Asia. Hashtag CSGO to Asia.
Mate, you're such a coper. You're such a coper.
I
agree,
know.
though. I agree. Let's bring it back. Let's make it good again, if not great. And we shall see where it goes from here. But Twisted Minds coming in hot with that map win over on Anubis, looking real damn good. And VERTEX still playing with the coach standing in. Of course, Kingfisher there. If you missed that first map, played all right initially, but then, yeah, just trying to pick up that secondary AWP. Didn't have too much success with it. And VERTEX, they're going to be starting on the T side here for Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, VERTEX playing without Malta. We'll see what Kingfisher's going to be able to do. Thought he did okay on the T side of Anubis. Did struggle a little bit more on CT in my mind, but maybe VERTEX can find a way to make use of him. And in this case, you know, he doesn't really have much to do apart from spot Monster, wait and see if there's going to be a rotation, and let the other four boys do a bit of work on the top side of the map, which already has gone quite nicely. Addict picks up that opening frag.
Kingfisher still with eyes over towards Monster side. Looking like we might see a late rotation back to B. Twisted Minds did have that boost set up for a retake attempt on the B site, but it looks like that one has been changed to a 1-3 split. Just Black Eagle down here looking to hold it down for the moment. VERTEX staying sneaky, looking to clear out the middle of the map. Looking to get rid of anyone in con, but there's no one there. We know that.
Yeah,
Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds on their CT sides have mostly been passive, man.
Yeah, it's been quite a slow pistol round actually out here from VERTEX as well. You just have Black Eagle spotting the B bomb site, seeing if anyone's going to be able to cross in, and, well, Addict has gotten across, but Doc already landing a couple of kills before he falls. Does make this look a little bit awkward for VERTEX. They are salvaging. Addict with the bomb has had to do most of that job himself and will now have to do the rest of it as well, but not aware of spawns wrapping behind in that smoke, and VERTEX, the 4-on-5, it goes against them.
Well played from Twisted Minds to get that CT pistol across the line. Of course, they've got a rep or so up against that same team. Was it the Uridu Thunders?
You sounded very Australian there.
Well, Uridu sounds like a very Australian word.
Didgeridoo.
I'm surprised.
The didgeridoo.
That's that was a team name from the qualifier coming through from the Middle East. Either way, Twisted Minds a very solid buy, and deny that bomb plane as well. So VERTEX, no guns here in the second round on the T side.
Well, do you think VERTEX can win this match?
What are we watching? Are we just seeing a full stack? Are we just seeing...
This is the Brains Trust. Having a bit of a chat.
Bit of a chit chat. Twisted Minds pushing and pushing and pushing, and they might actually be able to get a pick here onto KD. It seems like VERTEX have done a little bit of homework. You saw them have a lot of notes.
Yep.
And with this 5-man pyramid, it could be very dangerous if KD wanders into T-spawn. And that's about all I got for the round, Jordan, because Kingfisher's just practicing his aim.
It's good to see, yeah. Just got to make sure your sensitivity's right. Oh, not quite landing on the head, all of those little flicks, I'll say.
He's got something going. Great shadows there on the leaves. Of course, that's going to be improved in CS2.
Come on, KD. You got to push, mate. We need to see something.
Come on, KD.
Come on.
Great patience, KD. I'm loving it from you, but the action,
noise.
it's not here. And
all right.
They know they can't survive till the end of the round. KD, there's the mop up for 2. Thamus going to be secured. Loba able to find 1 there, but it's not quite enough to, you know, cost him his life.
Kingfisher's on the board once again, 2-1. He's got a Thamus in hand. MP9 here for Hazard. Don't expect they're going to get themselves another kill. Spawns has been pretty sharp in this series, and both players tagged up already. The Thamus should make short work of them. Indeed, it does. 2-0 the scoreline. And That was an interesting round, that's for sure.
It was something you definitely don't see every day in a competitive game, but it has netted them a couple of kills. A little bit of damage to that CT economy. The Twisted Minds 2-0, a solid start to Vertex's map pick right now. Into the next, Vertex fully board up. Decent util, you know, Hazard could use a little bit more, but we'll see what they opt to go for in the first gun round here.
Yeah, it's Brace that's going to be sent to Spot Monster this time around. Maybe he's going to do a little bit more than that, try to creep his way in. Black Eagle needs to be pretty careful. Brace is already established on the monster line. Peek does come through, and it ends up being PZ grabbing the kill onto Spawn. Brace did a lot of damage to Black Eagle, but Ulaanbaatar is hiding in the corner of Playground, ready to say hello to Hazard and PZ.
Man's putting a lot of pressure here. Hazard, value in his life, using the cover of the tree. Flash across the top is good to dislodge Loba from the Playground. And that is going to be a 3-2 now. Black Eagle just on 1 point of health is going to be pretty difficult for him to hold that B site. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see from Vertex, all grouping up. Just probably going to walk their way out, put Hazard out first to get traded, just on 12 points of health. And a couple of flashes there for Brace and Addict to send him in first.
Bomb in hand for Brace. So he's going to be the important piece of this puzzle that needs to get into that bomb site cleanly. There's not going to be any mounted defense by Twisted Minds, even though they've got a lot of info on long. They're not really seeing anything in bathrooms either. They'll be a bit late to the B site.
What they'll be trying to do is just stack A. They realize there's no real chance here, but there is going to be, I think, an M4 and maybe some AKs over towards Playground for him to save into the next. So playing the long game. But as that's all being said, Doc is still hunting for a chance in the round. And we are even going to see Black Eagle come down on this 1 point health. He's got a flash to play with. Doc's got a couple of his own, but he hasn't made too much noise in short just yet. Flash across the top of short to create some space here. And Twisted Minds, they're going to crack for it.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing this. I think you've got to back yourself as Twisted Minds here. Spawns has been looking pretty good. Doc as well. But end of the day, once that kill goes through, I'd say it's probably save time for Black Eagle.
That is confidence, though.
No, 100%.
Doc having a crack up short.
Yep.
Really feeling it. You know,
I rate it.
Bit of a shaky one from him in that first map, but looking to get on the board early here in the second.
For sure, for sure. They've got to try to flex their muscles a little bit against Vertex as well. They know that Vertex is weakened right now, so maybe you can get away with a little bit more than you ordinarily would.
Into the next, though. We'll see what the economy looks like for Twisted Minds. Looks like we are going to see that force buy come through, giving themselves a shooting shot for the round. What's Loba going for here? P250, Armor Util, just going to play support this round. We'll see what they opt to do. 1-4 split, maybe.
Yeah, not a great buy for Twisted Minds, is it? Molly up and over the top just to keep Vertex at bay. They'll decide to smoke it off. Take control of Playground pretty quick. A little bit of a push through con now as well for Vertex. They won't see too much down there, but Monster Tunnel is going to be an interesting one here. Brace flashed off the line, and there's 3 players headed in his direction. He'll be needing a bit of assistance if that push continues. It will not. But that's some good map control for KD. I mean, this is a great angle to play with the MP9 from, and in fact, he looks like he even wants to continue forward.
Oh, we're going to see this big rotation back to A. Spawns needs to be the difference maker here. He should hear something in a moment, but I'm seeing on the map there, Vertex all just shift walking straight up long. Great flash from Black Eagle, but Spawn's only able to find one off the swing there. Solid trade from Addict, but still an opportunity. And Loba playing a dangerous game, but close range is where you want to be with the P250, but he can't see a damn thing. Black Eagle able to trade again. Twisted Minds still in with the shot this round.
Yeah, there's that push coming through from behind, and Addict I don't think is going to be aware of it at all. KD catches him with the bomb as well, and now has an AK in hand. So that's really bad news for Vertex. Shot, good trade. Pretty sharp shot from him.
Salvaged, and they have a read on the position where they last saw Twisted Minds. So we are going to see Vertex stay proactive and quickly rotate to B, which is completely open for them right now. Twisted Minds will have to play for the retake with no util.
Yeah, Kingfisher's going to be the one to sit back in short while Brace plants the bomb. Can Brace get off the bomb site? Looks like he will be able to. Flash into short.
Oh, dangerous position here, but it could be where he needs to be. The flash is going to be almost useless on him here, though. And Kingfisher needs to get the info jumping. They know that he's here. He's out in the open. One shot found.
Winnable.
And Kingfisher could just play this time down. 15 seconds is what he needs to buy now. The tap's there. And Kingfisher shifting on forward. Goes wide. Doc hits him. And he doesn't have the kit. That was on the player in heaven. So the round's gone. And VERTEX will secure a second.
Clutch Master Kingfisher gets it done this time for VERTEX. Brace looked like he was in all sorts of trouble there, didn't he? But he lands that one headshot onto the player in heaven, and that makes all the difference. Doc was making a lot of noise just stomping around with that MP9 coming out from Connector, and so Brace was a little bit more interested in that area of the map, and it almost caught him unstuck. But nice sharp shot, keeps VERTEX alive in the round, and VERTEX go to 2, equalizing with Twisted Minds. So far, nothing super comfortable just yet, though, on the T side. These rounds are a bit streaky.
Change up for VERTEX now. 4 players sent down to Monster, and in comes this aggression from Twisted Minds again, but this time the difference is VERTEX are ready and waiting with open arms. But they couldn't see a thing, so they just had to look at that one choke point, spray back, and it worked out beautifully for now.
Ooh, PZ
caught on the ladder, makes things difficult. Loba able to snag one away, and the 2v5 angle is a reality right now.
Yeah, 100% I agree. You've got that player coming up short as well, so CTs are on the site, but Loba dropping to Addict does make this a pretty difficult job for Spawn. VERTEX very well aware of his position. Molotov will dig him out. It looks like VERTEX will be able to negotiate this one, so it'll end up being a save for Spawns. Take the AK through to the next round, but VERTEX will take the lead.
I like the confidence again from Twisted Minds, just trying to change it up with that aggression at Monster, but it didn't work as intended. VERTEX going to be very happy keeping just these 3 weapons alive. You can see their money's not in a good way. Same can be said for Twisted Minds, who are starting to work up a round loss bonus now. And with the AK saved, we might see another half buy into the next. Four points of health. Does he live here? He does. Untouched. And it's just the handshake at the end of the round. Going into the 6th, VERTEX will be taking that lead on the T side. But are we going to see them do something they've shown before, or are they going to change up the strat here, knowing that the Twisted Mind should be down on the pistols?
Well, you still got to remember, Spawns has got that AK. A few Deagles come through here as well. It's a round that needs to be negotiated by VERTEX. Very fast into short water from Brace and Addict. And a little bit of a push toward playground, fountain kind of area from Spawns and Loba. Has us ready and watching for that, but is he prepared for another player close by? It seems he is. And with that information, VERTEX will just work their way into the B bomb site. No troubles at all. PZ might be biting off a little more than he can chew, and that's a great shot. Absolute steamer from Doc.
Maybe just a charity kill with the AK retrieved. And VERTEX look right as rain to polish off this round. No one overextending. Kingfisher dropping that molly as well, just to stop any flood out of con. And Twisted Minds will just be playing Protect the Presidents with these AKs to give themselves a decent buy into the next round.
Yeah, overall, I'd say that's a successful enough round for Twisted Minds. They saved the AK that was taken in by Spawns, and they pick one more up. It's going to help the economy a lot on the CT side. But VERTEX aren't looking too shabby at the moment.
Arguably, like, they're getting rounds on the board, but look at all of their KDs. They're all so low. They're all pretty much negative. In terms of the kills, Twisted Minds are leading that department. It's a interesting conversation to have, but look, rounds are what count. Rounds are how you win the game, Jordan.
That's right. In a lot of cases, Twisted Minds have been saving a gun or two. So hard for VERTEX to farm up those stats. And Addict's been doing really well for himself, 6-3 so far after the first 6 rounds. And this time, KD's going to try something a little bit different.
Solid position this one if he does just tuck into the corner, but he is going to be left on an island. As you can see, Spawn's going much deeper over towards Divider, this molly.
Oh, have they spotted his gun?
Not just yet, but Hazard will go for the full clearance. They know he's close. Kingfisher hasn't caught the memo, it seems.
Yeah.
And Spawns is going to be able to snag another away. So this round looking rough for Vertex, but real good for Twisted Minds until Spawns is caught out in no man's land, trying to get back to safety.
Oh, that's a little bit awkward for Vertex. Just the comms not quite coming through there. Maybe not quite picking up on exactly where that player was, Kingfisher. So he gives his life up for free, and it ends up being a 3-on-3. Definitely could have been a little better for Vertex than what it is right now, but still a winnable round.
Slow approach at long. PZ very isolated, but Twisted Minds, after the aggression in the early round, they are just putting on those brakes. High pressure on Black Eagle to lock down the B site on his own. And the two-man setup at A should work out. We've got a truck and jump up setup with Loba dropping a flash. I thought he might have held that until the contact came through, but they're just dropping it knowing that there's only 20 seconds for Vertex to get to site and plant.
Yeah, I mean, Vertex still has quite a bit of util here, so PZ's going to toss his out. Molly in for Truck. He's going to force Loba to move. Doc as well, getting ticked on it. Smoke does go down. That gives away the position, but are they expecting two players there?
4 seconds.
Well, Doc has given it away. They've got to get the plan down now. Addict has to do it, and PZ hits a shot that makes it possible. Out through the smoke is Black Eagle, somehow survives. But PZ will not make that same mistake twice.
That looked good on my screen.
Yeah.
I'm sure that looked good on your screen, but at the same time, somehow that shot's bloody gone to Narnia, but he got that second chance. Vertex going to be happy picking up that round. It got a little bit scary.
It did.
A tiny bit dangerous, but they got it across the line. Twisted Minds, though, let's see if they continue to show this aggression on the CT side and if it will change the tide of the game. But so far, the read from Vertex has been pretty good this half.
Yeah, I mean, that said, again, I'm just watching these rounds for Vertex, and they haven't like 100%ed it around yet. You know what I mean? So I'm still like a little bit concerned, a little bit like I don't feel like they've really settled in yet on Overpass, which I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, they're already on 5 rounds, so like there's another level at which at least I think Vertex can hit right now.
You'd argue
and
that's
they've already
part
got 5 rounds. So if I think they can show us more, they've already got a decent scoreline. Nice little transition there. Saw that one from Loxar. I think he was pretty happy with that.
Twisted
on Twitter.
Minds.
So shout out to our observer today. He's doing every single map, Mac. It's a one-man army.
Look, we'll have to go give him some shoulder rubs in between those maps because man's going to get very uncomfortable sitting on that seat. But at the same time, Twisted Minds probably feeling uncomfortable about this round, but let's see what they can work with it anyway. We are going to see PZ taking point at Fountain. Twisted Minds with the weapons they're bringing in are just going to be looking for this con control. And we are going to see this continued push, so potential for a flank to happen as KD is just looking for any kind of info there over the water party.
Spawns is getting on a nice push though. And he's gone up the ladder. This is definitely one thing that has been present for Twisted Minds on their CT sides, is they've not been afraid to explore. It's caught Vertex off a couple of times, so it's kind of nice to see Vertex moving through the map a little bit quicker this time around. It is going to reduce the effectiveness of Spawn's flank.
It's a nasty shot for him to hit all the way from T-Con. He's going to reposition back up Con as well, but look at this rotation. Twisted Minds all going to be here for the party, but that smoke just denies them from flooding into sight. Black Eagle, though, risks it and breaks that biscuit. Doc on 10 points of health. Ain't going to be able to convert that one. Vertex salvage the round. It looked like there could have been some rocky waters, but they managed to make it through.
Yeah, I think that's a much better looking one from Vertex, in my opinion. Now they're up to 6, and they're really starting to flex their muscles on Twisted Minds. Maybe we've got a bad read on Anubis. Maybe we just got a bit of a bad vibe because Vertex just doesn't feel comfortable on that map, or whatever the case is. They've come into map 2 and they've looked a much better unit, which makes a lot of sense. It is one of their better maps. It is, of course, their map pick, but I was really a little bit concerned after Anubis. Now, though, I'm starting to believe again for Vertex.
Hang on, PZ poking his noggin straight into short, ready for Doc to be going for the same damn thing. And that's going to be some nice early short control there for Vertex.
Black Eagle able to peg one back onto Brace, which is going to give us the 4-on-4 still. Over down to 17 HP, not ideal. Not seeing too much aggression here from Twisted Minds in this round, though. More than happy to sit back in their bomb site. You did have a little bit of a totem pole going on there, spotting into short water, but nothing doing for VERTEX yet. They've grouped up outside the monster tunnel.
And they're going to double back into short after losing brace there. Shifting in. No one's spotting. And they've chosen the right side as well. Black Eagle, the sole defender now. Twisted Minds a little bit further away, and there's going to be no one to help him out. Timing favors VERTEX greatly.
That's not good at all. He has a molly, he has a smoke. He's not able to get either of them down and just drops as the side anchor. So VERTEX straight in, and instantly you're going to have to see that save call come through for Twisted Minds as they lose Loba as well. He would have loved to have bought a little bit more time. You know, if he hears the footsteps on short, he can get that incendiary down, you know. Maybe call for a rotate, pop a smoke down.
Well, that's the power of the contact play, right?
But exactly, you're right. VERTEX, they make it work perfectly this time.
Great shots coming through. VERTEX looking like almost a whole different team going into this second map, as you mentioned before. But we'll see if Spawns and KD can keep their hands on their weapons. Hazard doesn't have a whole lot of money in the bank, but the rest of the troops do. So he is going to have a bit of a hunt now for cross towards long side. Just distracts KD for long enough, and Spawns has an AWP in hand, but he might be crunched on with the jump up push coming through. He'll find one, but I believe VERTEX is going to be more happy with the result of that round.
Absolutely. That's an awesome round for VERTEX. And Twisted Minds are really struggling now on this CT side, aren't they? 2 rounds only, and it feels like a long time since they've gotten one. Money continues to be a problem as well. Have to go back down to the save. I mean, it was a pistol and an anti-eco only for Twisted Minds. Every other round has gone the way of VERTEX. So I think that tells a bit of a tale itself. There you go. You can see it on the round history right there. VERTEX are going to change things up. It looks like they're going to go a little faster this time into the monster tunnel. There's 3 players already on B. This could be problematic with that fast flank coming down as well. VERTEX will need to hit their shots on the entry, and that is absolutely not happening at all. That is a misread from VERTEX, or maybe even just a mis-execution, because that round has not gone the way they wanted to at all, and ADC will not be able to salvage. So it's unfortunate, right? VERTEX, they try to throw something different in, and it just blows up in their face.
Yeah, it looked good, but they just didn't hit those entries. You know, nice passive approach from Twisted Minds. They fell into water. They played the angles they needed to and all fought together. And then as soon as you see that bomb go down into the water, you're like, man, that is that for the round. Addict had a little crack at it, but unfortunately for him, Black Eagle was alive. Hitting him in the back with the MP9, and that's going to be some extra farmed up money with those SMG kills as well. So Twisted Minds happy to get that 3rd on the board, try to stabilize the economy with an eco win, but they need to double down here. And they've doubled up on the defense on the A site. 4 players coming in to fight here.
Oh dear. Hazard is trying to play that long control line from behind the slide, but he's dealing with a couple of members, and so he gets bullied out of position as well. This might be where the tables turn. Last round, bit of an awkward one for VERTEX. This one looking pretty good so far for Twisted Minds as well, but KD caught out in no man's land. And Addict has been pretty supreme on this map. He's 14-4. Spawns, though, has other ideas. He's dropped the bomb. Smoke comes in too late for window.
They just didn't wait for the heaven smoke. They just ran into the open not once but twice, and VERTEX really dropping the ball, thinking they might have had a timing. But Twisted Minds now looking to come in from May's side. 3 players here, a little bit of util and potential to boost up over the top. Timing's no good for them. PZ taps it, but these smokes, they're going to fade shortly.
Yeah, it's a nice little fake though from PZ. Picks himself up 1 kill, and there's very low HP members right now. Doc and Black Eagle will fall over to a stray gust of wind. Spawns pops his head up, but what a shot! No scope onto Addict. That's unbelievable. That is a huge shot, and Twisted Minds, you can see they're pumped with that. 4th round on the board. VERTEX, a couple of rounds in a row now that they've let fall between their fingers. And that one, I mean, Spawns, take a bow. What a shot that was.
Mate, that is one of those shots you don't see every day. And a classic one for Twisted Minds. They're feeling it. They're very happy. Trying to keep the confidence high after losing a fair few rounds on the CT side already. VERTEX already with 7 in the bag. Probably going to be quite happy with the result, but we'll see if they can find some more. But now it's Twisted Minds' time to shine. Trying to swing a couple of rounds back in this first half.
Look, all I'm going to say is I don't think if you're VERTEX, you want to be letting Spawns get into that kind of form. He has been the performer so far today for Twisted Minds. and now he's feeling confident. You can see that push coming through into short water. He's having a look with that ult 14-6, feeling confident, feeling ready to take some early duels.
I like that short control from Twisted Minds, and now they can just pretty much leave B, play retake if they want. Just allow Doc to poke his head through if they hear anything coming out of Monster. And VERTEX are going to walk back in this direction. We'll see if they can retake the short control. Doc might have to be the key piece of the puzzle here because, look, Spawn's about to get shot in the back of the head, depending on who takes this contact first. You got Brace, who's got no util. He's just going to have to slow peek there, but he will escape back to short. Not quite in time, but Doc's got plenty of bullets in the mag to try and save the round.
Yeah, really good setup from Twisted Minds. Even if Spawns goes down, Doc is there to salvage. A couple of guns retrievable, though, for Addict and PZ, both now an AK in hand. Maybe they can conjure up a little bit of magic of their own. Not counting Addict out by any stretch of the imagination. He's been hitting everything as well.
Ooh.
AD69Z, he's playing a dangerous game at the moment. The pop flash does come through. PZ stopped at the top of Monster Tunnel, but eventually first frag is starting to go the way of VERTEX. Now PZ solo, can't get it done.
Ooh. Swings the wrong side. 3 members all looking right on that side of the pillar.
Yep.
But another relatively clean one for Twisted Minds. 3 alive means they will continue to buy again. Going into the next round, they're just having a chat on what to do because they're not happy with how things are going. Let's see a little bit of a shaking head there from Black Eagle. What changes?
Big conversations to be had on both sides of the field. It's very much still a VERTEX favored map. They've done enough on the T side to say that at least already. 7 rounds is pretty good, but if Twisted Minds were to sort of win the half out, I think VERTEX will be pretty disappointed going into the second half. Definitely 2 standout players in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
Spawns and Addict, head and shoulders above the rest.
VERTEX revealing their position. Molly, Addict, ready for that swing from Doc, and
he's clean.
It's going to be a nice entry. Low bar, dropping a nade can get a decent bit of damage onto Addict, but con control looking like it is going to be Twisted Minds.
That's a nice trade for Loba. Addict not happy with that, and Spawns is not going to be making any mistakes. Clean as a whistle at the moment for Twisted Minds.
Oh, yeah.
The round started well for VERTEX, but it has swung back in the favor of Twisted Minds. Now, Loba's also on the hunt. He's looking for more info.
Ooh.
They've got the numbers advantage, Mac. He doesn't need to be doing this, but the fact that he is pretty much sealing the deal for Twisted Minds.
Just being the info gatherer that Twisted Minds must think they need right now. Not wanting to drop the ball in the 3v4, and Black Eagle as well, just blocking that smoke on Monster, forcing them into short, and it's only a matter of moments. Let's see. Kingfisher turns around at the right moment, spots Loba, had the shadow advantage in that position, and is continuing to make noise. But with 40 seconds, Twisted Minds, they've got a good amount of util to delay here. Lots of flashes.
Yeah, that's the coach brain coming into effect. Maybe he's calculating all the possibilities. He's found that timing nicely, but as you say, 30 seconds left here for VERTEX. They're going to contact play out of Monster. KD is on a great line to deal with that and sprays down both Kingfisher and PZ. Brace would have to pull off a miracle to keep this one alive for VERTEX, and 16 seconds to do it in. Fully flashed, stuck behind pillar. Has to go collect that bomb.
There's a little hole. There's a gap. He's got the bomb, he's got control, and he's got a bit of space as well. Nade forward, Spawn's going to try to go.
He's got a plant now.
But he knows it's over towards Monster. He has to worry about it. He's tapped it, and Black Eagle plays the time. Doesn't commit, didn't think he had time. And that's going to be another for Twisted Minds. 6 to 7 now. Well played by Black Eagle just to run away. Made the right decision at the right moment. And it was a great hold on Monster that secured the round there.
Yeah. Brace thought he had the read there. You can't necessarily blame him for expecting the peak to come through, but he'll look back at that one and think, what if I just planted? He had plenty of time to plan as well. Black Eagle had fully exited Monster. He wouldn't have been able to get there and deny it. And the 1v1, I mean, could have been won by Brace, but was not. So 6-7 the scoreline, and Twisted Minds. Again, another round goes in their direction.
Oof. KD, early info. And Brace has the key weapon that needs to be put in the right positions. PC's going to be on the line to get the info, but he's lost his head, and there was no chance of a trade for Brace there.
No. So ultimately, it looks like we'll be fighting for 8-7 at the end of the half, which I think Vertex would look at from a 7-2 scoreline and say that's not really what we were looking for.
Yeah.
They would have really liked to have gotten to double digits, though. They have given Twisted Minds a good shout back in this half. Low, but dealing with Hazard and Addict pretty well.
Little upgrade there for Loba as well. Plenty of bullets in the magazine to finish off Kingfisher if he goes for the swing here at Party. And the timing not going to look too great for the coach stand-in, KD. Nice little crab walk out of Divider there. And we are going to see Twisted Minds win 5 in a row. There's that momentum shift, and going into the final round of the half, it is anyone's half.
Yeah,
right now.
indeed, indeed. I mean, Vertex really had the opportunity to pretty much win the game in this half. But they have very much left that door back open for Twisted Minds, and
yeah,
someone's come knocking.
And it spawns, by the way. 17 and 8.
That's right.
Doing all the heavy lifting.
Knocking heads with the orb.
Really molly. Oh, that smoke's missed the mark. A little bit awkward there, and Vertex just have to wait that molly out. Spawns now. Really dropping a nade on their head. Decent little chunk of damage. And Vertex are going to be able to have this fountain control, but it looks like even with this smoke here, KD just wants to be pushing his head across, gets the info, and just has enough space to get out of there safely.
Slow creep forward, this time from Vertex. Not much pressure being put on the B bomb site. No one even watching Monster Tunnel. So it's a very heavy commitment to the top side of the map. Oh, Spawns might have just spotted the back of one of the players on Vertex there. I think they crept out a little too wide.
Nah, he's...
Are you sure?
He's got some kind of idea, but he won't be able to get on the line. No one swinging to trade, and Spawns is going to be able to get another shot out. PZ draws that, and it's Kingfisher to shoot him in the back. Now, there's going to be some kind of control here at A for Twisted Minds. Loba jumping out towards Truck, and people are coming. We got the swing from Doc, but that's not gone well. Addict taking names and taking that A site nicely.
Yeah, they've been able to activate Addict there, haven't they, on that entry into A, and he's the guy, really, at the moment for Vertex that's getting the job done. Black Eagle faced with a 1-on-4 to try to salvage the final round of the half.
Has to go for it. No other option right now. Position known. We'll find the first one, Addict, but with 3 more to get past and a smoke in the way, that time, it's ticking.
Yeah, he's taking down the Danger Man, but unfortunately the time is always going to be a factor, and so has to go through the smoke, waits for it to fade. Good shot onto Kingfisher, and now it starts to look a little bit dangerous for Vertex.
He's
got a defuse kit. He's going to have to sit at PZ. Will get it done. Too close for comfort for Vertex, but at the end of the half, they will win the round and give themselves the advantage. 8-7, the scoreline, heading into the second half.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena. With the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Welcome back on into the second half between VERTEX and Twisted Minds. This is a must-win map for VERTEX, facing elimination at the hands of Twisted Minds here, and they would be the first team out of the Blast TV Asia RMR. But right now, putting together a pretty good T side on Overpass has given us some faith. Just might have made a bit of a comeback, but they'll need to do something on their T side, and so far, Kingfisher
Hey, that's something.
is looking pretty crisp with the USP. Tap, tap, tap. And there goes 3. So you'd think this one is all but wrapped up. Black Eagle might have something to say about it, but down to 37 HP. Not much of a chance in the round.
Going to be quite difficult. Plenty of bullets with these Glocks though, but a slow creeping flank, and he shouldn't be able to last too much longer. Whipped opportunity from Hazard, but the push comes through eventually, and Hazard will put the icing on the cake. Black Eagle not too worried about that one, but as you can see on the CT side, VERTEX going to be very happy taking a pistol for themselves and looking to get the ball rolling early.
Exactly what they need. FAMAS for 3, MP9 for 2.
Also, Twisted Minds not allowed anywhere near that B site, so there wasn't any plant money. But we are going to see a couple of upgrades to Deagles for Black Eagle and Loba here. Let's see where they opt to take them. Looks like they are very interested in poking their heads out at a longer range position like Fountain here. But PZ, he's hunting. He knows they're probably not on the buy, so he wants to make that money with the MP9.
Big setup from Twisted Minds. They haven't really been able to take any map control, and VERTEX are just restricting them into connector. Is he waiting on the other side of this smoke? Does need to be a bit careful. He doesn't use too many bullets there and face a bit of a flood from Twisted Minds, but gets away with the reload, so it should be okay for at least 1 or 2 now.
They're sitting it together. Boland, and he's looking for the strike, and he might just find it. There it is.
No
Eco
armor.
ace. Whoa, wipe it up.
No armor, close range against an MP9. PZ looking pretty sharp today.
Best possible position.
He's not going to make a mistake there at all. And he gets a couple of isolated duels to start off the flood. So that's perfect, right? PZ, Orba gets a bit of cash in the back pocket to start the half off. Hasn't opted to upgrade that MP9 yet. VERTEX are going to take the full bonus round. So if they win this one, well, they've set themselves up really nicely to win the map. But Twisted Minds, not in a bad spot now to pick themselves up an early round in the half.
Big nades. Docked down to half without seeing a single player just yet. And Loba looking to make his way in through Con, Prog-Util, Molly towards AC side. And the rest of Twisted Minds just waiting for him to clear this out. You can see he's happy just to use that Mac 10, which enables him to buy the Deagle in that eco round. Of course, didn't find too much damage onto the VERTEX side of things, but we are going to see VERTEX staying respectful, giving him a lot of control here over towards bathrooms, which will be bus stop at some point soon, apparently.
And it's got a sausage restaurant on the top, I think I saw.
Mate, we love a good Frankfurt.
It's called a Wurst.
Oh, sorry.
If we're talking German.
Apologies. Well, PZ gets the info he's looking for with the jump peak, and he calls the troops up for the rotation. 3-2 split. A site, the strong site right now.
It is indeed. PZ. Oh, he's having a great time with this MP9, isn't he?
Yeah.
A bit of farming.
Criminal getting kills at that range, but the MP9 capable of some mysterious things, and it looks like we are going to go for this late round rotation back down to B. 20 seconds to get into the site, and we have a monster set up for VERTEX.
Double monster setup, though, is going to be really difficult to dig out right now, especially considering Black Eagle has been taken down. Kingfisher close with the FAMAS. Even if he does drop, you've still got the insurance fund of Addict there.
Bomb.
The bomb dropping right into the lap of Addict makes this difficult, of course, for Twisted Minds to secure. Rotation was coming through pretty quick as well, so good stuff. Good heads-up play from VERTEX. They start to really settle in on this CT side.
Yeah, making it happen. MP9 supremacy, it seems. And the bonus round went very well indeed. A couple of upgrades to those AKs, but we are going to see Kingfisher and PZ still pushing the point with the MP9s, knowing that Twisted Minds shouldn't have too much of a buy. Loba going to be going for the hero AK. Let's see where they go. Looks like it's going to be A again.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see, shall we? I mean, I don't mind the hero AK strat, and also the fact that they've all got a bit of armor here does mean that even if Loba goes down, they can kind of recycle that AK nicely. Hazard's on the push and might not have been expecting an AK, but either way, barely takes any damage and he's able to win the duel. Spawns, though, on the other hand, with a deagle,
Sniping with it.
Able to get more than enough work done. And I am glad to see the AK in Spawn's hand. I think if you're going to give it to anyone right now on Twisted Minds, it's him.
Well, PZ, not done farming yet. He's heard a lot of footsteps and he's going to play a dangerous game going up the ladder. He might be able to find the bomb here. Awkward position for him. Has maybe dropped the kill, but he will drop back to safety in con for the moment. But that's a good amount of info, knowing that Twisted Minds are just sitting back and waiting.
I just love how greedy Vertex is being with their economy. They have not upgraded their guns, really. Like, again, PZ's on the MP9. He's at 8K. If they're able to win another round on top of the previous couple, their money is just going to balloon out into something mad. But with that said, that seems to be getting a little more difficult than they would have liked.
That's another rifle now retrieved for Twisted Minds. We've got 2 AKs, 1 Famous in hand, an Addict, not going to be cleared in the corner. He's got no help. He has to fight for himself, and he's almost done it all, but Spawns doing work this round, has to find 2 more to put it in the bag for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just went for the reset on the spray, didn't he? If he would have kept holding it down, I reckon he gets that done. Spawns 32 HP, bomb plant faked, and that's a huge kill onto Kingfisher. That leaves it onto PZ now. See if that trusty MP9 can make the difference, and of course it will. PZ, he looks to the side. He thinks too easy, and Spawns, he's wondering why on earth is PZ so close? Why is he there? He wasn't expecting him. It really looked like Spawns was going to win that, though, if I'm being honest.
Frustration. You can see it in the player cams. I thought he peaked on that perfect moment. You know, PZ was jumping up the ledge. That brings some inaccuracy into the equation, but managed to get his feet on ground in time.
I will say the one good thing about Vertex losing all those players is they will finally upgrade their buy.
It's cost them a lot, though.
Yeah, well, they've still got a lot in the back pocket. PZ's at 5.7. He's really, he's been the one that's been farming.
And arguably, this is now the first real gun round we're seeing because Vertex have just been holding onto those SMGs.
Yeah.
So we'll see what difference it makes right now. 5-round lead. Addict going to be boosted up over the top. Doors blown. Loba not ready for that shot. And the short players just didn't get through that smoke in time.
Yeah, they've got short water control, but not much beyond that. No real information being gained yet for Vertex. Monster's smoked off, so they can't see what's going on the other side of that. No one's really peeking into short or into water. And up on A, even the positions of PZ and Hazard are quite passive.
Kingfisher playing in a cheesy position, which some people don't check, some people do. I guess we'll see if Twisted Minds walk through Monster at any point. Just holding it up on the surf and hoping that Addict can take that contact. Doc looking like he's going to go back and retrieve the package. And at the 40-second mark, we are seeing Twisted Minds grouping up at the top of con, looking for some bathroom control. Hazard, one and done position. But we'll see if he can get traded here.
Does he even necessarily want to change his position up at all? It looks like PZ and Hazard have established a really nice crossfire there. The smoke in bathrooms helps him out, focusing on a new one angle. Vertex on this CT side are just looking a little bit too clean for Twisted Minds, right? It took a while to get rolling on T. I thought Vertex had a couple of streaky, kind of shaky rounds, but this CT side has been anything but that. They have really dominated this half so far.
High quality. Each A-site player there, PZ and Hazard bouncing off one another perfectly. Hazard starting to feel it as well. He had a stellar first map in terms of the KD department, but it's looking like it's all working out now for Vertex. Smoother sailing, Twisted Minds, they're trying, and you can see that they're frustrated now. They're just trying to find any way back into this half, but that ship is starting to sail. T-side overpass might just not be their favorite place, but at least they've got Inferno to think about.
Yeah.
If Vertex stack on 3 more.
Wonder if Kingfisher's low-key thinking about his rating a little bit here. I reckon I would be, right? We're up 17.
That's the last thing you're thinking. You're thinking about making it to the major.
Nah, we're up 7-13. I'm probably not going to be getting to play too many more maps in my career.
All right.
I'm going to be dropping at least 1.0.
Settle down, league player. Look, let's have a look here. Twisted Minds going for some monster control this time, not forcing the point. And Brace is going to get himself in the cutout at short with no helping it. Oh no, he's jump peeking. Don't mind me.
Yep.
Clean these glasses real quick.
Look at this. Kingfisher's in the position to frag. I'm telling you. He wants to pump that KD up a little bit.
Yeah.
He's winning a few fans.
Not on the surf this time, just tucked away in the close corner.
Yes, here we go. This is what we want. Kingfisher with a big spray down. Well, ends up getting a couple of assists and Addict finishes them off. So it didn't quite end up going the way we wanted it to, but PZ and Hazza, in fact, in the end, are able to finish that off. A nice double nade. Poor Kingfisher.
Great bowling.
He was in the position to farm 5 kills. It was perfect. They were running through a smoke at him. Didn't work out, though.
I like the storyline you were trying to play there.
Yeah.
But
didn't come together.
Softened him up for everyone else.
He did. He did his job.
Hazard, all he had to do, throw one nade, gets 2 kills. Easy as you like. And Vertex 2 rounds away from taking us into Inferno.
Yep.
Third map of the series. Twisted Minds, another mixed bag. Couple of rifles, couple of deagles, and not much util. All bloody used in the first 10 seconds of the round.
Well, God Kingfisher might get his chance again here, Mac. Looks like a B-site play from Twisted Minds. He's there at the toxic barrels. I reckon he can do it.
I think you're focusing on the wrong thing at the right time.
To be fair. This is almost over for Vertex. He's got an M4 A1S in hand. Maybe he's a bit more comfortable with the A1S than the A4.
True. A4, put it in the bin.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless you're Hazza.
That's right.
Twisted Minds. Short controls here. Just cutting sound, hoping that Vertex try to get proactive. Because that's probably their best bet. And PZ, he spotted that one, lined her up, and Spawns has been put to the grave. So the carry for Twisted Minds this map, now out of the round, makes things that much more difficult for the rest of TM.
Can't believe PZ's stealing Kingfisher's frags like that. I just don't think that's acceptable.
Ooh, nade.
That's a very nicely timed nade. It's done a lot of damage.
Utility damage out the bloody wazoo for him at the moment, and PZ falling back, nice tight line, but it is once again the bait and switch setup, left, right, and peek one way, someone's there, Hazza waiting to catch the round, and he's going to drop that bomb down and put a 15th on the board.
All right.
Whoa, 8 map points to play with here.
Yeah, Vertex are just looking supreme right now on the CT side. PZ hitting some great shots with the orb, Hazza crisp. It's all coming together for Vertex, and at this point, you'd be betting we're going to Inferno.
People were asking before why all the casters are saying Vertex are the favourites here. It doesn't make sense. Well, this is the Vertex we expected to be coming out of the gates in that first
Yeah,
map.
and arguably they should be even a better Vertex if Malta was here. So it's a good display from Vertex. I think they can hold their heads high after this one, but the job's not yet done. Inferno next. It's a good map for Vertex. Expectation should be that they'll be able to close it out there. Decent initial spray from Hazard, but can't hold on to it for the second. Still, numbers advantage is there for Vertex, and they are strolling in the path on their way to 16.
The equaliser. Brace, going to lose his big head, poking it up from Con. Now down to the 3v3. Still decent util for Twisted Minds, long control. Not getting too over-eager in bathrooms, but Vertex getting punished for the mid-round exploration. We are going to see a 1-2 split. Kingfisher heading up towards that A site, and we might just see them try to retake long. He's got one flash to maybe put PZ on an aggressive line or help him out if he gets stuck into the corner. But Black Eagle, he's here, he's waiting, and that crosshair was placed perfectly.
That is a sick shot. That's the one where you feel really good, because you've been waiting for so long.
Yeah.
And you just feel vindicated when someone peeks and you hit such a nice shot. So well done from Black Eagle. Brings this one back into a winnable position for Twisted Minds, and in fact, even a favorable position. You've got both the Vertex members down toward B. And it does look like Twisted Minds will just be able to get this round wrapped up nicely. No contest on the A bomb site. Once that bomb goes down, I mean, Vertex don't necessarily need to save. They've got plenty of cash. See what their thought process is going to look like.
Well, save still probably the correct decision in the long run, just so they have more guns in more rounds, the next one in particular. But Addict realizes, you know what, Twisted Minds, even if they win this round, their economy can suffer. You know, you need a healthy economy to work on a comeback. If you're just, you know, scrubbing along with one person alive, 2 people alive at the end of each of these rounds that you win on the T side, then your economy just goes straight in the bin. and it's it just gets more and more difficult to make a comeback work. Kingfisher gets the attention he was looking for, bit of damage coming in from Bathroom side, but Addict going to be domed there. Loba and Spawn locking it in, and 3 should survive at the end of it. Looking like we are going to see a few more rounds here. Overpass ain't done.
Yeah, not a huge deal for VERTEX to be losing those guns. Straight back into the buy. And they even still have a bit of a buffer there for a few of those members, so it's going to be a long, hard slog for Twisted Minds if they want to bring this one back to 15.
Haz has got a very forward spawn, so we'll see if he goes to any particular position to play off of it. Looks like he's happy just to play con though. Dropping a smoke, blocking. VERTEX still dropping that util to try and get the con control, but no boost coming through. Brace just spamming through the wood and hoping he can find Loba there.
Yeah, Hazel just tucked himself in the corner behind that smoke. Door was blown open, so Brace can have a bit of a look in there.
There it is.
But apparently not if he has no head.
Loba times that shot to perfection. And Hazard could be able to at least come through with the trade and his life for the moment, but he's going to be fully locked into con. There is no one here to help him. Addict going to start to make his way into short, and that could be the difference maker. There it is, finds spawns as well. And Hazard wins his fight. This might be the final round.
Yeah, it's definitely coming together for VERTEX now. Black Eagle and Doc have a lot of work to do, and they're both split, isolated from one another. Hazard's been locking down Connector, and will continue to lock down Short Water as well. It's an incredible round from Hazard, 3 kills in it. Leaves Doc alive against 4, and I think this might be where we're saying goodbye to map number 2, as VERTEX will secure 16, and now we turn our attention toward Inferno.
It'll be an interesting affair, won't it? Overpass, a long map. Some of those rounds, you know, some big saves coming through there, but also some pretty nuts plays. I'm glad we got to see it. Twisted Minds did look pretty sharp in those. Felt like they got robbed a few rounds. Probably could have got 1 or 2 more in there. But look, VERTEX, just such a tirade at the start of the map. Probably too many rounds on the T side for Twisted Minds to have to deal with there. And I feel like that's probably where the game was lost. Second half, they didn't have a lot of room to breathe, and that's exactly what you saw. CT side VERTEX rather, was very, very strong.
Yeah, look, I definitely don't want to count Twisted Minds out of Inferno. I think obviously Overpass, you know, maybe not a map that they're super happy on, but Inferno's up there in their map pool. They've played it a fair bit. Look, the win rate doesn't look fantastic, but that is kind of what you're going to be expecting coming into an event like this as a team that Twisted Minds is you know, built like. They obviously don't, you know, put as much effort maybe into the game as some of the other teams. So their stats might not look so good, but that doesn't mean that they're not a good team. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to get this one over the line if things go well for them. And again, you know, we're sort of expecting that it will be Kingfisher to continue playing today for VERTEX. So we saw the rest of the lads kind of picking up the slack there. Addict, PZ having a really good game. But, you know, I definitely think there's definitely a world where we'll, you know, potentially see Twisted Minds putting in some work.
I feel like Twisted Minds probably just need a few more players feeling it. You know, it can't just be Spawns doing it. We need to see some more individuals having some great games.
Indeed. Well, that's certainly what we're going to be looking forward to on Inferno. Don't go too far away. Inferno coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Malta from VERTEX. When we first landed in Mongolia, we saw just snow and like mountains everywhere, and it was like so different to anywhere in Australia, so it was really awesome to see. So the RMR qualifying us for the major is like one of the biggest tournaments in the CSGO ecosystem, so this tournament's pretty huge for us as a team. So starting out in my career, we played like a ton of tournaments in Asia. That was like the main place where we played tournaments. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the scene and kind of the countries and stuff like that, and I have a lot of friends and teams that were playing here, so it was good to see all them and catch up. I think as a team, maybe we're a bit more cohesive and we have like a really good mix of guys that are all really good friends. So I don't know how some of the other teams work, but I know some that like work less as a friendship group and more like it's work. And I think for us it's, yeah, like we really enjoy playing together, so it means we put a lot more time in. Yeah, so we have a few routines that we try to do, like with game day, so we're practicing like a routine for game day and making sure we keep things consistent, but mainly it was just, yeah, improving our own game for, yeah, for the tournament. It makes the team unique. I'm not sure we're super unique, to be honest. I think we're, we play like good CS, we play the basics well, and I think that's, like how we try. Like that's what we aspire to do well. We prepared a few things. Like we've just really worked on our map pool and made sure that we're playing good CS on those maps. So yeah, I think the fans should expect a few upsets if they're putting us like down the bottom of the teams here. And yeah, I think we can definitely beat a few teams. So our biggest competitor is definitely going to be the MongolZ, and yeah, they've been the team to beat in the region for a while. So we're definitely coming for you guys. We're going to get you.
G'day, welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. And Mac, things are progressing along nicely on day 3. We've got a big day today, of course. We've still got 3 more best of 3s after this one. But lucky us, this best of 3's gone all the way to the 3rd map, and lucky for VERTEX too.
It's all good. Look, we've ironed out all the issues, the early morning things, and that means that we're going to be getting back on schedule shortly. Either way, jumping on into this one, it's going to be an interesting affair. Epic tunes, epic beats.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously a better map for both VERTEX and Twisted Minds than the respective. Obviously, VERTEX struggled a bit on Anubis, Twisted Minds struggling a little bit on Overpass, but I think this is kind of a middle ground between these two teams, so I'm quite interested to see how this one ends up going. Nice start for Twisted Minds. Addict has gone down on the pistol round, and he was a big danger man on the last map, so important member to lose for VERTEX this early on.
Let's see what Haz is going to be able to do from Boiler. Great patience for Twisted Minds right now. Brace. They're going to play off one another. And it looks like the crossfire, it's worked very well for a moment. Spawns and Black Eagle going to be able to at least answer with some more. That push from mid looks good, but it's all down to PZ.
Yeah, he's in a real spot about here. He's going to have to hit some very nice shots if he wants to dig out of it, and won't be able to do so. Kingfisher is in the 1-on-3, and can the god Kingfisher himself clutch this one out? I would probably be betting against it.
You're spinning the storyline. I want to believe it, Let's see how well he does. 9 bullets in the clip. Twisted Minds. Once someone has a little bit of contact, you can see they are ready to go for the 3-man swing. There it is. Okay, maybe he was a bit of a god, but he isn't going to make it to heaven yet. Doc puts him down to hell.
I was so ready for it. But unfortunately, Mac, anyway, the defuse kit was up in apps. So even if he does connect that last kit, I think he was getting pretty tight on time.
Yeah.
Good couple of shots in from Kingfisher. He's always good for 2 on the pistols. That's what I've noticed. Seems to get a couple of kills on the pistol rounds for some reason. But let's see what he can do here on the CT side. It's going to be an interesting question as to how he's going to be playing. It looks like he's going to be toward the B bomb site. So VERTEX not able to invest too much in this round, but they have gone for the force buy.
See what they can get done. Inferno definitely the place to go for a force buy. And having some stronger numbers over towards the B side. Great timing on the flash. Hazard, the support is great. And Kingfisher able to find just one. Brace hanging around, but we'll see if the 1-for-1 is going to be enough for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward spot to lose the defuse kit in, but Brace actually still has one on this side of the map anyway. And he is tucked behind that half wall. As of yet, hasn't been cleared.
Molly's locking him in. Hazard wants to swing on the contact. Can he get anything done? The answer's no for the moment, and he might not be able to get back to site either. Big entries for Twisted Minds, and they'll navigate the anti-force very well.
Yep.
Addict on the wrong side of the map here. We'll see if he can get any more damage done.
Yeah, well, look, that's fair enough. I mean, you wouldn't be expecting VERTEX to be getting too much done in that round if Twisted Minds is playing it out correctly, and they did. Cleared out those pistoling players in Banana without too much difficulty. And Addict will be lucky to get away with much here. Looked like he had the right idea, but just wasn't even really expecting Black Eagle there, even though he checked the corner.
Yeah. Well, solid start for Twisted Minds. I think they came out of the gates relatively well in their best of 1 when they managed to play this map earlier. Up against the Mongols. 10 rounds, not a bad showing considering how strong the Mongols look at the moment. But look, into the third, VERTEX on the USPs, I don't think it's going to get any easier.
No, this should be a bit of a throwaway round from VERTEX. You can see they've set up the shooting gallery in mid. Not really going to be getting too much luck just yet, but maybe if Spawns pops his head up, there's going to be something on offer. That's whack-a-mole of a different variety.
Easy, just playing a silly game, loses it, and they will find one in the round, but Twisted Minds, a strong start to Inferno. Having a look at the stats, so far Twisted Minds, in the 3 reps that they've got on this one, they have the majority of their rounds on the T side, whereas on the other side of the coin, VERTEX looking like a stronger CT-sided team on this map, so something to note. This first half should be more interesting, and the second half could get a little bit sloppy.
Well, we'll look forward to that. PZ's got himself the AWP straight away in the first gun round for VERTEX. Good set of util across the board for the rest of the lads as well. And a bit of banana control attempted. You do have that mid-Nana smoke out from VERTEX, which generally does make it pretty difficult for Twisted Minds to get any early Nana control. The molly behind it stops them from pushing through. But in this case, you do still have Loba trying to work that angle for a little bit before rerouting back to brackets.
Well, we shall see if Addict can make it happen from pit. The crossfire between him and PZ looked like it could be good, but PZ's poking his head over towards Dig instead. Draws that attention from the apps members, and it's going to be PZ to strike for another. Smoke goes down with that molly, and Addict should be able to live here for the moment.
Yeah, looking pretty good in the pit setup there for Addict. PZ under a lot of pressure. He gets the leg shot onto Doc, but no killing blow just yet, and Kingfisher able to strike onto Loba, sort of lurking his way through T-spawn. Either way, round over. VERTEX confidently hold the A bomb site. I liked what I saw there from Addict. Looking comfortable, really backing his site players as well to keep the short members out of his hair.
Yeah, very well played. Rebuilding the wall and holding it down from pit. PZ, look, I don't know how he survived for that long, but that needs a little bit of praise as well. But Twisted Minds just unable to make their way out of apps and Dig. We'll see what they're going to be able to do now. Should be able to buy again, full util. And Doc even going for an AWP of his own. Let's see if he can strike true. A slower approach for now as Twisted Minds just take the second mid control.
Kingfisher has had to go down to the MP9. So we're expecting to sort of continue to try to play these close range angles around Banana. Oh, and the nade has struck onto Loba. I guess PZ might have got a wallbang in there. That's a good start for VERTEX, and it does relieve some of the pressure on Beat. PZ can just now post up on this angle, and I mean, Kingfisher can do whatever he wants. He's still got a bit of util there to help out if necessary.
Flash across the top, and Hazard not going to be affected by it, but Black Eagle clearing out the close dig line. Arch smoke comes through. Molly at mid. Twisted Mind's going to be slowed down for the moment, but they are very interested in the A site still.
Yeah, Hazard and Brace have a crossfire established, but Brace is stuck behind a smoke, so Hazard has to get it done himself, and to be honest, it's not really much of a challenge by the looks of things. He gets those two way too easily, which leaves KD and Spawns to try to do anything in this round, and I gotta say, I think VERTEX is just looking completely unruffled at the moment on the CT side, which is pretty bad news if you're Twisted Minds.
Let's see if Brace on the offline is going to be able to get anything done. KD, the space between him and Spawns is not great for a trade, and Brace makes it happen for 2.
This is danger signs, I think, for Twisted Minds, Mac. Everyone across the board looking pretty good right now on that CT side. A couple of rounds in a row where we had 2 members alive for VERTEX in the first gun round, and now that was 5 guns alive. So money's starting to get there for VERTEX too. It's all coming together right now on the CT side. Twisted Minds, though, will throw something into the mix in this round.
Everyone finding some level of impact. And again, early 3-man B setup starting to come through. Has going to lead to util and throw those flashes to try and gain some control, but PZ going to be able to slide that one over straight through mid, but the Pistols chasing him down.
Yeah, he's got a bit of assistance here in the form of Hazard, who nearly loses his head. Homer's been pretty nasty with that P250. This time, though, can't quite double down. And Brace with a long spray. In the end, actually, Doc's getting a lot of work right here. Done, Brace! That would have been scary had he lost that duel, because Kingfisher was in mid, Bomb was right next to him. He could have gone anywhere. In the end, though, VERTEX get through the round, but it does cost them a little bit. So, just being made to work in that round, VERTEX.
Yeah, a dicey one. Even Loba's Molly, it was there for bloody ages, and Addict must have put a foot wrong into it. Burnt to a crisp, but we're all tied up at 3 apiece. Moving into the 7th, Twisted Minds still on a half-buy, forcing up again. You know, Loba's been loving that Mac 10. Black Eagle, let's see what he can do with it, and KD's got himself a Tech 9. But the util is going to be the key piece for them. We'll see if they can work on any map control. VERTEX, less numbers towards B early, just gifting them some extra util there.
Much more early banana control from Twisted Minds in this round. And Kingfisher's been left high and dry. Can't even grab himself one. Brace! Oh, the spray control on the second player was nice. And he really does just enough to kind of keep that round in check for VERTEX. If he goes down there, big problems.
Twisted Minds, so confident to just go cross spawn, not expecting Hazard to be here, and he's missed that timing by about half a second. And now that's going to be VERTEX, a man down as well. Things getting quite awkward, but Twisted Minds very happy with the position they're in, and this time it's ticking away, but VERTEX very worried about their own economy, even though they managed to upgrade into this round. You're looking at Addict on $50, you're looking at Hazard on 200. There is absolutely no shot they're buying into the next, so these 2 weapons surviving is crucial.
Yep, indeed. Looks like they should be able to survive pretty comfortably, though. Maybe even get a kill or 2 on the way out. I think it'll be Addict that's going to have to take that job. Do you even necessarily want to see him taking that fight? Well, hindsight Harry's will say no. But the Orb survives. They'll still have enough Mac to buy.
And the thing we need to mention as well is Doc is off to the races this time. You know, a bit of a slow start on the other 2 maps, but Inferno seems to be his playground. He was the key player for Twisted Minds when they managed to get a lot of rounds against the Mongols the other day, and he's already 11-3, and we're only bloody 7 rounds in.
Yeah, definitely having a good time. It's nice to see someone else on Twisted Minds having an impact. By and large, so far, it's been pretty much Spawns leading from the front.
Yeah.
Conversation to be had now in both camps. Spawns, so he's got a lot to say. But I dare say Twisted Minds aren't feeling too bad about how things are going so far.
Just keeping it all together. No super standouts just yet other than Doc. Everyone on the Vertex side of things, everyone doing the heavy lifting. Race a little bit further ahead with the 8-5 scoreline. Of course, I don't think there's 20 kills yet in the game, so don't worry about that one. Twisted Minds 1-round lead, and they are going to attempt to go for some apps control again, it looks like.
Util tossing on Banana again. That was the one big issue that Vertex had in the last round, was that Twisted Minds were able to get up Banana so quickly. Kind of caught Kingfisher off guard. He was stuck behind sandbags. This time it's been a bit of a slower progression, and Loba, he tries to get aggressive through that molly. PZ will punish him for it, but it's not a decent amount of damage to the AWPer of Vertex.
Tight line though, posted here from Coils. Twisted Minds a couple of flashes to make their way in, blocked by the smoke on the choke right now, but PZ playing that gap nicely. Swings in, missed opportunity, a bit slow on the trigger, and Kingfisher with that 5-7 has not drawn any attention. He's just going to stay silent here at CT.
It looks like, I was going to say they might have to play for the retake here, but PZ going down is a little unfortunate. Kingfisher should be able to swing in there and grab the AWP.
Yeah.
And actually has managed to get a smoke bang onto Black Eagle, which is going to help a lot.
They're thinking about it. They're smoking off Banana. That's going to isolate spawns on that side, so it might just be this 3-on-2 with the Flood brace as well. He's got a whole bunch of util to send him out of con. Yep. And in it comes, but that time it's ticking, and KD, Doc, this crossfire is huge.
Kingfisher going to be critical. He's going to drop that defuse kit right on the site next to the bomb. That'll be a factor for Vertex. They find a couple of those kills. Addict is on it and off it. The defuse, do they have time? Brace, think so, not quite, maybe.
No kit.
The kit was right there.
It was on the ground. They've missed it. And Twisted Minds managed to grab another from the grave.
Well done from Spawns. Great spray. He knew exactly where the bomb was. Through the smoke, catches
literally
Addict.
Threaded it through 2 players onto the diffuser as well.
Yep. It's a big kill to get.
Ooh, very happy about it as well. They weren't that vocal on Overpass, but it looks like things are turning back. The confidence is heightening for the Twisted Minds members. Now, moving into the 9th, Vertex just back to these USPs again. And they are just going to be around in the mid, so looking to get the round over and done with ASAP.
Yeah, I like that. I'm a big fan of that, to be honest. I don't want to watch a round like that anyway. Get me the gun rounds. Thanks very much.
Sweet. Well, we're going into one, hopefully. Round loss bonus a little bit higher now. Full save from the previous. And util looking pretty good. Addict suffering in the firepower department to get the extra util online. PZ, on the other hand, just going up. Half armor, no util. We'll see if that one comes back to bite them. And a 3-2 split again. Vertex, high prio on this banana control. Twisted Minds have been doing a very good job at taking it.
Yeah, early car molly from Twisted Minds. PZ not interested in banana this time, so he's changed his position up with that AWP. Having a look into mid. Oh, there was a real chance there if he was posted on the stairs line.
Yeah. Slow creep through Carps now. An Addict, when he was tested before, it worked out, but at that point, he had the M4, the Famous. Might be a different ball game. Still has a smoke on the belt, ready for a molly to flush him out of Broken Wall. And this crossfire still established over towards Bracket. Spawn starting to rotate back now. And it's only a matter of moments. Twisted Minds might be doing this at the minute mark.
Addict only has the Famous, which is not the ideal weapon. Loba finds that timing onto PZ. Hazard and Addict both drop. And that round is as clean as a whistle for Twisted Minds. That's exactly how you'd like every apps pop to go. That's 7 on the board for Twisted Minds, and Vertex now have to start getting a little bit worried.
I don't know if I've got a goldfish memory, but I don't think they used many flashes to get out of apps there. I'm pretty sure they just went dry instead. And that was Addict playing anti, so waiting for those flashes. Couldn't have the impact. The MAC-10 in the hands of Loba, just cracking open the site, and there was not a lot that they could do. So, movement speed god, free upgrade for Loba, and they're just looking to hunt as well, knowing that the economy for Vertex is not in a stable way right now. Yeah, flushed in at Banana, and they're going to be peeled.
A little bit too easy for Twisted Minds, that one was, wasn't it? Vertex will be kicking themselves, but this has put Twisted Minds in a position where they are now controlling this game. Absolutely. 3 rounds on CT side is not enough from Vertex. They looked decent at the start of the half. But ever since then, it's pretty much been Twisted Minds making a run of it.
KD, insanely vocal, isn't he? It's good to have one of those on your team. Every team usually has them. Feels like VERTEX themselves, though, have been slightly quiet today. But we'll see what they do now. Much more passive approach without this extra util. Looking like they are just going to use these smokes to block if they need to. Twisted Minds again, just going to be finding a bit of banana control, smoke on the choke. That might not stop him.
Yeah, Loba's keen for some entries, isn't he? See him just hunting into sandbags, but won't find much. It's a nicely timed smoke. Brace over the top will get spotted out. Nothing really doing so far for Loba.
He's just spraying those common lines, hoping he can land a stray headshot. Banana controls there. Attempt at taking this bracket control looked pretty good for Twisted Minds, but with that pick, looks like they might be happy as well, realizing Hazza was getting aggressive in apartments. That's going to be one of the B-site members gone. Crossfire still able to be played here with PZ boosted up, but it's just the 5.7 in USP. And this M4 has a whole lot more bullets, but the USP is going to do it.
PZ not too shabby there from him. Brace not able to get anything done, though, on the site. Does mean that Twisted Minds are straight in. And the pine will go down. Nothing really to lose here for VERTEX, so they might stick around, look for a gun or two. That's a good nade from Addict. Slam dunk right on top of Doc.
Duck's under those bullets as well, so doing a decent amount of work, all things considered. And PZ still tucked away in con. Looks like both players should be happy to fall, happy to fight here. And KD will finally finish off what Doc started. 8-3. Twisted Minds now with the majority for the half, and a very solid T side here on Inferno.
Yeah, this has really ballooned out, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's looking dangerous. You can see that there's a bit of pressure being felt by the VERTEX members on those player cams now.
Yeah, they know that their backs are against the wall. I mean, their backs were against the wall on Overpass as well, but it was a bit of a different vibe because they were winning. They were feeling confident. But now there's that little element of doubt starting to creep into your mind for VERTEX. Timeout comes through. Buy will come through as well. But they have to turn the half around now. Can't really be letting it slip too much further. Double digits would be disastrous. Don't know if VERTEX will have enough to bring it back on T side if that ends up being the case. Certainly not without Malta, who is really quite pivotal actually on this map if you look at the way that VERTEX play it. Malta always lurking around in apps and getting up to some funny business.
Also, generally pretty solid on that CT side as well. Has a lot of experience under his belt and can stay vocal. But we chatted about that before. Kingfisher probably staying very vocal in this game too. Either way, freeze time's done, and we are going to see VERTEX going for the 3-2 split. A site, the strong site this time, and Twisted Minds again, just going to be dumping that util, expecting a peek from the AWP car. And there's mollies, there's flames bloody everywhere here at Banana right now.
Yeah, Brace though is going to peek past one of them. Spawns, waiting for it. The flash was not so great. I think that one came from Doc. So Brace gets away with a little bit of luck there, honestly. Spawns looked like he had his number every day of the week.
Very fortunate to be alive here on 15.
Yeah, exactly. Can he get back out? That's my question. Smoke hasn't faded just yet. He crosses the road.
He's got another one to refresh as well, just holding a whole bunch of banana control. Twisted Minds, they want it back. They're still hanging around at the bottom of mid here. And they're not doing too much other than that util.
His taps there almost kill Brace.
Yeah. Premium precision, Jordan. And now we're going to see Brace boosted up. He is low. He's only got that one flash as well to play with. Kingfisher trying to dump util. Molly goes down just in the nick of time. But are they expecting the boost up here?
Yeah, really good util timing from Kingfisher. Brace gets one. And that's going to be not too shabby, all things considered. Numbers advantage is still there for VERTEX. Kingfisher, he'll spam through and look for anything extra, but won't get it. Still, it will have to be the retake from VERTEX, 4 on 3. They've got the util to do it.
Doc making a lot of noise, jumping towards the back of sight, so we'll see if VERTEX have the read again. There's plenty of util for the retake. Addict might throw him across the top, but Doc sliding that shot straight onto PZ. Even to the odds, 3 apiece, and now playing around the pillar perfectly. Might be all on him at Black Eagle, poking his head through, and now we're down to the 1-on-1 Addict. Little bit of util here, drops that smoke on the bomb, knows exactly the position of Black Eagle. but that time, it's a factor. No one's tagged him up just yet, and things get even more awkward because the smoke's not covering the bomb properly.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds off to a 9th on the board. And VERTEX, maybe the first team getting sent home.
It certainly seems that way. That's a very, very nice round to win for Twisted Minds and a bit of a painful one for VERTEX. They looked pretty well set up, but PZ, I think, just caught swapping weapons in the CT spawn as Doc makes that peak. So, Twisted Minds.
I think he was just moving.
On fire.
Just trying to close that space. But into the 13th, VERTEX, half buy is all they're bringing in. A little bit of armor. Round loss bonus maxed out, so they can afford to do this. But they can't afford to lose too many more rounds here on the CT side.
No, certainly not. It's starting to become a bit of a problem, isn't it? I did say the double digits was going to be a danger number for VERTEX, and it seems like Twisted Minds are almost guaranteed to get there. Up against the Pistols in this round. Things can still go wrong. Brace still has a little bit of util. Addict's got a smoke there as well. So if VERTEX can get a little bit lucky with their util timing, force Twisted Minds to go through a smoke or just put them off kilter a little bit.
It feels like so far Twisted Minds have been putting a high priority on the B site, knowing when they're up against the anti-eco. And we're not going to see that this time. VERTEX making a read with a bracket push back in there. Hazard gets a little bit of info, but he will shoot back. KD, Bogdan's Law in full effect, picking up the AWP now.
Well, 4 VERTEX players on this side of the map. It's about as good as you could ask for. Close range angles being played. 5-7 Deagle here for PZ and Kingfisher respectively. Hazard's usually good for one with the Deagle as well, especially if this will be a slow creep from Twisted Minds. Look at this. Doesn't quite land the shot.
The full total though. 4 players all here, crossfires established, and they still need to get into sight. There's 3 members there, Addict, drawing attention. It's all going to come down to the timing of the swings. Both site members trying to play a high-low setup will be able to get more damage done. Loba has to save it with the wrap from Arch, and he might have just done it.
Brace though, 10 seconds left for the bomb plant. Loba's going to have to plant that bomb, and Brace, he's in a position to deny that bomb plant, creeps his way forward, gets the job done. VERTEX will get through by the skin of their teeth. Twisted Minds, that was not ideal.
Not ideal, but it's a saving grace for VERTEX. Brace also snagging the AWP on that defuse at the end of the round, so PZ's going to have that in hand to play with. And of course, winning on the Pistols means that you have a relatively solid buy. Arguably, though, Brace was the only one alive, so things get really difficult for the end of the half. If VERTEX drop this round, that is just the worst case scenario for them. Twisted Minds looking for 10 now.
I mean, it's only going to end up being 6 best case scenario for VERTEX, so they've still got a lot of work to do in the second half regardless. And Brace just gets deleted by spawns. Kingfisher good for the trade. He's stuck now in sandbags. That's not good news. Loba on the hunt. Says goodbye to Kingfisher.
He just couldn't hear a thing. Just doesn't react. It's not the first time that's happened for Kingfisher. And Loba's had a bloody nub. Look at him. Just big man up front, taking names and taking that B site all on his own.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different story, isn't it? If Kingfisher goes back into the B bomb site as opposed to forwards into sandbags, but just sticks around a little bit too long and VERTEX completely lose control of the bomb site. Loba makes the big play for Twisted Minds, gets them to 10. And VERTEX, even though they eke their way through one round, it's definitely not enough to get anyone excited.
He's so happy to be the point man. There's been multiple times, especially if he's got a Mac 10 in hand, that he's happy just to go in first. Like, no fear. The right style of gameplay to be playing here at the Asia RMR. That's how you're going to make it through the lower bracket. An Addict, he has avoided all the Twisted Minds members this time, so there will be at least 2 guns going across into the next. And look, a couple of SMGs, I'd say.
Yeah, they've got money. They've got enough money to get something together.
They need that util, though.
That's true. I mean, look, I reckon you put Kingfisher on an MP9. PZ can get the AWP. Still get a bit of util. Kingfisher's actually gone for a FAMAS. So it ends up, it ends up not looking too bad. 3 players with a decent amount of util. Everyone's got an okay gun.
The only kit is on Kingfisher. Keep that in the back of your mind in case we see VERTEX attempt the retake. They're going to have to. Last round of the half.
Hang on. They're going to try and get aggressive here, and Kingfisher's going with them straight into second mid. Trades come through from Kingfisher and Hazard. It's a decent start to the round, a very good start to the round, in fact, for VERTEX.
Change up.
Yeah, they changed it up. They catch Twisted Minds for pace a little bit. But they still need to close this out. Doc has
where
been scary.
Things could get difficult. Kingfisher wasn't allowed to leave, and that is going to be the kit down at second mid. So no kit now for VERTEX, but they still have control of the B site, of the A site, but they've given up a whole lot now. And Spawn is slowly creeping his way through Carps. I think he heard that fadeaway back to site. Hazard drops that smoke to try and block it. He's looked away at the wrong moment, flicks back. Spawn's though too sharp. Addict's close enough to trade. And now it's down to Doc, who's been carrying 22 kills this half. He's looking to make it 24.
Yeah, I think he can do it. I really do. He's looking super solid at the moment. Peasy and Addict have been a little bit slow on this map as well. He's got the time to work with as well. Orb in hand. Opting to go for the Tech 9 instead. Addict will have heard that. And so he's going to start to creep his way up through into Dig. Have it a look into the site. Maybe waiting for PZ first. And this all comes down to timing. How patient can Doc be? How patient can PZ be? And eventually, Doc is going to have to break first because he's on the T side, and that makes it a little bit too easy for PZ. Anti-climax at the end of the half. VERTEX do get their 5th, but it is well and truly Twisted Minds in control right now.
Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
VERTEX with their backs against the wall as we head into the second half. They've got one half left to play potentially at this event, Mac. They could be the first time team eliminated from the Asia RMR. 5 rounds only.
Yeah.
On the CT side of Inferno is not amazing. This round would go a long way for VERTEX. Twisted Minds are definitely looking in the pole position to survive in the lower bracket.
Let's see what they can cook up here on the pistol. 1-4 split. Heavy dig presence. And VERTEX looking like they are going to slowly but surely just wait and peek at the bottom of mid together. But that's the info that Twisted Minds were expecting. Doc just making sure they're still coming in this direction and the stack's on the right side of the map.
Yeah, this is scary for VERTEX. If those shots connect from Twisted Minds, it's going to be round over. Loba in the cutout, already able to take the head off of one. And it is an absolute slaughter. VERTEX have walked into the blender.
Yeah.
They don't get a single kill, barely a point of damage, and that is not at all the way you want to be starting the second half if you are VERTEX.
The meat has been minced, and it's a great way to start if you are a fan of Twisted Minds, but the Aussies probably all sighing back home right now.
Yeah.
Things going from bad to worst.
Not a good round at all for VERTEX. They're going to buy into it. Tech9's across the board for VERTEX. Haven't got really that many chances on this T side, so what they do have, they're going to have to get right. Looks like it's going to be a Nana play. Flash is coming over the top.
Banana the prio, and the SMGs looking like they might reign supreme here. Tech9s could get it happening, but Hazard going to be isolated. That smoke at half ball just not good enough, and VERTEX a little bit too misspaced, and we're going to see him collapse upon here. The Banana's about to be squished again.
It is indeed. There's a smoke at the bottom of Nana, but it does fade. Black Eagle going to start to get that info. Headshot in there from Kingfisher. Does send Black Eagle packing, so at the very least, VERTEX have a little bit of room to breathe in Banana now.
Black Eagle doesn't want to drop the ball, so uses that molly to escape back towards the top of mid. Doc has the range with the FAMAS in hand, and is just periodically deciding to peek down mid, but falls back to strengthen the A site. Instead, double pit setup, relatively strong, and with the time remaining, VERTEX, there is a world where they could go for a wrap, but we'll see what they decide to do here at bracket.
Well, they're working their way quite slowly through it, aren't they, Max? So, starting to run that clock down. Real wolf pack from VERTEX right now.
They're doing it.
Yeah, they are.
Speedway.
I mean,
Right
with that
decision,
said,
I'd say.
Well, yeah, but Loba is keeping an eye on it. Granted, he is quite low on HP.
Are you sure about that? It looks like he's just gone to coffins, mate.
He was, but he's given up on the line, I'll give you that.
20 seconds.
Here we go again, Loba. Oh, did he spot them? Certainly the shots come through now, and VERTEX are going to have to accelerate. KD is going to shut the door on them, and Addict, he falls as well. Too easy for KD, gets all three. It's a lot of build-up for not a lot of excitement for VERTEX there.
Yeah, gets all three, gets very vocal. You could see in the player cams, still yelling, still letting VERTEX know who the alphas are upstairs in the LAN room. But now into the 18th we go, and VERTEX, they went for the buy in the previous. And it didn't work as intended, and now they're in an even more rough position. We won't be seeing them buy until the next.
Yes.
Twisted Minds, just pure dominance so far in Inferno, and they're looking to keep on pushing that point forward. Loba, a man of confidence, a man of muscle, and he's just muscling straight down Banana.
Haven't really seen much in the ways of any comebacks at this event so far. So, not liking VERTEX's chances.
Only real fake comebacks, right?
Yeah, fake comebacks, definitely.
Loba's in T-spawn. He's getting kills onto Hazard, who was not ready for the aggression. Great utility usage from Twisted Minds just to mop up the pistols. And Kingfisher could be in trouble trying to hold the bomb on his own, only with that Glock in hand. Easy as you like it. Twisted Minds, a perfect anti-eco.
That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Now the big job starts for VERTEX.
Yeah.
No more excuses. You lost the pistol, sure, that's fine. Lose the anti-ecos, expected. But it's a gun round, and you're going to have to win a lot of them. So there are no more second chances for VERTEX. 13 rounds on the board already for Twisted Minds. It's only going to take a little dribble to get it over the line. And for VERTEX, they must win this first gun round.
Second mid-aggression starting to come through. Flash is going both ways, though, and the T seem to be aware of what's happening. AKs
yeah,
win at that range.
Under pressure, but Kingfisher's there to bail him out of a bit of trouble and ducks his way back down into tunnel, so he'll be okay as well. This has gone to plan for VERTEX. Almost set up like they were waiting for that.
Loba just finding them across the top. Insane angle there with the smoke to play around, and he's brought Twisted Minds back into the round.
Absolutely. Braces on 24 HP. Kingfisher, 94, is going to have to be the one to do the lion's share of this clutch, but I mean, Kingfisher's the sub, he's the coach, guys. Loba and Doc, the two top fraggers on the side of Twisted Minds right now. You would be not remiss to say that Twisted Minds might have a pretty damn good crack at this one. Loba seems to be hitting everything on this map as well, so VERTEX, they need to pick the pace up. Doc's already on the fast flank. They haven't even got the bomb plant down. This is dangerous now. And they have completely disregarded Banana. It is starting to come apart right now. Kingfisher hasn't landed the shots. Hasn't gone down either. Nade over the top isn't quite going to catch him. He'll be able to plant. There's a smoke and a molly. Locking Twisted Minds out from the site. So at the very least, VERTEX can play the post plant.
Oh, flash across the top. There's a world where this works, and Brace snags away Doc. So big carry down, and the nade takes down the big man as well. Loba out, and VERTEX in for the half now.
What an anti-climax, man. I just want to see a tight, close finish in that round, and then it's like, I'd nade from downtown. All this build-up, everyone's getting excited. But no, VERTEX get through it.
I need to say, last map, you were pretty low energy, but you've got some food in you now. And I could tell the carbs are coming out to play.
Getting a bit hungry, wasn't I?
Mm-hmm. Hungry for action. VERTEX, let's see if they can stack another on here and string a second round together. Twisted Minds have a little bit of room for error with the round lead they have at the moment, but banana control is in the hands of Twisted Minds right now.
Spawn's taking a bit of damage. There's a push into Nana from both teams. Hazza cops a lot of bullets, so does Addict. He's lucky to be alive. Twisted Minds once again. Strike first.
Arch smoke coming through. And we are going to see Black Eagle rotate back towards Graveyard. And Twisted Minds sending 4 members here as well. So we'll see if they make their way back into bracket to retake that form of map control. It is currently just spawns at Banana, and it looks like that's where VERTEX are about to head. Kingfisher taking contact in Carps.
That's a sharp shot.
Which means Apps is fully out of the question. And Spawns will be flashed off, as we can see KD starting to come and reinforce the B side.
Yeah. This should be pretty straightforward for Twisted Minds. Spawns easy as you like, and KD peeks off the contact. PZ down. Not much to say there for VERTEX. That round just fell apart.
Yeah.
Now they have no money again. They're going to have to buy, Mac. You can't play for OT when you've got to win 9 in a row.
Twisted Minds, just insane read on everything VERTEX is throwing at him. Always on the right lines. Doc, a slower start to the second half, but everyone else really lifting right now. KD keeping him hyped up with that screaming you can continuously see in the player cams. And VERTEX running out of options, running out of time, and running out of lives. Molly's going to be going both ways. Banana control, no one's just yet. And VERTEX, they are pushing it straight through these mollies. No real place to stand now, but we are going to see Addict find some kind of safe position. Flash forward for the CTs, but it is going to work out in Hazard's favor, fighting 3 with the Tech 9, and maybe a round off the back of it.
Yeah, it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. VERTEX aren't prepared to lie down and die just yet. Bomb plant secured for Kingfisher. This should be a save for Twisted Minds. There's no real need to go for this. Maybe Brace can grab himself another gun on the way out here, but Black Eagle, I think, has heard him exiting mid. So gets the timing right to cross, and everyone's going to be safe at the end of the day. There's a Galil for him. Everyone's able to pick a gun up there on VERTEX's behalf.
Still a while now before VERTEX can convince me, in particular, that they deserve this one.
And that's a dangerous sign, considering you're an Aussie.
I am. But Twisted Minds, man, they are hitting shots. They are doing almost every single thing right now. They are looking like the better team. VERTEX, Multilus may be the issue, but look, it is what it is.
Yep.
VERTEX, their run has not been easy here so far at the Asia RMR.
Again, I'll say it hasn't been an awful day from Kingfisher. I think he's held up his end of the bargain pretty well.
Good nade. Big big damage. VERTEX, they don't want to go straight through the smoke. Hazard, he's going to be found by Loba, but PZ answers with 2, finds that lineup.
Oh, what is this? What is going on?
No one can see anyone. Everyone's just shooting, straight shooting. There's the bomb on the ground at Banana. Twisted Minds. I would be very surprised if this is not a 15th for them.
What do you mean? Have you ever heard of Kingfisher before? He's a god.
Stop it.
He's a clutch master, clutch minister, they've called him. God Kingfisher is his nickname in ANZ.
Suck it on that copium, Jordan.
No.
Put the bottle down.
I'm not. Kingfisher wins these. I've seen it before. He's got time to work with, Mac. That's all he needs. He's deadly, I'm telling you. Deadly. Deadly with an AK in hand.
He's got a smoke. Could maybe isolate something with KD, but something I've noticed from Twisted Minds, they're very good at finding these kills through the smokes. Crosshair's always on the right position. Flash forward has one more to play with. Bit of refresh from Twisted Minds on that bottom banana smoke makes things even more difficult. And look, in 10 seconds or so when that one fades, there's not a lot of time for the big fish to work with, and he's picked the wrong side to clear there. KD locks it down, 3 alive, money stable. This is Twisted Minds series to lose right now.
It is indeed. 15 on the board, 1 step away from knocking VERTEX out of the Asian RMR. First team to go down would be VERTEX. And Twisted Minds will progress forward to play Eruption later today. That is going to be a very tough ask.
Got a little bit of time between now and then. We might only have a little bit of time left in this map too, depending on what VERTEX can do. Using a bit of util. Less this time to take Banana. And Twisted Minds looking like you're going to see spawns sitting there with a flash nade just to dump across the top. Retake set as well. Has been thrown. But Hazard playing around a smoke of his own.
Decent enough setup though for Twisted Minds. You got 2 members ready to go. Lots of util still in the back pocket. Smoke down. Decently timed. Keeps VERTEX at bay. Nana has been a real trouble point for VERTEX on this T side. They've taken so much damage trying to get control of this area in the map, and often haven't been able to get control of it. So at the very least, in this case, they haven't lost a member, and they've got control of top Nana.
Well, they've got Hazard to be the point man on low health, just swapping those guns across as well, and trying to put all the util in the right position. Archsmoke comes out on one side of the map to draw attention, but in comes this XC. Spawns now, going to be locked in at Oranges all on his own, and he might just need no help.
Doesn't look like it at the moment, does it? Loba spamming through with the USP, but it's down to Kingfisher and PZ. And I think we can say goodbye to VERTEX very shortly. Almost all at the hands of Spawns, but end of the day, that is that. Twisted Minds will win the series against VERTEX, survive in the lower bracket, and knock VERTEX out of the Asia RMR.
Very happy about it as well. They're ecstatic in the player cams. Everyone. Oh, yeah, all right. Okay, all right. Ecstatic's one word. There could be many others used, but there is, yeah, a lot of excitement going down in the Twisted Minds camp. And on the other side, yeah, VERTEX not going to be very happy with how that one's turned out. Brace still smiling, but yeah, you can feel the sense of loss there. At least they came over to Mongolia, had a good crack, good sportsmanship as well. Smiles all round between them. KD, look, it's like infectious energy, right? He's smiling, he's happy, and he's made VERTEX happy as well.
You can't help but feel happy for Twisted Minds, I think, even if you're on the receiving end of that one. So I know VERTEX would have come into this one with a reasonable level of expectation. They would have been pretty, pretty happy to be here to begin with.
Yeah.
I think if Malta was there, that would be a loss that would hurt a little more if they would have lost this series with Malta.
Yeah.
They would have felt they could have done a little bit better. But, given the circumstances, I'll give them the credit. They did manage to take a pretty good map there, put up a decent fight. But overall, not the result that VERTEX was looking for, surely. But Twisted Minds, on the other hand, I mean, they came in with 0 expectations. They came in with nothing to lose. They are the wildcard team at this event, and they've already picked off 1 scalp. So how many more can they get is the question, and maybe Yumi can ask that one for us because I think he's ready over on the interview setup. So let's hear from Yumi and the winners of our first match of the day.
Well, I am here with Loba, and it's a big surprise. You can tell you guys were extremely excited about the fact you were able to win this game. You came with low expectations. How do you feel right now?
Full shock, but you know what I said. Yesterday we played with the best team on their best map, and we got 10 rounds. Today we showed we can actually do something versus like a normal team, because it's not like the best team. So we had luck that they had a coach, so that's unlucky for them, lucky for us. So we're happy, and Doc went crazy. Doc was really on fire.
Yeah, Doc and Spawn as well. You know, the first.
Spawn in the first map, Doc in the third map. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were able to sort of out-firepower them in a lot of instances. Talk to me a bit about Inferno. A 10-5 half on that T side. You guys were actually just breaking into bomb sites very easily.
Yeah, we should have took more rounds, but as I said, when we're on LAN, this is my first time ever on LAN in CSGO, so I'm not confident to do the stuff I usually do, and Spawn was telling me, like, come on, do your thing, I want you to run through smokes, I want you to do that, and then I'm not confident, and you don't do it as good. You need experience. I don't have that, so Inferno, I think, should have been 12-3. We even lost that anti-eco round when they pushed. We lost on CT side, went into a stack, so it was some stupid things that I called and said, because I have no experience and no confidence, but otherwise the team played great. Doc was insane, so yeah.
And just because these guys were a team and yeah, they had to use their coach, is there anything that you noticed in particular that you thought you could exploit this game?
No, because we for the MongolZ games came prepared, like watched their demos. Here we were like, don't watch anything, just do what we do, and if we do good, we do good. If we do bad, yeah, your mom. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course, the rest of the Twisted Minds just off to the side as well, all very excited about their win. You guys would now move into a game against Eruption next, a big Mongolian team that's kind of been rising, played good yesterday.
That's going to be very hard, I think, especially because we saw how they played Invictus, but we're going to try our best. We're kind of feeling better after you saw Doc woke up, Spawn was insane, Inferno, I wasn't that bad, so I hope next game tonight we will really wake up.
Yeah, okay, well...
Our coach was insane as well, I would say. I heard Mo commenting about her, so she came prepared today, like looking better for him.
Okay, well, the coaching staff are doing good, the players are all doing well as well. Congratulations on your win. Good luck in the next.
All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gents. As you would expect, an interesting interview from Loba, but all things considered, Twisted Minds, they've got to turn their attention now to what's in front of them, right? They've dispatched VERTEX. That's one part of the goal done. Now, one step further forward is going to be Eruption, which in my mind is going to be a different beast altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Eruption looked really good yesterday. I think they've got their full strength lineup coming into today. They've had all that time to prepare, obviously been able to watch that game. So take a look at the bracket here for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll be able to see exactly what is waiting in front of Twisted Minds. They've got a fair bit of work to do still to make it to the major, but hey, that dream is still alive.
It certainly is. Hopefully they have some kind of chance up against the likes of Eruption, but Eruption has been relatively insane so far in the tournament. I've really enjoyed what I've seen from them. But Twisted Minds looking like they're playing a whole different game today. Maybe it was just the fact that they going up against the Mongols, it was quite hard for them. But that being said, like looking at what is ahead for us, we still have one more crazy best of 3 before we even get into that next stage of the lower bracket. We got TYLOO, we got IG going toe-to-toe, and that's going to be another scorcher.
Yeah, I think that's got a couple of really awesome storylines too, right? TYLOO is definitely going to be a team that, you know, we haven't seen at a major for quite a long time, but we're hoping to kind of see them come back to full strength. We'll take a look at the schedule here again just to update you guys as to what's coming up today. You can see that next matchup is going to be TYLOO and Invictus Gaming, and obviously beyond that we'll start to get into the rest of the lower bracket matches. So for now, yeah, looking forward to seeing TYLOO and IG playing against one another. I think I've gone for TYLOO, Mac, Invictus Gaming at the last event, at the last RMR when they were playing as GG How. I know they've made one roster change rather. I don't know if they've done enough necessarily to convince me yet, and TYLOO's a difficult team to go past. Yeah,
TYLOO certainly is, but I feel like they were underperforming yesterday. It feels like lately they're just generally underperforming as well, so there is very much an opportunity for IG to make it through. And we might see a couple of the Middle Eastern teams make lower bracket runs.
Hey, maybe. It's definitely possible. All right, let's wrap it up pretty quick here for game number 1, because we've got game 2 coming in hot. Don't go too far away. TYLOO and IG on the other side.
Then I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back and I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major Asian-Pacific RMR. I'm two-time joined by Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, we're going to have to continue the streak of dreams that are going to be broken here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, a day in which we have to say goodbye to teams, especially as we have the expansion of the Asia RMR to have more teams here. It does mean that we need to thin the herd a lot quicker as well.
So I get to be sadder about the more goodbyes. Is that sort of what's going on? I was so happy we've got 8 teams, but now we've got to be saying bye to a few of them. And right now, obviously, the matchup for us today could be particularly tragic. It's TYLOO going up against Invictus International. And TYLOO, obviously, the fact that they're back at the RMRs is great. I was predicting them to be a dark horse. Instead, they've been a dead horse. And they were really beaten up yesterday by Grayhound.
Yeah, I mean, Grayhound came in and looked great, didn't they, in that game? So I think it's more the positives for them, but also TYLOO have done some soul-searching over the past few years to try and find like a level that they're content with, but it hasn't always worked.
Absolutely, and obviously we've got the lineups for you guys as well to pull them up, as we're going to see exactly what you're going to be dealing with. Obviously, Invictus International as well, they had mixed results at the last RMR. They were the ones who blocked out Rare Atom from going forward, so they already have experience of making iconic Chinese teams feel really bad about themselves at the RMR. Is this going to be maybe a repeat of that to come through? I know they've got some fantastic talent, they just didn't really get a chance to showcase it in the upper bracket.
I think think the good news is that, in spite of the fact that Invictus have had a little bit of a rough time, at the very least they have, some positive outlooks. Meztol looks pretty solid for this squad. I like Moray to a certain degree as well, especially when we highlight Israeli talent in the international scene, to be able to look at these guys and think that they could be a way through for them is quite nice.
Well, let's take a look at that full lineup, though, because for me personally, Meztol and Moray, obviously, they've been around for a while, but I have to say, I am significantly more excited about Mini and seeing whether they're able to get him to activate. I've heard a lot of really good things about him, and obviously Facecrack and Davkos, these guys have been around the block for so long. We know them as sort of known quantities. I'm not expecting them to get exponentially better, but if improvement has to come in, or where improvement is most likely to come in, for me, it's going to be in that line of Lebanon. Mini has a real chance here to do some wonders, especially when you consider the performance TYLOO was having yesterday. They were really struggling on a few of those riflers, right? Attacker wasn't having the best of games. Aristo was put into some very tricky positions as well. So this could be a real opportunity here.
I think the real problem here for TYLOO coming into this matchup is that they are a team that, mechanically should be quite ahead of Invictus International to a certain degree. I just think that they lack the extra level of depth, whether it's Aristo in the experience gap because he's a relatively younger player coming into this roster, but also, they're trying to go back to times of old, bringing in old school players in the likes of Attacker and Freeman back into this roster. So it feels like they're trying to relive a past version of TYLOO in current age.
Absolutely. And listen, we've got a quick interview as well to come through, so why don't we go over towards that, see what the players are thinking.
All right, I'm here with Maury, obviously from Invictus Gaming, looking forward to their next matchup. But first, I want to take you back, talk a little bit about Twisted Minds, your brethren, I suppose, coming through from the same region. How do you feel about them getting the win?
It's really crazy. Like, I didn't think they will win. It's like surprise. Like, I think VERTEX play with coach also. Yes. Like, I'm really happy for them. They're my friends, Like, and crazy win, that's all.
Awesome. Well, maybe you guys can replicate that. Obviously, though, we do need to talk about yesterday, maybe not the result that you were looking for. Were you expecting yesterday's game to be as difficult as it looked?
No. We got a little bit shocked by the map veto. Nuke is good map for us, like, always been. But, like, I can say, like, we didn't wake up for the game. We just played really bad game.
Indeed, and well, hopefully today things are going to go a little bit better. You've got more time to work into it. It is a best of 3, but TYLOO is a scary prospect as well. Lots of experience at this level. How do you feel about the upcoming match?
Pretty confident, like my team also. I think we're going to win. I'm pretty sure.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to seeing how it goes and wish you the best of luck, obviously, in the upcoming game. Thank you very much for the interview, and we'll send it back to the boys on the desk.
Fighting words right there. Pretty confident going up against TYLOO. It's been a long time since I've heard that from a team and actually believed it. And I have to say, right now, I wouldn't be surprised with the way TYLOO are looking. They are very much a vulnerable fish right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that TYLOO is really the force to be reckoned with if you're just tuning into Asian CS or you've been living under a rock for a couple of years. You might think TYLOO, a certainty that they'd win a matchup like this. But I really do think that as much as there is positives for the Invictus side, TYLOO are still going to have that edge. They've just got good firepower depth.
And well, one of those positives for the Invictus side is actually the veto for themselves, because they're banning out Anubis and TYLOO's banning out Nuke, so they're taking out some of the overlap, sure. But I think TYLOO's Anubis is a tool that they're really looking to flex out. They've got a fantastic grip on the map. I think they've been training it so that they can actually come into this map and get into this tournament, get a few upset wins over teams like Rare Atom and the like. But when you disable that, their pool does become a lot more shallow.
Yeah, I really do feel like there's a kind of 1 or 2 ways this veto can go. I feel like Ancient is probably going to be a nice little redivert from TYLOO since they can't get their hands on Anubis. They're one of the teams that have been hammering both those 2 maps. So it's nice to see at the very least.
Yeah. Well, listen, we've also got the odds for you guys as well. Shout out to Unicorn for helping us out with those consistently. It's super important that we can sort of have an idea of what we're going to be expecting in this. And, odds I was expecting them to be pretty even, maybe slightly edging over towards TYLOO more than anything else. But you know how it goes. Invictus had a rough time and whatnot. So, yeah, leaning significantly more heavily toward TYLOO than maybe we thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's understandable. There's so much like history here. At the very least, even outside of just the players on this team, the organizations have good history. Have constantly been competing within the Chinese region. Invictus and TYLOO are very much namesakes within the esports region for that. So it's cool that we have a lower bracket that's populated by TYLOO, Invictus, and Rare Atom or Vici. Like those are all 3 Chinese namesakes.
I like how you're saying it's nice, But I'm sure all the Chinese fans sitting at
Oh,
home are
yeah,
like,
they're
who do
probably
we root
pissed.
for? They're all going to die. What's going on? But obviously, the veto, more discussion on that. Ancient, Mirage, and Vertigo to come through. Ancient's an interesting one for me, particularly, because I think this is where... God, man, Ancient and Vertigo, to be honest, both of these are where I do think TYLOO's slightly weak, but I know they've been leaning into the Ancient a fair bit.
Yeah, I think one of the things with teams that pick Ancient very, very much in the sort of the current state, I don't think anyone actually has a firm grasp of how to make that map work for you. Like, you might be comfortable with the map, you might have all the setups, but I get really concerned when people pick into Ancient because it feels like teams are still figuring out how the balance of this map really plays out.
Absolutely, and obviously we've seen quite a bit of Ancient so far over here as well, and it's been a lot of upsets, a lot of clutches, a lot of individual focus plays, and if there's anything there where I think Mestal and company can flourish, it should be there. Now, that AWP differential between Davkos and Dan King won't be as significant in Ancient either, because remember, man, Ancient, sure, CT side, you can get some flashy stuff going. Alistair definitely showed us that yesterday, but I don't know how much of an AWP-dominated map that is to the same extent. Maybe something like your Overpass or the like might end up being.
Yeah, it's like the format feels very Mirage, but the play style of AWPers is drastically different. You can't be as aggressive on this map. So yeah, I definitely think it's limiting, especially when you want Dan King to be an aggressive AWPer. He won't be the main person. You know, I think we will fixate probably on that younger guy in Aristo, who I feel like has the most to prove in terms of his future reputation within the Chinese scene, what he can do for TYLOO right now, because, you know, going back to legacy players, it does feel like TYLOO have recycled a few players over their years. And for him to be one of the names that sort of breaks through past the, I guess, the old guard is, you know, it's important. It puts a lot of pressure on you as well, though.
It's also going to be interesting comparing and contrasting between Aristo and FaceCrack, because Aristo was playing that pretty lurky style on Inferno yesterday, and the way they were using him was really putting him in positions where I felt like, yeah, this guy's just going to die. His job is to die and like make sure that there's a fake, make sure that rotations are delayed. This is sort of going on. While FaceCrack's lurk is a little bit more on the, hey, I'm going to cut off the rotations. I'm going to find the kills over there and make that bomb site hit that's already happening a little bit more effective. So that contrast is something that I'm looking forward to.
It's probably due to the amount of importance put on there as well, because if we're looking at performances for the Invictus side, like FaceCrack is very much an essential piece. He's calling, but also tries to find impact kills. So sometimes will go on an accelerated schedule so that he can guarantee his team around. And if he fails, like sometimes the plan just kind of falls through. I know we certainly saw when they played against Eruption, they were getting shut down at almost every opening segment of a map, especially when it came to nuke. Like you want to be able to set up in your defaults, get outside smokes, show pressure around the map, and they were never able to accomplish any of that. So I am worried that backup plans for Invictus, even coming into this best of 3, will be somewhat limited.
Absolutely, and for Invictus, you know, it has to be plan A, but on the bright side for them, right, plan B is just maybe your riflers can pop off in Vertigo as well, because obviously that's a map where I think TYLOO is particularly uncomfortable. I've seen TYLOO's Vertigo a few times. The problem is that Dan King becomes incredibly disabled on that CT side. It's one of the few maps where his rating is in the lower echelons of the team itself, and Dan King's already a hit-or-miss player to some extent. Not that he's hit-or-miss in terms of skill, but he's hit-or-miss in terms of confidence. We saw him yesterday up against Grayhound. He wasn't taking those peaks in the slightest. He was holding himself off in short. He was waiting for too long at times. He was getting caught in between two angles. It felt like he was trying to be very defensive or play very conservatively, which is, you know, that's the traditional meta game, but that's not the Dan King meta game, right? And I want to see the Dan King meta game rise here.
Yeah, I mean, TYLOO have cemented their own kind of playstyle within the Asia region and have categorized everyone kind of similarly underneath them. And that's the thing, like they can certainly provide this differential on the skill gap. And I just think that's just going to be too much for Invictus to battle past. Like, if they're able to somehow disrupt what are early game plans for TYLOO, yeah, there is a real worry that you won't get activation from Dan King. You know, I think he is definitely a momentum-based player, even in his more chaotic moments. You know, even if he's slumping at the start, he can still go for those aggro moves, but he needs to get out of the rut eventually. You know, there has to be something that breaks the camel's back. Otherwise, Dan King can just go entirely missing. And Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like TYLOO kind of live or die by the AWPing success, because I don't know if we have enough initiative from the other riflers to really compensate.
And of course, just to clarify, I did have a slight misread on the veto as well, because we do actually have Mirage as a second pick. It's on Vertigo as a second pick, so that will be interesting. I think that makes a lot more sense. Summer in particular is very comfortable calling on the map. Him and Slowly, back when they were playing on TYLOO, they were always fantastic as an entry pack as well. I think that's a significantly better map even for attackers, so should be interesting. But at the same time, man, no one plays Mirage like the Middle East. I'm telling you that right now.
I also have to say, I am surprised IG didn't almost go for the likes of an Inferno, but we're going to have to think about that another time. First map in the series is Ancient, and we will be starting with TYLOO T side. They've got some plans already, though. Util in their pocket, setting up outside of A.
Double Donut coming out from Invictus. They're going to be waiting it out and seeing if they want to go for a late round mid push. If they do, then A side could be fully open. TYLOO, 2 flashes, they're going to be using them. Not a contact play. They want to go for the full execute. There isn't a kit available for the CT side, so they might want to accelerate soon as well. TYLOO caught out. Aristo's gone. The lurk once again disabled, and there comes a flank right there with it.
The important head-to-head, and yeah, just now being able to set up on this flank. The post-plant positions are not ideal here for TYLOO, and now FaceCrack getting a secondary one as well. They're totally boxed in.
They do at least have temple control, and that's what they're going to be looking to fight off the back of, but the CTs are making their way back over. Flashbang is good, keeps 2 players blind, but there's not the push coming forward. Mestel and Dapscos able to strike through, and Dan King last to fall. Not a single casualty on the CT side, looking pretty damn good out there. The fact that Aristo gets caught out, he was in a must-win position. They could not be threatened from aim in if they wanted to take that round.
Yeah, tried to play hyper-defensive as well, but FaceCrack had a fantastic peek on him. So, yeah, it felt like the one contingency that was there was already accounted for on the Invictus side. They had those double dualies as well, but they weren't even needed. You know, you wanted those to kind of create space, but found themselves in a 5-on-3 rather quickly via FaceCrack. A nice opening call, though, from Invictus. You know, not contacting out, got a lot of room on that bomb site, took space, or sorry, from TYLOO, rather. The plan was a little simple, but it's just about how they held on to those post plants. This is always my issue with the way that TYLOO have gone about some of their roster moves, and you know, the way that they've tried to change their game plans around. It does feel like they're constantly in flux, you know, whether it's a roster move happening or whether they're inserting a new in-game leader. They're constantly changing their philosophy, but then they kind of revert to factory settings a little bit every so often.
It's like they try a slightly different variation to go to the, you know, more traditional style of CS, and then they're like, but we do like running at them.
Yeah, I liked the way we used to play.
And that's exactly the way that they're going to be going into this A-bomb site. Mini keeps an eye out, will be taking contact, misses out on a few shots, and with that he's backed off, but got the information, and the smoke will keep him nicely blocked out. Mori trying to cover off. There isn't a smoke available for the T side. They have to fight their way out, and Summer and Attacker are winning those duels. M4 recovered, a 2-on-4. TYLOO have got control of the bomb site and kills on top of it. Mestel now strikes, but in revealing his position, it will make TYLOO a lot more aware of where he's coming through from. Now he's not going to find anything either, and Aristo on the Mac 10 will just finish him off, collects on a bit more money as well while he's at it. Many crucial miss shot there.
Yeah, and just important opening kills there from TYLOO, just bursting onto the scene. You could tell they weren't quite ready for the kind of aggression there. You know, committing to that second round buy alongside that bomb plant is somewhat of a risk, but TYLOO are happy to take it. And so Invictus now down in the dumps on a force buy themselves. I mean, just a really well-coordinated attack there from TYLOO. And the fact that they've gone back-to-back towards A at the start of this game does fill me with hope, really. Because sometimes we saw in early stages for Rare Adam, TYLOO, I think Lin were also guilty of it too, you know, just always attacking the B-bomb site. But TYLOO setting that precedent nice and early.
Crunch coming out back towards the B ramp and deeper, though. Have to be careful not to lose any weapons out to the CTs to let them save or anything like it. Of course, the force buy means they want to go for the full round. Mini, gun shouldn't be recoverable. If he moves forward, Aristo will be able to cover it off, but instead Mini wants to just fade away. Dan King down low, be careful now. This is getting risky because look at this push coming up through mid. Lane is going to be attacked very soon by the CTs. They know where Dan King is. They want to isolate him.
It'll be a struggle, though. It's already being held for as well. Has support, I think, Attacker at distance, or Freeman, sorry, can provide some covering fire. Dankin getting one and knows that at least one more is close by. But they're split at 2-2, and Mini another kill on this P250. Just cannot retrieve either of the weapons that he's dropped. TYLOO still walking into A.
And they still haven't actually committed forward. Now with the CT smoke down, rather though, that's a temple smoke. They can still be found out over here. This is really risky. Aristo is planting the bomb. Davkos has found an attacker and two. On top of it, Danking is too far away. He can't find anything. Might have been better off saving.
I mean, we barely get a glimpse at it, but, you know, Davkos going through that smoke towards Temple, they didn't really know where anybody was located. And Mini, of course, they're much earlier on into the round. You know, great little repositions, but TYLOO splitting up so drastically, getting punished for it. So that's a massive round from the man you highlighted coming into this game. Mini having those 2 kills certainly opened up the map for the rest of the Invictus side.
I love me a man with a good P250. This is the most cost-effective weapon. Not as ridiculous as it was once upon a time, but fortunately that's not the case.
I do miss the one-shot headshots. But it's back and forth. It's Force by Wars here on Ancient to kick it off. All about who can actually strike true with 2 in a row. Danking forcing his way up and contacting through. No one's actually looking for this at all. Flash there just for the reposition. That's because Mori is pushed all the way around through cave.
Mori could cut off the bomb. This is a real problem. Attackers moving forward, but Mori's misses. Shots won't matter. Mesto is there to cover off as well. Danking and Aristo might have found a killer piece, but bomb control is in the remaining CT's hands. All 3 of them are clustered close together. Freeman reveals his position. There isn't a TYLOO lurk available either who could have gone through the smoke and threatened in from lane, so they have to retake the bomb from CT positions instead.
Yeah, this is really awkward. They barely have enough utility as well to really counteract this. Molotovs will force them back, and if Danking throws a follow-up, that actually could make things a lot more interesting. FaceCrack holding the line, and it's a double push, a flash that goes askew. FaceCrack covered by the doors, and Mori can try and sweep up, but Freeman there with the trade. Mestel, FaceCrack still sitting on top of that bomb, and Danking already low HP, still surviving on 14. Aristo is nowhere to be seen.
Aristo's going for the late hit, but because he's so slow, they're going to be expecting it now. Nestle and FaceCrack, they're just looking everywhere. FaceCrack, considering that there could have been a long flank around. Aristo's going to get the timing, but he won't get the deal. Mestel turns in time with 2 and finishes it off with 4 in total. Mestel, what a savior.
Wow. I mean, 4 kills, and the fact that they were at a man deficit, them being able to siphon off that bomb, that's a great initiative move there from Invictus. The fact that TYLOO got all that access, they thought it was free territory. They thought they might have been stacking somehow, conceded the fact that they were going to simply lose that B bomb site. But Invictus had other plans, and the fact they swarmed that bomb, TYLOO couldn't do anything to stop it.
For a second, when Mori was missing his shots, I thought that opening might not be utilized.
There were
but
chances.
Mestel's just wearing his Superman costume right now, flying about the server, and well, he doesn't use guns in Superman. In all fairness, that's true.
There really were chances for TYLOO.
Many chances to farm up, baby. Let's go. Glocks on the other side, but no kills again. This angle really not working out for him. Slightly closer is where he flourishes. Will fall in the end. Bomb cannot be planted. Mori will guarantee it. TYLOO have recovered an AUG, but that recovery is met by death.
Yeah, not expecting a whole lot here from our Danking lurk. So Invictus have struck a bout of stability, not only getting those 2 rounds in a row, courtesy of the CT side, but now also sweeping up these pistols without taking too much damage. That AUG is expensive though, and I'm just wondering whether or not that was saved. A lot of people switching between A1S and A4. A1S is still seemingly the more meta weapon. It's cheaper.
But you see Jamyang on the A4 and just feel like it's just a better weapon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there are players that certainly specialize, and I can't knock them for it.
Yeah, man, Jammy Boy's got himself a machine of a hand right there.
A-side attack again here from TYLOO, and this time quick.
Op is right there on the other side of it, smoked off. It's worried about where he goes. Davkos has been blocked out and found out as well, but FaceCrack right here, buddy system is working out wonders for them. Invictus preventing TYLOO from scaling up, but FaceCrack's been noticed. They know he's inside the smoke. Attacker finds him, traces him down. Davkos still disabled from the round, and Aristo's looking for a super late lurk. Mestel watching out for it in middle, but the timing is going to be crucial once again. 2-man in donut setup is there. Mori needs to activate soon, and Mestel has paired up. They've heard the bullets as well. But what is Aristo's game plan? He's not going back to mid at all. They're letting the CTs go at this at the pace they want to. Instead, they're doubling up in A. The deep position from DanKing, though, might be a problem, but Summer's gone already. DanKing needs to activate. Attacker doesn't find anything. DanKing coming back over, goes defensive. Freeman with the double, looks for 3, cannot find it. And DanKing, he's all alone, gets the first, trying to go for the spam, trying to be smart about it, but he thinks more is on to defuse. Invictus, bring it back. It's over to 5.
Wow, just a flurry of frags, and that retake looked flawless from Invictus to start off, but only for Freeman to come in with that double kill, and DanKing was totally unaccounted for. They weren't sure where he was last positioned. They could have just been clustered up inside of A main, and just not expecting that Mori would stick the full defuse. A 2-on-1 that is pulled through by the skin of their teeth. Invictus are keeping the good times rolling. This is a map where, you know, the confidence is certainly brimming from Invictus, even though TYLOO seem to have a very firm target, a favorite. You know, they're attacking this A site continuously. Invictus are able to staunch those flames before they even come out the dragon's mouth.
And I hate to harp on a similar point again and again, but again, the problem was Aristo was set up to go in for the flank in from middle, but he just gets double-minded about it. He decides to double back, and DanKing does the exact same thing. He's looking to push into CT, but he decides that he doesn't want to chance the AWP actually staring him down, so he goes defensively instead. And that could have worked for them, right? But the problem is the timings were off, so Freeman and DanKing couldn't fight together. The fact that Freeman gets a double is big, but Freeman looking for another. It's mini traded, and it's a faster play back to A. Where's it going to be? Davkos covers off from the back of the bomb site. They're not expecting him. He's not been playing here before. Gets 2 for free. Attacker returns with a double of his own. It's a 2-on-2, and the round's barely even begun.
Yeah, barely. Just barely 100 HP between the two TYLOO members. An Attacker now just getting that bomb down and trying to redivert, get some cover, but they're already out through the smoke, and so Mestel will track him down. What a game he's been having so far, 11. But now DanKing needs 2 back-to-back on this AWP, and he'll miss on the second swing of it. Face crack, trying his best to pressure through that smoke, but only 1 bullet needed there for DanKing. This time, the TYLOO clutch doesn't fall away.
Chaos on bomb sites, consistent as all can be, but that's really the only consistency in this game so far. That and the A side hits from TYLOO. Man, trying to change things up. They didn't expect Davkos because Davkos has been playing from CT every single time. Mini changes his position, and they somehow managed to get that be a bait and switch, even though Davkos is playing a default position.
Yeah, it seemed like that the plan was, because they'd attacked the A site so many times, this time Mini wanted to get the information early. There's surely no way they do commit that many resources to the same side of the map. But yeah, actually kind of the wrong time to call for it, but almost worked out. DanKing this time fast boost, and the pressure in from these pistols. Mestel gets 1, but there's a trade onto Mori, so numbers advantage still found, and jumping straight at him, Mestel took the high ground, and that's the AWP recovered. If he goes through B main, he'll get the bomb too.
Instead, he smokes it off, but even so, this is so much pressure. Look at how spread apart TYLOO are. They have to play a triple lurk setup and pray. Michael, that's what they have to do. Because the AWP is covering off B main. This will be so problematic. Summer's got no idea about what could be coming in from mid as well. He's worried that if he reveals his position, there could be a mid push onto Aristo to isolate him as well. The CTs instead are going defensive though.
Yeah, it could have been a bit mental had Invictus the information that that bomb was just within their grasp. But TYLOO were still fanned out and hoping that someone inquisited, or was hunting for information rather, on this CT side. While making its way back over and regrouping, rendezvousing. And right now the defense is split. That's because they have no information, like you said, defensive setups. But the fact that they've got this AK and AWP to play around, I think they're more than comfortable to try and work this in a retake. Davkos has a kit, there's some utility available, you know, a Molotov and HE. This can really help make things uncomfortable. But TYLOO are meeting no resistance on this A site. Mini none the wiser.
Don't forget the Mini P250. That's been a deadly, dastardly weapon so far. Flash is good, keeps him away, but now he knows what's going on. Problem is it could be a fake, but not with this much util. Now they have to move. Bomb's being plotted as well. Mini's looking for an opening, but he's hoping he can cut them off as they push through Summer. Not expecting it. Mini gets 1 for free. AK recovered. Aristo tagged, but not fragged. He keeps himself alive. Mestel now pushing through, but will they be expecting a rotation here this fast? Aristo thought he cleared it. Mestel finds the frag and back to a 1-on-2 attacker. Needs to step up. There are no more flashes. There's no more utility. It's all about the firepower. An attacker can't find it. Davkos on the 5-7.
Wow.
Takes it home.
And he swapped over. You know, he got into that AWP and thought it might have been enough to make that work, but down to the pistols, that's what they came into this round with, and they upset TYLOO on a half buy. Oh, what a way to do it as well. Mestel is having a monster game already. The opening segments here, you know, has definitely been one of the more, I think the more impressive of the two Israeli players, but to stand out this far away from the pack in a game where I think many would have had TYLOO as the favorites. Our odds certainly reflected as much earlier on as well. Things
Odds
are
be
looking
damned,
up,
man.
Yeah.
Mestel's a beast. Mestel's an absolute beast.
And this is the thing, you know, coming into this veto, because Anubis is the permaban of Invictus, it felt like TYLOO could only really go to Ancient. You know, they could have gone with an Overpass or an Inferno, but those are a little bit more risky. They've had some tumultuous results on those maps. This is the one they've been rehearsing as of late. AWP in Davkost's hands, and this time playing close towards A main. Bombs on the back of one of the players here as well, so TYLOO have to be careful they don't give up too much information. They're double pushing.
Crouching behind. Mori's found the one yet to reveal. Summer will trade, but he's not aware that they've heard him backing off like that. Remember, last time there was an aggressive player at the mouth of A main. Davkost was playing from the back of the side instead of the front of it.
Also, it was usually Mini, so where is Mini now off to? Do they have a read on the setup here for Invictus at all?
Doesn't look like they should, but DanKing's been left behind to lurk in. This is slightly different from what we're normally used to seeing from him. And DanKing wants to even think about activating. He misses the timing on the crossover. There's only two over here on the B bumps, and it feels like it's finally time to commit. But Mestel, he is unstoppable. He is immovable.
I mean, what could you say? He's just having one of those games where so much is going right, and he's hitting every opportunity. Opportunity strikes to those prepared, and sometimes those will clinch at it, others will miss out on those chances. DanKing separated from the bomb in no time, just about trying to save this weapon and do damage if possible. Would have liked to get his hands on AWP, but Davkost keeping his clutches on it himself. 7th round here for Invictus. I mean, this CT side for Ancient right now is looking phenomenal, and a lot of it is via the propellant that is Mestel.
Oh my god, look at the joy on his face as well, and why wouldn't he be joyous right now? Invictus looking absolutely stellar, and so much of it is on the back of his shoulders. Honestly, he's looking like the best player on the server by such a far margin right now. And look, credit to Invictus. They've been setting him up really nicely, right? Mori is going initially very often when they're going aggressive, so he can trade it out. They're giving him these boosts, they're giving him util to work off of, but at the end of the day, he has to be the man who points and shoots.
Yeah. Other players have been selfless in order for him to sometimes get these kills. Mestel this time under pressure, quick switching between nades and rifles, but this time he will not convert. Mori there to sweep it up, and a one-way smoke that's down there for FaceCrack does actually convert another frag, but these pistols closing the gap, and now FaceCrack left on an island. Aristo hanging around a little too long. They want to keep on pushing. DanKing, one more kill, and that bomb not down. It's on the site, that's sure, but it's not been dialed in, and DanKing's brought it to the one-on-one. Davkost close, a quick scope that's missed, and trying to redivert, trying to escape, but you can't escape DanKing.
A quad kill. It starts off with a flub from Mestel, and it's all downhill from there. You thought for a second that IG, with their quick kills from the back of the bomb site, might have been able to disable the push, but so much information had been given up that DanKing felt like with his saved AK, he can just move forward and get kill upon kill upon kill. Works around the rock perfectly. He's got both angles covered off, and Davkost tries to get tricky there. You know, Molly down, I want to peek behind it, but no sirree. The only fire here is in DanKing's hands.
And I really wasn't sure that they were making the right call there by being aggressive in the first place. They could have got that bomb down, could have worried about the next round, but they've got one more under their belt. This time taking a lot of damage on mid-control. Invictus much more assertive in this area early. The nades, the spam, the Molotov that followed. So it's a little bit of counteraction here from TYLOO resetting, and we'll want to probably take this area of the map later on if possible.
Have we seen a single eco round? It's all just been force buys.
Yeah, force or half buys so far. No such thing as using USPs or Glocks. Not after the pistol round, of course.
Yeah. We don't mess with no...
And even then, people like dualies, P250s these days, really.
Yeah. Not a big fan of the dualies when the P250 is that good. But regardless, 58 seconds, map control for TYLOO, 0.
Yeah, and finally perusing through middle after Invictus gave it up. But look at the push. Mestel this time moving in with the P250. DanKing is holding for it, but he's got the bomb as well.
This is so risky. Dan King. Close range. They're trying to move in and activate from Cheetah first initially before Dan King is forced to commit. But even then, Mestel has no reason to move off of this angle. This is great for him. He's got a player behind him, covering him off as well. Mestel found as soon as Dan King throws the utility, attacker was there to cover off. Nicely played, but Dafkos now waits. He hopes that they're not going to be coming his way, but it's just a straight entry from Aristo. Bomb will be planted, and Invictus will gasp. Dare I say it? Save.
Yeah, and what other call can you make here? Didn't have, I think, full confirmation on the damage they'd done to attacker, no kills found, and just being able to put 0 resistance on this site. They were flying a little blind, but wanted to attain information, get an advantage early if possible. Didn't work out. Didn't come in with the most premium of buys this time over, courtesy TYLOO's force. So, yeah, a little bit dangerous now. TYLOO could be given a way back into this game, considering the commanding start Invictus had. But I will say, right now, Invictus are doing a good job of pressuring and changing their game plan up on the CT side, whether it's been the aggro steps A main or whether it's been towards middle. You know, TYLOO feel like they're having to adapt and react very, very frequently, which is kind of what I want to see from underdog teams. I think Invictus understand that they are not the favorites in this matchup, but we saw from the interview with Mori, you know, he certainly felt confident that his team was going to be able to pull through, but maybe... I don't know if they projected Ancient going their way.
Well, it hasn't gone their way yet.
Not yet.
Right? Let's hold our horses before they kick us in the mouth.
I just think they look good.
They do look good. That is true.
Ultimately, one team we say goodbye to, so I'm getting attachment issues already.
I've been abandoned too many times. Please don't do this again, guys. Dan King forces Mestel to abandon his life. There you go. Great start again. Every time they've found Mestel early on into a round, it feels like they've had success off the back of it. But hey, not the biggest of sample sizes, and obviously this is not a round that they should, on paper, be favored in regardless.
I don't know that they understand exactly where Mori is, but just having the fact that the smoke is down, just keeping tabs on it, I think is the important fact. So Freeman will be left on the extremities while they peruse elsewhere. This is one of the things. Mestel started off hot and, you know, was having a great game, but often when players have a very hot start, eventually they do start to go a little quiet. This isn't a round where we would have fixated on that too much, but are there other players that are going to step into the limelight if Mestel does somehow go missing? Conversation to be had, but 3-man stack on A.
This is a problem. Dafkos around the corner is good for one. They're not going to be expecting the second to be nearby. Mini's got an M4 as well, and Summer's all alone. He can just hold on to Donut, but Summer gets a frag. How? Double dips back over to Donut, and now it's Mori. Back on the MP9. Summer's low as well. Facecrack's kill is incredibly crucial, but they're not going to be expecting the late hit. Freeman's made noise, though, and now a one-on-one. 20 seconds. Got the bomb. Got info, but not the kill. Facecrack. That's the man who's going to step up when Mestel is out of the picture. Both him and Mori cleaning out the house on A side.
What a confidence swing there. Freeman actually just dealing with Mori so quickly, and then all of a sudden Facecrack just finds exceptional timing. I mean, speaking wide from the box could have been the way back into the round, but gotta hit the shot, and there have been some key clutches won by either side so far. You know, Dan King's been the man to clutch back a couple of rounds for TYLOO so far. But right now it feels like there's...
That's not a face you want to see.
Yeah, there's a lot more happening in the Invictus side. TYLOO looking like they're in agony.
Pain. And all the Brazilian kind.
I can't remember if they're struggling too. You know, the Americas RMR is also going through.
I think Pain's 2-0 right now. Yeah. Gotta say, I would like to see whether TYLOO actually changes up to being slightly more aggressive for lane control now. We have seen them found a few kills, but not actually transition that into Cheetah. What a slim angle for Dan King to be holding.
Not an easy shot. One that's hoping to capitalize on the potential booster, taking the deep line in from the stairs, but won't be something that's exposing Mestel unless he decides to go further down this ramp, and Dan King's only half holding it. He's the important man. AWP, bomb, try and mitigate action. Summer, great kill in towards Moray, and that means this A site is going to be a little bit under pressure here. You can see Mini already trying to redivert, take more defensive angles, doesn't want to be exposed to too much too quick.
They found a great timing while Mini's rotating back to Temple. Summer will be all the way inside the bomb site. They're not expecting this at all. TYLOO so far have been playing very defensively, and now with the quick pop through, Mini's going to be wondering what exactly just went on here.
This might even be a save call if Mini cannot find any success.
Look at where the bomb is.
It's so delayed.
It's actually making Invictus overthink this and not rotate at all.
Well, that will certainly incentivize them back to a 4-on-4. They were down a man prior, and yeah, they weren't convinced that it was going to be an A-side attack, but finally that bomb making its way over and a fresh set of utility. Mini even just cutting more down. These Molotovs are doing TYLOO no favors. Mini still plucking numbers away. An attacker trying his best to stabilize back again. 8 seconds, this bomb has to go down, but it's being denied. Right now, kills for attacker are great, but Summer's low, and Freeman the only one up there to cover. Mestel has a flank, and so it has to be Summer to clutch it back. 1-on-2s have been won by TYLOO on this site before, but not by Summer just yet.
He's gotten barely any HP as well. He's the one who instigated the action, trying to move in. No one's on the bomb yet. He's got the first, and that puts it all together for him as the bomb is being defused. Mestel forced off of it. TYLOO, they think it's being defused. Summer not brought down. He's got barely any HP, and once again, Mestel's off of it.
No.
Summer has all the information in the world. Mestel can't get the defuse. They thought they had it. It was in their pocket. It was in their pocket.
Got
But now it slipped out. Mestel. Consolation, but not the round.
That is heartbreaking. They had this round. They were in a deficit. They did overthink. They thought it could have been the B site. But then Mini getting those kills, suddenly it was back into a winnable position. They have the numbers advantage as well. Oh. Summer, the heartbreaker. And these 1-on-2s, you know, I think only one has slipped through their fingers so far.
I also have to say, just Mini's played that so well.
Yeah, it was perfect.
He delays it for so long. Mestel's flank can activate. Everything's going right for them. Also, DanKing, I don't know why he has the bomb. I don't know why he's had the bomb so many rounds in this situation where it looks like if he will die, if he's out of position, there's nothing they can do. They almost get punished for that. Summer just saves the fact that they lost the bomb out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm actually fairly certain that's just because they default their bomb outside of B. You know, that's maybe just where they positioned it. DanKing wanted to go for that early pick, or, you know, just in case they got aggressive over towards ramp. But just, yeah, no, I mean, just super delayed. And it really ended up hurting TYLOO. Didn't matter, though. You know, win the round. You think of better times, and Invictus have certainly had better buys. This is not one of them. Pistols are out, and they have fully committed to this. Mestel with an AK has to be the one to perform, and he's already going to see a lot of visitry. 2 kills, the spray transfer, perfect, but that's one of your main weapons gone.
That sets him up, though. Even then, you've got 2 players on the bomb side itself, and DanKing's all alone. He's got an op. And in the meanwhile, Donut is getting aggressive. This is really risky. There's a minute left. You've got utility, so there's at least time and, you know, the belt that you need to deal with this. But the aggressive posturing on the B bomb side, the boost up as well. Summer spots his out face crack, and he can punish. So you're back to a 3-on-3. Dafkost just has to be careful about this op and won't find it. Mori, although he connects on a Summer, it's still a 2-on-2. Things are starting to cool down just a little bit. TYLOO should at the very least have a safe bomb plant and a post plant off the back of it.
Yeah,
They've got 2 mollies as well.
So long as they don't get cut off by Mini here on the flank, this round is already over. And Mini exposing himself. Nade down, but has crossed. DanKing should be suspicious. Has certainly heard the steps, but now splitting from both CT and T side respectively. Aristo, that's a key kill, and Mini just running through those flames. TYLOO up to 6, and the money is poor for Invictus to combat against this last round of the half.
Can we just get a bit of love for Mestel? How does he get that? It looked like, sure, there's a slight delay in the double swing, whatever, man. That's almost a perfect double swing, right? It's just a great spray transfer. Even looked like he was trying to tee up for the third. Fortunately, DanKing gets it together. DanKing now, shout out to him, he's on 17 kills. If not for the fact that Mestel was on 21, he would probably be the best on the server.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be singing his praises a lot more, that's for sure. He's had some key rounds as well attributed to him. But Invictus, as they have been getting a lot of siege over towards the A site, this seems to be another round where TYLOO have that in their plans. One Deeg was spotted, but they're pulling out nades. They don't know that they're going to stick around, so Mini actually unaccounted for, finally overwhelmed, but that's bomb spotted, so that's information here for Invictus. A man deficit, TYLOO have access to the site.
Mori is smoked off, but when that starts to dissipate, he's going to have a bit more space. Oh, good nade! Good nade! 1 HP, Aristo's been saved by God himself! Mori! Thinking of pushing through, but Mestel's found Danking in the back line. That's another rifle you can recover as well. It's falling apart once again. There's no utility, only 3 flashes. How do you get the bomb down in this situation? Mori as well is looking to face the smoke. Aristo is still solo. He feels like he cannot be involved in the round at all. And close corner being played by Daft Cost. 5-7 in his hand. Freeman pushes forward. Right into the head it goes. TYLOO. They're being choked out of the bomb site. Invictus are knocking on the door of 9. But look at what's going on over here. The full flank backwards.
They're resetting. They're thinking that it could be the B play, but Attacker is doubled up still with Aristo. That 1 HP, that extra player, it makes all of the difference. And now Mori's all alone and gone. It has to be Mestel, the man that's been the hero for Invictus so far this CT side, to clutch back, and Attacker looked the wrong way. Aristo, this 1 HP, it might be a godsend, but it may not matter. Mestel, the monster, creeping in, but Aristo, unsuspected, unknown. That smoke that's down, it's revealed, and Mestel's been in this situation before. Summer danced around these boxes, and Mestel could do nothing last time. Aristo has done the same. A 7th round, and TYLOO close out the half as close as possible.
How many situations are we going to see where TYLOO was just having problems after problems, but they bring it back? It looked like they had been devastated. And bring it back to 7-8.
Yeah, I mean, some really, really important clutches. This has been a scrappy affair from both teams. These mid-round decisions, the way that these post-plants have panned out, it has been all over the shop. Whether it's been TYLOO or Invictus clutching things back, it is about as neck and neck as can be. Now it's all about whether Invictus can start off hot on their T side as well. Quick into attackers, dualies, and that first kill, a fall back. Mestel, quick trade, and so this B site will see siege.
And King's caught out between too many angles, can't find them. Davkos brings him down instead, and they're looking to penetrate into the back of the side as well. Summer, though, quick tap out. And look at the flank coming in. Aristo's trying to buy a bit more space for Freeman. Will be able to activate now. Freeman, bomb is planted. Mestel and Davkos trying to fade back. Mestel wants to face in. Freeman's got one more. And it's Aristo who's traded out. Freeman, what a shot! Swipes out, swipes in. Dualies come out and seal the deal. Nicely set up by Aristo. Buys enough time for Freeman to rotate, but then he's the man with all the punching power.
Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez on those peaks as well. Didn't give them much time to think or reposition after he got that first kill. Just wanted to go in with urgency. And so this pistol will fall into TYLOO's lap, but the CT pistol was won by Invictus as well, only for a T-sided force buy. The plant bonus certainly helps. And so these rifles are coming out that TYLOO will have to consider as well.
There's no such thing as a force buy in this. It just buys.
You just buy all the time. I've loved it. It's been close, and you know, it's definitely been a war of attrition.
Unfortunately, feels like Invictus might be about to give up that attrition. Attacker and Summer pushing through, getting aggressive. Much of the same is what we honestly saw from Invictus coming out, right? A lot of CT-sided aggression is what they were going for. Just trying to control the tempo on their own rather than letting the T-side settle into their habits.
Yeah, nice that TYLOO are assertive in their early rounds. Felt like Invictus were kind of caught off guard with what TYLOO had planned in their force buy on their T-side. This time, TYLOO are pretty well prepped. You know, 2-1-2 split. But they've got a Molotov that Summer can deploy should they see a little bit of pressure over at B. Steps are all Summer needs to hear.
Very early on the Molotov. You've only got one more incendiary left. That's Dan King, and he's quite far away. He will be able to rotate in time. But this is getting risky. A few flashes, a few good shots. The AK is there for Mestel as well. Flashes now going out. They want to push through. Freeman's blocked out of Cheetah. So FaceCrack doesn't have a chance there. And now the slow push forward. Question is, can Summer actually find the bomb before it's planted down? Summer doesn't want to go for the bomb, wants to go for the side man. Mini's got it though. Freeman and Dan King on the retake. Go back over, clean it all up. T-side will get the extra money, but it's all good.
Yep, 4 alive, so money's keeping nice and healthy here for TYLOO. It took a while for Invictus to find their stability on CT. TYLOO strike a little bit quicker, and you know, in the same way that I think if TYLOO had attacked the B bomb site a number of times over on their T side, I might have thought, well, this is a little concerning. But Invictus have been setting their sights on that side of the map. TYLOO, I think, were a little bit more dynamic. They actually did make Invictus think that the B site could get attacked with how many A plays there were. You'd start to be convinced that, you know, surely there was some other game plan from TYLOO at some point. Nade stack from the mid players of TYLOO find nothing for damage. Invictus didn't try and cheat out with that smoke. Just trying to show some presence. They're only with pistols and the SMG in Mini's hands. This will be a slow rolling, bleed as much water out of this stone kind of round from Invictus. They want to try and peel resources away from TYLOO, find guns if possible as well.
Davkos finds one in the back of the B bomb side that actually prompts aggression to come through from attacker. I think Mestel spotted him as well. Flashbang forward. Mestel wants to go for the peak, but he'll find nothing. Attacker covers off both, makes it look comfy.
This might be short and sweet. Mini's also about to get pushed into. Oh, Dan King actually flubbing the line. Mini, quick reaction, and that was the man that's in charge of getting his hands back on the package. If FaceCrack had found that kill CT, suddenly the whole map opens up. Now Mini feeling a little bit more boxed in. Getting a plant would be nice, getting some damage would be good, but these are ideals that you can't always satisfy. And yeah, his rotate's going to be cut off. Freeman already holding for it. Mini knife out, hoping that they had simply doubled up together. No clutches, no 1v2s to even be considered this time over.
Gotta say, man, Freeman and Attacker have been having a much better day today than they were yesterday, and that's gonna be so crucial for TYLOO to have a chance over here. Obviously, Ancient is their map pick. They're looking like they've got their tempo, but regardless of whether they win it or not, Mirage was always going to be about getting those two activated, so you've got more firepower against the run numbers that you're likely gonna see put up from Invictus.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Always loved the idea of Attacker on this team, really. Surely he's the most aggressive player on the lineup, but isn't always the case. So having a solid performance. Invictus in with a full buy once again, but the AWP will not be something that can be contested. Danking will have that distance advantage and can certainly be a nuisance. We talked about whether or not he can be efficient on this map. His T side was great, but was doing a lot of that work on rifling. Pistols, everything but an AWP. May not even see pressure because right now Invictus heavily clustered outside of the B site. Mestel having control over frontside Cheetah, even lining up the spam to try and get the headshot if Attacker was not too careful, but it's all just presence, it's all just feigning. Right now TYLOO not even certain that it's going to be an attack. TYLOO's AWPer though, Danking, is there to help reinforce.
Mestel's trying to creep forward. Util gone out, they know what's coming over their way. They have to find Mestel. It's so crucial over here. It's Summer to keep an eye out for him. Mestel will be allowed to proceed forward. Danking doesn't want to reveal either. Attacker is gone. Attacker and Summer are both down. Mestel! 2 massive frags! And that just completely forces TYLOO to go back and say there's nothing that they have to offer anymore. The entire setup was reliant on keeping hold of Cheetah.
Yeah, and their money's not in a great spot. You know, they've got Smoke and a Molly. They need these kills nice and quick. Freeman, it felt like even going for extra damage here was a little too much. Moray will miss his chance to get the AWP out of Danking's hands, but vacating the premises, it's well advised. Bomb radius on Ancient is massive, but Mestel's already on a hunt. 10 HP, but that double entry that secured the round, he wants a little bit more too.
Mahusiv just sounds like someone who would be a CS YouTuber. Or would this be like a parody of Mahomes or something?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I thought you were leading with that, to be fair. Saving those weapons is important, does allow for some resistance to be met. You know, this is the first round that we've seen from Invictus so far coming into this second half. They led 8-7.
I think they led like 7-2 at some point as well. Yeah, they led 7-2. From there, it's down to 9-10.
Yeah, there's quite a few clutches in there.
And of course, as a reminder to everyone, I believe that Mestel finished out the first half at about that 22 kills mark or something around that. Danking was on 17 or so, so both of the big boy performance from the first half haven't had the same impact. Not to be expected, obviously, but it'll be interesting to see who can step up in the meanwhile.
Yeah, and Mestel's been keeping up, but it did worry coming into the second half whether those 1v1s that he lost may come back to haunt him a bit, but good to see that double entry on B. He might still be in good spirits.
Man is made of stern stuff, that's for sure. Follow out. Summer. Nate is devastating him. Danking wants to actually start getting aggressive. They think it's going to be a single-man presence. Danking allowed to re-peek. They're not expecting Davkos, but with the flashbang, someone wants to peek through. He's going to be giving up the game. Davkos now covered off. Danking knows he has to get the close range shot. The quick scope gets him down and out. Advantage found, and now look at this push coming forward. Aristo's M4 is about to get busy with it, and he will find the quick bomb as well. Face crack, goodbye.
Lovely counteraction here from TYLOO, setting up that AWP for success, having a pistol to accompany it, and Danking just does it all. You know, you say he has to hit the quickscope. He could have fallen back. He didn't have to do anything, really, but that's the kind of man that Danking is, especially in full confidence mode. He will take that fight. He ain't scared of no one. Not when he knows when there's only one round the corner. Freeman, containment, Mini can't get much further, and it's only Moray that's left. A 1-on-4 after the trade. Just too hard to handle. Surely Aristo is being a nuisance. He knows exactly where he is. He just can't do anything to flush him out.
Dan King spots out Mori crossing over. Mori's got the first 25 seconds and he's afraid of the cross back, and Dan King has faded, so you're right, he can retreat. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, this time he does follow that advice as well, because the timer is low. It's a sprint towards the B bomb site. By the time Mori comes out, he won't have time to hold his gun out in place, but Dan King's playing a very defensive line. Mori, exposed plan. Oh my god, he's going around the world. I don't know where he's headed with that bomb, but Dan King closing the gap. He got the bomb down in time, and now Dan King's on an island. This is suddenly a potential misplay, but Dan King don't miss. Mori, it's a nice attempt, but this time will be another TYLOO round.
I have to say, man, I'm loving this Dan King. I don't know where he was yesterday, but I'm glad he showed up present in class to try and teach these kids how it's done. Yeah, get that frustration out there.
Yeah.
Dan King is just destroying faces right now. Had a slightly slower time in the very beginning of things, but ever since then, ever since he's had his AWP especially, I've loved these aggressive peaks, these aggressive plays he's going for. This is the Dan King we know and love. This is the Dan King they need.
Yeah, and that frustration for Mori was definitely because he knew Dan King had like overstepped there, but he just couldn't punish it. Dan King is just a lightning fast player.
Many tables have been broken in response to Dan King's skills. Sometimes by his coaches.
Yeah, that, I mean, don't know how true that is, but it's also it also does sound true. It's believable.
Oh, boost up, but they don't know yet. Face crack and Davkos has moved through. Molotov trying to cheat it out as if they're not here, but I think the second player might have been spotted.
Yeah.
Freeman seems to have an idea of what's going on. Face crack though, his MAC-10 is legendary. Davkos being boosted up shouldn't spot out anything either. Freeman is too close to the smoke for it to matter, and they do drop off and back off as well. Face crack, position revealed. Freeman forced to back off, but he will not be found out exactly where he's holding in from.
Yeah, their best hope was that they tried to sneak in towards Red Room, but it's very much sort of scripted. It's understood that they're inside this area. All that util was down. A counter move here from Freeman, an attacker, a double push in, and they're trying to box these red players completely away from the rest of the squad, and Aristo's got his one kill too. In fact, doubling up, why not? A-site was the target, but that bomb now separated. Davkos has brought it to just a 2-on-1, both between him and Mestel. They've recovered this round. Aristo, though, a counter right back, and a smoke and a Molotov that's down. Mestel going round and wrapping. Can he even read where Aristo's gone off to?
Trauma flashing before his eyes, Mestel. So many 1v1s on this A-bomb site. So many chances lost. And Aristo now, he's got his joggers on. He's trying to get on a move. 5 seconds. Mestel can't get it. Mestel can't get it. Mestel has again gotten into his own head. It feels like just this A-bomb set is cursed for him. But Aristo, man, what a hold coming out. For a second there, it looked like Davkos had managed to get away hidden because they didn't know there was 2 players. Remember, they only saw 1 on the boost.
Yeah.
So Davkos getting those multi-kills, Mestel getting a kill on the lurk as well, but then Aristo is just the big man at the A anchor, finds 2 frags of the players coming in, takes down Davkos as well, so they can't close the distance with the bomb, and then Mestel, as good as he is, headspace right now is not in the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, when he's got teammates with him, he's been exceptional, but in these clutches, it's gone through his fingertips every time. It's got to be heartbreaking, you know, so many chances to have built up a difference. You know, the same round discrepancy that we have, I think 12-9, definitely could have been Mestel 1 rounds. You know, those are the difference.
Forget 12. This could have comfortably been like a 14-8 for them, right? With the amount of rounds that TYLOO won on like a half buy, on a saved buy, on a 1v1 on A-bombs. It's literally 3 that's happened.
You could have actually forced them to save if you got one of them. Yeah. And he has been doing the most for this Invictus side, so...
And I have to say, man, FaceCrack really needs to step up right now on the server. He's not been giving up the performance that we thought we would see from him. He's one of those veteran players. He's obviously most legendary from his time in Forza. And previous Major, previous RMR, he was a performer, right? He was having a good time.
He's one of the core players for this roster to succeed. You know, both from an in-game leading standpoint, but also he's a fragging in-game leader.
Yeah.
You know, we have a few of them here in the Asian RMR.
Shadow Blitz.
Dobu as well.
I think they changed IGL into Yami, actually. Oh, sorry, to Fury, not Yami. To Fury.
Well.
I heard word from the Mongolian analysts.
Well, then that certainly does change things. Never mind, don't give that guy any credit.
Adobe does nothing, guys.
Also, Fury was fragging as well, so I mean, I guess we
There you go. We got fragging IGLs all over the place.
Hell yeah.
And look, it's a tech timeout, Michael, so I do want to bring up this concept that actually it's a little bit prevalent in League of Legends, that imported players into a region are generally given more scrutiny and there's more expectations to perform, right? Because obviously you're seeing FaceCrack come in with all of this experience, all of this resume, and he's, you know, sort of quote unquote on a slot of another potential Middle Eastern player. So I feel like I want to see him perform more, so just show that he is deserving of that sort of import slot there.
Yeah, and I think in the early stages definitely had some issues with the in-game leading aspect of it, but has been garnering that experience over time, and it really does feel like he's coming to his own. You know, we saw the calling from the CT side of Invictus was great, but just it has been slim margins, it has been clutches, and TYLOO, they are certainly showing their composure in those moments.
Volleys won't find him. Attacker's gone by completely unnoticed. He's got two. FaceCrack as well traded out. Freeman shuts him down. They're just not able to find it. Davkos left, struggling on a bomb side. Deagle shot is there. Second as well. No more struggles in Red Room. Keep an eye out on it, because Dan King with the red hair might be completely cut off and forced away from the bomb site right now.
Oh my god, Mini, this kill could certainly define the round. He certainly knows he's there. Dan King clears it, but Mini wins the duel. And that's an AWP recovered, an Aristo 1v2. Surely TYLOO can't have another one full in their place.
Aristo's got a nade and a flash. Maybe he can cross over against the AWP with the grenade. Maybe he can even just find the kill on the Davkos. But this crossfire is so deadly. This crossfire is so deadly. Davkos with 3 big frags. And I have to say, TYLOO over there facing into the Deagle like that, not taking the double swing. That's a critical mistake. Mini, beautiful play. Gets into Red Room. Does everything. But those 2 kills should not have been given up like that.
Yeah, and listen, you know, usually when we look at this Invictus side, Davkos isn't actually one of the players we're looking at these days to have good performances, but he's caught up with Medztol, and that round in particular, man, just so sharp. Those Deagle kills suddenly opened up the entire round, had the bomb site open for business, had Mini on the lurk, and suddenly it all falls into place. Trifecta of frags from Davkos rolling back the years, and Invictus double digits. This is what we want. Somebody to step up alongside Medztol. They've had some contributions divided for the TYLOO side. You know, we've seen Summer in the clutch. We've seen Aristo. And they have certainly performed their due diligence in those moments, but yeah, Davkos is certainly the surprise for me. Still the AWPer for this team, as far as I'm aware, and you know, not exactly putting up the numbers where you would expect that he is AWPing still. Very much, you know, the meta is defined by whether or not you have a star AWPer or not, and just what kind of numbers they can put together. But
okay, if he's putting up performances when some of his teammates are having issues, that's what you want, right?
Yeah.
So just to go back to that import point, experience is very much there on Davkos' shoulders. He's been playing for so long. I think he was playing, I think he was even in majors back in like 2014 or something like that. So yeah, he's been around the block and a couple of times.
I'm pretty sure, you know, with the flip side of things, he was also with Spirit for quite a long time.
True.
So yeah, no, he's been around the block. Talent. I mean, to be honest, I was kind of surprised that both him and FaceCrack took the plunge initially to sort of look outside of their region. I know it's something that we've talked about before in terms of why don't players do it more often to a certain degree. You know, you're going to increase the experience of the players in that region. It could be considered like an easier path, you know, quote unquote, an easier path to make it through. And I think everybody kind of benefits if the level is increased across the scene. You know, that's how you get more endemic Counter-Strike, more localized Counter-Strike as well.
Full save from TYLOO. Short of a Deagle in Summer's hands. As close to a full save as you're likely to see. About time we had one of these. And I like the fact that Dan King is prioritizing the AWP, right? He's keeping $3,900 in the bank. Doesn't really want to mess about too much with that. With the kind of performance he's been having, that's good to see.
Yeah, and also just because they've been getting destroyed by some of the dry peaks that Invictus have been going for, that makes the AWP that much more important. What a pain. What an absolute pain to track this man down. Dafcost just so elusive. All those pistols trying to rush him down, and he knew. He got out of there quick. No surprises versus the full eco.
We haven't seen that much mid-fighting come through so far in this map, actually. It's mostly been largely late-round situation of the bomb set itself. Both teams have been treating mid more as a avenue for late lurks rather than an avenue for actually, early exchange.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of utility sort of thrown by both teams, but it's been a lot of bluffing, a lot of puffed chest about whether or not you're going to maintain presence there. Because once those smokes fade, yeah, then suddenly we started to see those duels. But fast A play, changing the pace up, Invictus straight in, and Dan King's AWP is there to strike.
They weren't expecting it. It's been angling back to the B bomb set a few times early on. Aristo now still stays over and on, can stop the bomb. Face crack will not be gone, not yet. Keeps himself alive, wants to recover the bomb as well. And with the package picked up, Attacker has been given a bit more room to try and make a play. Dan King does not want to aggress forward. The Molotov would have prevented him regardless from maintaining position. And look at this, Invictus, off the back of Mori's position, are calling to go back over. But TYLOO, they have full sight lines. They know exactly what's going on here.
You say that, but they're playing super defensive. They have the numbers advantage. They want to try and play together. And the fact that there is no one even considering, no one anchoring, playing as a close sentry over towards B, TYLOO are going to have to play for a retake here because Invictus are going to quickly realize that this bomb site's vacant.
You're right, actually. I think they might have been expecting a red room play because of how often it's been that Invictus has been actually committing to that. So probably right about it.
There's no kits.
It might, funnily enough, actually come back to bite them, the fact that Aristo was able to stop the bomb plant over on the A bomb side. All coming from the same angle. Flashes overhead, face crack, backed off, and it's Summer to take the first duel, but he hasn't won it out. Exchanges a lot of damage. Dafcost covers it off as well, and Dan King on the side is just waiting for a mistake to be made. Freeman as well, just peeks out, swings in for two, and makes it look easy. That retake could have been uncomfortable, but when Dan King and Freeman are just heading into the bomb site like that, makes it look easy.
Yeah, I gotta say, when you see someone go for a retake and they look back to see who's right behind them, that does already start to fill you with a little nerves. Comms are probably a little cluttered, a little chaotic in a situation like that, but trades were nice and quick for the rest of the TYLOO squad. Ended up being able to mop up. Yeah, it was funny that you're quite right. If they got that plant on A, suddenly the round would have just been over much quicker for TYLOO, most likely. But they got it nonetheless.
RG still has plenty of money to be able to continue buying up as well. So if they get a bomb plant here, even if they lose it next round, they're probably committing to a forced buy. Look at this face crack. He's trying to counter out the lack of mid presence. He's read into it perfectly. He's inside the donut smoke. And that's a second prong that TYLOO will not be ready for at all. Aristo fully zoned in onto A main. He will be hearing the jump spots to come through. First player spotted out. Dafcost, I think he might have actually seen Aristo as well on the jump spot. Not sure about it. Freeman trying to cover off. Flash is there. Inside the smoke, he lies in wait. And as they start to move in and push forward, Freeman will have to activate. Great flashbang, but Mestel's managed to recover because Freeman messed up the movement. Summer, while flashing himself forward, Mini will avoid it. Summer's got Mestel down as well. And now a second through the smoke. Mini eliminated. Dan King swings out. Dafcost still backed off in A main. It's all down to face crack. What can he find? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Dafcost alone, 1-on-2. Has to connect, pistol out, straight to the head it goes. Another chance given, but not one received. TYLOO, 1v1s on A, and TYLOO name a better matching.
And they called it close. They got the kills, the entries they needed, but the fact that Summer was able to dive through, get that one kill, thin the herd, and then also just catch Mini through the smoke. Mini was trying to cancel the plant, just fake it out to draw spam to him, but Summer just, I think, went for the more traditional plan. He thought it would be one for Donut or A main, but instead it was totally off axis. So many things that sort of fall out of favor there for Invictus, but I mean, you have to commend TYLOO for showing so much initiative before that bomb's even down.
There was some finding out going on there from Mini, put it that way.
Yeah, sometimes you mess around. 30 kills for Mestel, 30 kills for Dafcost.
TYLOO has no one on 30, by the way.
Yeah, no one close. I mean, Dan King closest, but needs an ace, or at least 5 in the next couple, because TYLOO are keeping some really solid momentum moving into the second half. The CT's side has been treating them quite well. Invictus have been trapped with only the 3 so far attained. It's mental that there is 60 between 2 players on Invictus. And they are losing.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. Face crack. Huh? I think he just got spammed because Mestel revealed his position. So face crack jumps headfirst into a headshot to the wall.
Yeah, also you can be revealed from there. Mestel does find a counter kill though. The spam, great collection onto Summer and even chancing it with more. Attacker stuck around and this time Mestel will be taken down. So there is a trade.
That seems a bit much. Freeman backs off. Repeat coming out back over again soon. Aristo right there next to him. Freeman and Aristo perfectly done, perfectly played. Sets up for Freeman to perfection, and now Molotov to try and force him away. Bomb plot inside the smoke can't come through, but it's a 4-on-2 and it's a dreaded A bomb site once again. The Russian duo, Facecrack and Davkost. They do have an aggressive angle to come through and try and capitalize off of, but Davkost's demise makes it the Facecrack is in a 1-on-4. Molotov at his feet as well. Bomb defuse coming through, and TYLOO's going to stick it. They're going to stick it. They know the recipe for success. It's just get the defuse.
Yeah, you've got the numbers. You've got every avenue back into that site covered off. Facecrack realizing that as well and didn't fancy his chances. 1, 2 players maybe, but 4 ahead of him. TYLOO have that kind of distance moving into this potential last round of our first map. This is TYLOO's pick in this series, so they'd be able to convert on their selection. I thought they were kind of boxed in on the veto. They had to go to Anubis or Ancient, but, you know, Invictus don't like Anubis. And TYLOO's certainly showing why they are good on this map. It's not like it hasn't been chaotic, it hasn't been a treacherous road, but the way that they've played some of these post plants, the adaptability of players in, I guess, the more hectic moments has been great to watch from actually both of these squads. You know, we've seen some good movements from Mini and Mestel respectively in terms of how they've adapted to these more, I mean, questionable game states, I'd maybe put it. Is there more to offer? Can we see OT? We need to see healthy signs from Invictus quickly if that's to be the case. Solid nades to start. Mestel already brought down to relatively low HP, but he will maintain and take over some control over towards Cheetah. Has been able to get into this spot a number of times so far, but they're re-aggressing.
Attacker wants to take this peek outwards. He just swings. Mestel didn't seem ready for the wide swing at all. He was holding for the short jiggles. Freeman. Positions now spotted out, will be able to back off. The Molotov doesn't spread to him either. He is A-okay. Freeman's been having a great defense back on Donut as well. He's had a fantastic game. Both him and Attacker have been stepping up massively across the entire map so far. And Mini, angle found, great kill. Summer down and out, and Mini's even managed to jump back over, but Davkost's demise is big. Freeman will go down as well, but it's still Facecrack who has to do so much, and Aristo recovering position, danking. Position now forfeit. Both these TYLOO players are so far apart, split up. This 2v2 will be heavily delayed.
Yeah, they're rendezvousing as well. They've set up a meetup point, and they want to try and approach this retake together. They do have resources, a couple of Molotovs, a flash, a smoke, an HE, and they've got kits, so time is going to be something that can be toyed with. Mini's AWP, surely not to be trifled with. Moore is separated from him as well, so cannot even cover his behind.
This Molotov is perfect. Absolutely perfect set of Molotovs, and the utility is great. The retake is on. They need to push soon. Mori's getting nervous. Mini's going to be covered off. Good for the first shot, but he has to peek back out over soon. Mori can trade. Invictus will finally capitalize on a clutch. 12 to 15, they keep their hopes alive.
Yeah, even with all that utility, just being able to bounce off each other as effectively as you can do in that situation. Mini that first flick, and it just opened up exactly for that trade. That's what they were setting up for from the get-go. They have to play these rounds like it is their last. Elimination on the line. Not this map, sure, but you don't want to give TYLOO an edge. You want to go down swinging if that is to be the case.
And again, TYLOO is sometimes losing control of Red Room. You know, we've now seen 2, maybe 3 rounds where, because they don't have control over there, Mini's able to sneak through, find a crucial kill, and bring it back. So, you know, plaudits out to Mini, but at the same time, it is still a bit of an uphill battle if you're going to have heroics every opportunity that you get.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen really sort of aggro setups from the TYLOO side as far as mid-control, really. It's actually been somewhat absent. They've played around it, you know, they've played around it as a vulnerability, but maybe as well the fact that these spawns got pulled back, TYLOO just not as comfortable to be assertive in that area. And what is this to start? It's not exactly a pristine buy, but 4B start, they really want to deal with Mestel.
Attacker peeking outwards, Mestel knows that Attacker's wanting to get aggressive. These past few, Freeman and Attacker are both gone. Thank you very much to the Molotov.
Yeah, it looks a little silly with Mestel being able to collect so easily on those 2 kills. And Aristo struggling, but Mini finally dealt with, and Dafcost, oh wait, hold on! Summer, 2 kills on the SMG, and suddenly they've got a man advantage to work off of.
They could not fathom the idea that there would be 3 players and Dan King in middle's lost his duel. But they don't know where Summer is. Remember, they don't know where Summer is. He could still be holding in lane, so they have to be very slow, very methodical with how they scale back onto the B-bomb side. Dafcost and Mori, they've got full util. And they've got time to work with. But the question is, what is TYLOO going to do with that time? Because so far, Aristo's got an aggressive. He's recovered the kit as well. It gives them a better chance into things. There's no utility on the ground anywhere. Remember, they came in with a bad buy, but they're expecting the A-bomb set to be the avenue of attack.
Yeah, this was actually a very well thought out, I mean, just a very well called round, rather, from Invictus. This mid-round was a little bit hectic, but expecting that they'd reset after being spotted outside of A, they go B instead. And yeah, they were none the wiser, bombed down, and you know, that's the good news. You know, you said Aristo picked up that kit. That can certainly still be a factor, but Dafcost holding a long line with the AWP. Can you even get past this man first? Aristo, oh, hits the dink, but it's through the edge of the box, so Dafcost 46, and Summer has called it quits. 13 for Invictus. It's a much more tumultuous game. I think at the very least, we go into the second half. You know, I was a little concerned with how close everything was in the first. So many clutches back and forth. But we've seen, I think, better attainment of the rounds from TYLOO or Invictus, respectively, when they have been able to convert. Yeah, they've kept better numbers alive. It hasn't come down to so many 1v1s.
And look, remember, one thing that we know is that Invictus have had their players individually active consistently, right? So that's never been a question mark. The question mark's always been the very last step. And if they start taking it here and now, TYLOO are still looking flimsy at points. They are still getting to these places where they have to get these crazy individual plays. So we'll have to wait to see. Summer has gotten aggressive quite a few times over. Wouldn't be surprised if he does so again. The AK finds one. Dafcost is gone. Beautiful frag to find.
That could be a knockout punch, Summer, in their face. Still so early in the year. 15 to 13, and Invictus need to be able to continue to convert here on this T side. Freeman acting as bait. That's because Dan King's in the close corner, and the 5-7 finds 2. That's a weapon. That's a reward. Freeman, thanks for the bait. Here's an AK.
Invictus are falling apart. This could not be the situation for them to be in right now. And TYLOO are getting aggressive. That could be something they look back to and regret later on. But even so, 2 AKs, one of them close by. Going for the D4 bomb plant, likely going to get you spammed as well. They're waiting. Patience is going to be key for TYLOO. They cannot reveal too early. Mini gets off the bomb. They needed to reload. He's going for it again, but this time covered off. Still some damage found. Mini down to 8. Op now recovered as well for Aristo. They start to move through. Attacker won't even be needed. Mini's already gone. Mestel's all alone. Needs to get the 4K to keep them alive. Good for 1, good for 2. Gets it going. Mestel, he's got it all. 14 and IG are still in it.
This man cannot be messed with. Mestel, I thought that was surely would have been the round. That fell right out of their hands. A 2-on-5, and it's all Mestel all day in the clutch. How on earth?
He's giving them everything right now.
That is
There
ridiculous.
have been so many rounds where it's been all Mestel. He is up to 37 kills in regulation. And look, it is made slightly easier because they don't have armor, right? But even so,
they've got guns.
They've got guns and numbers.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he was. Oh dear. This is not premium, this is not pristine from TYLOO either in response. Buy is much more substantial from Invictus. They will be missing utility. They've only got that one kit on Aristo as well, so post plants will be a difficulty. Look at the urgency now from Invictus. Through to mid-floor, Mori close, and FaceCrack setting up as well for that smoke down so that they can actually cross and split this A site. This is a strat we haven't seen just yet, and TYLOO might get blindsided.
DanKing's positioning is excellent, though he should be able to find one for free here. Oh, there goes Davkos. Don't mess with DanKing. Just try to go for the jump spot, and he's immediately eliminated by FaceCrack. Summer is gone. Trade still favoring out TYLOO. And again, it's Mestel who has to try bring it together. Mori's added, though. Mori's added to the conversation. What he doesn't realize is that Attacker is right behind him. How many chances Invictus going to have when Mestel has to cover? He is feeling everything, but not the last one. Butch has gone away, and TYLOO will find 16. The only way they could get it is if Mestel has his knife out.
Mestel has to die for TYLOO to win rounds. Was a part of so many clutches, so many that fell out of his hands as well, and still had such a considerable game. Was definitely the biggest reason why Invictus were a part of this map, but TYLOO are able to hit back more by committee. DanKing had a fantastic first map.
Honestly, that is just insane. I cannot believe the performances that Mestel is forced to put up. DanKing barely gets 30 kills towards the end of it as well. 31 for him, and you're thinking that, yeah, this is just some fantastic play coming out from a guy who's been sort of criticized a little bit yesterday as well, all of that stuff. But the problem is, I can't put any shine on him at all because Mestel's on the other side. Every single round, it seems like there's a Mestel multi-kill. Quad kills, double kills, clutches which are even only made possible because of him. Let's not forget, right? 1v2s, he's losing them, but he is getting the first few kills. He is getting 2 kills even in the round that he maybe chokes out a little bit. So I cannot give enough credit to this guy. He is unreal right now, and I'm terrified of what Mestel is bringing to Mirage.
Dude, I mean, it was so heartbreaking to watch so many of those 1v1s not fall into his lap because he actually played them perfectly. You know, he just finally didn't hit that last shot. They were both low, low HP players. He could have certainly converted on them. So yeah, I mean, a fantastic performance from Mestel, but unfortunately, it's not a map win for Invictus. That's the most important part, and they're now fighting off against elimination. They'll be moving into their map pick though. Mirage is our next on the table, so don't go anywhere, guys. We have to see whether or not that is going to see play, whether we can see 3 in the series, or whether Invictus go home. Be back after a break.
My ID is Aristo, and I'm 18 years old, almost 19. I'm a rifler of TYLOO esports. I think I played for about 5 months, 6 months. I've been playing CSGO for about 7,000 hours, almost 8,000. And yeah, I started about 2018. First impression of Mongolia is that it's really natural when I see the snow and the mountains, and I feel it's really beautiful. In my own opinion, I think it's like the most meaningful for not only our team, but like for like all the teams, between all the teams, because like for China and for TYLOO, it's been a long time since we have a sticker and showing up in the major, and yeah, I think it's really like impactful for us. Yeah. Like my impression of Mongolian teams, I think is that their style is like very aggressive, and they had like really good aims. Yeah. So we had like 2 weeks of bootcamp in Europe, and we try to improve our own individual mistakes and also our communication. And for the fans, I think we will try our best and try to like bring the best results for them. I think our style is like really like depending on like our own communication. So if we had like good communication, we'll play like really like smooth, and yes. So like also we are really good at like coping with different styles of CS. I think it will be either Jemyang from our rare item, or I think it's gonna be Blitz from IC. I think the most competitive team is going to be rare item. So the message to rare item is gonna be like good luck and see you in the upper bracket final, I think.
I'm Mori. I'm playing for Invictus International. I'm 24 years old. I'm playing CSGO for around 6 years and professionally for around like 2-3 years. The weather, it's so cold. Like you see from the plane, like all the snow, like I'm not used to it. It's like I'm used to like 25 plus degrees all day. But it's a nice city, like Ulaanbaatar is really nice. Last time we lost to YC on the first game of the RMR. They played good, and like they have like good achievements. But they changed 2 players now, so I don't really know what to expect from them. About Eruption, we have a game against them tomorrow. And I didn't look too much about them. So we'll see tomorrow. It's really important for us. Like we came here with everything we can. We had a really long boot camp for 2.5 weeks, just to make sure we come the best we can. Yeah, we did. We played like the last RMR. in Australia. I think it's like just not the same CS you'll play in Europe. Like we're not playing the tier 1 CS in Europe. We're playing more like tier 2, tier 3. And like so much difference because like even if you play in LAN, like not online because we usually play like online tournaments, like the play style is so much difference because in Europe when you play against some teams, they just plus W. Like last RMR I can say from like everybody playing so slow, and so it's like different play style. I think you can expect us, like we didn't come here to lose. We came here to just for the win. Like lose is unacceptable for us. So we don't expect anything else, like to just win. I didn't try too much CS2, but I didn't like the smokes things. Like when you can nade behind it and stuff. I hope they change it. But like from what I saw, I prefer CSGO much more. It depends on the day, if you have official match or we just practicing. If it's just normal day without official matches, it's around like 9 hours. If it's official match, like we just played official practice before, and that's all. I think that we live in, like, we can practice in Europe. And like we have better competition to practice against. And only like the Asian teams can like just go to Europe for boot camp and to practice, I mean. And our play style maybe. Our biggest opponent I think is Grayhound because they win us last time for the major spot. So we want to revenge. And I think for all the teams, like they should be aware of us because we're here to make some damage and to win, of course. Nothing else. See you guys in the server. We are coming to win, everybody.
Welcome back. It's time to see exactly what Invictus Gaming can do in the second map, because I saw what they could do in that first one. They could terrify TYLOO.
Yeah, I mean, massive surprise that Invictus were able to have such big performances from both Mestal and Davkos respectively, and still not win the map. You know, this coming into it, we were really surprised to see how well things were actually panning out for Invictus to start off that game, but things got a little ugly quite quickly. You know, a lot of close clutches, and Mirage is another map that can deliver on exactly that. Invictus, T-side start, and already fixating on A, some flashes over, Mini taking space. This is all a distraction though, bombs over at B.
That distraction might be able to find a couple of kills. In the meanwhile, Summer and Freeman are the ones to frag out. Mestal hidden out, hidden away. He's looking to lurk forward. This is going to be problematic for the T side as the rotations back to B would have prevented the bomb from actually being planted, but Mestal's position makes it more conducive for them to just turn back and rotate to A.
It's already been accounted for. If Mestal oversteps, overhunts, then things could certainly spell doom and gloom, but Mestal's been phenomenal so far in this series. Yeah, it won't be contested. The bomb can cross. DanKing doesn't have the sightline, but they want a challenge. They want to deal with DanKing. So that's bomb dropped, re-navigated into Mori's hands, and he can get that one dialed in.
Aristo's very far off. It has to be Attacker to make a move. Aristo, however, almost finds Mori. Only 6 HP left on him, but that's enough to make this a 1v2 on the bomb side itself. Attacker needs help. Mestal still, remember, his position is completely unknown. He could be anywhere. He could be Palace. He could be a late mid-lurk. He could even be pushed into CT on a timing, so they have to be so aware. But now the bomb tap comes forward. Mestal looking for the first kill, will connect on, but an Attacker is down as well. Mestal's raid boss continues forward.
That's always one of the concerns as well. You know, we had some names that we wanted to talk about coming into this Invictus game and into this Invictus roster. Mestal was certainly one of them, and overperforming. I think way above expectations when it came to Ancient. If he can maintain form, or even though, you know, we're not expecting him to drop another almost 40.
Aren't we? I'm praying for it.
I mean, that would certainly be nice for Invictus, but even if he starts to simmer down a little, you know, maintaining a baseline, being able to get off to good starts, that's always a nice thing to have in your back pocket. 3 kills from Mestal on that pistol. Doesn't seem like that has faded away.
DanKing waiting on the bomb side, jump up from FaceCrack, Mac10 good for 2. FaceCrack's Mac10 is legendary, but Mori wants a bit of a conversation as well. Unfortunately, they've lost members and lost lives. Freeman, a chance now given up. Bomb sit on the ground, they're trying to double peek Mini as dancing around, but he's losing out on this dance. Freeman finally caught and brought down, but a lot of numbers being lost there.
Good recognition there from Mini as well. The damage that was done, suddenly he was isolated on that site and he waited for his teammate to rendezvous with him. Didn't want to take that chance, didn't want to give Freeman a way back in with that SMG. Certainly expensive, that's true, but TYLOO invested to try and counteract that buy from Invictus. And so they'll bend the knee. We didn't see this on Ancient, so you know, it took a long, long time. I think we had like round 27 before we got a proper save. TYLOO understand it's not quite an easy task. It's the pick of Invictus coming into the series.
From FaceCrack, Aristo's been able to find him. Beautiful frag, and that's obviously important. Remember, FaceCrack on Mirage likes to just sometimes do some crazy stuff with the Mac-10. You need to be able to shut him down early. That's unfortunate. Doesn't matter all that much because the kill is recovered and the AK cannot be. But even so, Mini could be caught out here as well, and that's where things get interesting. Attacker speed 250 isolates him, and Davkos is out in the open. He's trying to set up a crossfire with Mestal for a player that doesn't exist. Summer was hidden away. Back over towards stairs. Attacker. Davkos is found. Mestal still looking to tap away a one-on-one. DanKing's gonna just try and stick the bomb. Molotov is there as well. DanKing swims backwards. He's spotted out. He gets the frag, but the Molotov means he shouldn't have time. Gonna be right at the nick of it. He will try and attempt as he's on the defuse. What's going on over here? Right down to the wire. 5 seconds. Counting down. I don't think he has it, but maybe, just maybe, DanKing could get it done.
Oh.
The full ego.
How many times is Mestal going to suffer this heartbreak as well? Him and Davkos put in an impossible position, 2 on 4. And These pistols hit hard. I thought things were looking up. You know, that was the problem. FaceCrack diving into the B bomb site. Sure, he's got an SMG. He's supposed to hunt for information. He didn't see a whole lot. He got destroyed almost instantly. And suddenly Invictus had to hunt for clues elsewhere as well. Just overextending a little too much, and those rifles do somewhat bite back. TYLOO in with a full buy, and FaceCrack caught through the smoke. This time the mid control in from Invictus.
Oh, Mini's gone as well. He tried to get aggressive quickly back to CPL. DanKing has had a stellar series so far. Only been a map, but what a map it was.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you ask for from him? That did a lot of the damage on rifles and showing off that same forte in this game as well. I thought even in the Grayhound game, he was looking pretty snappy with some of his aim. Doesn't have to be with an AWP. Not a necessity for this man no more. But Davkost and Moray have had all of their teammates picked apart. Now suddenly put in a position where doing damage is the next best thing. If they can somehow salvage a round together, that'd be ideal, but not counting their stars. So they've got so much util. TYLOO can play defensive. They can be everywhere as well. Invictus just couldn't stop them from taking control. Freeman was there as containment for the mid play, and Moray, a second frag found. They may not know that there's another one close round, but Davkost has picked off DanKing as well. This 2-on-5 brought to equal numbers.
Summer finds Mori, takes him down. So advantage regained, Davkost. Oh no, he's missed the jump.
And
That's
he's been
huge.
hurt.
He's gone. This round is gone. Aristo, freebie. Run.
Oh!
No!
What?
He turns it! He turns it! And he's back out over into jungle. The bomb is planted. In an awkward position, there's a smoke down as well, but a Galil recovered. It's right on the money, but the money's not found! Davkost! Every single possibility given up to him. The shots are missed. He gets the flick. He gets the advantage. But he can't get the defuse. How many 1v1s will they lose?
It always feels like they're that just so much closer. Like they've got exactly what they need to make the recipe work, but somehow the oven's not on. Oh. These are gut-wrenching. And TYLOO almost let that ball drop. Had such a great advantage coming into that round.
Pain. Agony. That's what these rounds have been, and IG have to buy a game just for their sanity.
Good counter util. Smoke that's down, and a nade as well. Try and slow them on the push, but Invictus find a trade right back. Mini's still alive and kicking, albeit barely. Down to 5, and just barely diving into CT spawn. They still have it to equal numbers right now, but Freeman navigating through CT with company.
Mini's sitting behind the smoke, and now that information has been relayed over as well. DanKing good for one, not expecting the boost, but he still doubles up. Attackers given time to swing around. They should know there's a second player there. Forget about it for just a second, but it won't matter. They recover the kills. They will probably recover the op as well. Yeah, indeed. So DanKing will have that in the next round. TYLOO up to 3.
Yeah, a little curious why they seem to lose track of an extra player there in Sandwich, but DanKing's been a turret on the rifles. Didn't let them get too much room for free once those smokes were faded. They were very exposed. You know, very little places to hide. Invictus now put in a position where they will have to also bow out. Half buy is about as much as they can muster up. TYLOO have been able to attain 3 straight, all stemming from a save round, but have been able to keep the good times rolling, keep guns in their hands. Looking at FaceCrack. Got full immersion inside of that smoke. This actually could be good timing on the lurk because they're pulling attention away from those connector players. An attacker gone, so suddenly FaceCrack unexpected. Summer dealt with DanKing close by, and the flick missed, but he's got cover. Freeman there to make sure he stays alive, but a man advantage in the post plant.
He looks away. Misses out on the timing. Molotov will force him deeper into CT. Remember, Mori is still back over to A ramp. flashbang forward. Double swing for the rifles being lined up and set up, but it's going to be disabled. They cannot go for a defuse, not with the smoke down. There's too many players to take care of back in CT. But the time it's ticking down low. They do have kits, they do want to fight, and as soon as they try, Mori will activate, comes in from behind, double kill on the deagle. DanKing trying to go for a no-scope, will find another, keeps on fighting, will make it somewhat expensive, but that doesn't matter when it's a half by in front of you.
Yeah, they didn't come in with full weaponry, but overwhelming. Just a nice, solid A play, and just being able to get that activation there from FaceCrack. It was a delayed hit on that site. They even waited for that top mid smoke to almost be fading, but that was enough of a timing window there for that lurk to pan out. So how much it meant for the side of Invictus as well. Just got so much room, so much space. And even the counter util there from TYLOO, they were trying to make it difficult for them to see into the site, but it took so long getting back in that those smokes were fading.
I'm quite surprised they didn't take the double swing into CT with the rifles. It felt like with a smoke down, there was just no chance. And they knew there had been multiple players crossing over to CT. So with the smoke there, it honestly felt like that just set up for the success of the T side more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, they may be expecting a crossfire between ramp and CT, but that's what that smoke was supposed to be there for. They even threw one towards ramp as well, towards the later stages. That's why Mori sort of cheated past it and found those 2 kills. So yeah, fantastic work on the pistol play. And so pistols will strike for both squads, but this is a different look here from TYLOO. More aggressive on mid and facing very early. Flashes great Summer, a double mini, the trade, but Freeman gets away with another.
All down to Aristo, knows Davkos is coming over, will be able to re-navigate as well. Mori, sure, he's good for 1, but it's a 1-on-3. He has to succeed, and afterwards, having a great game so far, 9 kills on the man. But now, it's about getting 3 more on demand. Smoke out for himself to at least have the, oh my god, DanKing is just brutal. I think he might have seen a pixel at best, but even then, DanKing on land, man.
Probably when he was pulling back his AK back out, because you have to pull it from behind. You know, you have a bit of an extension there. There are certain angles where you just cannot hide properly. That's all that DanKing needs to see. That smoke was supposed to give Mori room, but he couldn't even use it. And he had a nice attempt at a clutch as well on Ancient. I think it was a 1-on-4 brought down to 2, but DanKing also thwarted him there as well. DanKing has been critically clutch for the TYLOO squad. And it feels like no one on Invictus can have that performance. I think the best, you know, we saw from Mestel, of course, the 1-on-4, but Davkos also bailed them out of some dire straits. All these clutches on Mirage have fallen out of favor. TYLOO, it's another comparable buy for both these squads, but there's very little residual cash for the Invictus side. So this round could be worth its weight in 2. Much slower. TYLOO, I mean, TYLOO were aggressive last round, so maybe expecting something similar, but in a different area of the map, perhaps.
This is complete freezes from either side, though. DanKing is the only one who's showing any mobility, and he's worried about a B setup, right? Because he's worried about the idea of a potential Mach 10 there. FaceCrack does like to pop down. He'd rather be at the op to just cover off the first and rotate the rifles back for an A-side play. The M4A1s can shoot through the smokes, let's not forget, but it's going to be over to Cat Freeman. Position given up. If he peeks back out, there's an op on the other side. Flashbang is there, but Freeman is actually backing off as a result of it.
Pressure mounting, and a shoulder, an elbow. That's all the Davkos needed to expose. DanKing too quick on the trigger, and it feels like B is off limits. Mestel gunning it the other way with that bomb. Mini just trying to take space, but Attacker looking high, and the gun model's blocking him. Mini, a free kill, and knows that Summer's in from CT. It's a double, and that will open up this site. They were running low on time. They needed these kills to come in just in the nick of it.
Freeman, shot missed out from FaceCrack, will be punished, but Mestel and Mini return fire there, and then DanKing. One beautiful kill so far, and he doesn't have money to buy an op in the next round. Still wants to go for this one. If it's going to be a double peak, it'll be too much, but instead Mini with the quad comes up big. Beautiful first kill, obviously. A bit of a mistake not having the CL right-hand zero, but honestly, there's so many situations where you're just thinking, it's fine, right? Mini finds the one angle where it's perfection. Honestly.
Nice!
And the swing on the CT is what's really impressive, right? That's just a wide swing out, get a straight entry, maintains position in the bomb site long enough for his teammates to come through. And Freeman seemed like he had to be the one to activate, but because they'd thrown a flashbang over, the CT player didn't have the short Freeman actually covering off the cross in the first place.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Mini to be so aggressive as well. You know, never stopped moving inside of the site. So, yeah, fantastic work from him. One of the individuals that certainly had his moments, but outshone on our first. Maybe this will be one that he takes over in. Pistols once again from TYLOO in response. They did have some floating funds, but decided not to go with it. A little awkward there for Attacker. Certainly had a few swings, and Aristo will also suffer the same fate. Can't hit a damn thing with those USBs.
Mestel. He knows he almost lost out.
He should have been dead.
He knows he almost lost out a few more rifles there, but yeah, it's all good. Mori's still Mr. Serious.
How did we live through that? Considering the things that have gone wrong this game, you know. That's not one of them. Open Danking's hands, no one will offer up that peek. It's, again, a spread default here from Invictus. Mid will be the focus. No aggression from TYLOO in response. Don't have exactly the most amount of utility to even try and find a counteraction, but the boost up, FaceCrack can sit close, Attacker making noise, Mestel, that's a key kill. Suddenly Freeman gone, and that makes this B site somewhat more vulnerable. They may even peel back and reset for an execute that direction.
I would be very surprised if they don't end at A, to be honest, but yeah, because TYLOO generally does tend to rotate back over and go for some sort of aggressive plays back towards the B bomb site when this happens. Mori is holding for it, so maybe there's an opportunity. Yes, good for one, but the rotation is there. Second rotation, is it coming? No, won't be the case. Attackers in the... He's just in the middle of the Molotov, hoping to catch them off, but doesn't actually find it. Summers instead the one who's rotated back over. Offshot tries to bait it out, but Dafkos will be able to hold down the line, and Dan King should probably be getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, 1-on-4, that seems like it might be a little too much of a stretch. Certainly seen a few swings at it. There's been clutches aplenty, but this doesn't feel like the right formula. But there is no regard for Dan King's plans. No save allowed. Great stuff in from Invictus, finding the cap player so quick, resetting over towards B. Like you said, you know, very typical counter action from TYLOO, just to try and look for information, hunt down an extra player, but once that extremities player is in the right position or just sort of punishes that, Invictus just seemingly pounce on the opportunity. It's just so hard to make the right rotations on a CT side when you lose a short player.
Yeah.
Him and the connector player are the most important pieces on the map, really, because they're your quick correspondents. They're the ones that can float between bomb sites. So stretching the defenses thin, TYLOO just couldn't do enough. Pistols back in, and I'm curious about how Invictus approached this one. You know, last time they were upset by it. That was because FaceCrack dove out, and there was, you know, I think there was some push-pull from the rest of the Invictus squad. Because they got pulled on, they tried to push back. And it didn't work out for them. So just got to dot all of their I's, really. Now, these conversion rounds, considering that they're already in a lead, you know, TYLOO may not have gotten off the ground on the CT side if not for the earlier sort of eco or half-buy that they had.
Freeman catches that one. Well, that eco half-buy, it is beckoning. M4's been recovered. Mori, fortunately, is here to punish, and I think Summer is going to be able to get away from that nade. Doesn't really matter all that much. Freeman, position expected from Mestel, but the lack of armor made it so the duel was effectively impossible.
Yeah, a bit one-sided. Danking all that remains over on the A side of the map. That's where Mini is currently perusing. Bomb right behind him as well. And if he gets one kill, he could find his hands on a rifle. Mini gone, and that rifle certainly at distance. Dafkos trying to close the gap. AWP and the bomb in his hands. Finally, Mori dealing with Dan King. Shouldn't be much problem now converting the rest of the round. TYLOO were too far away from the remaining players.
Mori's been looking positionally much more comfortable so far in Mirage, and it does feel like it's been the difference maker for Invictus in so many rounds. Like his B lurk has been impeccable. Now, of course, flying Summer as well, attacker, who did have a pretty damn good game in the previous one, right? Has been quieter. And on the CT side, I feel like that will be an absolute catastrophe if he's not able to actually get it together. So far beyond DanKing, I don't really know who I look towards. Freeman does have the numbers, but it doesn't feel like they're necessarily the most filling calories, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. You know, especially with some of the more hectic moments, you know, Freeman doesn't feel like he's in the thick of it as much as, you know, sort of collecting on more menial frags. But yeah, he's been doing a solid job, I think, throughout this series, just being able to maintain a decent level. Certainly something that he was commended for in the earlier journeys with TYLOO. So, still the same man.
But is he as free?
Man, I don't know.
He has been pretty free on short so far, unfortunately.
Yeah, if he's not getting punished. Hey, listen, the pistol, they actually deal with it this time. You know, they don't let it get too hairy. Invictus looking up, and you know, I think they've got certainly good reasons as to why they might be down in the dumps with how many clutches they seem to lose, but they're also putting themselves in a lot of positions that are, you know, bailing out of deficits, sometimes round-winning positions. It's just been about the final kill, the final execution that sometimes evaded them. TYLOO have come in, I think that's the biggest thing. You know, I'm confused sometimes about what kind of form I'm going to get from TYLOO in a game, but I think composure has been a key thing for these guys so far in this series. You know, sometimes it does feel like the comms are hectic and they're, you know, they're bumping into each other, they're a little clustered, and, you know, kills are sort of sporadic, but when they've seen an opportunity to win a round, they have grasped at it with both hands. And I have to say the mental from this TYLOO squad does seem like it's in a much better place than I've certainly seen in previous outings.
I think it helps when you feel like you're winning like every clutch as well, right?
Yeah.
It is one of those things that will smooth over a lot just off the base of the adrenaline and whatnot. And to Invictus's credit, I think that Mestel's performance is serving something similar for them from the previous game. So now you're looking at all of them rejuvenated, even though Mestel's not looking like the unreal monster that he was in Ancient. You know, everyone around him is sort of chinning up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, certainly fired up. I would be. A 16-14 loss. One that could have been in their pocket, but TYLOO have it in theirs instead. Out of the freeze time, DanKing has struck first with his AWP. That's a peek down ramp. That's Mini, who's usually left on lurks. So this 3-man start, I guess 4-man start over on the mid control. Invictus will have to find some level of control right back, because losing Mini is actually very important, considering Invictus have rebounded back to that A-bomb site in previous rounds.
Attacker is getting aggressive all the way through, and he wants to see if he can find Mestel over here as well. Mestel, however, that timing's been missed. He hasn't realized that attackers come in right at the perfect moment. It all comes down to what can be done in jungle, though. Summer has to collect, and very soon. DanKing covering off from connector is what I'd expect him to be on. DanKing needs to find these kills. 3 men coming in. DanKing's found the first. Summer looks to activate later on. Needs to show himself. And will finally be able to take down Mestel. Was blocked off by a smoke, but he's got a second in the meanwhile. Will be able to keep it all together. Not a single player lost so far. And a missed shot means that Dafkos won't find a kill either.
Yeah, just being able to hunt for info and limit options. You can tell as well, Invictus were hyper-conscious of some of the possibilities, some of the more aggro moves TYLOO could have done in that instance. It's the importance of losing one of the extremities players so early. It does kind of pigeonhole you to almost go the other way, just because your opponent could be in so many different places. Invictus were kind of hunting ghosts, and ultimately shot like ghosts too, barely doing any damage onto the TYLOO camp. See, no ectoplasm bullets, real ones. An attacker looking to put more into their opponent over towards top mid, but there's no one home. Invictus are just trying to run interference. The rest of the squad grouped up for an A play.
Attacker getting this aggressive makes it a little bit difficult for the B-Lurk, though. Summer has to step up and show up. Smoke down for him to be able to cover off. Freeman's giving him a bit more assistance as well. Mori's gone, trying to circle the corner. They're already down 2. And this B-Lurk will still be sussed out very soon. They know it should be coming, but no. Face crack, he's found the timing. Drops down. Has he been heard? Doesn't seem like it. Summer will maintain himself underneath Palace, but the bomb has been found and brought down. Mini will be revealing his position, but can't find the frag. Freeman ducks the hell out of Dodge.
That was the way out of this round. If the bomb was able to escape and get over towards B, because FaceCrack took all that territory, you could tell as well Mini wanted to sort of link up with him, but one of them has to go back for that package if they're going to somehow navigate back into this round, but it might just be a safe call. Teammates can buy. I think the only one that would be left in the dumps would be Moray, and they save more value on their person than they would lose from the loss bonus. It's unfortunate, but TYLOO doing a good job. You know, back-to-back rounds, again, finding this aggressive maneuver through towards A. Being able to suss out that player has been, I think, very important and make it just almost impossible for Invictus to sort of bail themselves out.
I like the change from attacker, right? They're trying to utilize him in ways where he can get active early rather than for waiting for him to be peeked into. And it does feel like that is attacker's strength. Even on the T side, you think of him in traditional positions like, you know, maybe Banana on Inferno, where he can move past some smokes, try and make some plays. Here on Mirage, we've seen him getting some, you know, crucial mid pushes, some crucial kills out of A-Mean when he's actually given the opportunity as well. Fighting at his own terms seems to be attacker's strength.
And it's facilitated. You know, these are coordinated efforts from TYLOO. They've been doing it with a couple of players, always in position to trade and, you know, fixate on that one frag. That's the one thing that they're hunting for, and they're achieving that goal, not even needing the residual players usually.
Nice adjustment as well, having Freeman in jungle. Summer called that out. He knew that if he was going to be the one to anchor the A-bomb side, he's going to need a bit more support to spam out in case he's being swarmed from either side. So Freeman was able to make sure the Palace players couldn't actually pair up with Moray quite nicely.
Yeah, but he spammed through a smoke. You know,
Palace is Palace, man. It's still
it's hard. It is hard to get out when that spam's there. But you know, you're not relying. I wouldn't say you can rely on that so frequently. You know, it was definitely fell in their favor that he was able to get on that kill. See if Invictus can get a plan to be a little bit more threatening this time over. Again, an A setup, 2 players in towards Palace this time over, though. Once again, it will just be about FaceCrack running interference on mid and just trying to keep it busy. But there's 3 already committed here for TYLOO.
The under Palace players should be burnt up as well. Summer is down, and he's able to come down the ladder with 2 beautiful entries. Shot missed as well. DanKing's got nothing to offer to the conversation, and as he's being closed in upon, the spam is great. Mini wants to keep it going. Knows there's an op on the other side, so he can just accelerate through. What an entry from Mini. 3, and before he's brought down, but the round's not over yet. Aristo still wants something to do about it. Bomb still in the possession of Invictus. Spotted out, but now dropped down. Isolated players. Mestel spots Aristo. Quick tag in as well. The bomb's been recovered. It's taking its way back to B. FaceCrack will be going for the jump up. Finds it as well, but even so, this is slightly slow. Aristo can actually interrupt this, and Mestel's been left behind because they don't think FaceCrack will be committing to it hard. Aristo's going to be given a chance to get the jump on him, and FaceCrack won't be expecting this. From the side comes Aristo, but the crate, it covers. USP out in hot pursuit. Can't find FaceCrack. He's playing ring around the rosies, and it's going to be Aristo who's falling down. Mestel given so much space to come out as well. 2 HP, just not enough. He's being spammed on all sides. Aristo. Chances have dwindled, opportunities have gone, and not finding the frag means that it is all over.
A nade to finish off business. Yeah, that was looked like Aristo was going to win it. That was such a strange call to make, separating when they knew where Aristo was. They had to have known that he was tagged from earlier fights, but they gave him respect. You know, they just run that bomb the other way, and there was a real chance for Aristo to isolate that fight. Getting that kill on FaceCrack, Mestel wouldn't have been there in time to stop a defuse.
He had the kit too?
Yeah, he did. Had a smoke, had a kit. Had everything he needed, but this time, no clutches here for TYLOO. It's already a 1-half here for Invictus, but all about chaining more together. DanKing does find the other D on the other side. Orper is gone, and DanKing will not be trifled with. Had 1 miss last round, now trying to make up for it here.
And that miss was crucial.
The man that got away. also just great job from Mini.
Yeah,
These A hits,
man.
the A entries that he's been having, hyper impact.
Kid's been a monster on those, absolutely.
Might need it again, considering they're already a man down.
Feels like it's their only way, and they're recognizing it. Utility at the very least is present, so if you want to try and set up some sort of an entry pathway, that's going to be in the cards for sure. No one in window, so all they're relying on TYLOO is the short players to be able to maybe go for a boost up or spot out for connector. Smoke still has a couple of seconds on it. Summer will refresh it, and he will have to take care of it consistently as a result of that refresh, actually. TYLOO, however, that kick is far away. There's no op to prevent the scale onto the bomb site. Attacker and Summer are waiting. No smoke off on Summer either. Flashbangs is all it'll take. Molotov goes a bit too deep, and Summer, now with the smokes and flashes coming his way, it's a peaks, but Summer's still able to get two big ones. Mori responds, but it might be too late. Around the corner he goes. Too many players to deal with. Mini alone has to clutch it out, but the A bomb site gives him nothing. This time TYLOO, once again, a 7-8 scoreline in favor of Invictus, but will it end the same way? Let's find out after a short break.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going niche.
Let's try. He's older than 31.
Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors.
Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats us on point. Muscles.
About as even as can be. Once again, TYLOO neck to neck, but Invictus have been looking good on different members this time.
Yeah, it's the 3 M's of the Invictus selection. I mean, I was going to go more for because they have been tasty. Great stuff from them so far. Mestel, Moray, Mini, all having different moments where they have been able to show their contributions in the server. So an 8-7 that is definitely well earned, but it's all about whether they can maintain a lead coming into this pistol round.
The mid-aggression coming out from Mestel leaves the A-bomb site slightly unoccupied, so the default player has a lot to do, and as many will be taking the peek forward, will not find any kills, but in the same time stays alive temporarily. Freeman will eliminate him. There's a boost up on the other side. They've revealed it, and now they have to back off. The bomb site is given up. And TYLOO have got complete control. There is a kit available for Dafkos, but I don't think they have any utility.
Yeah, no flashes, no smokes, no nothing. So just going to have to bare bones it and hope they find kills. Moray, a couple of in response, and Mestol does go down in the meanwhile. So 3-on-3, they've caught the numbers back into equal Stevens, and Moray didn't miss another kill in Dafkos trading. It has to be an Aristo 1v2. He has won these before, but in a pistol round where Dafkos has the 5-second defuse, he can't hit the shot. And FaceCrack acting as bodyguard. His face might be cracked, but Dafkos alive and a defuse for Invictus.
Massive, absolutely massive. Even the fact that they're able to keep many alive for the extra second and a half gives them time to assemble the boost. And although that was sussed out, that also meant that no one from TYLOO could try and stay inside the smoke or try and move past it. Mori's given so much space when he comes back over. And honestly, Mori is the hero of the round, right? He's getting those 3 beautiful kills. He's on 17 right now. Not the best game one, but he's really picking up in Mirage.
Yeah, and eating my words, you know, I said Mestel was the more impressive, and we got that on first map, but Mori has something to say here on Mirage. It's all these M's, they all stack up. No M's on TYLOO, so might just be a lost map. I don't make the rules.
There's an M in Mirage as well, maybe. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
Man,
you know,
this is really revealing the plot here.
Funnily enough, the only map in the pool currently that starts with M. So,
yeah, ever since they removed Dust2, I thought DanKing wasn't as good.
It's a conspiracy all the way down. TYLOO really slowly working this particular round. It was a costly affair, but they got that bomb plant. The extra money is certainly nice, and they know that they're running on limited resources. So want to make sure that they place it in the right spots. Invictus are recontesting for a bit of this mid-fight. Mestel down to 12, but Attacker took a lot of damage for that effort as well.
Attacker and Aristo are in a great position, though. As FaceCrack is fading, so is the smoke. And as it goes down, Mini will trade. Dafkos, another found. Attacker is over and out. Mestel, low players to deal with. He needs to activate soon, but DanKing coming in from Palace late actually gives him a chance in this round once again. Mori swinging wide, making a lot of noise as he does so. They know where he's coming in from. Aristo so low. A bullet from the Farmers would do it. But as Mori takes the high ground, they've dodged him out as well, completely evading line of fire and sight. The Israeli duo to lead the charge back over. Only one player can stop the bomb from being defused. Let's not forget, DanKing's life is tantamount to success, and he will maintain position. And Mori to try and fade back and save. This is going to be hunted down, though.
Not a lot you could have done here. Down on the numbers and hitting the shots they need to. DanKing continues his good form throughout this series. And Aristo will sweep up a following kill. This time Mori cannot succeed in his head-to-head. No rifles to be saved. They answer back on the force. May lose the pistol, but they are not out of the equation. They're not out of this war just yet. No sanctuary in being able to win that pistol.
Great activation from DanKing over there. Keeps himself in Palace for so long. Not necessarily the kind of player you associate with the super great timing lurking style, but he can pull it off. We saw some of it on Ancient as well, right? But it didn't go anywhere nearly as successful as it did over there.
Yeah, especially when he knew that player was low HP and could give it an AWP over. This time Freeman is overwhelmed on the extremity of the map, though. Doesn't have anybody close enough by to guard that weapon, and they might be falling into a stack. 3 already set up on the speed bomb site, and right into a Molotov. Attacker taking damage, and Aristo gone. Suddenly, these pistols are finding way more than you would have expected. DanKing has been great, but has to kill every single player to win this round. It's a 1-on-4 that's brought to 3. Invictus have full control, full territory over B.
Not again, man. Not again. So early on, TYLOO try and catch them with their pants off, but Invictus were fully suited and booted with 5.7s ready to go. I mean...
And you can understand the counter reaction. You know, they got pushed A, so why would there be a stack B?
I mean, IG's just able to bait them out completely if that's the case. And A dink onto DanKing as well isn't going to leave him any healthier. Saving the Galil seems to be the MO. He's got $3,900 as well. Can drop a weapon in the next. They're going to be force buying again. You know it for sure.
Welcome back to Ancient. Felt like we had this a little too frequently. Mirage is certainly a map that can fall into the same turmoil, but I thought we dodged that for most of this game so far. But pistols are not to be messed with. Seen so far, that's what TYLOO, they got on the board on their CT side by a very similar investment, albeit they didn't have armor, you know, they didn't have util alongside it. So yeah, TYLOO fall into the trap. It's all cyclical, it all goes in roundabouts. So TYLOO given a taste of their own medicine. Invictus back in with some distance.
And I mean, I'm just thinking back to a few of the rounds that TYLOO have been able to sort of squeak away at. And more than anything else, the full eco that DanKing won, right? So this is the karma coming back to bite them in some ways. But even now with 4 rifles, the real opportunity still is there. They'll have to do it just by slow peeking out and taking duels, though.
Might be a burden here. TYLOO are running with very little, and DanKing's AK is the best way of finding an entry. FaceCrack not looking, and the timing could work out for him. Right now, just creeping out, no one considering it. DanKing's entry is phenomenal. FaceCrack gone, and in from short, Mini just having coverage, but Freeman's been able to pick one off all the meanwhile. They've lost CT, and so suddenly this A site way more exposed. A 4-on-3, it bombed down.
Mini is low as well, so effectively a 4-on-2 once the Molotov was spread. So much damage dealt. Barely saved. Mori, lucky to have that smoke. And a second smoke as well to try and enable Mini to cross, but TYLOO is so defensive. They're all the way back towards a ramp. Bomb's not quite planted. They're saving?
Yeah.
What a surprise.
3-on-4.
I mean, I get it, right?
Yeah,
it makes complete sense, but we just haven't seen so much of it.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally reasonable. I mean, just the fact that they lose those numbers, they couldn't rotate through CT fast enough to really contest it. TYLOO quick, and they took a risk. You know, they just contact out. There could have been someone already primed on the angle, but Invictus were playing very defensive, you know, wanted to maintain, and actually maybe expected TYLOO to focus on mid-control.
To be honest, I love how brazen DanKing is playing right now, because he's clearly coming out there saying, I think I'm the best player on the server.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the peaks in front of you. This is LAN. If you don't have me flash and it's a one-on-one, I will just win. Yeah. And he's been right. That's the best part. This is what you have to love about seeing these guys play out on LAN. You can really see the sort of individual plays that veterans like DanKing can go for.
Some might even call him LAN King. Just one shy, tying things up. Invictus in with their buy. And they need this map, or else it's bye-bye. Could fall asleep at the wheel. TYLOO once again being very quiet about their intentions. Not throwing the full belt of utility to take mid-control, not throwing the full belt to even get out aid in the previous round.
Crossfire is still there, but Davkos will be slightly disabled by the smoke down. There's multiple, and that means Mestel is feeling the need to get aggressive, but he's been caught out, down to 25. They almost eliminate him. Gets away with barely any life.
DanKing's in. And players have moved out. They've been loud and proud about that rotate as well. And so when that smoke fades, DanKing is going to have a great timing to actually capitalize, could insert himself in a direction that attacks this A site, but the scout is holding for an eventual cross. The problem will be that it might not be enough to actually deal with DanKing. Not made up their mind just yet. 40 seconds. Mestel starting to make his move, and that does leave that area exposed. They are slowly creeping in, no one looking.
Tricky angle being held out by FaceCrack. The question is, can they find him? He has to be the one to get the kills. Mini's already gone. FaceCrack playing backfire. looking for the late activation. Mestel has given him space, and FaceCrack takes 2. Mestel as well comes out with the scout to add another to the tally. It has to be Attacker and DanKing who's found another. They keep it going. The cross is impossible. Attacker's covering it off. Good for another. Bomb still planted in favor of DanKing. Mori on the other side. He's been so good so far, but he doesn't realize that DanKing's taken the low ground, and with the smoke, he'll never have the opportunity to find out either. DanKing can't find him inside the smoke. Reload's coming out as well, and in the smoke, the full defuse. IG will persevere the kill after the round, but it will not matter.
This time, it doesn't fall out of their hands. Last time, there was a clutch on Ancient. DanKing got the kill. Found it when he was pressured on that bomb, and DanKing cannot convert. Mori has stolen another round away. There were 2 clutches on Ancient, the exact same instances. One in which Mori stole away, and clutches fall in favor of Invictus. A 2-round lead, but look at the money they're coming into this round with. Look at the util that they have. There's very limited options in terms of the counter reactions. TYLOO have full belts. They've honestly been approaching this map very, like, this is scary to be on the other side of, because you constantly have to live in fear of what could be. You know, the contact plays out. It's very hard to know just how many numbers are committing to a particular area. They've not been throwing all of their resources.
And normally you would expect the response would be some sort of CT aggression as well, but interestingly enough, IG are prioritizing going for retakes, prioritizing going for very far back setups. FaceCrack is gone in the meanwhile. Mestel as well, meeting his demise. The one time they try and get aggressive, Summer is there to meet them.
Yeah, they get picked apart by punishment plays, you know, trying to take peeks and garner information, but that's part of the issue that Invictus came into this round with. Like you said, that counter reaction, the aggressive maneuver is the typical response, but not a whole lot that Mini can surely provide here. Does have Davkos covering, and caught between both minds about which angle to fight first. Aristo is handled, but Mini can get nothing more from his position. I'm still considering this, though. Floating round.
Surely the backup plan. I can't imagine them wanting anything but to save this off at this point. Davkos has not had the greatest of games, though. We need to add that to the tally. Obviously, Ancient was spectacular. We didn't hype him up very much going into the series, and I think it's sort of starting to show itself right now here with his op not having the impact you'd want to see from it. On the other side of things, DanKing's just, I believe the term is kicking booty.
Yeah, no, he's been perpetually slapping. And this man does hit different. He has been phenomenal in clutch moments, been phenomenal on the AK, and give him an AWP, and he's smiling ear to ear. TYLOO in double digits now, and you've got to live in fear. Let's remind you, this is an elimination map for Invictus. That's how they have to see it. TYLOO already 1 up, albeit by the closest of margins, a 16-14.
Also, I would like to point out that Mini's been going for very similar setups on the A side as well, right? Maybe some of that inexperience, because whenever he's playing defensively, he just ducks into the right side of CT spawn. I don't know if that's a call. I don't know if they just want to keep Mini in a late run situation because of how good he can be in those at times, but it does feel like very often you're missing a deeper player on the A-bomb side to actually spot, get information, or even get a crossfire established between that and CT.
It definitely feels on meta if you're going to have, you know, mid-fights or B presence on the Invictus side, which has been part of their priority in future rounds. They may adapt, but Davkos has to adapt to his head being plucked out. DanKing as well, finding more, and FaceCrack just has to try and clutch his straws. 1 kill, Aristo found, and the spam doesn't quite finish him off, so he's escaped for only a moment with that AWP. This was not a premium buy for Invictus. They actually forced coming into this, and TYLOO have handled it quite well.
That's a read from DanKing. Mini's position. Like I said, eventually you're going to be sussed out. DanKing goes for it, tries it. I think he might have spotted him on the jump spot as well, and then just a wall bank to come through off the top of the head. I know Mini's had a great game, but this is sort of one of the places where you would like to see more from a young star like him, because Connector's been a moot point. Connector seems like there hasn't been very much presence coming out from there. FaceCrack, 1 round, 2 rounds, sure, he's been able to get a multi-kill, but beyond that, nothing outside of that, right? So what happens when your Connector player is looking a little bit quiet, your A player is playing the exact same positions, and your Opera isn't doing much either? Yeah.
But this is also part of the conversation that we were having earlier. You know, the composure of TYLOO looks a lot better than I think we saw against Grayhound. You know, they looked like they were trying to make desperate plays sometimes. They weren't really sure about which side of the map they were heading. You know, there was constant, it felt like indecision or someone just trying to do too much on their own volition. I mean, their CT side, they were throwing in counter options. They were aggressive mid-floor. They were trying to take over A ramp. They were adapting to the successes of IG in previous rounds. But right now, we're just seeing Invictus kind of struggle to get anyone engaged because they're all reeling back even into more defensive positions. You know, they play defensive in one round, it doesn't succeed, and they are going back to that exact same place. So that's why you want someone like Moray to kind of step up and actually have that kind of impact, because that's the kind of space he was actually providing on Ancient.
I'd also like to add a very quick little bit of trivia as well. Mini is the highest rated player on the CT side of Mirage for this team. Immediately after that comes FaceCrack. You're missing out on a lot. FaceCrack over the past 6 months has been a 1.21 rating on the CT side of this map. Mori is down and out early in, and FaceCrack and Dafkos need to stop performing. Dafkos good for the one tap, but it's just style. It's not substance.
Yeah, what can you do when Summer is covering your cross? There was no smoke as well down, so that would have been the best way for him to escape. Could have fought his way out, but caught between two angles, and pistols are all that remain here for the IG camp. TYLOO have been able to deal with this. You know, lost one round to half-buy, but shouldn't let this one escape them. Didn't think Invictus have been quite as lethal on USPs.
You'd hope not.
No, sir.
TYLOO looking to get the lead. And interestingly enough, to sort of finish up what I was saying, Mori has had a 0.79 rating over the past 6 months. And he's playing B-Anchor, right? So you understand why. But, god damn it, if Mori isn't carrying like this and then everyone else quiets down, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, he's been, I mean, he hustled on that T side, definitely.
Got his boogie on even on some retakes on the CT.
So many scary rounds. TYLOO are one of those teams that force you into some uncomfortable positions. You can see they're giving these pistols a whole lot of respect. Look at the time left on the clock. They finally got an attacker to clear out all of the B-bomb site. So in the final 20 seconds, they'll finally make their move. And then I think quickly realize that they had nothing to be scared of in the first place. FaceCrack is all that remains.
Letney's probably just standing behind them being like, yes, yes, this is exactly what I need to see from you guys. Yes,
just like we planned.
Well, FaceCrack might be about to get a few more kills. No, actually, the attacker just overruns him. Okay.
Very well orchestrated.
Beautiful.
Keeping together, playing as a pack. That way the pistols cannot persevere. They're in the lead. Invictus are maybe seeing this one slip away from them. It hasn't been the same story as Ancient. We've seen TYLOO much more assertive, doing a much better job, I think, of being adaptable, a bit more dynamic. Invictus are kind of stuck in the mud, and coming into this buy, I want to see something different. But it's hard to instigate, hard to activate players like that when you are facing elimination, our lower bracket. One team going home, and Invictus kind of poised to do so. Already one map down in the series. Summer, close smoke. FaceCrack does catch him, but it has to be the trade from Mini, and the tag damage is decent. Freeman's also taken down Dafkos, and all the A players fall. This will be a safe call, a 4-on-2 that is surely unattainable.
The gap is widening. And I can tell you right now, the sweat is about to drip from those brows. Invictus are not going to have an op in the next round either. And I start to wonder, will this be a buyer on the pharmacies or not as well? Because you're going to get into the situation where you're just consistently on bad money, bad utility. Or are you going to let TYLOO get 40?
You don't want to be in positions where you're suddenly at a disadvantage. You know, like, if I had an M4 here, I killed this guy. You don't want to be put in spots like that, but it might be something they have to consider. They saved those FAMASs. I think they actually saved both, but, you know, we're really trusting echolocation for that one. You can see a few nerves, I think, from the TYLOO players as time's gone on, especially players like Arista, but, you know, he's handled it quite well.
Yeah. Freeman as well has been stepping up in the past few rounds. He's up to 20 now, so good job on his part.
What's the solution for the Invictus side? I'd like to think that, you know, the ideas that we're putting down of being a bit more forward, a bit more dynamic, could certainly be of impact.
They lost one farmers.
Okay.
Got a confirmation on that.
Yeah. And we see it now as well.
Oh no. Okay, they're half fine. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, still floating enough funds. They should have a better buy in the next, but this could still be interesting. You know, TYLOO gave a lot of respect to the low buy last time. It would be strange to see them change away from that mantra.
Slow and steady.
But this is the kind of aggressive move you want to see in a rifle round 2. Like, TYLOO are going to be on high guard, high alert because they know that there's pistols. But against a rifle buy, they may get caught off guard. That's part of the thought process.
Oh, well. Sorry, face crack. You're not allowed to show those hips around here when DanKing's on watch.
Pretty classic move as well. Just zoom in from the back of Palace, slow creep, slow walk, and yeah, no, just...
And face crack isn't the player you expect to make that mistake either.
Absolutely not.
It's one of the young ones. Maybe you can forgive it. Or understand it, at least.
They maybe pulled out of their comfort zone. There was nobody ramp after they pursued it, so wanted to try and reset a little bit more defensive, just didn't consider the timing.
DanKing's been left alone with the AWP over there. Now, this does mean that the B bombs that hit should be pretty successful. Mori has got a farmers, and all you have to make sure if you're DanKing is you're not losing out this op, but TYLOO need to accelerate. They need to go faster. The rotations are all going to be here onto the bomb side.
Molly's out, and Summer will take space, as he does continuously. Mestel has thinned the herd slightly, but Summer activating. Dafkos gone, and Moray finally found. Summer creating all this chaos, and while the SMG is in their face, it will be all for naught. 14 here for TYLOO. They strike a run of form. I think that's 5 straight.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely. I've been having a damn good time ever since DanKing decided to turn up the heat with a few of the entries, a few of the solo plays he was going for, really leading by example. I have to say, he's stepping more and more into that spiritual leadership role within the team, and you love to see it from a man who has been around for as long as he has.
Yeah, and maintained his play style, maintained his, you know, the aggressive maneuver. Even though everyone... I think most people have the same criticism, like he keeps getting away with it. He keeps doing, like we never saw this extra layer, but DanKing knows exactly what he is best at. And he has been able to harbor that coming into this game. Maybe it was absent earlier on against Grayhound, but in this series in particular, he has demanded respect.
Suboptimal plays done well are always better than optimal plays done poorly.
Yeah.
And suboptimal as well is just relative, right? It's something we're going to have to keep an eye out for over here.
Also, always hard to gauge what is the most optimal play when you're in the server.
Yeah, and now listen, this could be IG's last gun round. If they lose here, you know TYLOO will hunt them. They've got money for days.
Yeah.
So you have to win. You have to bring it together. But who will be there to aggress? Double connector seems to be the setup that Mini himself might have asked for. He's getting aggressive. Dafkos missed a shot here earlier on, but Mini will be doing no such thing. Pushes out, finds him with nades in his hand, and he gets away as well. There was a player on top mid. Aristo had to keep an eye out for it, but he can't get the frag.
Smoke, and attacker's not going to respect it going through face cracks loud, but that actually baits him right into Mini's clutches. They've got a 5-on-3. Invictus's gun round might just succeed.
Big man Mini going for the individual solo plays. Mori spots out the player. Freeman jumps down. It's punishment from the heavens when Mesto stops it from transpiring even further. DanKing looks for the strafe out. Onto the bomb site he goes. Does have the AK as well. Creeps through. They don't know where he is, but they still check and find it. Would have been difficult to win regardless, but they keep the money under control as well as finding the AWP. TYLOO stopped in their tracks by Mr. Mini himself.
I was right there with you. You know, must-win round for Invictus. That was their best chance of putting TYLOO into a position where they not only guarantee an overtime, but also might just be able to knock you straight out of the tournament. A necessity, and they do it in the best fashion I think we've seen really from Invictus most of this CT side. just picking them apart one by one. And, you know, TYLOO were spreading out in more aggressive setups to try and capitalize. They've been actually doing a great job of punishing players for either positional mistakes or just sitting like in very passive angles in previous rounds. This time they were able to maintain control of mid. And TYLOO are going to have to try and do something different. If Invictus are able to maintain that and actually push them away from that area of the map, then suddenly this actually becomes way more contestable, because I don't think firepower-wise we've seen players really fall too far behind on this Invictus side. They just haven't been able to react fast enough when they've gone on CT. This is the move. This is what I wanted from the pistols on rifles instead.
Just keep Mini aggressive. That's what I want to see. Keep putting him in a position where he can actually control the pace of what he's trying to do. And Dafkos has found the first. Summer's gone. Aristo trying to trade. They're expecting the second player, but Mini gets damage on the second and a kill on the first. Dafkos is about to be circled in upon, though he knows there's a Palace player who's likely to commit soon. DanKing, because of the Molotovs, can't see Dafkos, who manages to swing out, but the Tech-9 to take him down. Face cracks still on the bomb side, fighting back. DanKing's the only one with HP. He's holding on to the AWP, wants to maintain his weapon of choice. But Mescrack and company, Mestel and company are all over here, and that means that DanKing needs to find a frag soon. We'll be going forward, going for an aggressive maneuver. They know exactly where he is. Close range, no scope, finds it. DanKing quick scopes in, and he doesn't realize there's a player already getting aggressive, but now he's been spotted. It's a one-on-one until jungle can come into play, and he's realized that DanKing gets the flick, the Tech-9's out, but can't find the kill. IG survive.
Moray has been saving them in some of these rounds, and that felt like it was DanKing's clutch to be. Those two have been duking it out in 1vx's, and this time Moray coming out ahead. DanKing so close, and he knew that could have been a knockout punch. That could have put them straight through. Sent Invictus packing. Man, he is playing with his heart on his sleeve. DanKing doing the most. And Invictus don't have the same standout performance, but they still sit just as close.
DanKing, whoa, Freeman's taken out, and they might not realize how close DanKing is. Summer is just trying to find space, but DanKing found out by Mini. Mini on 3, Dafkos as well. Comes in, and they will have money for a buy, but it's 14-14, and just look at the difference it's made since Mini's gotten his behind out of CT spawn.
And listen, you know, as much as I want to praise DanKing for how this series has gone so far, losing a clutch, slamming your desk, that changes the mood, whether you want it to or not. They might even be used to DanKing being quite a vocal guy. He seems like a very erratic kind of personality, very much outgoing sort of dude. But, you know, you're getting into nervous pressure situations like this. Last thing you want is one of your veterans suddenly losing his head. It's all about who will lose their head in this final set of moments. Invictus and TYLOO tied neck and neck, and FaceCrack taking out DanKing immediately. Aristo not even attempting the trade. 5-on-4. Invictus have been able to turn this ship around. They've gotten 3 straight. TYLOO were on the precipice of at least guaranteeing the OT. Does fear start to creep down your spine? TYLOO would have been happy, satisfied, satiated if they closed in 2. But Invictus are threatening a 3rd.
I don't know about fear creeping down their spine right now, Michael. IG are shoving it down their throat. Peek to come forward. They swinging. Aristo's expecting it. Mini's gone. 50 seconds left. Lots of time to reset. Mestel's getting aggressive from behind. He's got a real chance here to make this work. Mestel will want to swing out and stop the connector players from coming through. Flash is good as well. Mestel good to find Aristo. Attackers actually team flash. Freeman will find the trade. But can they get the bomb onto the site in time is the question. There is a player back in CT. He wants to get aggressive. It's Dafkos, finds Freeman, takes him down. There's a smoke. No, there isn't. It's actually a grenade. And that means a bomb can be planted. They're both so low on the TYLOO side. It should be a kill found. Dafkos stops it. No, bomb is planted. Never mind. Attacker. The one to find the kill on the Mini needs to finish out the round. They've lost so many like it. Mori's got another smoke. How does he always have a smoke? Now going on the defuse. First kill found. Going for the second. Just cannot connect. Cannot connect. Mori! How does he always get away inside the smoke every single time?
This man is untouchable inside of smokes, it feels like. And they just can never line up the spam on him. How many diffusers have we seen from him in this series in the exact same fashion? Like you said, how on earth does he always have a smoke with him? It's a part of his utility belt, one of his special abilities. He just disappears, vanishes. He's intangible.
When do you see a B anchor player always having a smoke at the end of the round as well, right? It seems like such an obvious position to be throwing smokes from.
Gotta respect it. Mori has done so much here for Invictus International. And they've got to 15, so they can breathe a sigh of relief. They know that there's at least guaranteed more rounds to play, lest they close out here and now. This wasn't the best buy from TYLOO. They don't have that AWP in Danking's hands, but rifles aplenty. See what Invictus have to offer. Davkos in towards the apartments, nice and quick, the boost up, but TYLOO are set to split. This A site has seen so much contact, so much play, and they started 3B here on Invictus, so they're left vulnerable.
They can say vulnerable, but they've been retaking pretty damn commonly. Now Mini is spotted on the jump up, but there's a second man. That second man is gone. Mini trades. Swings out from Palace to come through. They need to be covering offshore is what they're thinking. Mestel's been pretty good at activating from there, but Mini has found Freeman in the meanwhile. Rather, what? No. Freeman was already dead. Kill feed might have distracted me for a second, but Danking, he's playing so close. The Molotov is perfect as well. It'll be forcing them to spam back though, and Danking, unfortunately, with this position revealed, will go down. Attacker now has to come through and make up for what he couldn't in the previous. Mestel still away, so it's 3-on-3 on the bomb site itself. Summer is trapped inside connector, and as they start to activate, it's all Summer. He's the only one who can get something out of it, and as they swing out, TYLOO will find the diffuser. For once, there was no smoke. For once, it's a 15th found for TYLOO. Summer, what a clutch.
Oh my days, just when it looked like they were about to lose out, instead, we go further. Mirage keeps on offering, and listen, this game has been as close as can be, as hotly contested as you would like to see. Two legacy organizations in the Chinese region, but coming in from different qualifiers here in the Asia RMR. Invictus are fighting for their lives. They looked awful in their first round games, but they have come in with a clear focus. They're down, they're trailing. They need Mirage, but a clutch that could break their backs. They've had so many throughout this series that have gone in TYLOO's favor. Don't even know how they still have hair.
Maybe that's what's going on with Mori.
Hey, but he's winning his.
He's been
winning his.
Right, he's been killing it. He's been absolutely studly. But also have to wonder, right? This pause, who does it benefit? This wait before you switch over? Because IG, a lot of this has been off the back of one small adjustment for Mini. You know, a lot of great defusers from Mori. I mean, I'm looking over towards how many defusers they actually got. That's 3 in that half. And I think all 3 of them were actually Mori inside the smoke.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it's all 3. I'm not.
It's at least 2.
Yeah, no, two of the 3. I'm right there with you, but
I don't remember the pistol round because he did get 3 kills in the pistol regardless.
Yes,
so,
yeah,
you
no,
know.
that wasn't him.
Well,
he did not defuse.
Regardless, TYLOO have been doing a damn good job of getting bombs onto the side at the very least.
And like they just look like their structure actually works for
Yes.
TYLOO, which I think is, you know, something that can always, in different iterations, because like I was sort of mentioning earlier, roster moves have been happening in this TYLOO camp. They've been looking for in-game leaders. They've been shifting responsibilities around, and yeah, structure kind of went out the window in certain iterations of the lineup.
Yeah.
So it feels like Letny has really reined them in.
There is still a sore thumb right now, though. And unfortunately, it has to be said it's Aristo. There were a few rounds where he was given a duty to be able to cover off his teammates as well, right? Even you think back to the first round where Mini pushed through the connector. Aristo was the one who was supposed to be watching out for that very same push.
Yeah.
Can't find him on the way back either. Can't get the trade. few crucial deaths as well here and there, and these, you know, with how close it's getting, one extra kill can go a long way, and sitting on 13 at 30 when you're not the IGL.
Yeah, and you're kind of left in like lurking late round situations very frequently. Yeah. It's not where you want to see a young player that's, you know, they've brought into what is a relatively closed TYLOO system. Yeah, no, I definitely sympathize. I definitely see that side as well, because, you know, he's not that far behind. I think he has like 2 less kills than Attacker, but at the same time, Attacker's doing a very different performative action for this TYLOO side. Often has to lead by example, has to be a frontman for the TYLOO band. But it's overtime. A 15-15 scoreline on the map pick of Invictus. TYLOO are putting up a damn good fight, and they had many clutches fall away from them, only for Summer to bring it right back.
Aggressive and Palace, but the shots been missed. I do believe Davkos doesn't land it. Maybe it's Dan King though. Can't really tell with all of the shots being fired here and there. Davkos will be maintaining this angle, and that's going to be the right decision given how little presence there is back in A main. Doubling up. Freeman keeps the spray going. Now, he won't be expecting a second player here, surely, but even then, he's being very wary about this. Doesn't want to go forward and lose the round potentially on the back of one death.
Very unlikely that Dan King overcommits as well. You know, the longer they wait, the more difficult it is going to be for this AWP to just hold onto the A site in its entirety. FaceCrack's already moved away, so Davkos doesn't stick around. Dan King has the full back, and it's actually read right into it, but a nice reaction there from Davkos, tagging him up, but doesn't find the frag.
All comes down to what FaceCrack can do over here. The one way again, but no! Summer on a single point of HP survives. Mesto will take him down, but his spray is sloppy and Attacker can counter as a result of it. Davkos, the op that could not find anything. Mori is in a Molotov, he's burning away. Just a death waiting to happen, and Davkos left alone will get Dan King at the very least, but 2 members still to deal with. TYLOO are on opposing angles. He can't find the kill from the ladder. Switches out to the M4. No one's revealing their positions. Where's your smoke, Davkos? Have you not learned anything from Mori? Can't always have that one though, and it seems like he realizes the round is gone as well, just looking for a frag, and it will not be delivered, not at all. 16 for TYLOO.
A very, very patient round from TYLOO. They were expecting something different moving into the overtime, and that's exactly what Invictus tried to offer up. And a push through Palace is something we haven't seen from them thus far, and Mini is punished for that immediately. They were in the right positions, right time. Freeman, right place for a lot of them. Those 3 kills are going to go a long way. TYLOO setting the precedent nice and early that you can't shift up your game plan now. A little too late for that. That's where that experience comes in. TYLOO have been in this place before. Invictus have certainly been close. That last RMR. Oh. They were heartbreakers, but TYLOO are not going to let this one slip. Summer, 1 kill, and Aristo's got another one through middle. They've got a numbers advantage to play off of, but Aristo's still pressing the issue, still trying to be a presence in through middle. That's because the rest of the squad grouping up over at B, and Mori could get overwhelmed. Yes, no kill found from him, and so dropped, no presence. TYLOO with a 4-on-2, make that just 3, as Invictus will have a chance at this.
Theoretically, they have a chance at it, but Davkos is backing off.
Yeah, they're calling it.
And I actually really, really appreciate what Summer's been up to, because Summer's been pulling off veteran moves. He's playing from behind smokes. He's trying to take pressure back to connector. He's isolating these crucial angles, which haven't been going that well for them, right? FaceCrack has been struggling.
Yeah.
Mini was the one who came over and actually did something in connector. And even when they target the B bomb site, Mori's success has been on A, even though he's a B anchor. So you could see he did actually get kind of caught out in the middle of, oh, rifle, nade, rifle, miss shot, oh
yeah, no. It's kind of, that is actually kind of a ridiculous thing to think about. Yeah, his most of his kills being on retakes. This is not ideal. 2-round deficit already, and only 1 more left in this half of the overtime. TYLOO not letting the ball drop. As soon as we got into this OT, played the, came in with a game plan for each of these rounds. Invictus just haven't been able to counteract it. And that save was a necessity. MR3 10K, I believe, or 12.5. Sorry, 12.5.
Fortunately, we're out of the 10K days.
Yeah, no, that was a dire straight.
Yeah.
But TYLOO kind of resetting to what worked on their T side earlier in regulation, not playing quite as defensive, not ready to spring into action over at B, not running interference. They are letting Invictus stew in the possibilities because they're playing defensive once again. You know, they're not probing for information. They're hoping that they can hold their spots.
What is going on here?
Someone else's job. I ain't throwing these nades.
It's interesting to see how many times Dan King has actually just gone back to Palace with the AWP.
Hard to expect it when it's so late. Davcost, redeployment of a smoke. Tops or bottom side con. Davcost will get flashed off, and so that first shot missed. Mini needs to perform here. Aristo already out of the equation, not lurking this time. Tried to go in for the entry, and TYLOO are slow behind him. Don't actually move in with pace. That's because there's no util down. Freeman finally getting the trade, and damage onto Facecrack. Has to move in front of the Molotov, but now he's in a do-or-die position. Had to succeed, but Freeman keeps on finding heads. Invictus are not putting up much of a fight on this bomb site. Davcost trying to run distraction, but they need to get these digits dialed, but Danking up gone. Now it's a 4-on-2 that Morey's trying to have another shot at.
Danking crosses over, Mestel's given the free peek, and it's back to a 2-on-2. The Israeli duo, they've done so much, but can they do it over here and now? Summer tagged down, the Molotov forces them out. Attackers all alone, wants to take the one-on-one, will find the first. Morey on the other side, couldn't find it again. The success comes on A, the triple from Morey, and the defuse to succeed. Invictus, they better be showering this man with love and affection because he is dragging them through Mirage right now.
Yeah, A-side clutch king, even though as a B-side anchor. It's, yeah, I mean, what a performance Morey's had on this map.
And it's interesting over there, the fact that they don't have utility on TYLOO is partially because Freeman's the one with all the belt, but he's the one closest to Attacker who is going in, which is why they didn't back up Attacker as well, because Freeman's thinking, wait, I have to throw the flashes.
Yeah, but they slow contacted as well, which was a little perplexing. You know, just throwing that one flash to force Davcost off the angle, but there was just nothing to follow. So don't know what the sort of second part of their 5-step plan was.
Danking re-peeking probably wasn't part of it.
Yeah, and I think maybe as well wanting to wait until Danking got into position with his ult to actually do something with it.
I mean, the kill he finds out of Davcost is crucial, but unfortunately, re-peeking back out over after he's already gotten the cross, that's probably what actually loses them the round. It
felt a bit mismatched on the pacing. You know, he was just entering Palace just as they were about to commit to that hit. Either way, T-side's behind them. TYLOO now on the CT side. Been a long time since we've seen them on the defensive end, but Invictus did manage out of their half 8-7 when we were in regulation. And they were doing a pretty good job of, even though TYLOO were constantly adapting, changing how they were approaching, you know, going aggressive to ramp, playing mid-floor. We didn't see that from Invictus really at all. Invictus were still able to salvage rounds. It felt like that was more the story for their T side, is that they were salvaging what were some pretty dire starts. This is so split, so spread. Bomb top side middle, and still 2B, even though there's seems to be a little bit of an inkling, a little bit of an indication that it could be an A-side attack, but if Bomb has to make its way up short if Invictus are going to try and make this one work.
Mestel's creeping, and there's the AK advantage. Might not have HP, but it won't matter. Aristo's got the AWP on the other side. The double AWP will be committing in. Attacker and Summer in the meanwhile, finding a few more. Invictus have fallen apart all over the map. Davcost, the only one left alive. And I sincerely doubt this one to be a possibility. Not expecting a player on the bomb side in the slightest. Attacker finds him, prevents the bomb from being planted as well. And TYLOO are on match point.
Match, series, and Invictus's tournament life on the line. They certainly impressed on Ancient. They certainly did. But that T-side round, it was just so spread. You know, to make a call like that, they're really hoping that TYLOO overthink it. They're relying so much on entries. It felt like there was very little contingency for that. And TYLOO didn't miss, didn't falter. Aristo boosted up that secondary AWP. It will strike again. Moray holding for it, but already plucked out. Headshot found, and Danking will strike with his AWP as well. This is feeling like it might be it. Invictus has put up a good fight, but TYLOO are putting their foot down. Overtime is their domain, and it has to be FaceCrack and MezTul if we're going to even speak. No, not even MezTul. It has to be FaceCrack with all 5 to keep them alive here in the RMR.
And right now, TYLOO are just setting up a date with Destiny. It's going to be a real chance over here for them to just move through, stay confident. Sure, there's been some shaky business, but the second VO3 will have some time before it's played out. FaceCrack, first one found. 55 seconds on the clock. Flank coming in as well. And up on the other side, FaceCrack's got 2. Maybe that date with Destiny needs to be delayed. FaceCrack, not the strongest performance so far on Mirage, but maybe this is where he can start to step up. Time of plenty to work off of, but he needs to get the bomb down, and that's exactly what TYLOO are waiting for. Can he bait them out? Can he bait them forward? No, not at all. 19, and TYLOO will take it through. They will be moving forward in that lower bracket. And look at this, Michael. Is it time for El Clasico once again?
Yeah, no, that lower bracket is certainly turning out to be spicy, but such a commendable effort, such a strong showing from Invictus in spite of the fact that they would have come in as, I think, sizable underdogs into this matchup. TYLOO have certainly not been in the hottest streak of form, not continuously. You know, you don't know which version of TYLOO you're always going to get. And it certainly seemed like they rebounded off of the loss to Grayhound. I don't think we saw a good version of TYLOO in that particular game, but they played far more structured. They were obviously looking for ideas and clearly hunting for opportunities when it came down to it. And they had to do a lot of different looks to sort of counteract what IG were doing. And you could see TYLOO just had such a great baseline that Invictus were hunting for solutions. And when we get into that overtime, they almost try a little too hard to step outside of their comfort zone.
And I have to say, throughout regulation, the imports disappointed. FaceCrack and Davkos did not deliver. We didn't get any big saving moments from them. We didn't get any big clutches from them. It didn't even feel like there's necessarily any like proactive plays or proactive rounds where they've made something happen. In fact, the entire defense started to resuscitate when Mini took positions away from FaceCrack, when Mini took up Connector instead. And I have to say, that's so disappointing to see. But yes, great stuff that Mini actually has the ability to take onus like that, but you don't want to have that situation popping up at all.
Yeah, and listen, they've clearly got the ability to perform at this kind of a level. You know, Moray, I wasn't sure we were going to see this kind of impact from him in this series, but so important, so clutch for this squad. And then let's not even talk about the Davkost and MezTul performances, because that was insane on the first map. But TYLOO are our victors, and we're going to be able to hear from them.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Aristo, obviously from TYLOO, new member, well, newest member, not so new at this point, but obviously quite a high-pressure game for you guys. You started pretty slow on Ancient, were able to bring that one back, and then we move into Mirage, goes to overtime, really high-pressure stuff. Talk me a little bit through that game. How did that go from your perspective?
Well, on Ancient, we had a slow start. We weren't playing really well at the very first of the game, and I think that we managed to manage the pressure in the after the end of the game. Yeah, so I think we just lack of confidence. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so you obviously do come into TYLOO. It's quite a prestigious organization within Chinese Counter-Strike, within Asian Counter-Strike as well. Do you feel any pressure playing with some of the more experienced players on your team?
Yes, I definitely feel pressure. Every time when I think of I'm joining TYLOO, I feel tons of pressure, but I think to be a pro, you have to manage these pressures, so yeah.
And definitely managed it well in that last game. So obviously you've got Rare Atom coming up next. This is going to be an interesting matchup, the Chinese derby. You know, obviously Vici, TYLOO, Rare Atom, TYLOO play against each other a lot. How do you feel about that matchup coming up later?
Well, it's going to be a tough game, and I'd say good luck to both of the teams, yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck to you as well, Aristo. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. And we'll send it back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And obviously, Aristo, a lot of pressure out on him. Obviously, we pointed at some fingers there as well, but hopefully that pressure can create diamonds. And being a diamond is what they're going to need in their next matchup as well.
Also a good mentality to have, like understanding that that is always going to be something that pros have to deal with at a certain point in their careers. And, you know, he's fairly early on his, so, you know, good to be next to the shoulder of some of the greats.
Well, let's take a look at the next matchup, actually, for both of these teams, as we will have the brackets out. It is El Clasico in the lower bracket. Rare Atom versus TYLOO, and obviously up top it's Eruption and Twisted Minds who are going to be having a nice little death as well. This is going to be an interesting series on both ends.
Yeah, no, I think very exciting to see how whether Twisted Minds have suddenly found some form. You know, Eruption were all quite exciting with the way that they've shifted responsibilities, but also just look so clean in their earlier game, especially the one win that they were able to attain. You know, they were the reason that Invictus even found themselves in this side of this sort of situation. So yeah, no, I really think that the Clasico and even the Eruption game, really, I really hope that, you know, Twisted Minds are able to put best foot forward and find some resurgence, maybe get a bit of revenge for the Middle Eastern qualifiers.
I mean, we have seen some great talent coming out from those Middle Eastern qualifiers so far, right? Mestel, so much you could say about him from Ancient. Mori, what a performance coming out of him.
Yeah.
Winnie as well, and then obviously Spawn over on Twisted Minds has been looking good. We've definitely had our sights set on a few of these players, and there's a bright future to follow, but the future also holds a schedule for us, I do believe, as we are going to be having the next game coming up, which will be Twisted Minds versus Eruption. So a real challenge for them. They did obviously have to go up against a slightly weakened VERTEX. I think this one will be slightly more difficult.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, I love the idea of the Twisted Minds, really, just, you know, bringing it over players and, you know, just even toying with the idea of going through this qualifier and making it to a LAN event where it's some of their first LANs, you know, but Eruption did look very deadly.
They did, absolutely. And either way, next matches are going to be fantastic. We've got to be sending it off to a break so that we can actually get those assembled, though. Stay tuned. Coming up next, it'll be Loba and the crew in Twisted Minds going up against the demonic Dobu and right there with him, Eruption.
орж байгаадаа л маш сэтгэл өндөр байна. Ерөнхийдөө бол одоо энэ чинь бол CSGO хамгийн том тэмцээнд орох одоо боломж гэх юм уу те. За өмнөх RMR бол энэ RMR-ийн ялгаа хамгийн том ялгаа нь бол багуудын тоон өөрчлөгдсөн байгаа. Өмнөх RMR дээр бол 4 багтай байсан. Одоо энэ RMR дээр 8 багтай. Тэгэхээр яг хоо ерөнхий хамгийн хүчтэй Аз багууд нь ирээд өрсөлдөх боломжтой болж байгаа. Өмнө нь болохоор жоо нэг өмнөх RMR дээр 2 тарчсан болохоор жоохон гонигтай байсан. Тэгээ энэ одоо өрсөлдөх боломжтой болсон. Тэгээд ер нь л 8 багтай болж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. Ерөнхийдөө бол Монгол багууд бол нэлээд давуу талтай гэж бодож байна. Яагаад гэвэл өөр улсад очиад time zone difference энтергээл нөө jet lag энтергээл юмнууд бол орж ирэн. Тэгэл визээ хөөцөлт нь очино. Тэгэл цаг хугацааны хувьд бол бас нөө бэлтгэлийн цагнаас хамслагтаад байдаг. Тэгээ бидний хувьд бол яг тиймэрхүү цагнаас бол хамслагтаагүй яг бүрэн бэлтгэлээгээ фокуслаад тэгэл яг тэмцээн болох өдрөөс 2 өдрийн өмнө ямар ч асуудалгүй зөвөр таксидал ирээл тэгэл орж байгаа болохоор яг монголчуудын хувьд бол даваа талтай гэж бодож байна. Одоо л яг нэг бас төвүүдийн баг ерөнхийдөө нийт CSGO бол яг ижлэн төвшөнд очсон. Яг Азийн баг ингэж тоглолдог, Европын баг ингэж тоглолдог, Америкийн баг ингэж тоглолдог гэдэг юм болоод бол байхгүй болсон. Ерөнхийдөө бол нэг юм левел нь аль нэлээд төгссөн. Яг аль нь ч айлыгаа хожиж чадхаар болсон. Тэг нэг юм өөр нэг юм стил гэдэг юм бол байха болцсон. Бүгд л яг ерөнхий Counter Strike-а зөв фундаменталаар ингээд зөв тоглолдог болсон. А яг тухайн моментод хин илүү одоо тоглож байгаа, хин илүү одоо гоё тоглож байна. Тэр нь л хождог болсон болохоор нэг амар өөр байха болцсон гэж бодож байна. Бид нэр болохоор яг даваад хэлэх юм бол аль алингаар тоглож чадна, хурдан тоглож чадна, урдаан тоглож чадна. Аль алинх нь эсрэг гаргалгаа байгаа. Тийм болохоор ер нь л өөрсдөө амар ихтэй байгаа. Хамгийн том өрсөлдөгчийг Rare Atom гэж бодож байгаа. Хятадын Rare Atom баг. Яа тэгвэл ерөнхийдөө бол бид нэр бол байнга л тэдний өдөс тоглодог. Ямар хүчтэй баг нь мэднэ. Системийн хувьд бол тэд нэр амар юм системлэг гэх юм уу. Одоо ингээд яг юмнууд нь амар тодорхой байдаг. Одоо иймэрхүү ороод ирвэл ингэж хамгаална ч юм уу. Тиймэрхүү юмнууд нь аюу тодорхой тийм маш удцсан баг байгаа болохоор ер нь бол хамгийн аюултай баг нь бол Rare Atom. Босод багуудын хувьд бол нэг хайгаадах юм бол байхгүй. Ер нь Rare Atom-аас хайгаадах юм байхгүй. Хамгийн хүчтэй л Rare Atom. За манай баг бол угаасаа энэ тэмцээнд яг underdog байгаа. Тэгээд бусад багуудтай хэлэхэд бол нэг бид нарыг басаад хэрэггүй шүү. Одоо басч олно л да хамаагүй сервер дээр олццгаая. Тэгээд сервер дотор л олцъя гэж хэлээ да.
Well, the action don't stop here at the Asia RMR. We're back once again, Mac and I on the broadcast, the Aussie boys for the second time today. And Mac, we've got another good game coming up for everyone at home. Eruption and Twisted Minds. We might have hoped for a VERTEX in this position, but Twisted Minds made their way through.
Didn't happen. Look, Twisted Minds, I'm not unhappy, right? Like, we saw Twisted Minds play out of their mind. We also had a interesting had a discussion with Loba. All right, I went and saw him at lunch.
Right.
Look, there were some words said, but we're all friends. We're all friends.
You are.
It was funny. I had a little explanation, and they're feeling it. You know, they've had some pretty decent performances up against the likes of Eruption before, he said. So they are confident going into this matchup today.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's reasonable to come in with a degree of confidence, but what I will say is Eruption did look pretty good to me yesterday.
Yeah.
We just saw in that little video there that Eruption said they fear no one but Rare Atom, and I think that's a fairly valid point for a team that's looking pretty good. We should talk about the veto as well, Mac. We've got to get cracking on into this one. I believe the players are almost ready to go. So let's talk maps. Let's see what we're going to get. Vertigo, the initial ban away by Eruption. Nuke taken away by Twisted Minds. So again, we're going to get to see an Overpass. Again, we're going to get to see a Mirage. The map's changing up a little bit today.
And we're probably going to see Inferno as that last one, unless Eruption get rid of it, and that's exactly what we're going to see. So Anubis, going to be a decider. That's interesting if we go all the way to 3. Loba was saying to me, you know, they were a little bit rocky up against Eruption's Overpass, but they have been putting some work in. So we'll see if that one is going to pay off for them. Overpass, of course, Eruption, pretty damn solid on that map selection, and I can't wait to see it. Of course, Twisted Minds, they played that earlier against VERTEX, so they've got a couple of reps in now.
Yeah, well, the one thing I will say about this one is obviously Anubis, Eruption have actually picked that up, and they've been really running with it. So I definitely think that's going to be a good choice for them as far as a third map is concerned, if we even need it. Look, in my opinion, I think for Eruption, you'd probably want to be seeing a 2-0 here. Twisted Minds, they've had their fun in the sun. They've done a pretty good job in their matchup against the Mongols. You got to 10 rounds, double digits, happy with that. They got the upset win over VERTEX, but there was some external circumstances going on. No Malta, obviously. You know, there's always going to be a little bit of a caveat there. Could VERTEX have done a little better? With Malta, probably yes. So, you know, I think now is where they come up against an opposition that, by rights, you know, there isn't really a question mark around Eruption right now. We've seen them look really good. So I think this is where the party comes to a close for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, even pushing the likes of Grayhound a little bit in the upper bracket. Unfortunately for them, Grayhound, some of those timings were looking pretty damn good for them yesterday.
Well, so you've heard my opinion. Let's see what the opinion of the Unicorn odds are going to look like. And very much echoing my sentiments that this is a fairly Eruption-favoured series. Look, I mean, there's no question that Twisted Minds can probably cause a little bit of a ruckus here. We saw some really nice stuff from Spawns earlier. Doc kind of got it going in the last map alongside Loba. I thought those were kind of the big three as far as impact was concerned. So if all three of them can fire, or maybe a couple of the other guys can sort of pick up the pace a little bit in one or two of these maps, I think they could potentially take a map off of Eruption. You know, we haven't seen so much from Eruption just yet. Obviously, I want to see how they go in a best of 3 before I really lock in and say, yep, I definitely think they should be a top 4 team or something like that. But my gut feeling is that obviously Eruption is coming into this one as a pretty heavy favorite. And I think a lot of it will depend on how Twisted Mind comes into the server.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's the last remaining Middle Eastern team after IG just got knocked out. Of course, we are going to have that Chinese derby in the next best of 3 today. But for now, we have Eruption trying to live up against Twisted Minds. And look, they were feeling pretty confident. I bumped into them in the elevator. Always able to have a little chat with them. But yeah, they've been resting all morning. So we'll see if that is going to help them out. Of course, Twisted Minds might be a little bit more warmed up, of course, playing that earlier best of 3, having a couple of hours to sit back, kick their feet up, watch that previous match of TYLOO and IG if they wanted. They will probably put some prep in, though.
I did see Twisted Minds just a minute ago. They were watching the last game there. They were sort of cheering Invictus Gaming on. Unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, they did get knocked out. So, you know, what's funny is that does mean Twisted Minds are the best performing team now from their region, from the Middle Eastern qualifier, which obviously being the second seed and, you know, the pedigree, I suppose, of Invictus Gaming coming through from the previous RMR into this one as well, you would have expected it would have been swapped around. You would have thought if anyone was going to do it, it probably would be Invictus Gaming. But now that flag now really has to be flown by Twisted Minds if they want to get some success for the Middle Eastern region and go any deeper for their region. It's on their shoulders.
And Big Loba doing the calling for them, of course. Spawns playing insane for them earlier on. Doc having a crazy, what was it, T-side half on Inferno, 22, 24 kills or something like that. Man was going insane. Black Eagle holding it down on those small sites as well. So we'll see how Twisted Minds operate up against the likes of Eruption. Of course, yesterday, Yami, insane performance, just dropping so many numbers. Shinobi as well. A couple of insane clutches towards the end of that game with Grayhound, and I'm expecting him to be popping off as well. Dobu, of course, the mastermind. He's got a lot of experience, so keep your eyes on him. But you pick any of these names right now. Yesterday, they performed insanely. And here on LAN, anything can really happen. So we'll see the dynamic of both these teams. I really like the mid-round disruption. Eruption was throwing. Twisted Minds were very passive on their CT sides. So we'll see what changes here going into Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was really impressed by what I saw from Eruption yesterday against Grayhound. I didn't think that they were going to get that close. I thought Grayhound was probably just going to sweep the floor with them, but I was kind of getting a little bit concerned for Grayhound, and I was legitimately entertaining the possibility that we were going to get a guaranteed Mongolian team through to the major. Because if Eruption would have beat Grayhound, it would have been MongolZ, Eruption in that first qualifier match that's going to be kicking off tomorrow.
Hometown advantage, huh?
Yeah.
Almost.
They didn't quite get that over the line, but obviously, you know, they're both still in the mix. There's very much still a possibility that both Mongolian teams, or at least one of them, could make it to the Paris Major. And getting through this matchup, I suppose, will be the least of the troubles for Eruption, right? It only gets more difficult from here. If they get past Twisted Minds, then, I mean, you got teams like Rare Atom potentially still in the bracket, obviously TYLOO on the other side of the bracket there as well, and they'll also have to face, potentially, the loser of that upper bracket final, which could be MongolZ, could be Grayhound. At this point, we're not too sure. Now, you were talking about players a little bit earlier. The one player that I kind of want to highlight here as we head into map number 1 between Eruption and Twisted Minds will be Yami. I think he had a fantastic day yesterday. He's the second top-rated player for this event so far, just behind Techno. So you got a couple of Mongolian superstars at the top of the board right now for this event, and we'll see whether or not that can continue after this game. Twisted Minds trying to hold on to the B bomb site, but that does not last too long. Eruption have swarmed all over it, and my boy Yami chiming in with 3 on the pistol. What a great start to the map for Eruption. Can't quite go for 4. And in fact, the bomb plant's still not down yet for Eruption, so this could still be problematic, especially now that it's been dropped.
It's all down to coolest to try to lock it down for the Mongolians. And looking to make his way over towards that bomb. Doc drawing a lot of the attention for KD to do the hitting. And it looks like KD draws the attention again. Coolest falling down in the water. And he's made a lot of noise coming in here, but now the CTs are going to be separated and trying to play this at the pillar together. 2 men swinging, and Coolest, he's managed to snag 1 headshot away and now just needs 1 more onto Doc, who's been chipped away at, but Doc's too sharp there. And TM will be taking the CT pistol.
Wow, that was a little bit too close for comfort for Twisted Minds. But I got to say, I feel like Eruption might have skipped a beat there. Yami with that extra push into short.
Yeah.
Was that entirely necessary? Could he have just stepped back into the bomb side and tried to play the numbers?
Straight feeling it, you know? He's got those earlier kills. He's like, I'm going, we're going. And Doc just shut him down.
Yeah, look, I don't necessarily blame him. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad shout at all. You know, when you are feeling like you're popping heads, go for it, right? You need to back yourself. You need to have that confidence. So it didn't work out in this instance. Twisted Minds able to get it over the line, but still not a bad start to the map for Eruption. Came quite close. Not going to see too much of an investment in this round from Eruption. Yami, of course, courtesy of the fact that he got a few more kills on that pistol than everyone else, is able to invest in a deagle.
This is interesting. We've already seen a couple of different changes. Twisted Minds, the way that they're setting up the CT side and approaching it is different to what they did up against VERTEX. And they seem to be aware that Coolast loves a bit of action in con now. Doc's going to be hearing all these jumps. He's trying to make it up there, but look, with no gun out in hand, there's absolutely no trade coming through. So a little bit of research goes a long way for Twisted Minds right now.
Well, so far so good. Doc's already found that first one. Looks like one of those kind of pick and split kind of rounds for Eruption, right? They just want to see if they can do a little bit of economic damage here, but none of the duels really going their way. So there you have it. Twisted Minds get through it quite comfortably. That's the perfect start to the map as far as they're concerned.
Oh yeah, anti-eco, 5 alive at the end of it. You love to see it if you are a TM fan watching along at home. 2-0, a solid start, and looking to make it 3-0. Eruption though, going to be buying up into the third. And they've got a couple of Galils in the mix just to get some extra util in play. But what will they do? Looks like we're going to see a bit of a split approach. 4 towards the A side of the map. A little bit of con control. And it looks like we are going to see someone lurking around Monster for the moment. Twisted Minds, though, everyone down at B right now and looking to push their way through Con. Coolest, he's here and ready.
Oh yeah, he certainly is. AK in hand, but KD, what a swing. And gets out with his life as well. Shinobi not able to get the trade. That's a bit of an illegal one from KD. You'd back Coolast there, but maybe they knew. Maybe they knew he was there. Pre-fire comes through. Not much you can do.
You can sort of tell that these teams have played each other on this map in a past life. Just the way that they're approaching each of these rounds, trying to counter out one another. And we'll see what Eruption do to try to get back into the round here. Door blown at Con so they can make their way out silently. But it looks like we are going to see KD just jumping, making a decent bit of noise. Dobu hoping he can maybe crack a headshot over the top. Gets the info, but cops some through the wall. Famous penetration on that bullet is not the greatest. And look at this from TM as well, just starting to make their way in from bathrooms. But Loba going to get the info he was looking for.
Yeah, Doc, quick trade, but eventually does fall himself. Yami's found that double as well. So Eruption, they don't have a whole lot of time to scale into this bomb site. They've got Yami down on 3 HP, 42 for Shinobi. A lot of this is going to come down to Fury, you would think, but that Galil headshot says something else maybe. Eruption find their first round, and they do it with 3 players alive. It's a bit touch and go for a moment, but there you go.
Interesting decisions that they made there in the 4v5. Twisted Minds didn't want to sit back, just wanted to get up in the grills of Eruption, and it cost them their lives there. So well played from the Mongolians right now. And let's see if they can back it up here for a second gun round. Twisted Minds, of course, with a clean anti-eco means they've got money to buy up into the 4th. But they don't have a whole lot of util brought to the party. Let's see what they opt to do here. Eruption showing some more members down towards that B side. And it looks like a smoke might have gone awry there.
Yeah, quite a big push on long, though, from Twisted Minds, and I'm quite eager to see whether or not that will continue from KD. As of yet, hasn't decided to push too much further. You do have at least one Eruption member having a bit of a look in that direction.
I'm going to keep an eye on that smoke. I'm just trying to figure out if it's intentional to deny vision from short or if I'm just overthinking it. It was a misthrown one to lurk out a monster. But that's going to start to happen now. Eruption creeping. Shinobi looking to take point. But I'm liking this wood and toxic setup. However, over towards long, bit of action. Fury. falling to KD, and in comes this monster hit.
Flash just went a little bit too deep. Fury didn't blind KD, and so that was an easy pickup. Eruption, as of yet, have not opted to push into the B bomb site. They did toss some util over, but they'll exit, they'll cancel.
Yeah.
And leave Dobu here to try to work some magic, which will not go his way.
He picked the wrong wand that time. 2-man advantage for TM. And they're not going to get too antsy, too proactive this time. They're just sitting back and looking to play the numbers game. Play some nice complementary positions on site. And look to just trade and swing off one another. And it should work out here. You can see that bomb has been left in short tunnel. Util starting to come across to try and get the boys out of Monster. But Yami not going to be able to find an entry. Now it's down to Shinobi.
Yeah.
Man has gone in solo. And it looks like Coolest is just interested in saving with minimal time on the clock.
Yeah, very strange round so far. You don't really get the sense that either team has been able to get themselves on top in any large degree. Certainly the argument is favourable for Twisted Minds at the moment. They seem to be in pretty good spirits when I saw them earlier on as well.
Everyone having a quick chat before jumping on into the next round. Just keeping their heads screwed on. Looks like someone else is doing the talking right now for Eruption. Twisted Minds, all just chilling. I'm not seeing much mouth movement, so maybe it is a slight technical.
I think the coach of Eruption was talking just before, so I'm assuming this would be attack timeout. There you go.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're just flying by the bloody string of the kite right now.
String of the kite, seat of our pants. You're a Tim Tam short of a packet if I reckon myself right, Mac.
Yeah, but I'm always going to be eating those Tim Tams you're cooking, you know?
Love good Tim Tam. Thank you, ma'am.
What's the name of the dumplings here in Mongolia again?
Mongolian dumplings.
That's not the word.
Okay.
But look, we'll call it that. We'll be uncultured swines, that's fine.
Tried my best.
Faster approach Eruption, looking to bust out, and they found their way onto the B side, but they aren't aware that Black Eagle's still going to be chilling over towards that canal side, who's missing a bunch of shots now with the AK. Very awkward position, but the bomb's not planted. The bomb's not yet to side. It's stuck on the other side of this smoke at Monster, and eventually Yami will strike through the smoke.
Yeah, that's a big one. He needed to get that kill because he was isolated, as you said. If he doesn't, very hard to get back in onto the bomb site for Eruption with the bomb. But the plant's going down now. You got the numbers advantage, so just again, it sort of feels like this back and forth kind of a game so far. In the first half of Overpass, Loba and KD considering whether they want to go for this one or not.
They're thinking about it.
They are, definitely.
TM. They love a good retake and love a good attempt, and KD's done a very good job to double down there. Wrap from Fury, back over to short side, and I believe those footsteps are now going to be heard. KD, no tap. No push from Fury just yet. He's going to play the offline, expect the aggression, and take his head right off on the swing.
That's
Eruption
scary.
find that second.
That's scary, though, for Fury. If he goes down, there is still time for the defuse.
Oh, yeah.
KD had a kit. Would have been a really nice 1v3 from him. But not to be. And you know what's funny is I was talking to a few of the Mongolian casters. We have the green room. We share the green room with the Mongolian talent.
We got Nine, we got Cabal, we got...
Yeah, we've got Nine Cabal, Rates in there as well.
Yep.
And a couple of the other sort of just general Mongolian CS involved people. And they were all sort of saying that Fury is the guy to watch in this roster. Everyone's talking about Fury. Everyone's hyped about Fury, at least in Mongolia. So definitely keep your eye on him. And obviously, nice little clutch in the end there. The 1v1 does go the way of Fury. So that's straight from the source.
Yeah.
You know, that's not just the Aussies making up conjecture about Mongolian Counter-Strike. We've heard that from
But look, we can.
the people that know.
We can keep doing it.
Sure.
It's fun.
I mean, look, I will still definitely be looking at Yami. I don't think you can go past those first couple of maps from him in this event.
Yeah.
But there's another instance from Fury. Really nice opener. Good little headshot onto KD. So obviously not too much to write home about here for Twisted Minds. Not really worth getting too excited for Eruption just yet. But Yami 6-4, doing pretty well for himself.
Loba on the right line right here. He's fully aware of Coolest position. Makes it up just in time and needs to hit a crispy one. And that could be a rifle retrievable, but they're aware of Loba's spot there. Loba beats him regardless. Already posted on the line. Finds him jiggling on the corner. And that's going to be the rifle retrieved, but Loba's low. And is now just looking to put the rifle in a slightly different position. All the way towards the back of Con. But the timing game looks like it might be lost by Eruption right now.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if they don't dig Loba out, he's going to be a constant thorn in their sides, and they've definitely got to get past a couple on B. Loba has found the info. Doc's going to be well prepared. He's got Black Eagle there out also to help him out at the Toxic Barrels. Time is of the essence now for Eruption as they try to make their way in, and Shinobi, he will steady the ship. That could have gone horribly wrong for Eruption, but they negotiate the treacherous waters. Ooh. And Spawns now will have his crack at a 1-on-3. Not quite able to get as close as KD did in the last round, but Twisted Minds, I've got to be honest, are really testing Eruption right now.
Yeah, keeping it very costly. You know, nice positioning, nice read on what Eruption was going to throw at him, and still made it a little bit costly. Spawns, I saw a world where he might have made that work. He had a crazy couple of maps earlier for Twisted Minds, but in the 3-3 scoreline now, Eruption starting to get on the roll on the T side. That's what we saw happen with VERTEX against Twisted Minds earlier, and then Twisted Minds really did struggle on the CT side. So we'll see if history repeats itself, but Eruption pretty happy with the position they're in for now. And they're going to go aggressive towards Fountain now, but so is Spawns. He's here, but he can't see a damn thing. Great use of the flashes there.
Yeah, great use of the Molotov as well, just to push him off his line. All he can do now is watch Playground.
I think Fury as well just went for a little jump peek over the top of the slide and saw Spawn still live in here. They had full faith in those flashes.
They did, and those flashes have let them down, but maybe the trade frag will not, I thought. Been debated there, Mac. KD, nice couple of shots with the FAMAS. And again, Twisted Minds just continue to grind away at these rounds, and well, Eruption have to find a way to try and dig themselves out of trouble in this one, or at least even get something. How has this round gone so wrong?
How has KD been allowed to crab walk out the garden bed at long? That's a very scary place to be doing a very slow peak like that. Either way, Shinobi gets some kind of revenge, but KD has done his job for the round. 2 kills already. And Twisted Minds, they are just going to group up and try to go for the strength in numbers approach, but that's not worked out. Shinobi taking names, taking heads, and knows the info of at least one of those members, but gets caught in midair by Doc.
He's spinning around like a Beyblade, trying to take off. But only the 1 kill there from Eruption does leave Twisted Minds in a great spot. Should be able to upgrade 1 or 2 of those FAMASes too.
Yeah.
Got an AK coming through. Black Eagle does have to still go down to an MP9, but by and large, the buy's looking quite good for Twisted Minds, and when you consider that Eruption haven't invested, maybe that MP9 is going to get quite a lot of value in this coming round.
Well, both teams quite broke right now. No one getting too streaky with it, so the round loss bonus isn't strong in either side of the map at the moment. Eruption just slowing it down, trying to find some kind of financial damage onto TM this round.
Yeah, lots of early util out towards the B-bomb site. Twisted Minds maybe a little wary of a quick push coming through from Eruption, but it's not to be.
Yeah.
Eruption are more interested in heading toward long. This will be the run boost for Dobu. Doesn't quite go so well, but doesn't matter.
Either way, does the same job. There's no CTs here, so gets the info safely. Now, this is what we saw from Twisted Minds a little bit more so earlier. Just playing very passive, trying to set up for those faster rotations and not looking to get too caught off guard in any of those odd positions. You know, bathrooms, you can get caught off on timing really easily. So sitting back, jumping for info, a much safer approach, and this swing it long. He's going to find Coolest out in the open, all on his own, and that makes things difficult to trade from these bathroom members.
Well, they're working with pistols only, so I think it would have been tough to get much of a trade anyway. Twisted Minds have burned through a lot of their utils, so I do like that aspect of this from Eruption, right? They're not rushing anywhere, they're not getting this round over and done with too quickly. They are still bleeding some of that economy away from Twisted Minds, even if they're not taking guns away.
Yeah. Well, you're going to take at least 1 away from Doc there, but the MP9 is going to be farming up a storm, and even the upgrade as well for Black Eagle. So 1 casualty for Twisted Minds, but a very solid round up against those Pistolas. 5-3 now, 2-round lead, and Twisted Minds looking to try and stack on as many as they can here on the CT side. You can see Yami looking a little bit stressed there on the cams.
Yeah, I don't know that this game is going necessarily to plan for Eruption. They've been in positions where they could have taken control of this T side by winning a couple of swing rounds, breaking CT economy, but they haven't been able to do that just yet. And it just sort of feels like every time Eruption kicks into another gear, Twisted Minds then also go up a gear and maintain pace or even increase their pace in front of Eruption, and Eruption can't quite catch up yet. This round has not started very well for Eruption, but Dobu is able to trade back onto spawns, which brings us back to the 4-on-4. You still have to bear in mind, though, the buy isn't ideal for Eruption. They've got a Tech 9 and a Mac 10.
Yeah.
And everyone on the CT side's got head armor, so the Mac 10 and the Tech 9 might not be as impactful as they could otherwise be.
Well, Loba,
yeah, what's this?
Going no holds barred at this range, though he has been dinked, but the Mac 10, of course, not super effective.
He's just holding W down long.
Yeah, he was looking for info. He had a read on something. And it looks like we're even going to see KD start to get aggressive inside bathrooms, trying to set up a crossfire here with Loba.
Oh, I don't know about this one. Coolast is watching it, but KD's going to go down, and I thought Coolast might get caught on the timing, but Yami helps him out. That was a crucial half-second for Eruption that has gone their way and brought it back to the 2-on-2, making it winnable. Molly in onto default to try to deny the bomb plant, but doesn't look like it's quite going to cause any problems. Never mind. Yami does move off, planting at Optimus instead.
We're going to see a two-pronged approach. Retake in from long side, in from bank, it seems.
Bomb's not really planted for Coolast here. If this ends up being a 1v1,
you might have to swing.
So you'd like to see Yami getting at least one.
It's one bit of info. Both positions found from Twisted Mind members. And Eruption now have to fully rely on Coolest, but if they have a look at where the bomb is, there is no world where he's going to make this one happen.
Defuse is on, even though the Molotov is there, and Coolast knows it. He's just backing away. And that was actually really nice from Twisted Minds. We talked about that Molotov onto default, denied Yami the plant, and ultimately that's what's won them the round, because if Coolast can play around the bathrooms, he can probably win that round with the bomb planted at default, but yeah, not in this case.
It's an oldie but a goodie, that Molly. I feel like I don't see it super often these days, but that was the perfect moment for it. Twisted Minds making a good play with the util. Also, Loba, you know, whatever that aggression was at long, worked out for a moment.
Mate, that's a W play, all right?
The W-est of plays.
You're holding W and you get the dub.
Yeah, mate.
Can't complain about it at all. Twisted Minds, I mean, they continue to impress in this event. No one really had them doing a whole lot as far as the expectations were concerned.
Yeah.
And yet they are exceeding expectations. They've already exceeded expectations, but what if they were to take down Eruption? What a storyline that would start to become for Twisted Minds, the lower bracket warriors. We're not quite at that point yet, but I might start to entertain it, given they're up 6-3 right now and looking pretty good. Plus, I know that's how I get everyone on my side. A lot of Loba fans.
Telling everyone that everyone looks good.
Loba's the best player at this event, guys. You heard it. You heard it.
That's coming from an Elfish guy on Twitter, just in case you were wondering.
Officially confirmed on the stream.
But look, Doc here. Oh, they're in a rough position. Lining up is not a place you want to be right now. Fury up in the grills of Black Eagle. Not going to get too far there. The Tech 9's definitely dangerous at this range, though, and Dobu going to give it a red-hot crack, but KD comes in just in time, and Coolest going to drop the ball there. Yami gets one bullet, but it's not enough with the Deeg there to close, and KD just locking down that B-side.
Indeed. It's looking really, really good for Twisted Minds. I continue to be impressed. And they're pretty happy with it themselves. Timeout coming through here from Eruption. They've got a lot of thinking to do. A lot of thinking. This is definitely not going to plan. So, what's the adaptation? Where do we change things up? I mean, this is Eruption's map pick as well. You have to bear that in mind.
Of course, T side, not the strong side, so you've got to wait till that second half happens before we can jump to any conclusions. But all I'm saying, Twisted Minds, this is a much better performance already on the CT side, unless Eruption turn it around right now. Still 5 rounds remaining in this first half of the series. Last TV, Paris Major, Asia RMR. There's still 2 slots remaining. Going to be giving those away tomorrow. These teams now just looking to survive here in this lower bracket.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds have been doing a pretty good job of that so far today. They got the W over VERTEX 2-1, but the 2 maps that they won were pretty clean. Now, though, getting tested a little by Eruption in round number 11. Yami's found that opener onto KD, who's just peeking for info on long. We'll free up the T's to go exploring a little bit.
This is usually where we see Twisted Minds start to get aggressive when they lose that first pick. But again, they're just fully invested for this boost in towards Con, trying to just find Coolest lurking again. But this time I don't think Shinobi's going to get caught off. Looks like they're going to go all in towards A. And Spawn's here just trying to get on that pixel line. Might be able to get there in time, but he's just waiting for that moment to strike. And he's hoping that Loba can help him here, but it's going to be very difficult.
I was going to say he's really relying on Loba to just make sure that Long is not getting pushed. What an excellent flash that is. Spawns has got absolutely no chance. Snowball's chance in hell really of surviving there, and Loba falls pretty quickly after that. It should be the round wrapped up pretty comfortably for Eruption. Just a couple of timings really that go the way of Eruption. Good flash, and then obviously Loba caught off from the push on Long. And Yami getting that opening pick as well. Things kind of falling into place there for Eruption. So whatever they talked about in that TAC timeout has come to fruition. And the half's not over yet. Twisted Minds, they did look good, but bear in mind, they're on the CT side, so you'd want to be seeing them post something pretty decent. And I'm not sure they're at the pass score just yet.
No, certainly not. That's what I was saying before. Eruption can certainly turn this around, and with 5 alive on one of these gun rounds, that's a great way to put some health on that economy. Black Eagle and Doc looking like they won't be found here at the end of the round. And going into the next, the 2 rifles saved with a bit of money in the bank means they should be able to get another healthy buy on the board.
Well, Loba, maybe not quite. He's got the MP9. I know some people like the MP9 though. Definitely usable, but we'll see where he ends up.
We saw it working pretty well for VERTEX earlier. Let's see if Twisted Minds can find some kind of superficial damage of their own. Molly over towards Party there. And we are going to see a boost up in Con. And just trying to play this high-low setup, hoping that Eruption walk into the trap. But it's all down to Black Eagle to hold here. He's got a smoke, he's got 1 flash remaining now. And that's all he has to hold onto this B site. Hopefully he's got some smooth moves around Pillar here. We're even going to see a flash over towards short side to just try and draw some kind of attention. And we could see a bust out of Con at any moment from TM, but for the moment, it's just sound being cut from Eruption.
Yeah, Eruption just making that contact play onto B. There's a little bit of milling around going on for Twisted Minds. They're changing up their positions a bit. They've got 3 members down here toward B, and Loba already in the connector, so it'll be the fast flank that Eruption will have to be aware of. Shinobi should have heard it, and Coolest finds 2 on the entry. There's not too much more to be said about that round. That's explosive from Eruption.
You feel bad for the 2 members tucked away at water. They were trying to cover each other's back, but they're just fully lined up. And the coordination from Eruption, just running into a bridge side, running over from headshot. It just looks so damn good, cleaning up site, cleaning up shop, and cleaning up the round in, what, like 3 seconds?
Yep. So the tables start to turn again. Eruption have finally managed to break Twisted Minds' economy.
Yeah.
And that means they are now in a position to start really putting pressure on this half. Yeah, the ebb and flow of the game has moved away from Twisted Minds.
You can see that Eruption were very aware that Twisted Minds were trying to make something happen in connector here. And Coolest wants none of it. He's escaped away and is looking to go and play towards B instead. And all of Eruption are here as well. So we might see them walk into these pistols, into the stack. And it's all going to come down to the timing of when this push comes out through Con.
Oh, okay, hang on a second. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just now. Doc takes the head off of Shinobi. And Black Eagle, fully flashed, finishes off Dobu. Loba's behind them in Monster. This is going horribly wrong for Eruption. They need to salvage, but Coolest and Fury, 19 and 2 HP respectively. I'm a little bit scared.
Loba drew a lot of attention. Bogdan's Law, and Coolest picks up the AWP instead. Yami now looking to go forward with the rifle in hand, and that one's going to be dropped across, hoping that someone else can pick that up. KD trying to help out the rest of the boys now. Flash into short, trying to get some kind of control and make this B site hit a 2-pronged approach.
Yeah, they're just trying to give Yami a bit of room to move. He's the player that's got the HP to work with. So if you can bring this back to 3-on-3, maybe Coolest and Fury can find a timing while the focus is on Yami. He may still be able to line a couple up, or what is going on?
I think this is 100% in the round. You double up here at Toxic. Black Eagle taking another head with the Juan Deeg and locking down the round. Eruption realized we don't have the greatest of money. There's a buy in the next if we keep these weapons alive. And there was just no chance that they were going to try to give that AWP across to Twisted Minds. So they're keeping it for themselves. They're staying safe. But I dare say TM are going to be very happy with a round like that. 8 now on the board and a chance for it to be double digits in the first half.
Yeah, great Deagle sprays from Twisted Minds. Yeah. Very impressive stuff. Not many players can spray a Deagle like these guys.
Got to pray to Gaben every day.
Oh, they're pumped about it, aren't they? As they should be. That is a massive round to win. And it really puts a stopper on that momentum that Eruption were building up. They do still have money. They've still got a lot of money. Fury's on 4.5 and Shinobi almost at 3K. So there's enough in the back pocket here for Eruption to buy the half out. But Twisted Minds, they have kind of given themselves the opportunity once again to go to 10, where it seemed like maybe that chance was lost.
Slow approach. Oh, Molly. Oh, that spread is toxic. Spawns down to 36, and he's had to give up so much control here at Bathrooms. 2 bullets and he's gone.
Oh, Coolest is on an expedition. And Spawns at the moment has no idea.
He's
but
making noise on the fall away.
Look like Coolest will hold steady for now.
Look at Long. Timing could be a huge factor. And there you go, KD getting a freebie into the side of the head of Fury. Yeah. There's going to be a fast flank. But look where the bomb is. It's still over towards T-Spawn and the Eruption now. Just trying to make some kind of moves to salvage any kind of map control in the round.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Eruption. That is for sure. Dobu, he should be able to get it. Loba hasn't pushed all the way into T-Spawn yet. But if Dobu goes up toward top side of the map, that's going to be problems. And Shinobi just charging out of connector. Gets cleaned up by KD. Eruption are falling apart at the seams right now. Yeah. I mean, it's a very weird round because you've got Fury somewhere behind Twisted Minds.
That's Coolest. Yeah,
Coolest, sorry.
Up in heaven. Oh, and he's got the info he needs, but it's going to be the 2-man setup over towards Monster side. Black Eagle now has to try to get his back against a wall, but he's not going to be able to. And it's Coolest that is the difference maker, finding 2 on the entry. Loban trying to make it all the way in. He's got the spray in time!
What?
And there's going to be a bomb on the ground. There's 4 seconds to plant. Now Coolest is going to be mollied out of position, needs the kill, and Loba, the damn savior.
That was the last bullet. I thought he'd finished his spray, and then a headshot comes up on the side of my screen. That is huge from Loba.
Absolute
and again,
chaos.
Another big clutch from Twisted Minds. That was a crazy round, though. Layers upon layers upon layers. You've got Twisted Minds players in T-Spawn. You've got Eruption players in CT-Spawn. No one knows where the hell anyone else is, and yet that's how we end the round. What is going on in this game? Twisted Minds, they might be about to get 10. Eruption, what's happening? This is your map pick.
Well, look, they might be really solid on that CT side, but right now some cracks are showing. There's still a chance for them to get 6 and make it a little bit nicer for themselves, but with what they've brought into the round, it could be difficult with these 2 Galils. We'll see if that's a difference maker. Twisted Minds dropping a lot of util early. Spray there through the plywood, but Loba not going to find a thing. Changing pace now. Going over towards Long is, or was dangerous. Spawns was there with the AWP, but he will fall back to sight. And we are going to see Twisted Minds change it up with a passive approach on the 2-3 split.
Yeah, man. I just don't know what to say about this game. Look, I will say I'm grateful that we've got Twisted Minds at this event because
keeping it interesting.
It is definitely keeping it fun. Everyone needs a little bit of spice in their life. And I think the best spice comes from the Middle East, so there you go.
I have heard that, yeah. KD looking to spice it up with a slow peek, a slow creep, which has worked before. Big metal pole in the way, and he might be in the perfect position to deal with Fury, but he can't catch him in midair. And he is screaming for a little bit of help now. But he's just tucked away in the corner, and no one's here, so it's just going to be this 1v1 over towards Longside. We are going to see the smoke blocked at jump up, so Loba can play around it and make it awkward, but Eruption, they're going to go in towards truck side. Spawns, quick flick, but he'll be traded. And Loba is still here looking to cut it down. Bomb on the ground. Yami finds 2 out of nowhere. And now it's all down to KD. They know he's at long. Yami, the savior, 3 kills
13
now.
seconds.
Looking for more, but the time a factor again.
Yeah, bomb plant's gone down. Kulast against Doc is a big fight to win for the CT side. Black Eagle, where is he coming from? Bathrooms, it's not gonna matter. Doc finds his man, and that will be 10 for Twisted Minds. What an unorthodox half that was, Mac. I don't know what I've just watched, but can Twisted Minds close it out on Eruption's map pick? We will find out after halftime.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the Gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Bug, everybody saw that. No. Yes, the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh, no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own.
Welcome back on into the second half. It is Twisted Minds who are doing a lot of fun things right now on Overpass. I'm not sure what Eruption thinks about that, but
yeah,
Twisted Minds certainly looking pretty good. 10-5. T-side, though, might make it a little bit more difficult.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here on the pistol to kick us off.
Odds are starting to shift a little bit there. You can see on that little unicorn bug. Fury not able to land any connections as Twisted Minds make their way into the B bomb site, but there is at least a 1-for-1 exchange. Dobu is behind Loba. I think Loba's all over that. I think he's pretty aware. He's having a bit of a look back. He's heard him. He's spotted him. And that'll make it very difficult for Dobu to have an impact on this round. He first has to get past Loba.
I think he's got an idea, though. You can see him looking towards the top of the stairs. Timing comes in and the door's going to be shut on him.
Yeah, I mean, but that still leaves a T behind you that you have to be worried about. And this is not going to be fun for Eruption to try to negotiate in the 4-on-4. Already going poorly for Eruption. Knife out for Loba!
Almost done it! Dobu saves himself with a quick flick.
I respect it. I respect it, though.
Did you see, I don't know, we didn't mention it, but when I was watching the VOD back, Loba did try to finish that VERTEX game with a knife as well.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, ratted him through a smoke, died in the process. So
I mean, he is a content creator at heart. I think you can tell that much already.
Got to make those plays.
Oh, that would have been pretty cool, though. And actually very nice for the economy. But, hey, you know, low risk, high reward for Twisted Minds there. I think it's worth it. Twisted Minds still get through the round really easily. And they're into the Buyers Club. So, Eruption. Their backs are starting to be against the wall.
Twisted Minds just respecting the smoke for the moment. And there is a Swag 7, as well as this MP9 close range outside of Monster. If they walk into this one, it could be dangerous. Dobu with a flash to set him up as well, and it looks like that one will be coming forward. So first strike comes through. Coolest looking to get more work done. Shinobi with 2, and it's dangerous now. Twisted Minds maybe not expecting this kind of buy.
Yeah, Loba, Doc, they're able to salvage it a little bit, bring it back to 2-on-2, but Doc has to come up with the goods right now. And he will win that duel against Dobu.
Scout at this range.
For sure.
Both TM players so damn low, but
Look
they're
at Loba.
going all the way to A, at least to make a bit of noise, and that has drawn Yami off the line, so Doc will have space to plant.
Yeah, and Loba might even catch Yami off. No head armor here on the CT player. I think Yami's all over this, though.
Yeah, he saw that one coming. I think he spotted Loba jumping into the corner. But Doc's got some space now to try and get into a better position. And it looks like he's happy just to go back to short.
Okay, tense times now for both these teams. Yami's gone for the MAC-10, not a bad shout. Communication comes through, the Doc is tagged down low, but now Yami starting to suffer.
3 damage. A wallbang with the
Must have been
MAC-10.
through the wall, yeah.
You don't see it too often, flash and a smoke, but it's going to be the full wrangle for 10 seconds. Doc, he's holding, he's slowly and surely swinging and gets there just in time. Oh, 12 rounds secured for Twisted Minds, and Eruption cannot do anything right now.
Yeah, that's a painful one. It looked like it was going to go all the way of Eruption, but just another clutch comes through for Twisted Minds. That is one thing I'll say about them at this event. They've been really clutch.
Yeah.
Tense situations, low numbers situations, they've been really good in. And I think this is going to be one of those teams that maybe in hindsight we look at and say, man, why did we underrate them so much? They come in, they play without fear, they play with confidence, and the more wins they get, the more confidence they play with. They start to gel again.
Ooh. Spawns, cheeky 2-tap with the Galil. And Eruption struggling to shoot back right now with these Deagles. Yami looking to find himself an upgrade, but he's right out on an island all on his own. Needs to fight, gets 1, not the second KD for the trade. So the number's still strong for TM.
Oh!
They were.
There's a shot. The Deagles have been dangerous on this map from both teams. Doc and Black Eagle this time to try to keep things alive. Doc very aware that Long is dirty, and it's a good thing that he is.
Issue is, he's all on his own. He has to get past both these CTs. You can see that Dobu's starting to make a move at Long, but he's only got that USP. And the B site's completely open. Black Eagle is nowhere to help Doc, so if Doc falls, he's in trouble. That's going to be the bomb in hand, and upgrades are plenty for both the remaining Eruption members.
Black Eagle, though, could still win this one. 40 seconds left to play with. Does give him some time, but of course Eruption in control of the bomb well and truly does mean he's really just going to have to take the fight to them. Dobu on an off angle, his head spotted, peeking up over the fountain, and now Black Eagle in with a real chance. He's got one more member to find. It's Shinobi with a Deagle. He gets aggressive, the confidence play again, and it works out. Twisted Minds, another clutch.
They're scraping through just barely round after round. These single members living, no plant money this time, but it's a round, and it's one step closer to taking Eruption's map choice to kick off the series. You wouldn't want anything else to happen to keep it any more exciting right now.
Yeah,
but we'll see if Eruption can make this round happen.
They're gonna 16-5 Eruption on their own map pick.
It's feeling like it.
It's really feeling like it.
Loba was telling me that they were worried about Overpass, but they've certainly done some prep in the couple of hours in between those BO3s. Let's see if they can close it out or if they're going to have some issues.
All right, let's see. Look, Eruption onto the bye. Let's not get too overzealous just yet, all right? It's 13 rounds. The game's not over. Eruption, though, they're on a tightrope, and they're starting to slip. They're starting to wobble. They need to win this round, Mac. If they don't win this round, I think it's done. Twisted Minds, they're just looking too good at the moment. Oh, this is insanity. Eruption on Mongolian soil are losing to a pug team. Twisted Minds literally came into this event and said, we don't think we're going to win any games. That's what they said.
A very coordinated pug team.
I didn't come up with that.
They're having fun. They're barely getting any sleep. They're jet lagged, but they're still hitting shots and they're still persevering, and that's what makes a professional player. KD now looking to lead the charge in towards the B site. This try setup from the CTs is not going to work as intended. 2 picks, but it's not enough. Spawn's barely living, but the numbers still favouring Twisted Minds. They're all quite low, though. So Eruption in with a shot. Fury going to be tagged down to 34 points of health. 1 nade to try to make his way out of con now. And Loba in the way on a nice, nasty line that has dealt with Fury. And Yami wants that AWP for the next round. 14 rounds now secured by the Middle Eastern team.
I can't believe it.
Woo!
I can't believe it. And I reckon Eruption left as reeling as I am. Loba's going to punish Yami here as well. Pretty clean in the end. Oh, man. This is a real wake-up call. I'm incredulous right now. Absolutely stunned. And
no!
Are as well.
I love how vocal KD's been feeling. He's almost been yelling as much as bloody tea time. We could hear him 3 blocks away in the last game.
Does make me wish we were up in the same room as the players, because then you'd be able to hear them. But Loba just saying, all right, let's settle down, guys. We need to get 2 more. Map's not over yet. Eruption's still a good team. Let's not take this for granted.
Done.
Certainly not.
9-round lead, though. That's a lot to chase for Eruption. But on the CT side, it's the best place to be to make it happen on a map like Overpass. Let's see what they're going to be doing. Faster approach over towards Fountain. And looking to send a Mag 7 somewhere into the grills of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think Eruption are just kind of at that screw it point of the map. They just think, look, we got to throw something in and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yami's found up KD, and they still haven't spotted Fury's position. So this actually turns out to be quite a nice setup initially for Eruption. The only issue is going to be Coolass is solo holding B with a Mag 7, and he's going to have to be the hero now. 1 already down. The Mag 7 ringing out across the B bomb site. Will find 3, but not 4. The reload comes through. But Coolast saves the day for Eruption, keeps them alive in the map. And Twisted Minds will be left wanting still yet again.
Just pre-firing, hitting a couple, missing a few. But it's enough, and it'll do, to hold onto that B site long enough for the rotations. And Coolast saves the day. And potentially the game, depending on what happens from here. Twisted Minds now. The economy not in the greatest of ways. We are going to see Loba get some extra util on the board to try and set the boys up. Deagles, Tech 9s, P250s, a full mixed bag of pistols. And Twisted Minds looking like they are going to try to hit B at some point this round.
Oh, it certainly does look that way. You've got quite a few Eruption members on that side of the map.
You've got 1 chance though. You've got 1 smoke, 1 molly, and 1 flash to get the boys out of Monster. And Eruption seem to be aware of this being a position crossfire on Monster, but they are going to start to fall away, and that's some solid entries. Spawn's doing work, but it's answered with 4 out of nowhere.
Yeah, there was just 1 too many members there from Eruption on the site. Shinobi can't quite get the reload off, though. So it's Loba in the 1v1 against Yami. And I can tell you what, Mac, everyone's going to go wild if Loba wins this one. Unfortunately, they won't get the chance to do it.
I thought he was going to sneak away through the door.
He's mind-gamed himself a little bit there. He gets a free bomb plan on B. He could go anywhere. Yami was miles away, but he's not to know.
Hey, look, that's what you reckon. That's what you know. That's what we know. Loba didn't know. Had no read on where Yami was. Usually, he's not going to be that guy that's flanking.
Oh, man.
So went aggressive this time, and it worked out. But he only really had a small opportunity. Like, that shot was so tight, and he managed to hit it through the wall, and it was just enough to finish off Loba. But it's another round nonetheless, even if it was just 1 player alive. But that CT economy going to be hitting rock bottom real quick.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I did want to see Loba win that one just so that I could see everyone's head exploding.
Yeah. It was a crazy round. We're getting back-to-back crazy rounds here. Welcome to the Blast TV Paris Major Asian RMR.
Welcome to Asian Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't been watching over the last 5 or 6 years, this is what the whole CSGO to Asia movement is about, because this region is fun. It is fun, that's for sure.
Explosive, entertaining, maybe not up with the meta, but they're playing their own game, and they make it extremely interesting. And that's what we're seeing here. Twisted Minds going for a faster approach this time over towards long, and there's no defenders here at all. Eruption sending 4 early down towards the B site.
Yeah, what is this from Twisted Minds? They're just wolf-packing their way up long. And they're just all holding the W key as well. Like, there's nothing to this round apart from, guys, we're just going to rush long. Eruption haven't spotted them just yet, but that info should be coming through fairly shortly. Players rotating up. The entry's going to come through quickly enough. Not too shabby from Black Eagle and KD, but Dobu steps up when it's needed most. And Twisted Minds are still hanging on with a couple of members. They need some frags. They need them quickly. Black Eagle's in a good spot. Spawns. Strikes for 1.
Wait, Shinobi's found him. Through the wall, bang. No, he was coming around the corner, but a round that Eruption desperately needed goes in the bag. Fury spotting that one with a little jiggle at long and allowing those rotations to come up in a very short amount of time. Makes it a bit easier. But look, Dobu getting very fortunate to find that first lineup, and then a nasty little runway over that smoke that was blocked as well.
Starting to see some signs of life in the Eruption camp, though.
Yeah.
It's definitely still Twisted Minds map to lose, but Eruption are starting to claw their way back into it. And they've got that buffer, Mac. They've got at least 2 rounds to play with.
Eruption have seemed like one of those quiet teams in some of the earlier games. But, of course, you know, yesterday when Ali was yelling, Eruption was screaming back. Of course, you've seen KD making a whole bunch of noise up there, so Eruption are starting to answer with some screams of their own, trying to keep the morale as high as possible. And now into the 23rd, Eruption only trail by 6. 3 in a row, looking to keep this streak hammering home.
Smoke down immediately to put out the molly. Twisted Minds just trying to move through the map really quickly. Has not caught Eruption off guard at all. And that's a bit of a freebie for Eruption, so back to your regular scheduled programming in a second here when we get the guns through for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
I think we can forget about that last round. At what point does this scoreline start to get a little bit of a pressure on the shoulders of Twisted Minds? Probably not just yet, but
it's a solid question.
It's quite a few rounds in a row now for Eruption on the CT side. They're looking confident. They're feeling all right. Twisted Minds money starting to get a bit problematic.
We've seen Loba happy to go down to the MAC 10. He seems to be a bit of a beast with it, especially if someone helps him out. He's happy to entry if he needs to, but this time Yami, close range, right up in the grills of Black Eagle, and he's going to continue going forward, but gets a little bit of Pinocchio around the corner. Doc ready and able to get the late trade, but that's going to be some short control.
Yeah, Shinobi is still hanging around in front of that smoke, seeing if he can spot much out. Fury versus KD. This will be a big fight. Fury, he's not aware, but he's got the flick. He was looking at the wrong side of the rock, Mac, but doesn't matter. Sharp as ever.
Where to from here? You got short control, you got monster control. You need to retrieve that bomb in Black Eagle. I mean, Spawns rather. Going to be picking that one up and making his way back to Monster. So it feels like Twisted Minds inevitably going to try and end on this B site. They've got 1 smash, 2 flash, 1 smash, 1 smoke, 2 flashes.
Maybe that's the new term. When you've got a smoke and a flash, we just say you've got a smash.
Got the smash, mate. Wood smash.
Who? Who?
It's when you smoke and a flash, you say wood smash.
Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about Loba again.
Hey. Is it dark yet? It's not after dark.
Not after dark?
Just settle down.
6:30 here in Mongolia. Where I'm from, it's dark already.
True.
But let's...
Smoke coming through. Flashes for Monster, flashes for Short, and Loba now just going to be running it dry over towards the A site, but he's not going to be able to create any space, and Fury lives on behind. Dice now locks it down all on his own, and he's bought some time for the rotations and dropped that bomb in a hard-to-retrieve position. Time's gone, chances gone. This round is in the bag for Eruption, and they've reached the 10 on the scoreboard.
Okay, so it's starting to get a little bit concerning here now for Twisted Minds. Spawns, lucky, lucky. Could have been on $0. Well, $450.
No plant as well. Round loss bonus starting to be worked up by Twisted Mind. This is where things can get scary. But we're probably going to see another force or half buy coming through. Loba loves a force around. Happy just to keep on getting this util and Mach 10, as we were saying before. And trying to play around this AK of spawns. We'll see where they put it.
5 in a row, though, for Eruption. All they need is another 6, Mac. Doesn't seem so impossible anymore for Eruption to make this comeback happen. Twisted Minds. They have gone for a force buy behind that 1 AK that Spawns was able to save.
Coolest. Half HP now. Tagged up by the spam through the monster smoke. And Twisted Minds bringing everyone to the party in short. But they're going to go up con instead.
I mean, we've seen this so many times from Twisted Minds, haven't we? They're just walking around the map as 5 and hoping they can make that work. But at the moment, it's not working. Eruption are getting the job done. But you're right. They have kind of swindled Eruption a little bit. Fury will be hearing all of this. He needs a couple of quick frags here. Doc challenging him. Fury starting to run out of bullets. Runs out of HP as well. Does pretty well, though, to get 2.
Yeah, no plant, though. Just trying to figure out that issue at long. And now there's no bathrooms control either. So there's no space to plant anywhere. Eruption, nice little rotation to keep it in their hands. Even though they gave him a whole lot of space, they took it back real quick.
Eruption are all over it. Even when there's a hole in their defenses, they're aware of what that might mean.
Yeah. And it looks like Doc is not having a good time right now. Nice! But Eruption really starting to feel it as we get to the pointy end of the map. Only 5 rounds left. And Twisted Minds having a chat with a timeout. And they've lost a few rounds in a row. It's always a good time to try to keep that head level. Try to figure out what to do. Going into one of these gun rounds and how exactly they can get past Eruption. Their economy, pretty good. That's what you need on a comeback, especially on the CT side, is to make sure you can get those buys across. Try and keep at least 3 alive. The more the merrier, of course. And Yami with the big green. Where's he going to be sending it? Long's the answer.
3 rounds away now for Eruption. Feeling like a bit of a broken record, but that advantage is starting to slip, and, well, maybe that's the opener that Twisted Minds have been looking for. They've got the numbers now. This is their best chance in a long time. They will not want to squander it.
What is this? A molly towards long. Just trying to deny the exit for Dobu. Just right up on the wall. We're going to see Twisted Minds go back down con again, this time towards the B site, but they've got that opening onto Yami. They've dropped that AWP to the ground, and now they're going to be running into the stacked site. Dobu going to be trying to make his way down quickly, but the Mach 10, almost the 2-man spray down. Shinobi only good for 1, and this might be the 15th that Twisted Minds were looking for, but in the 2v4, there's a chance for Eruption.
Well, 2v3 now. Dobu dispatches of Doc. Fury needs that spray. Can't land it. And that is that. 15 now for Twisted Minds. Overtime confirmed.
Oof. Wipe that bloody sweat off your forehead.
4 rounds to play with.
Sigh of relief. Overtime secured at least. But still a chance to make this map. Twisted Minds. Eruption. They were on a hot streak, but that streak's finally come to an end. They had 6 in a row, as you can see there. And there was money for 1 more buy. If they win this with 1 alive, things could be even more difficult than before. And Twisted Mind's going to be playing it a bit more safe this time. Very deep approach at Monster. Just running it back, getting this fountain control. Front bathroom smoke as well. And we'll see what Dobu can do here. He's very much out on an island in con.
Bit scary for him, but the timing's good. Flash through from Shinobi. Only nets 1 in the end. Black Eagle sharp to get the trade there.
That was a nice flash, all the way from the A side as well, straight over bathrooms.
I thought he was grabbing 2 there, minimum. So good was the flash, but shut down pretty quickly. And this, I mean, okay, what's going on here?
This is awkward as hell.
You've got the bomb having a rave.
Oh, but Shinobi, if he walks the wrong direction...
I mean, it's still, where does the bomb going to go? Where's Spawn's going to go? Is he going to walk into B on his own?
That's a great question, but you're looking at Twisted Minds. You can see them covering both sides of long, expecting a swing from Flowerbed, expecting a flank. But now they're going to start to make their way forward. Shinobi clearing everything, thinking, okay, maybe it is going to be this B site hit, and it's only the bomb down there. But over towards long now, Fury with a wide swing, lucky to be alive there. Loses half his health, and now this is going to trigger the rotations. But look at Shinobi, the key piece, going to try to stop these rotations. We'll find 2 from here, but won't expect the third man, Black Eagle, bringing it back to the 2v3.
They've got 25 seconds. Spawns has to run into the B bomb site now. He doesn't have any other options. Black Eagle makes his way down through Connector, but that is going to be the bomb dropped, and with that, you'd think the round is over. Eruption will win it. Madness in the server right now between Twisted Minds and Eruption. I don't know how Twisted Minds find themselves in that situation, but it's just a bit too much to dig out of.
Just trying to make it happen, contacting. You can see Eruption starting to put some pressure on different parts of the map at different times, at the same time, you know, with players falling in one area. You got Shinobi saying, hey, look, I'm going to do some work. I'm going to get in through mid. I'm going to go straight in con and flank these individuals. And then, of course, a little bit of trigger discipline goes a long way. But just all that info, all that information that Dobu got at the start of the round was the key piece to kick off what Eruption managed to bring back there.
Ooh, Dobu's got some words for the team.
Yeah. Well, 3 more. And they managed to get across that hurdle with just enough alive to keep a healthy buy on the board. You can see the money's still not in the greatest of places here. And everyone on both sides is giving it their all right now. They know that this map is so important. If Eruption win this one, then it could be very hard for Twisted Minds to go for the reverse sweep in the series. But on the other hand, if Eruption don't win it, then we could see a Mongolian team going home today.
Yeah, I don't think the locals would be very happy about that.
No. Doc just doing some fishing there with the AWP in hand. Black Eagle, nice safe approach to try and clear out close bathrooms, clear out Divider. Just teaming up with that Molly as well to try and figure out what's going down towards the bathroom side of things. But there's nothing there, and only we know it. Eruption have Yami at long, who's now thinking about reaggressing over towards that bathroom side instead. We'll see what Spawns can do. He's been lurking up a storm over and over towards Monster. But Eruption very much expecting this B site hit later in the round. Bomb it long. Twisted Minds, a 5v2 on the A site.
Time really starting to tick away from Twisted Minds here, and there's still util available for Eruption. You can see Yami, he's just tossed in that molly. He's got a smoke as well, but what a shot from Doc. 30 seconds left. He's found another one. That's huge. Twisted Minds, they're into the A bomb site, Mac.
It's happening. Eruption may be losing this map pick here and now. And they're waiting for the bomb plant to go down just in case it was all a ruse. And Loba going forward, just trying to find a gap in the smoke. He will. There's another kill. This could be it.
Yeah, from the AWP of Doc. A gift delivered to Twisted Minds. It'll be the map 16-12 if they can finish off Shinobi and Coolast. 2 Warriors still trying to stave this off for Eruption, but time is short, and they have to make their move. Smoke's starting to fade. Shinobi winning some duels. It's just Coolast left alive. He's got a defuse kit. He has to go, has to hold the W key, but I don't think he's got enough time. It's over. 16-12. Twisted Minds will win map 1, taking it away from Eruption and putting Eruption on elimination point. 1 more map away for Twisted Minds.
Insane scenes going down there for Twisted Minds, and it's all smiles for them right now. I don't think they can believe they did it, but they have. And in a pretty, I'd say, convincing fashion. Yeah, got a little bit scary there. Eruption with yet another fake comeback. But it was at least something to gain some kind of confidence going into the next maps of the series.
Wow, wow. That's all I have to say. I mean, obviously that was Eruption's map pick, so that really blows this map. Oh, sorry, this series wide open. I'm still trying to process what's going on here. I think this is going to be a crazy one, Mac. I think there's every possibility Twisted Minds causes the upset today. So we'll have to wait and see how that one does play out. Guys, we've got to get ourselves sorted. We've got to settle down. We've got to calm down because that was a massive map. We've got another big one coming up for you in just a second. We will take a break. Don't go too far away. This promises to be a banger.
My name is Nikola Mijomanovic, known in the game as Lobanica. I stream and play CSGO on Twitch and YouTube. I started probably around 2K15, maybe 2K14, something like that, and I've been playing since then. I prefer CSGO because it has less bugs, it looks more serious, and it's basically a game I'm used to, so hopefully CS2 is going to be the next big thing if they can improve and fix all the inconsistencies and bugs. Honestly, the first impression was it's very cold, but we haven't gone outside or investigated, researched the cities to know more. It would be meaningful because you would get a stamp into the game, like a sticker, and that would stay there forever, I guess. But on the other side as well, it's huge money, and that would help a few players in the team. At the moment, I'm not even hyped to be here. It's more like I'm enjoying it, having fun, doing the interviews and talking to people. But probably when I go home and I remember this, then it's going to be like, yo, I went almost to the major. So it's going to be like a big thing. We haven't honestly competed with Asian teams yet. We competed only with teams from Arab countries. I think that's how you say it. And yeah, we're all similar levels. There's not like a huge difference nowadays in Counter-Strike, at least with us. Now, when you compare Navi, G2, and these amazing, like, superhuman teams, yeah, they're on another level. I haven't played them, but I saw only good things about them, and sadly, they lost their best player, which was Score, so we'll see how they play versus us. I think they're going to destroy us, but let's hope for the best. They should expect us to lose every game and to get destroyed, because we haven't practiced at all, not even like 5 days, so maybe we do something, maybe we don't, but don't expect too much. What makes us best? Nothing makes us best, but what makes us unique, like we have fun, we troll, we joke, inside, outside, so maybe that makes us unique, that we don't take it as seriously as everybody else. Inside the team? Outside the team? No, we don't have beef, no. We went to almost every team to meet, and we only didn't meet the Australia guys. We went to TYLOO, we went to Rare Atom, we went to the guys in Mestal, and them were trying to, joke. You saw them in the interview, we joke with them. We're trying to be cool with everybody. We won, so that was good. So we tilted them, they didn't tilt us. And today we have 2 or 3 more scrims, and we'll see how it goes. But yesterday's scrim was very good. We won like 16-8 or 16-9. I want to say the biggest competitor is Invictus Gaming because they destroyed us at the MR qualifier. So Invictus, we want revenge.
тэмцээнд оролцож байгаадаа л маш сэтгэл өндөр байна. Ерөнхийдөө бол одоо энэ чинь бол CSGO хамгийн том тэмцээнд орох одоо боломж гэх юм уу тий. За өмнөх RMR бол энэ RMR-ийн ялгаа хамгийн том ялгаа нь бол багуудын тоо нь өөрчлөгдсөн байгаа. Өмнөх RMR дээр бол 4 багтай байсан. Одоо энэ RMR дээр 8 багтай. Тэгэхээр яг хоо ерөнхий хамгийн хүчтэй Аз багууд нь ирээд өрсөлдөх боломжтой болж байгаа. Өмнө нь болохоор жоо нэг өмнөх RMR дээр 2-т оржсэн болохоор жоо гонхтой байсан. Тэгээ энэ одоо өрсөлдөх боломжтой болсон. Тэгээд ер нь 8 багтай болж байгаа юм байна шүү дээ. Ерөнхийдөө бол Монгол багууд бол нэлээд даваа талтай гэж бодож байна. Яагаад гэвэл өөр улсад очиад time zone difference энтергээл jet lag энтергээл юмнууд бол орж ирэн тэгэл визээ хөөцөлт нь очино тэгэл цаг хугацааны хувьд бол бас нэг бэлтгэлийн цагнаас хамслагтаад байдаг. Тэгээ бидний хувьд бол яг тиймэрхүү цагнаас бол хамслагтаагүй яг бүрэн бэлтгэлээгээ фокуслаад тэгэл яг тэмцээний өдөр тэмцээн болох өдрөөс 2 өдрийн өмнө ямар ч асуудалгүй зөвөр такситал ирээл тэгэл орж байгаа болохоор яг монголчуудын хувьд бол даваа талтай гэж бодож байна. Одоо л яг нэг бас төвүүдийн баг ерөнхийдөө нийт CSGO бол яг ижлэн төвшөнд очсон. Яг Азийн баг ингэж тоглолдог, Европын баг ингэж тоглолдог, Америкийн баг ингэж тоглолдог гэдэг юм болоод бол байхгүй болсон. Ерөнхийдөө бол нэг юм левел нь бол нэлээд төгссөн. Яг аль нь чайлигаа очиж чадхаар болсон. Тэгээ нэг юм өөр нэг юм стил гэдэг юм бол байха болцсон. Бүгд л яг ерөнхий Counter Strike-а зөв фундаменталаар ингээд зөв тоглолдог болсон. А яг тухайн моментэд хин илүү одоо тоглож байгаа хин илүү одоо гоё тоглож байгаа тэр нь л хождог болсон болохоор нэг амар өөр байха болцсон гэж бодож байна. Бид нар болохоор яг даваа талх юм бол аль алингаар нь тоглож чадна, хурдан тоглож чадна, урдаан тоглож чадна. Аль алинх эсрэг гаргалгаа байгаа. Тийм болохоор ер нь бол өөрсдөө амар ихтэй байгаа. Хамгийн том өрсөлдөгчийг Rare Atom гэж бодож байгаа. Хятадын Rare Atom баг. Яа гэвэл ерөнхийдөө бол бид нар бол банк тэдний өдөс тоглолдог ямар хүчтэй баг юм мэднэ. Системийн хувьд бол тэд нар амар юм системлэг гэх юм уу одоо ингээд яг юмнууд нь амар тодорхой байдаг. Одоо иймэрхүү мороод ирэл ингэж хамгаална ч юм уу. Тиймэрхүү юмнууд нь аюул тодорхой тийм маш удацсан баг байгаа болохоор ер нь хамгийн аюултай баг нь бол Rare Atom. А бусад багуудын хувьд бол нэг хайгаад юм бол байхгүй. Ер нь Rare Atom-аас хайгаад юм байхгүй хамгийн хүчтэй л Rare Atom. За манай баг бол угаасаа энэ тэмцээнд яг underdog байгаа. Тэгээд бусад багуудтай хэлэхэд бол нэг бид нарыг басаад хэрэггүй шүү. Одоо басч олно л та хамаагүй сервер дээр болцгаая. Тэгээд сервер дотор л олцъя гэж хэлээ да.
All right, well, what do you have to say about that, Mac? Map 1 goes the way of Twisted Minds, and we're ready for map 2 in just a moment. Eruption. They've had a little bit of time to think. Hopefully they've figured out what they're going to do in this series. Otherwise, they're getting knocked out of the Asia RMR.
Well, look, we saw Twisted Minds quickly running outside during that break as well. They were all very, very happy with everything that just happened. Yep. Loba as well was saying he might have a little lie down between the games, and he said that that might have been exactly what got him across the line there. You know, a little bit of extra rest for the individuals there, and they're all very, very happy. And now moving into Mirage, their map choice as well. We'll see if this trend can continue because they're all looking really hot right now.
Yeah.
And there is a chance that we could potentially see this being a 2-0, which is something you told me like yesterday, 2 days ago. I would have said, nah.
No, I would. I mean, even if you would have told me today coming into this match, I would have said, nah, there's no way. If anyone's going to get 2-0, it's going to be Eruption.
Yep.
If anyone's going to win this series, it's going to be Eruption. And yet, obviously, we're sitting here right now talking about Twisted Minds and saying how great they are, and they're potentially going to be able to grab themselves, again, what I would consider another upset. I predicted VERTEX against Twisted Minds. I predicted Eruption against Twisted Minds. And maybe I'm going to have to eat my words and start predicting for Twisted Minds. But with that said, I mean, the deeper they go into this bracket, the more teams that are going to be scary for them are going to be waiting. I mean, the thing that kind of continues to get me is that Rare Atom is in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
So
Rare Atom's there, bloody TYLOO's there, and you saw what TYLOO was bringing earlier. A little bit of fire, a little bit of heat, 2-0 in IG, and there is very much a reality where TYLOO could even cause an upset over Rare Atom today if they're not feeling up to par. We haven't seen them play yet, so
yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, these domestic matchups always, you know, are a little bit interesting, right? I think even if we were looking at a world where if there was a matchup between VERTEX and Grayhound, I'd be saying, look, Grayhound, they do have to be a little bit wary here. There's potential in there for the upset.
Yeah.
Eruption versus the MongolZ, I probably would be thinking the same thing. It's just because these teams, they're probably scrimming each other a lot. They're probably playing against each other a lot. I mean, at least in the case of TYLOO and Rare Atom, if we're going down that tangent, we know they play against each other a lot.
Yeah.
But in this case, Twisted Minds, I mean, they are the hopes of the Middle Eastern region now, the Middle Eastern sub-region, I guess, if you will. That's how the Asia RMR works. There's 4 sub-regions, all qualifying 2 teams through to this event. 2 from China, 2 from Asia, which basically at this point ends up being Mongolia, 2 from ANZ, and 2 from the Middle East. And I mean, IG's already out. Twisted Minds, the last hope of the Middle East.
And look, while we're discussing it as well, on Geographically Challenged, I feel like all of us are now wrong. I don't think anyone
Everyone's wrong, yeah.
has, like, I picked VERTEX down in the last place, and they did technically go out first. But I don't think any of us put IG out in second last place.
Yeah, well, you had Twisted Minds out in second place, and that, I mean, that is still possible. But, oh, actually, no, it's not.
No,
I'm
it's not.
trolling.
That's
Yeah,
what I mean.
you're right.
It's
IG
Gauntlet.
out in second place. So, yeah, we were all wrong. Absolutely. But, hey, I mean, it's crazy. And I can't be right at all either because I put Rare Atom as first seed. So, yeah, look, I mean, that's the second time that they've shot me in the foot with a minor because I predicted them first in the Road to Rio as well. And that one didn't very much go nicely for them. But
yeah,
either way, look, I mean, the big storyline at the moment, the big talking point, of course, is going to be Twisted Minds, and if we take a look back at that first map, I think we have to give a big shout out to Doc. He was going absolutely bananas, 26 and 16, 105 ADR on that map, so really, really solid stuff from him. Black Eagle as well. I think the most impressive thing for Black Eagle was 85% KST rating, so he's really just getting involved in almost every single round, and he had a pretty good KD too. What's interesting, I thought, was, you know, obviously earlier on we were talking a lot about spawns. Yesterday we were pretty happy with what we were getting from him, and even in that game against VERTEX. But today it sort of feels like it's shifted up a little bit. Doc has been kind of leading from the front. So I think there's still some firepower left in the back pocket of Twisted Minds as well, right? If Doc starts to fall off a little bit, I mean, spawns, 100% I can look toward him. KD's been really consistent. Black Eagle's been consistent. And look, Loba's been being Loba. He's been doing some interesting stuff. He's holding that W key. He's kind of doing his job in this roster. So it's coming together for Twisted Minds quite nicely. And I just don't know if Eruption, are they going to be the kind of team that's going to be able to bounce back from that? Or are we going to see them getting eliminated from this tournament much earlier than expected?
There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. I'm keen to see exactly what Twisted Minds can bring for us here on Mirage. Of course, a map like Overpass allows for much faster rotations between the sites if you have that connector control, or even if you're just playing passive on either site, right? It's a very, very short rotation for those counter-terrorists. But on Mirage, it's a slightly different affair. Everything's a little bit longer, and you really need to be either fighting for that mid-control or have your protocols ready to set up on those sites. And I guess we'll see what kind of dynamic we're going to see from Eruption. They'll probably be choosing to start on that defensive side. I would dare say Twisted Minds will be running at them first. But look, their T side here on Overpass was pretty damn strong enough to get the dub. And I feel like their T side on Mirage is looking good as well.
Mac, if I gave you the opportunity to change your prediction at this point, would you do it?
Probably.
So you're going to jump on the Twisted Minds hype train?
Sure. If I can, I will.
Yep, all right. We'll lock that one in.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, this is very similar to me to that VERTEX series for Twisted Minds, where I do still have a bit of faith in Eruption here. But the one thing that's kind of hanging on in my mind is that Eruption's already lost their map pick. That's the one difference from that VERTEX series. VERTEX was going into their map pick. There was the faith there because of that. But now, I mean, Twisted Minds, they picked Mirage. So every possibility that Eruption could drop this map. I mean, they haven't got a great record on it. They have only a 25% win rate in the last few months.
Yeah.
And to be quite honest, the teams that they're losing to, I mean, okay, Rare Atom, okay, we can push that one aside, I think. But GR, which is, I mean, I think quite a middling team within the Asia region, not really a team that I would be putting a lot of emphasis on.
Well, they're Russian. So
Yeah,
yeah. One of these East Russian teams, I guess.
I guess so. And NKT as well, who, you know, as we know, have been going through no shortage of issues themselves. So the track record kind of speaks for itself here for Eruption. I do start to get a little bit worried when I look at those kinds of stats, and I think, actually, there might definitely be a world here where Twisted Minds is able to win on this map. Let's find out. We're going to jump into Mirage and Twisted Minds. As you predicted, Mac, we'll be starting on the T side.
Let's see where they're going. Looks like apartments will be the call. Loba just chilling over towards T stairs and hoping that maybe he can throw some kind of fake, but the ruse is up. Twisted Minds are going to be spotted over towards apartments, but was this the plan? Showing the bomb, but not drawing the rotation from Eruption yet, and we are going to see that move back straight towards A, but Eruption have not left just yet.
We talked about those fast rotations back and forth on Overpass, not so much for the T side necessarily, but Twisted Minds do like to go back and forth across the map on T, that's for sure. Shinobi on the balcony looks to try to strike, but it's Yami who will draw the first blood. Very similar look in that pistol round. Yami lighting up the kill feed, getting a bit of assistance from his teammates, but the frags come back in the direction of Twisted Minds. They're very good at recovering from bad situations.
And there's a whole minute. Loba, he is running, doing a bit of cardio over towards A main. I thought he was going to go for the full rotation, but they're just trying to figure out where that second CT player is, and it looks like Spawns is about to find out. Dobu spotted, Fury, Gonskis, and they can't see Loba anywhere, but he's sneaking back through Palace and could get the element of surprise.
Yeah, definitely. Is he going to hard check Firebox? Dobu out in no man's land, could go down right now. The shots are not connecting though. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. Well, let's see what happens going into the empty Pico. And oh, something's broken around here, and it might be Loba's hand. He was not happy losing that 1v2. It looked good. It looked so good to the moment that it didn't. But Twisted Mind's going to have a quick timeout just to put some ointment on Loba's hand.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say about this one. But I think that Eruption have a lot to say about it, that's for sure. I mean, those are the kinds of opportunities that you really want to be taking advantage of.
Well, here we go. Timeouts, Dunskies.
Well. Twisted Mind's actually now favored, according to the Unicorn odds. So that is something to keep in mind.
Mm. Oh, Black Eagle lurking in from unders. If you can find a close range engagement, the MAC-10 can still be deadly. So can these Tech 9s. So 2 angled approach towards the A site, but Fury, cheeky two-tap, Black Eagle's gone. And Loba is going to be able to make his way through the top con smoke. KD cracking a head off of Yami, but numbers thinning for Twisted Minds. KD really sharp right now with this Deagle, and maybe some space to plant, but Doc is worried about crossing jungle. We're going to just try to peek in together, both so low, but the MP5 of all things is just going to be able to pick up another. Doc able to cross at least and get this bomb plant money, but the 1v3, it's a huge ask, a big task. And I don't think Doc is up to it right now. That's going to be that. Successful quick retake from Eruption.
Yep.
Good damage and good money going to be found from Twisted Minds. Round loss bonus as well with the bomb plant means we might see another force buy into the next.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is one of those situations where you look at Twisted Minds and say, you know, they really would have benefited from starting well on this map. I think when you have the momentum coming through from map 1 as the underdog, it's really important to be continuing to grind away at those early rounds in the second map. Because once the favorite gets on top, generally speaking, they start to find that comfort again. They start to find themselves again a little bit. They're not really feeling the pressure as much anymore. And I think that is going to be quite key to Twisted Minds getting the win today. So first gun round, quite an important one here for Twisted Minds.
Window smoke coming through. Yami just lining up a nade of his own, which is not going to find anything towards the top of mid. That molly there burning. The Twisted Minds passive towards the B side, towards the mid area, but not so much towards A. KD playing a tight line at A main, trying to hide his little head in behind the wall, and Shinobi in the alpha position on the top of ticket, just waiting for someone to come and buy a show.
This really is the alpha position, isn't it? You've got to have big balls to play up here.
Especially when you've got no one watching the likes of Palace, but I believe these teams have played each other before, so they've probably got a good read on what's going down. Loba not going to be able to make his way up. Con, KD swinging at stairs, but Yami just tearing him a new one.
Yeah, it's just a different look from Eruption, isn't it? Yami is really clean at the moment. Not quite the cleanest spray there from Fury, but gets the job done in the end. 3-0 the scoreline. And you're not seeing many inroads being made by Twisted Minds in the last couple of rounds. So our regular scheduled programming may have returned. Eruption seem like they're back. And it's a tough job ahead now for Twisted Minds.
3-0. Spawn smoke coming through, and Twisted Minds might be heading towards mid. We'll see what the Deagle's going to be able to do at range. The bomb's been left. That molly, again, going to make its way towards the top of middle, but no one fully contesting from Eruption. Just respecting the smokes. Not wanting to give any of these rifles across to Twisted Minds just yet.
Yeah, not a huge amount of mid-control attempted here by Eruption. They're more than happy to give that over to Twisted Minds.
Awkward fight here. Yami.
Yeah.
Just trying to find anything in Con. Tagged for a moment. Coolest offline.
Scary.
On the top of bricks, but will fall down to 1 HP and be tucked into the corner. And is now asking for the helping hand of Fury with that smoke to try to escape. And he will do so successfully.
Yeah, Twisted Minds feels like they're in a position to strike in this round. They're doing a lot of damage. There's another bink. That one through the wall. Fury lucky to be alive. There's no shortage of damage getting tossed over to Eruption. But
Posted.
No kills. Oh, there's one. There's two.
Hello.
Hang on a minute. Doc was impressive on Overpass, and he's looking pretty damn good here on Mirage as well.
Dobu unders. He's never going to expect this one.
Oh, well, he's going to work his way up connector. The timing will favor Dobu in the end. You called it, and you were right, but Doc gave us something to get excited about for a moment at least.
A glimpse of his brilliance, which we've seen a few times at this qualifier so far. But he's just keeping himself sane, keeping himself together, and looking to try and find this first round for Twisted Minds. Now they're back on the guns. Doc going to get that big green in hand. And when he's feeling sharp like that, well, you don't want to be walking into that crosshair.
I was going to say, if he can do that with a Deagle, I shudder to think what he can do with the AWP. It's very slow to mid from Eruption. They kind of get stuck on the murder hole, and obviously there's a window smoke anyway, so they're not going to contest it.
It just means they've been squatting, Jordan. Big glutes.
Right. Yep.
Thick individuals.
Squeeze their way through.
Decent nade. Yummy though. Oh! Playing a dangerous game there against KD. But
Bomb?
no one falling just yet.
The bomb is just hanging outside of apartments, so obviously that makes me think that Twisted Minds is going to be heading over toward the B site here at some point. They take mid control. Loba's set himself up in connector, and if they can get a couple of members up short, this is starting to look pretty good for Twisted Minds.
Smoke should last a couple more seconds at the top of con, so they have an opportunity, but they need to make it happen now. Loba drawing attention over towards window, but Black Eagle now sticking Fury over towards that vent side. Loba, it's a dangerous angle to be trying to jump up on. And Twisted Minds now looking to make this B split a reality. No one really gazing in through con. It looks like Dobu will find one before the trade goes straight back.
That's
but
on A.
Coolest needs to anchor up a storm.
Yeah, it does indeed. Gets the smoke down at a pretty good timing. Spawns, and KD going to try to clear their way out onto the bomb site, but Coolast ready and waiting. He does also have the assistance of Yami with the AWP. And Twisted Minds are going to have to explode in just a second. 20 seconds to go. Yami's turned away, but Coolast, well, he can't quite hang on to it. The bomb site is now lost. Can Twisted Minds get the bomb down here?
In the meanwhile, Yami falling back into market, trying to play more passive, wait for the rotation to start to come through. And Loba's low, so is Black Eagle, who's got that AWP in hand, but is looking over towards short, and none of the Eruption members are coming in that direction, so they'll shoot him in the side of the head. And now it's pretty much down to KD to clutch it.
Yeah, time's ticking away, though. If Loba can chime in with one, that could be massive. Or even if he could just play distraction right now for KD to try and pick it up. Can he channel cold? Not quite. And Eruption will find their 5th. So off to a Stormer in the second map.
Insane space in there. Allows Yami to get that trade through with USP of all things. Fortunately, KD had already been softened up. So Eruption... keeping it clean. Very, very happy with that, it looks like. Now, into the 6th, Twisted Minds, they almost made it work. They did do a huge amount of damage to Eruption's economy. And with the round loss bonus with that bomb plant, they're going to be buying again, Jordan.
Yep. They're going to keep hammering away. Twisted Minds sometimes remind me a bit of a battering ram. And this might be one of those rounds. All 5 set up on the same side of the map. Is it going to just be a good old-fashioned B hit all 5 members through apartments? Well, it's not going to be 5 anymore. Very nicely timed spam from Dobu.
Holding that nasty line as well. People decide to get off the balcony. It's not a place you want to be when you have the inkling that there's going to be a lot of T's running at you. Coolest. With a smoke of his own now, just going to be jumping for the info, dropping one, but playing in the molly. Might be able to get 2 here. He will before he burns it alive.
Nope.
He gets out alive. How?
That is alpha male style from Coolast.
Jeez. You don't see that every day.
Through the fire and flames, he's able to pick up a double, and Eruption are certainly on fire at the moment.
Well, Twisted Minds just not looking at that, understandably. But Doc, 1v5 angle, he gave it a good crack with that deagle. Now he's looking for anything, any opening into the round, and he's found it, Dobu.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Doc is really dangerous in these 1vx situations, it seems like. If nothing else, at the very least, he will be able to take some guns away from Eruption. AK pulled out now.
There's some part of me that believes that this could happen in some way, but not with Yami in the open. Doc's never going to be pre-aiming that one. And everyone ready to swing off the contact as well. So nice try for the first pick, but it is Eruption looking insanely good right now. 6 rounds back-to-back. They're on fire. They're on the streak. And they're looking to get as many as they possibly can to make up for lost time on Overpass.
Yeah. Well, Twisted Minds. They've definitely got some thinking to do now. I mean, we talked about Eruption and how they looked on this map heading into this event, and it wasn't so great, but admittedly, you also take a look at Twisted Minds on this map, and they haven't really got that many reps in on it. So maybe they're trying to play towards their opponent's weaknesses, and it isn't, you know, quite towards their strengths as well.
I think
sort of blowing up in their face a little bit.
It's one of those things, because we only have the sample size of HLTV, but some of the tournaments that they may also be playing in might not be there.
I don't know that Twisted Minds is playing in a lot of those like Chinese tournaments. And I'd be surprised if Eruption was playing in a lot of those as well. But you might be right.
I just know that when I was having a chat with Loba before, he was saying that they've had some decent results against Eruption in the past, so they're playing in something.
That's for sure. This time, Twisted Minds don't really have much of a buy to get excited behind.
Doc, how is he on the rifle? Not good enough this time, and that's going to be the bomb on the ground. A well-timed push from Eruption for the A main control, but can they hold it? That's the question. The weaponry, a little lackluster at the moment. Loba going to be able to find one, and Black Eagle gets it done with the Deagle.
Bomb.
They still are aware of the position at A main, and that bomb is going to be so hard to retrieve. Fury, timing on the swing was good, but the shots are not.
Oh, the nade here, maybe not quite so good in the end. I thought if Black Eagle continued to push forward, it would be a nice one. CZ from that far. Coolast finishes it off.
Chaos, mate, chaos.
Twisted Minds are sinking down that ladder. And Eruption living true to the phrase chaos is a ladder because they're climbing up. 7-0 now, the lead for them.
Yummy staying vocal.
Yeah, it's a far cry from the last map, isn't it?
So far, but again, this game right now extremely streaky, and Black Eagle has a inkling that something's coming for him. Spots him on the cross and takes them both on down.
Really sharp stuff. Two really crisp shots onto Shinobi and Fury. And Loba's also able to chime in with that Mac-10. He's pretty much exclusively been a Mac-10 user on this map. Spawns does drop, and Coolast is going to take the opportunity to try to bust his way back into A, but now he's caught out in no man's land, and Twisted Minds will have their first, courtesy of a little bit of magic from Black Eagle.
Looks like Doc isn't quite happy with his aim at the moment. He had that one little glimpse of brilliance, but after that attempt at the couple of bursts, he was shaking his head, so feels like he might be feeling some kind of pressure.
Yeah, high standards required at an event like this.
Yeah. Lost util usage to get into the A site and net the first round, importantly, for Twisted Minds. 3 alive at the end of it means that we may see some kind of momentum shift if they can string another couple together. Issue is, of course, Eruption have been keeping it pretty clean on a lot of those rounds, so there's money to buy.
Yeah, and it is definitely an uphill battle now for Twisted Minds on this map. Obviously, the job's not done for Eruption, and they are still the team that's technically facing elimination on this map. But they've kind of found themselves a little bit. They've found that confidence, and they're looking pretty good. I think you can shake that last round off. You just, don't worry about it. Black Eagle maybe got to the top side, to the top mid boxes.
Yeah.
We didn't see him. We didn't know he was there. He got a bit of an angle on us, cheeky. But, all right, fine, fair enough. Kudos, Twisted Minds. We'll give you that one round. But Eruption are not going to let it slip quite so easily. They've still got enough money to buy into this one.
Faster approach through unders now. Molly in window, and Eruption changing the setup again. No one playing towards mid, playing towards con. It is just going to be Prio on A, on B, 3-2 split. Middle of the map, extremely open. But we'll see if Doc is ready this time. He certainly is with the big green. And he's looking to keep on making that go forward. Jumping, no scope. Doc, mate, are you all right?
He's hit a couple of nasty no-scopes today.
Alrighty.
I'd love to see that from his POV.
Oh, and the info's there as well. Loba for the CTs by guns finds one more, and there's still Shinobi in the corner. KD firing up. And this is a round that Twisted Minds have just demolished Eruption in every sense of the word.
All right, well, this is where things start to get a bit interesting now. Eruption don't have a lot of money now.
The swing round, it's happening.
Yep, definitely. Coolest trying to save the gun. Is able to do so. 35 HP. Sorry, 19 HP, I should say. Not sure where 35 came from. His position is known, and it doesn't look like Twisted Mind wants to let him keep it. Spawns was pushing his way through. Apps won't quite... Oh,
found him. He sounded like it.
It did sound like it.
Looked like Coolest wasn't super happy in the player camp, so I'd say he was dead there. Yep, no guns in the hands, so that happened. Eruption now fully broke, and we are going to see some pretty heavy purchases coming through from Fury, from Yami, so we probably are just going to see another half buy going into the next round, unless they make it work with the pistols. Let's see what they're going to do. Twisted Minds looking like they are putting high prio on the A site. Fury kicking things off with a nice shot, and KD, an awkward approach. Shinobi knew he was walking to someone in the smoke there, and things are getting awkward. Fury striking again from stairs.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just choking a little bit in this round. A few little errors. And Eruption says, anything you can do, we can do better. As they look to win a deagle round of their own. Loba, Molly in hand. Shinobi not actually able to punish him in the end, but ultimately, the round will go the way of Eruption. Oof. Just when you think Twisted Minds is starting to pick up a bit of steam, a round like that happens.
That one's got to hurt. But what do? You couldn't shoot back against Fury there. Man was on those lines and a real shot on the trigger. My lord. Even that one that he slotted into Pal, mate, what do? You can't do anything about that.
No, sometimes the crispy shots just connect.
They went for the contact, and we've seen that a few times from Twisted Minds, but a couple of flashes might have helped a little bit more this time. Hindsight Harry, though.
Definitely some grim-looking faces on the side of Twisted Minds after that round.
Still plenty of game to play. 5 remaining for the half. And of course, Twisted Minds can bring it all back in the second if things keep on going wrong here. There's always that opportunity. But Eruption, this is more so what we were expecting going into the matchup. Everyone's mid now. Black Eagle has found some kind of success here a few times. But with this Molly, Shinobi has found himself a one-way. And surely, Twisted Minds know. You can see they're playing quite passive. Underarmed nade gets big value onto Loba.
Well, Twisted Minds have got mid control now.
Eruption not too worried about it. Happy with their positions. Deep Molly. Shinobi might just hang around and fade it out in the smoke, boost into the corner, but he won't win this one. Not just yet. Down to 41 he goes. Big nade, big Molly.
Wow.
And that's the freebie that Twisted Minds wanted. Black Eagle falling, though.
They're not quite going to get that one onto Dobu, and Fury also at the top of mid somehow. He's wrapped all the way around. Is going to get himself another. So it is just coming apart at the seams a little bit here for Twisted Minds, but Doc, he might be looking to make a bit of magic happen right now. Thought that jump into window could cause a ruckus, but he's opted to go back into mid. KD just giving time for Doc to work up through the underpass.
He's still got the open hand, but he won't be able to scope or he'll reveal this position. Just trying to train that crosshair on the right place at the right time and coolest. Relatively safe here underneath the window, but we'll see where KD looks as he approaches that balcony.
Oh, time of the essence right here for both teams. Coolast, he's been so good from the van position. Can't double down, so Doc's in with a chance. 1 on 2. Should be able to get the bomb down. Smoke to just stop anyone coming through from Market. It's a two-pronged push. He will find some 1v1s here if he's lucky, if he gets his positioning and timing right.
He's making a lot of noise over towards bench now, and he's got no read. He's got no idea. It might just boil down to the timing. They know a scope is on someone, and Yami just trying to bait it. Flick down, no good. Dobu too sharp, and finishes that one. Perfectly for Eruption. 2v1, nice and clean. But again, with 3 dying in that round, the money's going to be all over the place. Continuing on forward for Eruption. At any given moment, we could see another swing back towards Twisted Minds. They only need 3 more to make it really competitive here on Mirage. They have some time, but they are very much running out of it.
Yeah, well, Eruption is definitely not running out of money because they've opted to go for the double AWP setup. Maybe they saved 1 or 2 of those through. Quite get to see because of the replays, but end of the day, an expensive round here for Eruption in terms of what they have brought in. We haven't really seen the double AWP from them so far today.
Slight change up in the positions. But we're now going to see Fury again. Oh, playing a dangerous game on that cross. Spotted a couple of those T's as he turns back. And he tries to drop into Sandwich, but he's going to be made into one himself. Oh, Yami couldn't quite find the hand. And that might just be the save called off the back of it. 2 AWP still living.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad shout. There's a lot of money still there for Eruption to buy behind these 3 guns if they can save them.
There's enough.
Yeah, and you've got plenty of rounds right now for Eruption. It's not as if you need to go for anything silly. 3 on 5 retake, I mean, come on. It's just not going to happen.
unless Twisted Minds overextend. But at this point, I don't think that one's happening. Nice safe triple plant as well, and a late wrap, just as the, you know, last case scenario, get out of jail free card. And you can see as well, Twisted Minds, they don't have any money to really buy back into this one. Dobu thinking, you know what, I'm going to try for a ninja, and he gets domed because of it.
Hey, I mean, it's happened before, right? If it can happen at bigger events than this one, I'm sure there's a world where someone can pull off something sneaky.
Yep. I respect the proactivity, but it looks a bit silly sometimes, and that was one of those.
Well, you know, Eruption's in a pretty good spot, so probably doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of the half.
Yeah. Well, everything's slowing down. An Eruption with the 2 rifles saved will be able to scrounge something together here. Loba taking the time to chat through what he wants Twisted Minds to do going into this next round. Still 2 rounds remaining in the half, and an opportunity, or 3 rounds rather, into the 13th. Twisted Minds may be able to find themselves 6th if things go better than it have been. But I guess we shall see. Spawns again. Just going to be trying to make his way in through apps and try to get on the line early, but there is going to be an AWP in the way. Flashes forward, and it's good enough to force Coolest off the line.
It's not a bad molly to push Dobu forward as well, but he's more than happy to take that challenge, and over the top of the smoke, he'll catch spawns pretty easily in the end. I mean, this half is definitely spiraling away from Twisted Minds, and with that, obviously, also the map now starting to become a real problem.
Early prog smoke used by Twisted Minds just to deny vision, deny information, and try to just draw more attention from Eruption over towards that A map. Is it you right, mate?
Yeah,
just gonna make me go too.
Dobu very wisely opting not to go through the murder hole, but that information is now given, so KD up in jungle might be the difference maker for this round. But again, I mean, we're just seeing another one of those rounds where players get behind each other somehow on both sides. Got a CT and T spawn, a T and CT spawn almost.
Good flash. Yami, lucky to be alive, but he has some reinforcements over towards that CT area. Black Eagle locking down the vent if anyone wants to try to make it through the crawl space. But they're more interested in retaking from CT. And A main as well, they still aren't aware that this player is here, but they know it's dirty. And in the 4-on-4, anything is about to happen.
Has to come down to Shinobi, doesn't it? But can't really put too much together. Dobu tries to lock down the spray. Will be unable to do so, and so Twisted Minds will sneak out their 4th round. Twisted Minds been having a bit more success since Eruption picked up the double AWP.
And look at this, the respect as well. They know that there is this AWP over towards CT. They're just going to wait for the aggression.
Okay.
Coordination comes through, and maybe the upgrade too. Doc going to be getting his hands on the AWP for the dying rounds of the half. And another round as well. 4 now secured.
Yeah, it's actually quite a dire monetary situation for Eruption, actually. So Twisted Minds are definitely salvaging this half. It did look like they were completely out of the contest. But assuming they win this round, but
they lost this round before.
That's true. I know. That's why I'm still kind of keeping that caveat going. You would say they should win this one. They should get to 5, and they can fight for 6. If they can get to 6, I mean, look, who knows what can happen?
I like what Eruption have gone with here as well. Just breaking that vent early, putting Dobu in towards the ladder, but Katie, guns out and ready. They knew something was going on.
He's accelerated all the way into that B bomb site as well, and look, the kills are coming through thick and fast for Twisted Minds. Yami, he'll try to defend. USP only. Got a bink there onto KD, but it will not matter.
Man's been disconnected from the round. And Coolest now, 1v5 angle with the CZ. Never happened. Not this time. Twisted Minds, though, all going to be very happy with how this round's played out. Spawns, little eco frag at the end. That's going to be 5 secured. A 9-6 half. Definitely a solid one to go into the second. Twisted Minds, still a 2-0. Could be on the horizon.
Nice, guys! Let's go.
Not sure I'm going to jump over to your side of the fence just yet, Mac.
What side's that?
The 2-0 Twisted Minds side.
I just said it could be on the horizon.
Maybe it's on the horizon, you're right. We might have to walk over to the fence that's far away. But at this point, I think Twisted Minds, look, they have done enough to keep me interested, assuming they can win this round. But it's still very much Eruption favored at this point. Mid control, very quick out here from Twisted Minds. Lots of smokes down in mid. Short progression smoke. You got the window smoke and, of course, the con being smoked off as well.
Shinobi robbed. Thought that would have been a freebie on Ulaanbaatar, but he couldn't quite find the spray, and KD's hearing this rotation from the short side members, but he's made a bit of noise himself, and that draws the attention right on back. He's jumped on someone's head, he's gone for the leapfrog, and Coolest saves Dobu over towards short side. It looks good for Eruption, and that's going to be 10-5 at the half. It's still anyone's map, but it could be a 2-0. I'm going to have to find that one out just after the break.
Nice!
Hello, stream. Hello? Hello, stream.
Hello, are you there? What are you guys up to?
Are you watching some Counter-Strike?
Welcome to the halftime show with Mac and Elfman. I hope you enjoyed. More CS coming up.
Welcome back to the second half. Hope you enjoyed the halftime show. That was a great job from you, Mac. Enjoyed that one myself, actually. But 10-5, what I'm enjoying at the moment is Eruption coming back into this series and setting themselves squarely in a position to win map 2, force us through to a third.
I am thoroughly enjoying this game. We'll see if Twisted Minds can pull out a pistol and try to make the comeback happen real damn quick, or if Eruption can run away with Twisted Minds' map pick. Find out shortly. Two men set up over towards short side, looking to keep eyes on Con and go for a faster rotation to A if it is going to be this kind of hit. But Eruption just sitting back, expecting some kind of aggression, and we'll see some kind of movement as we hit that minute mark.
Yeah, you can really see the stylistic difference between these two teams when they're playing on the T side.
Yeah.
Eruption much more defaulty, And Twisted Mind's more than happy to just go roaming around the map.
Looking like they really want to play retake on A. My man, Black Eagle, just chilling over towards Ticket side.
One thing to note in this round, Twisted Minds have all invested in armor. So there's no defuse kit, no util at all. You don't want to be seeing the bomb plant go down if you're Twisted Minds here. KD will have the first crack at the second half, and the only thing that's getting cracked at the moment was his own head until Dobu does fall. Yami and Shinobi able to strike and give the numbers over to Eruption.
Bomb in jungle though, and that's going to be the difference maker. Low bar, only able to find one as Yami comes through for the trade. And that's another pistol in the hands of Eruption. That's both this map and an 11th now on the scoreboard.
I could feel you getting ready for that one. I knew you wanted it. Loba wanted it too, but he didn't get it. He plays with a very low chair, doesn't he?
Yeah, he slams that chair down, arms up. Some people just have a different stance, man.
That's for sure. Certainly not the weirdest thing I've seen ever at a Counter-Strike event.
I think that's actually common for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's not too weird. I don't know if you ever saw Zoking from Vici, the former Rare Atom roster. His aiming style, his hand movements, very robotic almost. That was definitely a sight to behold in person. But this is not too shabby from Black Eagle. A little bit of a push, as long as he stops right now, because Coolast is watching for it.
Oh yeah, he can smell that danger. Spidey senses tingling. And seems to be aware of Eruption's anti-eco protocols. It's all going to boil down to the timing, and Coolest making a decent amount of noise back towards this area. Shadow spotted.
Oh.
The Shinobi jumps in, but he got baited by the gun, so it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, he got greedy. So in the end, it's not really all that valuable for Twisted Minds. I mean, he might have had difficulty getting out anyway.
Spawns in a very odd position, trying to watch both sides of default, knowing jungle's full dirty. They could have gone through window. They do, however, have Doc watching the crawl space and trying to cut anything from Eruption, and they're going to be walking straight into the stack.
Yeah, this is a nice little crossfire. Lobo can play off the contact, and, well, they've already banged off one head. Fury's coming in behind Doc, though.
Back to A
That'll be pretty problematic. This is an awesome spot for Doc to be in. Trades don't quite come through. No head armor there. And Fury has found himself a couple, which puts it squarely back in control for Eruption. They get the bomb down. AK in hand for KD. He's going to be the linchpin here.
Triple plant. Looks like we are going to see a two-man wrap towards jungle.
If they defuse right now, it's round over.
They could. They certainly could, but they want the info, and there it is. Tap on it. No kit, though. They have to do it for 10 whole seconds, and Coolest waits out that molly. 1v1 now. Spawns does it with the Deagle, has an AK now to play with, but he's got no read, and Dobu knows, so he'll play the timing. He'll use that big old brain and count it all down. Double clear it, double check it, and lock down a 12th.
Yeah. Oh, Twisted Minds will be kicking themselves when they go back and watch the replay of that. Could have been around in the back pocket, easy as you like, but Eruption played the game and they won.
That was an ambitious game to play too. I thought they were going to both double up over towards that mid-wrap, but they were like, you know what, that's probably not the best of ideas, just in case. And they made the right decision this time. Twisted Minds, not looking like the masterminds here on the CT side just yet. Still scraping through in the economy department and still yet to have a full buy on the board. That'll happen next round.
Spawns, not in a bad spot with this AK to have some early impact. So Yami goes down. Fury will be the next one to take that challenge, but we're back over toward the A-bomb site to see what Doc can do with the Deagle. It was one good one on to Shinobi, but couldn't follow it up.
This crosshair placement is so nice to watch. It's just so mechanical. KD now, the same, unfortunately, cannot be said there with the Deag, but Eruption keeping it clean enough with 3 alive. To stack on a 13th, that's a huge lead now, 8 whole rounds.
Yeah.
And Twisted Minds have to start the engine right here, right now, if they want to make the comeback happen on Mirage.
Got to be feeling like for Twisted Minds, their opportunities are starting to slip. Chances in this series. Did a great job on map 1. Had us all believing. I was even starting to come around. but Eruption are proving that they still deserve to be in this competition. They don't deserve to be knocked out just yet. And it looks very likely that we'll head through to map 3 at this point. I'd love to get a statistic on how many rounds Loba has had an SMG on this map, because I reckon it's a vast majority. Mac 10 in the first half, MP9 in the second half.
He loves it, man.
Yeah. I mean, that much is evident.
It's worth the money. It's worth the extra investment sometimes. You get such a good kill bonus with it. An Eruption, you can see they're just having a chat. Just shuffling util, Dobu, trying to figure out what they need to do. And the only one really in danger's way right now is probably Fury, who was over towards lowers. But Eruption now, what are we going to see? 1 minute left in the round. And they're going to try to bust up mid. B-split looks like is what's going to be on the cards. But now we're going through lowers. It might just be straight up con if they can find some kind of pick.
Well, they're going to have to decide pretty quickly. They're not anywhere near a bomb site, and there's only about 35 seconds left to go. So working their way up short. Bit of that util getting tossed down. Nice smoke in con is going to protect them on their walk into B. KD is in all sorts of trouble now. They're backed up all on the site. It's a bit of a traffic jam for the CT side, but I mean, Eruption are not finding the entries, and this is where things start to fall apart. Spawn is able to line up too. And Fury from behind him, I mean, he's got 13 seconds to work with. It won't matter. Doc turns around. Big round to win for Twisted Minds.
Insane impact. All they had to do was stand and live at Van Pillar, and that's exactly what they did. KD readjusting over towards empty and just getting the info, jiggling, not overcommitting to that fight over towards E-Box. And they bought just enough time for that swing in. Nice coordination to go for the full mop-up as well. Twisted Minds. It was lovely to watch. It got very dangerous. But of course, Eruption ran too low on the time.
Jiggling and wiggling.
Able to shoot back. Flash is really good from Twisted Minds there as well.
Doc can't get into window. There's a molly there. Eruption are not interested in mid at all, though. All set up outside of A, so it just looks like it's going to be a good old-fashioned A take. Black Eagle already has put a dampener on this round for Eruption. And when it rains, it pours, as they say, Matt, because that's 2 members down already before Twisted Minds even really set foot in the bomb site. The bomb itself is still on a ramp.
And these smokes, they're fading shortly. Coolest trying to use muscle to make it happen. But if you're talking muscle, Loba's got much more than him. And he's going to be throwing himself through the smoke and another round in the bag. A clean one as well, which is what you need for the CTs here to try to work on a comeback.
That's a positive sign for Twisted Minds. I'm still not convinced just yet. Going to need to see another couple of rounds before I start to jump back on that bandwagon, back on that hype train.
It's that streaky gameplay we keep on talking about, though.
Someone's looking a bit tired.
Well, it's been a long day.
Has been. It's about 8 o'clock now. Twisted Minds started their first best of 3 at 10 a.m. I mean, it was more like 10:30.
What time is it? 8 o'clock.
It's nearly 8. 20 to 8 right now.
Got another best of 3 after this as well.
Yeah. And
a long day at the office.
The winner of this game, they'll play again tomorrow, potentially twice, if they win their game tomorrow as well.
Well, we'll see how that happens. For the moment, though, Doc, happy just to post it mid, Eruption, all members just hanging out at the top of mid and waiting for Twisted Minds to maybe go a little overextended, but they've been pretty happy to just play their own game right now.
Yeah,
Sit back.
I don't think that's a bad shout at all. Twisted Minds, we saw on Overpass, they do have a bit of a tendency sometimes to get a little bit bored, go for some individualistic pushes, look for some info on that CT side. And this also gives Eruption a bit of time now to have a bit of a de facto attack pause. I mean, Fury's just looking at a wall, obviously playing anti, but, you know, probably having a bit of a chat with the troops about what to expect in the next round. What are we going to opt for?
Approach from unders. The pincer into mid is going to be what we're going to see. And Doc just looking to cut that short angle off and dominate any window boost, which are going to be coming his direction in a moment. Dobu put up on the ledge. Molly going to separate the troops now. Fury looking to go forward, and they're all being mopped up. Shinobi falling. Doc dealing with that boost as well.
Oh.
And it's clean. It is clean.
All right. We're shooting the corpses now.
Message going to be sent there. Maybe playing some mind games.
Bit of fire coming out from Twisted Minds. They think they're still in this one.
Insane, brother. Insane, brother.
I think they are as well.
Let's fucking go.
But
Let's fucking go,
They've still
Spawn.
got that first map to lean back on. So even if this one doesn't go right,
yes, that's true.
Have one more chance.
I mean, what I was going to say as well is Eruption obviously did have a little bit of time to think in that last round. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what they pull out here. A little bit of a mid presence from Fury. Just having a quick look to see if there was any aggression. Hasn't spotted much. So he'll revert his attention back toward Apps, and it's a 2-3 split for Eruption on this T side.
Late approach towards mid from unders. And we're going to see a push in from main, Pal, as well as underpass. We'll see how Twisted Minds can deal with this one. Black Eagle, full focus on Con. Good timing to drop a smoke for himself to play around. But it is going to be Spawns ready for that boost up again. Yami has not been super effective from that position, and Doc as well, just sliding it onto Dobu. Things getting very difficult with that clock hitting the minute mark for Eruption.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't come together for Eruption in this round at all. It's felt like the timing has been a little bit off. Individuals just getting picked one by one. And we find ourselves with Coolast solo in the T-spawn. Money's not great for Eruption anymore. So we're getting into that territory where Twisted Minds, if they are a team of quality, they will be able to grind this game back. CT side, Money is looking pretty good. They're getting on a bit of a roll. Eruption looking a little bit out of sorts. They are definitely not out of this game just yet, Twisted Minds. And the last two rounds have looked really good. So it's going a long way in convincing me that they can make this comeback.
Well, Twisted Minds exploring to try and get this kill after time. Fully clearing Apps.
Oh.
Yeah, just with this mid-control. Oh, please.
It sounded like the Galil. It sounded like the Galil won the fight there. But yes, please.
Please don't do that. Anyway, we'll let you know in a second what went down.
I think Coolast is okay there. So we wait with bated breath.
Yes, looks like there is a tactical coming through.
I think just judging by the reaction of Spawns as well, he didn't look super happy with it. So
yeah.
Yeah, Coolast has 450. And a Galil. So he's all right. He survived. All right, into round number 23. Pressure starts to mount a little on the shoulders of Eruption. It's nothing amazing, nothing drastic just yet.
See what Spawns is going to be able to do. This time, bit of a change-up. Eruption with multiple members coming through Pal, and it might just be a site bust. Fury with those flashes. Might see some kind of waterfall coming through. And Coolest with a Galil trying to clean up, get those trades out of A main.
Smoke down at the bottom of Con. It's going to keep Twisted Minds happy. Not really having to put too much presence over there. You do still have Black Eagle just spotting it. Doc is very set on Palace for the moment.
Ooh, timing.
Yeah, I mean, this is not quite ideal for Twisted Minds. They've just fallen off the lines on A. Black Eagle will start to get a bit of info, and Spawns is going to have to come up big here. He's got the AK in hand. He's really under pressure. Shots coming from all over the place, but he's surviving long enough for the teammates to get back into the bomb site. Doc hits a nice shot onto Coolast, receives a good one as well. Looks like Twisted Minds are going to negotiate the iceberg. And they should find double digits. They keep 4 guns alive as well. I mean, it was an aggressive push in there into Palace, but end of the day, kill comes through. Twisted Minds, 4 guns. Looking pretty good on this CT side.
things starting to work out a little bit nicer for Twisted Minds. You can see Spawn's definitely in a very rough position. Fell eventually to that Galil, but of course managed to live for long enough for those rotations to come through. Reinforcements flood in, and now Eruption going to be back on a bye again. Round loss bonus should be fully churned up right now, so every bomb plant means things are going to get a little more difficult for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, one step closer for Twisted Minds that last round, and they're going to have to keep putting one foot in front of the other until they equalize. And then it might actually be them favored to close this map out if the money remains as strong as it is. Doc is a sharp shot. And I mean, you just see every single one of these rounds, there's an opening frag going the way of Twisted Minds. Eruption, have they run out of ideas? Fury's picked up one kill. KD on an off angle is going to catch one. Black Eagle another.
They had no idea what was coming, but Shinobi, he's not done with the round yet. 2v4 angle brought to the 2v3. And that bomb still tucked away at the top side of Con.
Oh,
KD going to be spotted. And the timing not favouring Twisted Minds at all. Smoke on towards short, just trying to bait any kind of information out of Twisted Minds. They're getting slightly proactive. Loba, it's all going to boil to some kind of timing here. He's making his way over towards a main, but Shinobi...
Oh, if he gets into main, though, that could be huge. He might be able to hear the rotation. You've got Kulas going into Palace. He has started walking now. I don't think Loba's heard that. Otherwise, he would have called Doc back. But he's in a position that, you know, if that bomb plant goes open, you really could see him strike from behind. Shinobi has definitely not cleared out main. You'd hope or expect that Eruption is not going to plant for main, but they are.
There's noise. Loba peeking, stopping that from going down, and now things get really damn difficult. Molly going down on the bomb as well. Coolest, creating some kind of space and making his way to default, so he's got time to plant, but Loba, he's lurking, he's in the damn open, and Coolest is never going to expect that one. We're getting to a real damn tight game now. Twisted Minds, another, and it's 11 on the scoreboard.
That's scary though, Mac. I mean, imagine Loba just gets banged out right there. It's a 1v1 then all of a sudden, but Twisted Minds, they get through the round. It is, I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to believe.
It's streaky, and even though there was only 2 alive, you saw it in the bank there on the UI as well. Multiple members had 5 figures worked up in the bank. And even after this buy, it's still the same thing. Doc, he's almost maxed out right now.
Yeah, dude. Dude, is it happening? Is this really happening? Twisted Minds, they came in with nothing, no expectations at all. And this would be the second team that they knock out of the competition. Back-to-back, Twisted Minds. I mean, look, it's weird to be selling that storyline right now when they're down 13-11, but the CT side has been so good so far.
Ooh, Yami going to be spotted there from the jungle player in Pal. Makes a bit of noise on the cross as well. And Black Eagle has a helping hand, but under Balk, he needs to do some kind of work here. We have short control at the moment for Eruption. Shinobi might be able to find a line. Him and Doc, a dangerous affair, but Shinobi's taken it, and that's the first opening in ages for Eruption.
It is indeed. Where did they go with it, though? Back over towards A. You got Black Eagle playing on a balcony. He's the only defender on that bomb site. KD looks for a push in apartments. That's going to be turned away by Dobu. And now Kulas is starting to explore up the ramp in toward A.
Spawns has no utility to help out Black Eagle. He's just got a smoke and a nade himself to try and survive underneath the balcony. And he's getting ready for that one to come. Smoke forward, makes his way back to default, and has to try to hit these shots onto Yami. Lots of noise going to be made, but it's just going to be up towards the top of the rafters there. Dobu not going to have influence just yet, but Black Eagle, he's dodging everything. He's like Neo from the Matrix. Man is alive somehow, some way, and he gets more damage done. 30 on the clock, and the bomb is not on site yet, but they finally dealt with the bird.
Loba, though, can he get them on the cross? The bomb denied. This is dangerous now for Eruption. He's stuck in the corner. He doesn't know Shinobi's close. Dobu will finish it. And 14 is up for Eruption. It was so touch and go for a moment. Black Eagle, I thought he was going to do it. That kill onto the player on balcony was insanity.
Yeah, Yami just there for so long. Dobu as well looking for him. That smoke that he threw kept him alive for so damn long. A huge key piece of utility. But it wasn't enough for the round. And Eruption now just need 2 more.
It's not over yet, Mac. It is not over yet. Don't get too excited. buy straight back in from Twisted Minds, and they'll get another one even if they lose here. They're going to continue to fight for this map, tooth and nail, until they go down.
Loba and Doc, very rich individuals. And we're going to see Twisted Minds try to fight for mid-control this time. Bit of a change up to what we have seen. Spawns now. Swinging wide with that util, clearing it out. An Eruption rerouting back towards apartments. We'll see what Loba's going to be able to do. It's just him and KD up against the 5 Mongolians.
Yeah, Loba's got an incendiary ready to go. KD, nothing as far as utility is concerned. So that incendiary is going to have to go down pretty shortly. Loba's spotted the members out. It's not a bad timing. Shinobi, though, hits a great shot. Loba through the flash, gets one, can't find another. Rotation coming across from Twisted Minds. They're a little bit late, but Spawns has picked up one in mid. And Doc waiting to see if anyone's going to jump up over the van. No such luck this time. 3-on-3 retake on the B site.
Definitely achievable.
Difficult.
But let's see if they can make it in past the first hurdle. That's probably going to be coolest over towards the bench now, and Spawns just lurking in from kitchen. Trying to figure out which recipe to cook. Shinobi head down, tucked away at van. Now the offline's damn good. The timing's even better. And they can't find anything. Yami now just going to tuck, going to time it out, and it looks like Twisted Minds are opting to save the weapons. That's 15 rounds now secured by Eruption, and a lot of map points to play with.
Eruption have broken the drought, and there is nothing sweeter. 15 on the board. At the very least now they've secured OT. But map 3 is not secured just yet.
Yeah.
And again, Tainted Minds are very rich. Especially with those 2 saved guns.
Yeah.
Absolutely can get a buy through in this next round.
One more is all that's needed for Eruption here.
Yep.
And what are they going to decide to do? It was costly. Yeah, they got that plant money. They're going to drop a couple of rifles across. But if they lose something from here, then Twisted Minds, they're still better in the money department.
Well, Twisted Minds were watching their counterparts on Invictus Gaming struggle to survive on Mirage just prior to starting this game. Now they find themselves in the same position, although not quite as dire. They won't get knocked out if they lose here, but it would be map 3, Anubis. And Eruption's pretty good on that map.
Everything's slowing down. Eruption. Looking like it will be an end on the A site. And Twisted Minds ready for it. You've got the double set up at Balkir, one on top, one below. And Doc fully focused on Con. Just waiting for this lurk to come through.
Smoke into window. Eruption feeling pretty comfortable in mid at the moment. It will be that A split.
They're faking the B split though. They're throwing all this util. In comes the smoke and molly to stop KD from having any impact, and in comes the movement.
No one's moved a muscle on A though. You've still got 3 Twisted Minds members here ready to fight. Doc hits that first shot onto Shinobi, and he's going to look for some more. Grabs one more onto Dobu. And Eruption just cuts down. It's not worked out for them. Black Eagle this time, he finds his mark, and Kulast will have to save again. So Twisted Minds are not out of this picture just yet.
It's a long time to save, and Twisted Minds arguably have some kind of money here. But Coolest doesn't look like he's going to go down before time. AWP in hand, but he can't shoot back, and Spawns takes his head off. 5 alive, a convincing one for Twisted Minds. And that setup on the A site was flawless.
It was awesome. It was really stoic. The B players, they must have sensed something was up, even though there was all that util, like you said. They're not hearing anything. They're not seeing anything. There's no gunfire, especially. Often when you're trying to sell a fake, you're going to have at least one guy over there, you know, spamming an AK, doing something.
Yeah.
And so Twisted Minds, they call the bluff. They keep focused on A. It works out. 15-12. They're still in this.
Okay. Change up in the setup from the CTs. Fury may not be fully aware of this position in ladder, and it should be a freebie. There you go. Spawns finds his head. And the boost up on the short side, I don't think was spotted by Eruption.
Good nade in there as well. Does a lot of damage to Dobu. Bit of a tickle onto Shinobi and Yami as well. But Eruption are creeping their way forward right into the waiting crosshair of KD, who will double down. Loba is waiting on the site as well. And he almost has enough to finish things off here. Kulast will cause a bit of a problem, but 13 on the board for Twisted Minds. 2 rounds away now from OT.
Every one of these rounds that Twisted Minds is putting on the board is just looking so healthy.
That's
4
right,
alive,
yeah.
5 alive. Just money for days. And we're going real deep, maybe all the way to the end of regulation. But Eruption have another chance now. They don't just have the pistols. A couple of AKs, full utility. Spawn smoke straight into window. And Dobu, he's trying to call something. Bomb going to be left in spawn as Fury gets aggressive. A faster approach towards Con right now.
Yeah, Fury. Not quite going to get caught off guard just yet, but Loba has found Dobu over in apartments. That's already one member down for Eruption. Doc's waiting for the push to come out through. Pal can't land the flick. Black Eagle taking a bit of chip damage. Yami and Shinobi also. It's just a mess of members over toward mid from both teams. Twisted Minds have the advantage, but Fury, I think he's spotted one. Spawns will go down. Back to equal numbers.
Oh, Black Eagle striking back. Bringing it to that 4v3. Shinobi trying to make his way out of Pal. And Black Eagle may need a helping hand here at stairs. But you can see Eruption, they're all split up now. They don't quite know what to do. But they are going to regroup. And it looks like the B site will be the target.
You got one member only there for Twisted Minds, so it's not a bad shout right now from Eruption.
One flash. One molly. That's probably going to Van now.
I also want to point out there's a push coming through from the A bomb site. There's lots of information being gathered here for Twisted Minds. You're already cheating an extra member over. Loba's now on the B bomb site too. Twisted Minds have read this. They're ready. They're prepared.
30 seconds left. And it's ticking down slowly. I'm liking the CT's positions as well. KD, the offline works wonderfully for one.
Yeah.
And Loba still tucked away at empty. He should be able to stop it from happening, but he might not need a helping hand, and KD keeps it living. We're going all the way to 30.
Indeed, we are, but the question is, can we go beyond that? It looks really possible. I've got to believe here, Twisted Minds, they've been putting in so much work on this CT side. They're hyped up, they're confident, they're hitting their shots. Great stuff from KD in that round.
Yeah.
Doc's been phenomenal. Openings with the AWP, really consistent. Black Eagle dancing around on that A-bomb site. You can feel it. You can feel it. There's something in the air tonight for Twisted Minds.
There's something in the air on Mirage. A common trend. We'll see what happens in the end. It is going to be mid-control attempted for Eruption here. Smoke into window. And Twisted Minds going for the double setup in Con. Again, just constantly shifting these CT setups. An Eruption with 4 members at mid now. Just trying to figure out where they want to end up.
Well, it's really tense, isn't it? Twisted Minds do not want to make that one mistake that could give up the map and force this through to a third. They have been super stoic on the CT side, but one little slip-up is going to cost them. The slip-up might just have come from Eruption. KD can't quite capitalize on that. Is that something we'll be talking about in 30, 40 seconds or so?
They seem to have it read. You can see Twisted Minds just gravitating back towards the A side. It's going to be double jungle, double CT. KD, however, needs to get past these two individuals. Eruption creating some kind of space, but with 30 seconds, that bomb rotating back to B, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a reality. And Loba stops this first one from happening. You can see it's starting to shift spawns out of jungle. Man's in the off position, but he's dealt with it. And Black Eagle, he's stopped this one from going down just yet. It might be overtime on the other side of this kill.
Yami, the last one alive, surely can't get it done with 15 seconds left. He's found that first kill, picks himself up. It won't matter. It's overtime secured, and Twisted Minds, they are fighting hard. They're not done yet. The Middle Eastern region is not knocked out of Asia. And of course, they are fighting to maintain and maybe even further the position of that sub-region. Mongolia is starting to get worried for the hometown heroes. Eruption, they have let something slip on that second half, that is for sure.
Yeah. Well, momentum is everything, and Twisted Minds are going to be fully heated up going into overtime and looking to make this 2-0 scoreline a reality. But everyone has money right now. It's not just Twisted Minds with it anymore. Side's going to be the same for the moment. Eruption still running at Twisted Minds, but let's see if something changes. We've got a double under set up right now, and we've got someone running into it. Looks like Coolest could be in trouble around the corner here.
Oh, timing though is going to be a factor. They're not both looking now. They are. He's going to go around the corner. The shots don't connect enough on either side. KD's got Util out, and Dobu finds the time to strike Yami as well. In there with the AWP. That's just one of those awkward positions where if you get a half-second wrong, you will get punished for it. No question about it. And it went the way of Eruption. So here we are. 2 on 5. Doc brings it back to 4.
Managed to slide that in through jungle. And there is a world. There may be a way. But they are going to try to hedge their bets towards the B side of the map. And Eruption starting to make their way out A. Shift from the position of Doc, though. And he's going to re-clear out window and jungle. And try to approach from this position instead. Dobu still full control of Con. And reverse default, it's a nice open plant for Eruption to play around.
Yeah, Dobu's in mid as well. So, very tough ask from Doc and Spawns, but both of them have been really good today for Twisted Minds. If anyone's going to get it done, it probably is these two in unison, but that timer is ticking away something ferocious.
Kid on Spawns, smoke on Doc. They're going to get that one down onto the bomb now, just looking for anything, though, and they're not going to find it. It's just shots coming through from Eruption.
Yep.
And a round that they were looking for in regulation will be found for the first round of OT.
Not the end of the world. Obviously, can still buy back in. It is OT, plenty of money. But CT rounds feel paramount. So that's an important one to pick up for Eruption. Settles things down a little bit.
Yeah, calms the nerves for the moment. Of course, getting one on the T side of OT is very important. Twisted Minds, though, not done just yet. Spawn's going to be able to pick up the first kill of the round. Fury spammed through the smoke. And from this position, Twisted Minds have been very good at capitalizing.
Yeah, a lot of nade damage coming through in this round. Dobu's in this position to strike in the end. Actually, it's Yami with the AWP again that will find an opener. Molly will keep Dobu at bay for now, but Twisted Minds haven't been as successful in finding the opening duels as they were in regulation time on this CT side. This, however, is starting to come back for them. Really big spray from Spawns, but he's managed to make it work there. Yami, shotgun AWP style.
Hello.
Gets on top of him. Has to clutch out the 1v3, and he's doing a good job of it so far. KD has one member to find, 52 HP, both headed in the same direction, and surely it's not Yami from here.
No read. And you could tell KD thought about it. You know, there's always that inkling. Do you go for the knife? No.
No way, not in OT.
Not with this on the line.
No way.
Not in these situations. Too close for comfort right now. 16-16. Now the scoreline, and Twisted Minds going to be very happy with how they played that one out. Nice little trades. Yami thought he had the read by making his way back into A main, but he wasn't able to get through the 1v4. But let's see what Eruption do into the 33rd round.
A little bit of util coming out from Twisted Minds into mid. Molly towards the top mid boxes. Flash out there as well. It prompts a bit of a response from Eruption. So util's just getting expended early. No pushes so far from the CT side. Pretty stock standard stuff. They've allowed Eruption to take control. And they will play reactively rather than proactively. For now.
Just sitting out the smoke. All eyes on jungle and stairs. It's a dangerous approach, but it's going to work because there's no CTs here at all. And KD could be caught off in just a moment now. Dobu going to be putting his back into the corner. Finds that kill into Spawns. It's crucial, but Black Eagle able to answer with another KD. Not going to be able to make it happen at range. It's Shinobi to maybe save the day and take a second for Eruption. But Doc and Loba, they're still living.
Getting 2 on the T side would be huge for Eruption. Ooh. But as you say, Doc, he's still alive and he's still fragging. Jumps out the window.
Bombs on the ground as well.
Loba's on the big wrap.
repositioning into Con and makes it in just in time. You can see he's trying to be found by Yami. Robbed there that he couldn't get that kill.
Doesn't matter, 25 seconds. It's still very much in the hands of Twisted Minds here, Doc. He won't make the same mistake twice. And Loba, he's been here before. He's going to creep his way forward. Shinobi, not prepared. It's the exact same clutch from Loba. 2v1, Twisted Minds, in the end, finish off Shinobi. And they also finish off the first half of OT with a 1-round lead.
Doc just showing him some love there at the end. 17-16, the scoreline at the half for OT number 1. And a reality that Twisted Minds could make it happen. But let's think back to the first half, all right? Let's think back to when Eruption was running away with the game. They had a very solid CT side, so we are not done yet by any means.
Tense times for Eruption. You lose this first round and you're facing 2 match points from Twisted Minds. And like I said, I have a bit of a feeling. There's something in the air tonight. Twisted Minds, they look like they're going to do it. Certainly after that first half, but 2 on the T side might be tough to come by. They only got 5 in regulation.
I like this move from Fury again. It's worked pretty well for both teams, just boosting up into that ladder. And Spawns here at mid is going to have a helping hand this time. Twisted Minds changing it up and looking for this mid control. Looks like we are going to see that top con smoke come down. And Yami doesn't want to be in there in danger's way. Pulse smoke means he can move around and peek into A main as well. But that's not going to matter, it's just info. And you can see the bomb in kitchen. It's probably going to end up being this B split.
Real effort by committee today from Twisted Minds. They're all getting it done. Dobu is going to be able to get that smoke down. Great position to strike from, but is not even going to be given the opportunity. This is insane. Twisted Minds in onto that B bomb site. For free almost. Black Eagle's the only player to go down, and it's now match point.
Just running it straight, taking them all out on the B site there.
Eruption facing elimination from the Asian RMR. They're in their hometown. We're in Mongolia. This is not how the script was written. Eruption, yesterday night, they were close to even guaranteeing a Mongolian team through to the major if they would have beaten Grayhound, and they came so close. And now they're here facing elimination to the team that no one thought would be doing anything in this event.
They are shook right now. They came in with confidence, but that's all out the wazoo, and they need 2 rounds back-to-back to save their tournament lives. But I don't know if that's going to be happening. The Twisted Minds now running almost the exact same strat, but we might see a boost into window here. 2 men set up in through unders, 2 towards the top of middle. But Yami's still with an AWP to play with, and you don't want to be running into that scope any day of the week. But look, as everything's happened here, we've got aggression in through T-Spawn, the bomb in the hands of the CTs, and Shinobi looking, or Fury rather, looking to be the difference maker.
Fury has found that kill onto Spawn, so Eruption are not going to go down without a fight just yet. He's got control of the bomb at the moment as well. Black Eagle will fall. Fury coming up with the goods for Eruption. What a round, and what a time to pull it out as well. KD and Loba, well, they'll try. They'll struggle to keep this round alive for Twisted Minds, Mac, but you'd have to say Fury has done enough to win it for Eruption.
Oh, silencer. Hasn't been spotted poking around the corner. And KD unaware right now. Timing favours Fury. And he is the difference maker. 4 kills, finding the objective and locking it down another round, giving Eruption a slight edge.
Yeah, well, they still have to stave off another match point. Here's the chance for Twisted Minds. And this is not the one that you want to be letting slip through your fingers. It's not the one that you want to be left thinking about tonight. If you do inevitably go down in this series, Twisted Minds, they've got to take it now.
They'd rather take it now. You could see them yawning before they want to get to bed. Yami has a slight one-way on the edge of the smoke there, just trying to find a line with the scope. Doc as well, similarly. We're going to be spotted at the back of Apps. You can see Dobu wants to get out of dodge after getting the info. Fury drops a nade to try to buy some time, but it's coolest to find it.
Yep.
And Loba goes down.
Yeah, nade on the top of the head of Loba just dunks him down. So Twisted Minds will have to do this with 4 members.
Set up from the CTs on the A sites, nice and passive, and it might allow a faster rotation as well. The B site defense has been insane from Eruption.
You've still got Black Eagle there in connector, waiting to see what he can do. Could be a massive linchpin, 1 or 2 clean entries onto B, cut off the rotations in mid, and that could be that. Twisted Minds walking away with another game tomorrow, and Eruption out of the competition. 17-18, it is hanging in the balance. 45 seconds left here for Twisted Minds to work.
All the flashes are on the front men here from Twisted Minds. They're going to be hit with the smoke in the way as well, and Dobu again just making this so damn difficult. No trade just yet. Black Eagle falling and things get harder. But we'll see if Dobu can do any more. They're going to just run through the smoke. Eruption might have bought enough time for a second overtime.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Doc is the last alive now, and I think the hopes and dreams of Twisted Minds of heading into tomorrow will be put to a hold for now. 18-18 is secured. And so we'll go again. We'll run it back.
Let's just all take a breath. We all need it right now. The pressure, you can feel it in the air right now. An Eruption extremely happy that their tournament lives aren't over right now. They get yet another shot at this map.
Yep. With that said, it's Twisted Minds' turn to start on the T side, so is that a benefit or a disadvantage?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows at this point?
I certainly think it's a benefit if you start strong. If you can get the first round on the T side, you're starting to feel pretty good then.
Well, let's see if they make it happen. This couple of rounds they found were very convincing. An Eruption now trying to change it up. Fury just going into unders, blinded, worried, but he's staying silent for now. And Black Eagle doesn't seem to be aware that this aggression's coming towards him. He's in a solid position over towards Kitchen, though, as everything gets a little chaotic at mid. I'm still looking at Fury. Is he going to be able to find Black Eagle, or is he going to be able to get in behind enemy lines again from a different position this time?
This is illegal. This should not be happening.
They're going to die at top mid.
2 of them, 3 of them maybe. Spawns is going to go back, and that's going to be the info. They do turn around on the totem pole. They're lucky to be alive, Mac.
Doc, insane reflexes to make that happen.
Yep.
Turn around and still connect a shot like that.
Cost them a lot of HP, though.
Yeah.
KD down to 18, Doc below half. Black Eagle is trying to work a timing into B, which could be pretty interesting if he's able to get anything done over there. Twisted Minds are not exactly committed to the A site just yet.
No, but they're making a decent amount of noise to just filter out a main, try and catch someone lurking in the corner. But look at this Shinobi, he's got that power control. Dobu deals with the fake Black Eagle selling. And that has drawn the rotation from a couple of these individuals on Eruption. Loba trying to force Coolest out from the back of Triple, but there's no damaging util, and it's just going to be Shinobi shooting fish in a barrel right now.
Yeah. Shinobi's position way too strong. 19 to kick off for Eruption. Still a long way to go in this OT, though. Maybe still a long way to go in this series if Eruption can play spoiler.
I'm taking more of this match rather, every single day. Give me more OT, and I don't care if we go to Anubis. I want to see that again.
Well, you and I have both had our fair share of Mirage OT casts, but are we getting another one here?
Strap yourself in, Jordan.
How deep can this go?
Black Eagle looking for this unders control. Eruption not going to be able to find that as a whole. This time, Spawn strikes first. Fury not going to be able to put a thorn in the side of Twisted Minds this round.
Eruption on the push. Black Eagle was waiting for it, but he'll lose his life. Has done a little bit of damage there, but it ends up bringing it back to equal numbers. Twisted Minds are not messing around, though. They're quick out onto the A bomb site.
Sandwich cleared. No one on site just yet, and Shinobi.
They got no util, Mac.
Putting Dobu straight up on top. As you mentioned, nothing to deny this vision, but they are going to be able to deal with Dobu, knowing at least one more players over towards that spawn side.
Yep.
But do they expect to?
Well, one smoke does go down. That actually gives Twisted Minds a little bit of room to work with. Bomb plant down. Eruption numbers disadvantage. You have to take advantage of this one, though. Twisted Minds, 4 on 3. You don't get opportunities like this all the time on the T side. Certainly not in this matchup. Loban has lost his life. Spawns, though, ready for the jump up onto Firebox. Trade comes through from Kulas, but time is ticking away from Eruption.
KD, he goes out. Coolest finds another, but that time is so damn low. Kits on both the individuals, and Doc needs to make his way out of Powell now. Can't find him in the smoke. And Eruption find one more. That's 2 back-to-back on the CT side in OT number 2. They've made it work from a 3v4, and Twisted Minds, they are not liking the position they're in right now.
That is a painful round to lose for Twisted Minds, and a massive one to pick up for Eruption. 3 on 4 for the retake. They get it done with 2 players alive. That is something that Twisted Minds, again, they'll be going over in their heads. If this goes to map 3, how did we not clutch it out? How did we not win that round?
Insane scenes here in OT. And Eruption want all 3 on the CT side, and they're going to start off nicely. Shinobi like a ninja sneaking into Palace.
You need one at least on T, surely. Twisted Minds, are they going to be able to get 3 on CT? I mean, they've shown the ability to do so. Their CT side has definitely been better, but when it's really teetering on the precipice like this, the pressure building, the pressure mounting, I wouldn't like to be sitting in their shoes if this goes 21-18.
Eruption deciding to play full retake as well after getting that initial pick. Twisted Minds not investing anything to get that PAL control back, but with Shinobi going down, surely they're aware that there's no one over towards PAL. Smoke over towards Triple now for Eruption to try and play around.
Yeah, Loba's in a good spot. He's in jungle, able to cut off some of those rotates. Not really too many more of those coming through from the CT side, and the one that does, it looks like it's going to come from short. Dobu, quick, lining up a couple. Can't land his shots, runs out of bullets, but Kulas is there to bail things out of trouble anyway. Loba, he's going to have to come up huge now from jungle. He's got a player in connected to worry about. Kulas through the smoke. Hasn't spotted him out just yet, and the nade might have just caused enough of a ruckus that Loba, his shots go awry. 21 is up for Eruption, and now they're the ones who get to play with the match point again.
Oh my lord, Dobu, the difference maker, just finding the perfect hole in the offense to make his way back in, get a freebie and a half, and then help out the rest of the troops as well. Loba, a valiant effort to get that first pick, but the nade just throws him off that little too much. And 1 round is all that is needed for Eruption to close out Mirage here.
Yep, big test ahead for Twisted Minds now. If they're a major quality team, maybe they can win 3 on the CT side, but here's their chance to prove it. Again, no one had any expectations for Twisted Minds. They've already exceeded them. It's just a question of how far can they go.
We've seen a lot of fake comebacks today, and the last couple of days as well, but not this time. Is this going to be one? Who knows? Spawns now. Going to try to help out Black Eagle, who's got the info. It's a faster approach. Within the first 30 seconds, Eruption just going out with 1 flash towards the A site now. Forgetting about Connector. Fury going to be able to strike, and it looks like it might be all over. Red Rover on Mirage. Coolest striking. 2v4 angle. What have Twisted Minds got for us?
Oh, Doc's going to have to come up with something huge. There's a good shot. Where's Loba in all of this? Maybe he's not required. Doc's already found a couple. There's a smoke available. 2 smokes, in fact. This is definitely winnable for Eruption, but Loba sitting the defuse. Surely not. He's done it. He's kept it alive for Twisted Minds.
Like this?
Not like this, surely not. How has he got the balls to pull that off?
Insanity. Doc doing work. I thought the 1 bullet was not going to be enough, but the smoke certainly was. And I'm surprised with shoulders that big that Loba's able to dodge those bullets, man.
Never, ever did I think that was going to happen. But Eruption, again, maybe that's going to be the round where they're kicking themselves over. That should have been theirs. That should have been it. That should have been map 3.
We've seen too many rounds with ninjas at triple today, not even just in this game. But it's still map point right now for Eruption, and they're looking for this mid control, slightly different approach. Twisted Minds going for the 2-1-2 split right now. And Loba staying passive in window.
All right, let's settle down.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Eruption and Twisted Minds probably trying to as well. That's a great start to the round. Fury's elbow just poking out, and Loba's more than happy to lop it off.
Spawns 33 and 28, leading the charge for Twisted Minds. No one going super far and above at the moment. It's all just strength by committee. And Coolest now, just hoping to find a timing. Black Eagle, gun in hand. Spawn's able to swing off that contact.
Okay.
And this setup works well for now. Smoke as well to play around over towards default. And things are getting very difficult for Eruption. Looks like this won't be the final round unless Shinobi can do something magical. He's got one. He's got a flash. But he hasn't got the bomb.
He certainly has not got the bomb. Robo will finish it off there. 21-20, so Twisted Minds now poised to potentially take us through to a third overtime.
Insane scenes.
Yeah.
Right now here on Mirage.
One very tight round, one very scary round for Twisted Minds, one really convincing round on this CT side. So they'll be hoping for the ladder once again.
Well, Eruption sending more numbers over towards apartments this time. Let's see if it is just going to be a B hit. We've seen them a few times attempt the B split. But they're staying passive at mid, expecting something different. Twisted Minds, they're trying to get this boost up, and it will happen eventually, and no one's spotted it from Eruption just yet.
Nade goes in a little bit too early. No one from Eruption pushing into apps just yet.
Pushing towards a main seems to be on the cards. Black Eagle.
Yeah. This could be big.
I like this setup as well. You have Spawns, who was jiggling for him, and is still hanging around for the moment. But they need to keep some eyes on Palace because Doc is open. Either way, not going to happen because Eruption's nowhere to be seen. Bit of noise going to be made. And that could bait out Twisted Minds to stay here at A.
Well, they're ticking down that timer, aren't they, Eruption? True to style on this T side.
The main issue from the B site right now is there's one flash to play with. Loba using everything already. And with 40 seconds, this bomb's on Cat. We might be seeing a late B split, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Doc's been smoked off. This could be big. It comes down to the 2 B players right now for Twisted Minds. Never mind, it's just one. KD, can he pull off a miracle once again? Standing behind that fire, needs some assistance and needs it badly.
Oh, he's
Eruption are poised now to close the map out and force us through to 3. They've got tons of util. They've got the bomb plant down. They've got the numbers. But they don't have spawns, not just yet.
They do have Fury on the flank. Black Eagle was worried about it, but he's forgotten for the moment, and the time it's ticking. Someone's got to activate at some point. Spawns wants to make his way forward, but he's going to hit the ground.
I think it's done right now. Mac Fury activates on the flank. Black Eagle down in Eruption. Hit 22. The dream is dead for Twisted Minds, or at least
done it
for now. There is still a third map. Eruption just barely scraped through Mirage.
Crazy, crazy scenes on Mirage. I was ready for a third OT, but it's not to be. Oh, and Twisted Minds. They are going to be very unhappy with that. But everyone in Mongolia, I heard a slight cheer all throughout the atmosphere. No, I didn't really, but look, I'd like to say. Either way, third map is going to be insane. Anubis, we know Twisted Minds can play it. Eruption, they've got a few reps on it as well. It's just, if it's anything like what we just got, I'm going to be happy as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just keep going back to those couple of rounds. Twisted Minds, they had match point. They could have potentially closed it out there. We'll obviously have to wait and see how Anubis goes, whether they're going to be incredibly disappointed at the end of tonight or if they'll be breathing a sigh of relief. They did put on a pretty good showing against VERTEX on Anubis earlier on today, so I'm definitely not going to count them out of this map. But man, Eruption, I mean, they're doing it tough at the moment, aren't they? They get obliterated on the first map. They have to grind super hard, double OT in the second map to get that over the line. And geez, you got to wonder where this series is going.
I don't want to think about it, but I'm just constantly, it's stuck in my mind, that round where Twisted Minds just got destroyed by Fury on the Deagle. Those pistols, if that round gets taken in the bag, there was never that swing in the economy. Look, ifs and buts. Hindsight, Harry, that's me. Good to see ya. And look, I believe it's time to jump to a break.
It is indeed, Max. So, guys, it's been a scintillating game so far. We've got one more map coming up for you in this series, and then another one right after that as well. So don't go too far away. It'll be about 15 minutes until we jump into map 3 of this series. Anubis is coming up very soon.
My name is Nikola Miomanovic, known in the game as Lobanica. I stream and play CSGO on Twitch and YouTube. I started probably around 2K15, maybe 2K14, something like that, and I've been playing since then. I prefer CSGO because it has less bugs, it looks more serious, and it's basically a game I'm used to, so hopefully CS2 is going to be the next big thing if they can improve and fix all the inconsistencies and bugs. Honestly, the first impression was it's very cold, but we haven't gone outside or investigated, researched the cities to know more. It would be meaningful because you would get a stamp into the game, like a sticker, and that would stay there forever, I guess. But on the other side as well, it's huge money, and that would help a few players in the team. At the moment, I'm not even hyped to be here. It's more like I'm enjoying it, having fun, doing the interviews and talking to people. But probably when I go home and I remember this, then it's going to be like, yo, I went almost to the major. So it's going to be like a big thing. We haven't honestly competed with Asian teams yet. We competed only with teams from Arab countries. I think that's how you say it. And yeah, we're all similar levels. There's not like a huge difference nowadays in Counter-Strike, at least with us. Now, when you compare Navi, G2, and these amazing, like superhuman teams, yeah, they're on another level. I haven't played them, but I saw only good things about them, and sadly, they lost their best player, which was Score. So we'll see how they play versus us. I think they're going to destroy us, but let's hope for the best. They should expect us to lose every game and to get destroyed because we haven't practiced at all, not even like 5 days. So maybe we do something, maybe we don't, but don't expect too much. What makes us best? Nothing makes us best, but what makes us unique, like we have fun, we troll, we joke, inside, outside. So maybe that makes us unique, that we don't take it as seriously as everybody else. Inside the team? Outside the team? No, we don't have beef. No. We went to almost every team to meet, and we only didn't meet the Australia guys. We went to TYLOO, we went to Rare Atom, we went to the guys in Mestal, and them were trying to, joke. You saw them in the interview. We joke with them. We're trying to be cool with everybody. We won, so that was good. So we tilted them. They didn't tilt us. And today we have 2 or 3 more scrims, and we'll see how it goes. But yesterday's scrim was very good. We won like 16-8 or 16-9. I want to say the biggest competitor is Invictus Gaming because they destroyed us at the MR qualifier. So Invictus, we want revenge.
тэмцээнд оролцож байгаадаа бол маш сэтгэл өндөр байна. Ерөнхийдөө бол одоо энэ чинь бол CSGO хамгийн том тэмцээнд орох одоо боломж гэх юм уу те. За өмнөх RMR бол энэ RMR-ийн ялгаа хамгийн том ялгаа нь бол багуудын тоон өөрчлөгдсөн байгаа. Өмнөх RMR дээр бол 4 багтай байсан. Одоо энэ RMR дээр 8 багтай. Тэгэхээр яг хоо ерөнхий хамгийн хүчтэй Аз багууд нь ирээд өрсөлдөх боломжтой болж байгаа. Өмнө нь болохоор жоо нэг өмнөх RMR дээр 2 тарчсан болохоор жоохон гонигтай байсан. Тэгээ энэ одоо өрсөлдөх боломжтой болсон. Тэгээд ер нь бол 8 багтай болж байгаа юм байна та. Ерөнхийдөө бол Монгол багууд бол нэлээд давуу талтай гэж бодож байна. Яагаад гэвэл өөр улсад очиад time zone difference энтергээл нөө jet lag энтергээл юмнууд бол орж ирэн. Тэгэл визээ хөөцөлтөн очино. Тэгэл цаг хугацааны хувьд бол бас нөө бэлтгэлийн цагнаас хамслагтаад байдаг. Тэгээ бидний хувьд бол яг тиймэрхүү цагнаас бол хамслагтаагүй яг бүрэн бэлтгэлээгээ фокуслаад тэгэл яг тэмцээний өдөр тэмцээн болох өдрөөс 2 өдрийн өмнө ямар ч асуудалгүй зөв VERTEX-д ирээд тэгэл орж байгаа болохоор яг монголчуудын хувьд бол даваа талтай гэж бодож байна. Одоо л яг нэг бас төвүүдийн баг ерөнхийдөө нийт CSGO бол яг ижлэн түвшинд очсон. Яг Азийн баг ингэж тоглолдог, Европын баг ингэж тоглолдог, Америкийн баг ингэж тоглолдог гэдэг юм бол одоо байхгүй болсон. Ерөнхийдөө бол нэг юм левел нь нэлээд төгссөн. Яг аль нь ч алигаа хожиж чадхаар болсон. Тэг нэг юм өөр нэг юм стил гэдэг юм бол байха болцсон. Бүгд л яг ерөнхий Counter Strike-а зөв фундаменталаар ингээд зөв тоглолдог болсон. Яг тухайн моментэд хин илүү одоо тоглож байгаа те хин илүү одоо гоё тоглож байгаа тэр нь л ажигдаг болсон болохоор нэг амар өөр байха болцсон гэж бодож байна. Бид нар болохоор яг даваа тал гэх юм бол аль алингаар нь тоглож чадна, хурдан тоглож чадна, урдаан тоглож чадна. Аль алинх нь эсрэг гаргалгаа байгаа. Тийм болохоор ер нь л өөрсдөө амар ихтэй байгаа. Хамгийн том өрсөлдөгчийг Rare Atom гэж бодож байгаа. Хятадын Rare Atom баг. Яа гэвэл ерөнхийдөө бол бид нар бол байнга л тэдний өдөс тоглодог. Ямар хүчтэй баг юм мэднэ. Системийн хувьд бол тэд нар амар юм системлэг гэх юм уу одоо ингээд яг юмнууд нь амар тодорхой байдаг. Одоо иймэрхүү ороод ирвэл ингэж хамгаална ч юм уу. Тиймэрхүү юмнууд нь айгүй тодорхой тийм маш удцсан баг байгаа болохоор ер нь бол хамгийн аюултай баг нь бол Rare Atom. Босод багуудын хувьд бол нэг хайгаадах юм бол байхгүй. Ер нь Rare Atom-аас хайгаадах юм байхгүй. Хамгийн хүчтэй л Rare Atom. За манай баг бол угаасаа энэ тэмцээнд яг underdog байгаа. Тэгээд босод багуудтай хэлэхэд бол нэг бид нарыг басаад хэрэггүй шүү. Одоо басч олно л та хамаагүй сервер дээр уулзцгаая. Тэгээд сервер дотор л уулзъя гэж хэлээ да.
Yes. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the final map in what has been quite a tantalizing series here between Eruption and Twisted Minds. We'll be saying goodbye to one of these two teams in 45 minutes time, I suppose. Here for the Asia RMR, they will be the third team eliminated. Remember, we've still got another best of 3 up here after this as well. So lots of Counter-Strike still yet to come from Mongolia, Mac. But what do you reckon? Anubis up next.
Mate, I don't know what we're going to get out of the boys from Eruption, but I know Twisted Minds were looking very, very solid on it earlier. Had a good read up against a team like VERTEX, who hadn't had any reps on the map in officials in the last couple of months, or even at all. So, going up against a team that has some kind of reps on it as well, has some kind of material to work off, I feel like they might be, I wouldn't say fine, but they could win. There's a chance.
Yeah, I think there's always a chance, but what I would counter that with is that getting a win over VERTEX, who have not played the map in an official on Anubis, is very different to getting a win against Eruption, who have very much been picking up this map in officials. Yeah. So a little bit of a tougher ask in my mind here for Twisted Minds. You think maybe they've left a little bit of a chance gone begging there on Mirage. They could have had the 2-0.
Yeah.
That said, every single time I've doubted them, they've been able to impress me. So I really can't question them anymore. I kind of have to have some belief. I have to say, I think they can do it. But similarly, I also think Eruption can do it. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to see which way this one is going to go.
Yeah, I have no idea. Of course, I'm pretty sure it's knife for sides as well. So who knows who's starting on what side at the moment. Of course, we saw CT side looking pretty damn good for both these teams earlier. So I hope we get Twisted Minds. Like, I think the storyline would be more interesting if Twisted Minds managed to pull this upset win. But at the same time, Eruption, the team that everyone at home, or everyone here locally at least, wants to go forward. So I feel like if you do get Mongolians making their way forward, if for some reason Mongols aren't going to win that game against Grayhound in the upper bracket tomorrow, then there is a chance we could get a Mongolian derby down here in the lower bracket too. We've already got a Chinese derby coming up at the end of the day. Mate, it's going
to be a banger.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it will indeed. The one thing I want to say here for Twisted Minds is it really has felt like an effort by committee today. You look at the scoreboard over those first 2 maps, it didn't really feel like anyone was lagging behind in any significant fashion.
Yeah.
On the other side of the field, I feel like Dobu's been a little bit slow for Eruption, so maybe if there's a way they can activate Dobu, then perhaps these unicorn odds are going to be proven correct. $1.50 still getting paid out for Eruption, so definitely still favored as far as unicorn is concerned at least. And yeah, I'd probably say I would be leaning towards Eruption here as well. I think Anubis is a pretty good map for them. I think Dobu's got something left in the tank to show us, and I don't think that we're going to see a Mongolian team getting knocked out of the competition this early. Okay. But, like I've said, I've bet against Twisted Minds all tournament long, and they have been ruining every single prediction I've made, pretty much, except for that one against the Mongols. So we shall see. We shall see.
We shall see. Anubis, though, look, a great place to finish this game. It was super interesting, like the dynamics still being worked out by a fair few teams. Twisted Minds have their own take on it. Common smoke I was picking up from them earlier was that lurk smoke on the other side of Dark. And with that one coming through, it was just causing a lot of chaos. If they get that E-box control, then that B-site hit just seems so much easier. But A-site, I feel like we didn't get to see too many crazy takes from Twisted Minds. They were very, very focused on going in through mid rather than going in through a main. And I'd still, look, I'm keen to see exactly how Eruption play this one. I haven't got a chance to watch any of the demos yet, so I'm an open book.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's going to be a very, very interesting map. These first 2, they haven't really gone the way I've expected them to. I mean, the super one-sided affair on Overpass especially is kind of what's blown me away by Twisted Minds a little bit. The fact that we did go to OT on Mirage, I mean, you can see the mental resilience, the fortitude there for Twisted Minds being able to come back from such a deficit on their CT side. They did such a great job of keeping their money, their economy healthy, winning all of the crucial rounds, even when their backs were against the wall, 15 rounds up. It didn't really phase them, and Doc was hitting some awesome shots on the AWP, so something to sort of keep in mind going into Anubis is at least the mental fortitude or the resilience, maybe the tenacity for this Twisted Minds roster, even if they go down early.
Just having a quick look at the stats. Eruption, as you said, actually much better
Pretty good.
on Anubis than I thought. Doming a lot of the local teams, as well as taking names from Linvision, from Rare Atom, you name it, from the Chinese scene. It feels like they've beaten everyone other than TYLOO at the moment. So that'll be interesting if there is a chance where maybe we see some kind of like TYLOO upset later, Eruption winning here, might be on Anubis. TYLOO, who knows? You know, storylines, they're going everywhere at the moment. We've had 2.1 days of games at the moment, and this day, it's been a long one, but we're not quite through 3/4 of it just yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, that first best of 3 that we had went for something like 4 hours, and there's a pretty good chance that this one will be going about as long, depending on obviously how this last map does go. But the last map probably took us an hour and a half, maybe longer. I don't know how it ended up really, but
double OT.
Wasn't catching the timing there, but yeah, double OT. You don't get that every day, and I mean, we were close to getting a triple OT there as well. We were 1 round away from triple OT, but I mean, that said, we were like 1 round away from finishing that off in regulation time pretty comfortably for Eruption. And honestly, we'd probably be 3/4 of the way through Anubis right now, and we'd have a pretty good idea of who might be going home. But as of yet, still very much up in the air for us, and we have to wait and see.
Well, onto the player cams, which means the game is not too far away now. And we'll see if Eruption are going to be able to make a reverse sweep happen against Twisted Minds. But for the moment, let's just see exactly how this one goes once knife round's all said and done.
How important do you think the knife round is?
I'd argue it's not super important on select maps. I feel like Anubis, in terms of this one, Twisted Minds will want to be starting on the most comfortable side possible. Because, look, after looking at Eruption's recent performances on this map, I am getting very worried. I feel like it might have been a bit easier to close it out in 2 for Twisted Minds, but now they have to play it on hard mode.
That is always my concern when I'm talking about an underdog potentially getting the upset, and when they miss these kinds of opportunities. I very rarely feel like those opportunities tend to present themselves multiple times. So the fact they've let that one slip on Mirage, are they gonna get the chance to do it again here on Anubis? I don't know. I don't know if Eruption is gonna let them sort of have that chance, right? Eruption's gone from quite bad in this series. They looked really bad on Overpass to kind of starting to come together on Mirage, and so you've got that upward trajectory for them, whereas when it comes to Twisted Minds, blowing him out of the water on Overpass, starting to slow down a little bit, working hard, of course, on Mirage, couldn't get it over the line. Have they now run out of steam, right? It's been a big day already for Twisted Minds. You have to remember...
Going into like the 8th hour of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they started playing at 10 AM this morning. They played a 4-hour series. We just talked about that. Didn't finish until about 2 o'clock. Then they come back. They run it back here. Obviously, in that meanwhile, you know, they've got all that pent-up energy. They're probably doing a bit of VOD review, having a bit of a look at maybe what Eruption is able to do, you know, keeping themselves sharp, doing a bit of practice, whatever. Who knows? I don't know, but they're doing something. Their minds are going to be active in that downtime. It's not exactly a break per se. And then they come back, and they now have to play another 3-map series, one with a double overtime involved as well. So
I was just going to say I'm seeing smiles, but I'm also seeing yawns, and that's not a good sign. We'll see if Spawns is going to be able to continue carrying, doing a big job before. You could see Doc really starting to fire up. So maybe it's map dependent. You know, Doc wasn't one of the louder ones when they played Anubis just before. That was your Spawns. Loba, relatively decent. I guess we'll see how this one goes. Because look, I just want to see what Eruption are going to be able to do. You know, recently, their most recent performance was in ESL Challenger League. That was 16-3 over the likes of Clutch. And it looks like...
That is loud, isn't it?
That was...
Wake up, everybody! It's time to jump into the map. Here we go.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds and Eruption on map 3. It's Anubis, and it's time to see what Twisted Minds has to offer on the T side. Well, not a very quick start to the pistol round by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, Fury on a tight line over towards Temple now. Is going to start to fall away. Nice, crispy couple of headshots coming through to find 2 Black Eagle on site now. Able to take Yummy out of the equation, and will trigger these rotations from the rest of Eruption. Going to be going for the 2-2 split on the retake. And Loba, a late lurk in through mid. Let's see if this finds influence.
3-on-4 already. The situation not looking fantastic for Twisted Minds. Doc, though, sharp as ever. And Black Eagle just waiting for anyone to progress any further forward. Doc just needs to play the patience game and now swing off that contact. This is the perfect setup for Twisted Minds, and they make short work of the pistol round. Excellent start to Anubis. It was a bit touch and go for a moment, Mac, 4-on-3, but they played their positions well. They played that post plant nicely.
It's funny. You watch how the days transition. KD, man, was all smiles when he was screaming earlier, but now it's like an angry, happy celebration every time they get one of these across the line. It's much more serious business. They know they need to do it here right now, or they're going all the way home. back over to the EU area. Back over to that Middle East. Let's see what they're going to be running here. Longer approach, just playing the range game. And looking to punish Eruption for any aggression here at B main. And it's all wrangled for the moment. Doc looking for a little bit more and tapping heads, finding himself that third. Knows one more is at least here. And Dobu lurking over towards E-Box. So we'll see if he can make anything happen. USP at range, almost takes out Loba. But he will salvage himself and now just tuck away behind the pillar. Yami wants to finish. But it's going to be Loba. Cheeky swing, big tap at range.
Yep.
And a clean second round. So a solid start for Twisted Minds now on the T side.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Nice.
Getting through that round all right. Guns do come out, though, for Eruption, and this is where they will start to be able to show what they've got. We are expecting a lot from Eruption on this map. If nothing else, I think they should be pretty happy with the fact that they've ended up on Anubis. I'll be disappointed to see them go out on this map. But it would also similarly be quite exciting to see Twisted Minds through to another round.
Where to from here? Twisted Minds looking into mid with numbers. And all this util is going to be dropped at a nice time, but Coolest between a rock and a hard place, salvaging his position for now. Doc going to be got for the pre-fire round the corner of the trade, and a nice one on the Dobu as well. But not expecting Yami here, who's found himself the double. That's going to be bomb on the ground, but down to the 2v3, Twisted Minds. It's going to be difficult, but they're in with a chance.
Shinobi cleans up Loba and spawns.
Ooh.
Might have given himself a little bit of a sliver of hope here with that kill. Can get the bomb plant down. He's got a difficult fight ahead. He'll need to check long.
Oh, Fury making noise over towards A main.
Yeah, did he?
He ran, he swung. Spawns has heard something, but the timing favouring Fury. And he's going to mop up those stairs well. So, not too long into the map. Eruption going to be able to crack the egg and get that first round on the board. Shuffle across a couple of these guns, a couple of this util. And get as much as they can here out of the round.
Well, good start for Eruption as well. I think both teams at this point in the game can say, at least we're in the mix on Anubis so far. Gun run goes the way of Eruption. Twisted Minds get pistol and subsequent. He's going to give Twisted Minds another buy, another crack at it. Hacktown out for Loba once again. He was really keen to pick up the SMGs on Mirage, and that doesn't seem to have changed heading into Anubis now.
Yeah, he's saving a little bit of money in the bank as well for another one. In the next round, if things go wrong, that one was dropped by Doc across to him. We'll see if there is going to be a faster approach, but they're just looking for this water control. Loba flashing over towards E-Box and just trying to force Fury away. Molly in, should flush him out. It certainly will, but it's going to be answered with one of his own, and in comes that lurk smoke at Dark again.
That said, Twisted Minds able to take control of boat just outside of A. They can start setting up a bit of util now. Shinobi's got a really nicely timed smoke here, and the flashes come through very nicely. Team kill in the mix for Twisted Minds, but it's a 1-for-1 on the entry. Black Eagle's going to get that bomb plant down, and the nade doesn't really do too much.
I think it's
Dobu.
Slightly hit the wrong position, so angle's not working for them, but Spawns and Black Eagle striking well. Eruption now knows that that economy's not in a swell spot, so they are just going to fall away, get an exit in the meantime, but just try to save these AKs into the fifth instead, and Twisted Minds going to be happy with a third.
They are indeed. It's going to be a third that will cause a bit of a problem for Eruption's economy, but the fact they will save 2 guns through should help them. 2 AKs and a bit of util as well. So in fact, quite a bit of value for Eruption in saving these 2 members across. Yami and Fury drop a gun each, and yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward for Eruption. It ends up looking like they might just save behind the 2 AKs that are taken through. Util, though, is getting tossed across, so Dobu's picked up one of those flashes from Fury. And it's an unorthodox setup from Eruption. Nothing over toward the A site. A little bit of a push in from mid and a push out on B. And that's exactly what you've got to be prepared for in a round like this. Twisted Minds, they've lost control of the bomb. 2 AKs is all you need if those AKs are put to work. And Fury, well, he's looking for the 4K in this round, not the 5K. But what an explosive round from Eruption. Twisted Minds just beaten for pace, completely caught off guard.
Eruption with the disruption, and Twisted Minds just never expecting that one. So the fast play was shut down before when they had pistols, but now with these rifles, it's gone to plan. And I'm just having a quick look at the stats from the last time Eruption played this match. It was in a series they lost 2-1, but the map they took was Anubis up against Clutch. And they don't. Their CT side, a very strong side for them. And the T side looks almost as strong as well, but less rounds played, of course, because they had such a strong first half. So we'll see if they're going to be able to string a couple together. Twisted Minds, their economy all over the place, so they've opted to force Mac 10 in the hands of KD. A couple of rifles here, but they're sending the pistols in first, but it looks like a full mop-up. Eruption in the driver's seat.
Me. Oh, dear. Well, that's 2 really bad rounds in a row for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
It's going to shatter the confidence that was starting to get built up.
Torn apart.
We have given them props for their mental fortitude in the first couple of maps, especially the second one there, Mirage, to be able to bring it back to OT. And it's going to be tested once again. Could have been off to a banger of a start, but they let slip one of the swing rounds, and now they're back onto an eco. And Eruption will pull ahead, you'd think.
What's happening over towards a main? Nothing super crazy. Little molly, just to slow things down in case Twisted Minds sped things up. And Fury as well, just going to be refreshing this smoke at dark. Might be a little one-way in the side of it. You can see him trying to find an angle here. Looks like there will be. And Loba, he knew it, but he's going to lose his head for staying on the line.
Yeah, very cheeky from Fury. I mean, in all honesty, there's just a pistol round here for Twisted Minds, so I don't think they're particularly perturbed if they're losing members all over the place. Damage would be really nice, though. It doesn't really look like we're getting too much of that yet.
Oh, Spawns.
Spawns got one onto Yami.
It's a rifle retrievable if they can take this water control. But it looks like we're not going to see Fury giving that one up without a fight now. We're going to boil down to the timing, but there's the fight, and Spawns has won it 3v3. And look at this position.
Yeah.
KD, he's found a hole straight down the middle.
You really can't be napping against the Deagles of Twisted Minds. Eruption, they should know that by now. They suffered a lot at the hands of those weapons on Mirage. And
hang on. Shinobi is fully aware that that was happening. He's communicated it to Dobu, who's ready for that flank through, and it might have just saved the round.
Yeah, maybe. Still some more damage can be done here by Black Eagle. If he can take even one more, that would be a massive win for Twisted Minds. 20 seconds left. There's not a lot of time, and to be honest, there's not anyone really that he's going to be able to find, considering Dobu's pushed out from the B site. His only option really is to try to plant.
And he's gone to the wrong position. Dobu reading this one like a book, but he's gone for the molly first.
What's going on there?
But Black Eagle had no time to get off the plant, so at least the money will be gifted. It was awkward for Dobu, but it is going to be another round in the bag. And Eruption now going to take the lead 4-3.
Should see Twisted Minds, though, with a goodbye here in the next round.
Yeah.
Would love to see them bounce back pretty quick. It's been a pretty back-and-forth series.
Well, looking like Twisted Minds going to be going into another gun round. Where they go, nobody knows. Looks like we might see more of a default here. And Doc not going to be caught off guard with any B main aggression now. But this time it's not coming. Eruption. They're just going to be looking to play the 2-1-2. No over-aggression anywhere just yet. That dark lurk smoke again going to be thrown. Fury looking to drop a molly and get in front of it. He's got his smoke of his own, which he is going to drop there. Not playing as a one-way, but he might be able to find some kind of angle, but Loba just domes him. He couldn't see a thing.
Yeah, Fury wasn't happy with that. I could see him straight away on the cams. Raising his arms. It's going to leave the rest of the defense to Yami and Dobu, who are over toward the B bomb site right here. Yami's having a look over that smoke. Molly is deep, but maybe too deep. Dobu, is he aware there's someone potentially lurking in dark? Keeps himself set against that pillar. This is really awkward.
Oh, sound cues coming from every single which way. KD, elbow spotted. But they're able to walk out of dark without being seen just yet. In comes the swing. Dobu, the key piece of the puzzle, but he can't do the 180 and he can't connect onto any more. Loba saving the day with the 3K so far and continuing to penetrate in towards CT.
Yep. It's a good position to be in, isn't it? He can wrap all the way around. KD is dead. That molly was fantastic. Coolest hits the shot. Now it's Doc's chance with the AWP. And he really hasn't been missing too many tonight. So he'll just keep himself tucked into safety, molly onto the bomb, buy a bit more time away from Coolast. And look, I mean, at this point, Loba really hasn't had to move, hasn't had to do too much, but he is going to be the linchpin, the insurance fund, so to speak, for Twisted Minds.
And it's going to be the fall away for Coolest. High prio on the AWP for the next round, but that's going to be the tied game for a piece. And Loba, he's hungry, he's chasing, but he has no idea where that AWP went. Another round regardless. We're keeping it real close at the moment.
It's tit for tat, isn't it?
Yeah.
4 apiece now. Don't know that Eruption will be too disappointed by that. I'll be seeing some decent rounds coming through on the T side normally when you're on Anubis, but money becomes a factor as well on the CT side when you start losing rounds, although Eruption have a fair bit of it still to play with. Mostly courtesy of just winning that cheeky round earlier on in the piece. Yami as well now. Trying to get a little aggressive. Spotting for info. Doesn't see anything. And so Shinobi should be well aware that there might be something happening over in his direction, in his neck of the woods.
The expedition works out. And again, the bomb on the ground. But Eruption not fully aware of it. They are going to keep Yami here on a tight line. Anyone crossing from mid could be dead. So the bomb's still retrievable for the moment.
You can tell he wants to go through that smoke, can't you?
Yeah.
Might not have worked out in his favor. Shinobi set up, ready and waiting.
It's going to be that two-man setup as well.
Yep, Coolast there with him.
But Yami's still just waiting. Bomb has been retrieved in the meanwhile. Fury finally finding Loba, who's gone on his own towards A, and that's going to trigger the rotation. Eruption getting deeper on the A site, worried about mid now. Yami able to connect, but he's not ready for spawn so close. So the trade comes through, but there's no one on the B site. Black Eagle heads up play to spin around in time.
Yeah.
And the 2v4 could be working out right now.
Going to come down to spawns, isn't it? And that's a big kill to get onto Dobu. Just swings out in front of Coolast. Doesn't wait long enough for Black Eagle to be there, and so at the very least, Black Eagle's going to be able to cross to the pillar, get the plant down, and start to go on his merry way. Where will Black Eagle end up? Could go through that smoke. Ends up opting to play still on the site.
There's so many little nooks that he can just tuck in, try to figure out where to play from. And this one looks pretty good. Nice tight line over towards that CT position. He's heard those footsteps, but Coolest threads the needle perfectly.
I mean, end of the day, that's going to be very much an expected position, right? Eruption are almost 100% guaranteed to try to clear that area. So unless he can get that first kill, find the 1v1 and isolate it, you're not really going to see too much in that 2-on-1. It's another good one for Eruption to win, just stabilizes things a little bit for them. Sure, they lose a few guns on the way through, but they had a fair bit of money still to play with. So they're in a pretty good spot right now on that CT side, whereas Twisted Minds are starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. And again, Loba on an SMG.
It's his comfort position, though.
Absolutely
It kind of feels like that at this point, right?
He's the money man, that's for sure, for Twisted Minds.
He's the brains, he's the util, but can he get past the AWP here? Jump in, saves him. Coolest forced away by the flash.
KD's only got the Tech 9 as well in this round. It's not exactly the premium buy that Twisted Minds would be hoping for. But they're really trying to get a bit of work done in mid, aren't they? And they've done a fair chunk of damage to Dobu there.
Yeah. Loba just trying to finish off anything there. Over towards E-Box. Cheeky smoke thrown, and Fury going to send some bullets straight back, but no one taking too much damage from this engagement. 2-3 split right now for Twisted Minds. You can see the bomb starting to make its way in through the water. Loba lurking up at lane, and Doc looking looking to play a dangerous game, just flashing for himself now. And really wanting to try and find an entry, but it's Dark they need to worry about.
Yeah, Doc. Good start there. Catches Fury, but Yami still poised on the bomb site trying to defend. He's going to have to pick his timing. He'll have to pick his battles, but inevitably can't get enough done. And Dobu trying to rotate his way in. Slammed in the face by Spawns. That's a bomb plant down. It's a 4-on-2.
Oh! And I thought there wasn't a world where they were going to go for the retake, but that pick could change their mind. A second found. Spawns able to take down Shinobi on the wrap. But Coolest, he's going to give it a good crack.
I don't know about this one, Mac. What is his chances looking like? Time is definitely starting to tick away. He's got the smoke down for main, which is nice, but Black Eagle digs him out pretty comfortably in the end, and Twisted Minds will equalize again. Just does not seem like any team can edge their nose in front in this series at all.
Timeout coming through for Eruption now. They still have the AWP in hand for Coolest. So it might just be the difference maker, but they're going to have to try to put him in a position to make that happen. And who knows where that's going to be. Could be spawn-based. Someone's having a quick chat now about it. The coach chiming in as well. And Loba just getting those gains in. Quick mid-game meal, mid-game snack. Energy definitely going to be running out at this point. It's been a long day to be a Counter-Strike fan. And we've got almost, you know, with the Blast TV Paris major qualifiers, the RMRs around the world, they're pretty much on 24/7 at the moment for the whole weekend. You have a look,
Yeah, that's
EU's
right.
running. When that's done, NA's going,
running,
or
yeah.
America's rather.
That's
Just
right.
crazy. So much Counter-Strike to try and digest.
Hey, and failing that, there's 4 best-of-3s in a day from Asian Counter-Strike, so there's a pretty good chance that if you tune in, we are also live today. It's 9 o'clock now, local time in Mongolia, so by the time Rare Adam and TYLOO get on stage, it's probably going to be 10 o'clock at the earliest.
It's going to be...
It'll be a big night.
A big night, after midnight finish. At the earliest.
And they've been waiting all day long to play that game too. So the nerves, the tension starting to build. Twisted Minds and Eruption not making it easy for them by getting through this series very quickly.
Oh.
Loba is playing a dangerous game, but
Coolest must
Shinobi
have just looked away from that crosshair.
Yeah.
Unfortunate timing.
This is kind of sneaky from Shinobi. Oh, this is dangerous. This is very bad for Twisted Minds.
That's if they walk past him. If they stay sneaky and somehow make it down the wood, then they could thread a needle into A main. KD, though, will he clear this corner? He was thinking about it.
They're going to set up, I think they're trying to set up util and stuff now for the A side, aren't they?
Yeah, but look, Loba's going to fall, and he's going to be just that Mach 10. Trigger discipline is huge.
This
Again,
is-
it's going to be the lurk smoke, and this is going to be the call. Guys, go A. No one looking just yet. He's trying to get more than one. They're shifting util. Loba able to answer with one.
man.
Shinobi, there was too much to eat, and he got none of it.
All that for nothing. Shinobi, he'll be so disappointed with himself. That could have been the highlight play of the tournament almost. Although I think it'll be tough to beat Mestel, to be honest. But either way, Twisted Minds, they get away with a little bit of a freebie there. They've got to be thanking their lucky stars as they now turn their attention back towards B. Dobu's there, Deagle in hand, can't land his shots. Bomb plant goes down. Twisted Minds favored to win the round.
Could have been so much more insane, but it was not to be. However, Fury, he's been real sharp. He's been the dream breaker with this Deagle in hand, and he might be able to slide a shot in again. He's seen that barrel. Can't find the head, though, and Spawns as well will react in time. So, AWP now just looking to be saved, and you got Yami as the bodyguard here just to try and get some kind of information. Taking point. Twisted Minds, their economy isn't too great right now, but keeping 4 weapons alive is certainly going to help that case. And a 6th round as well puts them back in the lead. It's just back and forth right now.
Well, Twisted Minds not prepared to say goodbye just yet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They want this dream to continue. Dreaming of a major. How many people here are doing the same?
Oh, you could tell he wanted it. Very, very unhappy with how that one played out. I thought he was going to get 2.
I thought he had 2 minimum.
At least.
They looked like they lined up, didn't they?
Yeah. But Loba, insane reactions, gun in hand, able to make that trade happen. Eruption now just going to be stacking one side of the map, leaving one member at mid, and the A site open for business. We'll see if they're going to be able to catch themselves some kind of extra rifles. Loba making some noise towards Dark again. Coolest, hoping he can put that AWP in the right position and lock down mid for now. If he pokes his head any further forward, he might be able to catch a timing onto one of these Twisted Minds members. But I don't think he wants to go that far without any extra info.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It looks like Twisted Minds is pretty comfortably into the A bomb site right here. So Glass doesn't have much success with the AWP. And Twisted Minds having a lot of success now on this T side. 7-5 scoreline, assuming this round goes their way, is starting to really come together.
Spamming, fishing for something in the darkness. And it's not him to find anything, but that is going to be a rifle on the ground now. Spawns falling. And you can see Eruption swarming, hoping to try and get themselves some kind of rifles in their hands. But Coolest still living with the AWP for the moment. But that's some decent damage to the Twisted Minds economy.
It is. Not super sold on it, though. I mean, there's still a fair bit of cash money there for Twisted Minds, and they're starting to look pretty comfortable on this T side. So how big of a factor will that play in the rest of this half? I'm not so sure.
Ooh, still anyone's half. We're getting real deep into the game now. And I have absolutely no idea which way this one's going to end up.
No, I mean, even at this point, I think I'm kind of leaning towards Twisted Minds. They're just looking a little bit sharper on this map. Eruption haven't taken everything that they can. I was loving that smoke, eh?
They're going to attempt Fade at mid now. It seems to just be, you know, part of the default, part of the conditioning. In it comes again.
Yeah.
It just floats for so long as well, so it allows you to move around.
Massive deja vu, right? We've seen that exact same response from Fury, but this time, you know, again, maybe Twisted Minds have kind of read into that a little bit. If I'm picking up on it, you can bet your bottom dollar these players are as well, and we've seen Fury drop the Incendiary, walk his way into Dark, and this time Twisted Minds are ready for it, so they punish him. Coolast under a lot of pressure, Molotov at his feet, and bullets in his face. Twisted Minds able to get the bomb plant down again on a B. They are really working their way through this T side very nicely.
Yep, just jiggling, punishing Eruption for missing those AWP shots. And both of them hit the ground. Eruption now, Dobu and Shinobi. It's all about keeping these rifles alive, so there's some kind of a chance in the next to get a buy on the board. Round loss bonus starting to be worked up. Yami, 2,400 in the bank means he can probably buy himself, and the other two can drop. But Utsil, definitely a factor. And Lane, a solid place to save. Twisted Minds, though, 4 alive is going to be nice for themselves. KD, you can see after this win, he's going to be very close to hitting that 5-figure mark. And 8 on the board on the T side is a solid place to be if you are Twisted Minds.
Yep. But they want more. They know how close this map can be.
Yeah.
They don't want to be giving any inch to Eruption, because Eruption will take the mile. Hand warmers in tow for Eruption at the moment. Got to keep those fingers ready to go. I mean, things are slipping away from them again. Maybe a familiar feeling to what they felt when Twisted Minds was starting to gain control of those OTs, but they were able to reel it back in.
Yeah.
Won't count Eruption out just yet.
Early smoke towards that B main choke to slow things down. And again, it's just this battle for water, battle for Dark. Twisted Minds, a whole lot of respect being shown and expecting some kind of aggression at mid here. Doc, though, the offline going to be the way he decides to play. And we see this rotation as well. Eruption giving up mid and sending it into this 3-2 split, with B being the strong side. But I see that bomb towards the back of A main, and that's going to be in the hands of KD, so it could all be a ruse, and Eruption starting to make a move into A main with this smoke at the minute mark.
One of the slower rounds we've actually seen from Twisted Minds. Very rarely do you see 1 minute go by with no players dead. So it's given Eruption a little bit of time to think, a little bit of time to set up. Shinobi's been liking this push into main. He does have Dobu behind him. And there's even a rotation coming out from the B bomb side. Eruption have pushed.
Yeah.
They're getting info.
And they're all going to be here. It's going to be a crazy party, but it's all a matter of when Twisted Minds decide to go. They're still setting up this util. The bust about to happen.
Yeah, Shinobi, he looks good. He looks poised. But Black Eagle looks better. Dobu tries to chime in with a couple more. Kulast, as he expected, hiding behind the pillar. The answer, of course, is no.
Whoa.
Bomb plant to go down here for Doc. He needs a 1v3. Already picked up the first. Spotted one member or out. It doesn't matter. Yummy. Who's going to pick up the clutch and Eruption? Find a much-needed 6th.
Great push timing over towards B main. They knew they needed some kind of info, and it's worked for another round. Twisted Minds leaving it too late with no real map control, just staying silent for too long, and they weren't aware of what was going on the other side of the map. So counted this time, but there is still at least one more round for the half. And the money still strong for Twisted Minds. They're going to get a full buy on the board as well. So it's anyone's round right now.
It is indeed. But this one round could make a big difference, right? 9-6, 8-7. It just feels like if Twisted Minds is able to get that 9th, they keep that momentum flowing.
Well, one round the difference over in Mirage. You know, send it to OT, change the flow of the game.
Yep.
That could happen here again.
They just like to play from the front, Twisted Minds. I mean, they were able to grind it back, obviously, from behind, but they did their best work on Overpass when they were leading the whole time. So just try to keep their noses in front as much as possible. Loba definitely a bit of an FPL play, trying to push through that smoke. Nearly catches Fury off guard.
Good damage without being able to see. And then we'll fall away before that molly spread. But again, Twisted Minds just going to run the same thing. Eruption this time, not anywhere near as many members to the party, but it is going to be a mid-round bust. Shinobi not playing close, but he's going to drop this molly to try and separate the troops.
Yeah, very good timing on that molly. And Dobu once again is looking supreme with that A1S in hand. It's now Loba's turn to try to clutch out a 1-on-3.
So much time remaining in the round.
This
and
is
Fury low as well. Smoke fading, who favors it. Loba now has some space to make it over to B.
He's got a smoke now too. So where's he going to go? He's faked it. He's faked the noise. He's going to come back. Gulas is going to be waiting for him on the angle. Loba surely can't win this one. And Kulas will finish it off for Eruption. 7 on their CT half. It's about as close as can be here between Twisted Minds and Eruption.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches.
Yeah.
Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosid.
One half remains for one of these two teams. Twisted Minds and Eruption facing elimination. It's map 3 and 8-7 the scoreline. Super tight. Doesn't really favor one side more than the other necessarily. I mean, Twisted Minds, they have the advantage, but they're moving on to the CT side of a map that generally leans towards the Ts. So who's it going to be? Who's saying goodbye tonight? Will the Mongolian fans be disappointed, or will the Loba army be walking away with their heads in their hands? Unicorn certainly seems to think it will be Eruption still to clutch this one out and keep two Mongolian teams alive here in the Asia RMR.
Oh, Molly going down to flush him out, but it's all a ruse for the moment. Bomb's still on the ground, and we are going to see this move in towards water, but they're going to find it from mid, from the back of the head, and KD falls. But that's going to be some info now. And mid pressure still here. Twisted Minds have left the B site, but Doc nice and sharp at this kind of range, and he's looking for a little bit more as well.
Yeah, Spawns getting in there as well. Nicely done. Drops the bomb. Doc, what a round. 3 crispy ones with the USP. And that is danger signs for Eruption. Money's going to build up here on the CT side very early on in the piece.
Ooh, close game so far. No bomb plant for Eruption means no buy here on that second round unless they're playing a risky game, but it looks like they're not going to do that. Twisted Minds, however, lots of money. A couple of M4s in the mix, nice and early. And decent util as well. Loba, of course, probably just going to be SMG in all half. Who bloody knows? He's been doing it all series all day. And Black Eagle going to join him here. But how are they going to play it? 2-on-2 seems to be the protocol right now.
Yeah, very passive setup from Eruption. Something we have come to expect from them on their T sides. As we've mentioned already, quite default heavy, quite relaxed at the early stages of the round. And showing a little bit more presence toward middle than anything else. So it will be up to Loba and Spawns to try to hold on to this one.
Nice little offlines, Loba. Drawing attention with the spam in through the smoke connection there. And Shinobi, attention drawn that little bit too much. He gets caught napping. And with the smoke in the way, there's no chance for a trade. And there's a lot of money on offer for Loba if he can find some of these kills against the unarmored Eruption players.
He's certainly looking for it. He's definitely not shying away from any of these fights.
Little pre-fire, nice jiggle.
He's only got 48 reloadable left in that MP9, so he's been spamming away, but does get taken down. Yummy with the Deagle doing some work. End of the day, though, the danger man really in mid is going to be Spawns with that A4.
Who's padding those stats, 14 and 11 right now. Doc doing big work, 19 and 8 for Twisted Minds. Really the difference maker. Coolest, able to snag one away to make it 2 kills for the round for Eruption. But it's another round in the bag for Twisted Minds, who are now over to the double digits.
Yeah, I think for me, those are the two that I've been most impressed by on this Twisted Minds roster.
Yeah.
Doc and Spawns. And they're certainly delivering in this final map. 10-7, a fairly imposing scoreline for Eruption, particularly if they were to drop this round. Let's not get too excited just yet, folks. Still got a lot of legs left in this map.
Never. I'm barely excitable, Jordan. It's like you don't know me at all.
Sure, I believe it. Interesting setup, bit of a forward defense from Twisted Minds on the B site this time around. KD have to turn away from this flash and does a pretty good job of that. Able to pick up the first, not the second. Second flash did actually catch him as well, but you've obviously got extra members on this bomb site that will make short work of Eruption. That is a complete shutout on the B site. Twisted Minds up to 11.
The difference makers right now. Starting to feel it, but they need to get to a point where they can close. And it feels like they're the best at that when they are in the lead, so they're currently in a comfort position. Those comebacks, they look like the high pressure was just forcing out little mistakes, made it very hard to keep it clean. And Eruption definitely capitalized by making it into OT over on Mirage. So there is a world where they can do it again here.
Some worried faces. You can see there for Eruption. Name a more iconic duo. Elfish Guy and MacMate.
Don't know one.
You haven't heard of them?
No.
I think they're pretty good. How about Twisted Minds and Winning?
Ooh.
How do you feel about that?
I wouldn't say that's super iconic, but it's also it could happen. You know?
Well,
we're not going to write it off today.
I think it's under some question right now, actually, because Eruption have gotten into that site quite quickly with the pistols, and they've got the bomb plant down. It's 4-on-4. Rifle's been retrieved for Shinobi, so something interesting could happen in this round for Eruption. Twisted Mind's just waiting that util out, and they'll begin their take on the site. KD leading that charge. You've got a low HP Yami that should be a pretty easy cleanup, but the crossfires are looking pretty good right now for Eruption. Swing in from spawns. KD just watching the line. One more spotted out there as well, but time now becoming a factor, and Dobu's position is a strong one to play from. Loba
the kid's
gets it done because he's run out of ammo. I'm not sure. Has he got the time here? Loba sits the defuse, and .11 is all that will save Eruption in that round. Dobu ran out of bullets, but he still gets it done.
That was insane. Dobu clutching. You could see as well that retake from CT. No one wanted to go forward. They knew that there was a hard crossfire that they had to get past, and they just left it 0.11 seconds, 0.11 seconds too late. Oh my. Twisted Minds. Again, that was up against like a mixed bag, right? Just pistols. There was one rifle in there. But a well-played round from Eruption to get it over the line. 3-round difference now. We are going to see Spawns just jiggling, dodging that nade in third person. Very cinematic.
Wow. By the skin of their teeth, Eruption are able to win a round. And granted, it's actually a really impressive round because they came into that with not a lot. So when you consider the damage, the economic damage that has wrecked to Twisted Minds, this next round, a big swing round. Eruption could start clawing their way back in this half if they were to be able to win this. And Dobu is going to give them a little gift. A bit of a spam through the smoke will catch Loba. So Eruption well poised in this round.
Let's see if they're able to bring it back. It's a rough position to be in, but Eruption could choose a path with some kind of resistance, and going towards mid might just be that. Yami, 16 in the clip, hasn't gone for the reload. And Spawns was very solid from this top mid position before, so we'll see if he can do it again, but he's fallen off the line, looking like we are going to see the stack towards A. They're trying to make a read here. But camera, fully dirty. No one going to be able to stop that from happening. KD at this range?
Hang on.
With a 5-7, the difference maker.
He's got an AK now as well. A little bit of a peek coming in from Kulas there is going to be enough to catch Doc off guard. But you're still in a 3v3 with 17 seconds left to go. That scurry is happening over toward the B bomb site. KD can't quite put the AK to use to catch off one more. Is this winnable for Twisted Minds, or are they better off just saving these guns? There's the shoulder peaks coming through. Coolest hits the leg onto KD, but Spawns is creeping his way out, catches the player at Ninja. Not quite going to be able to get too much more than that, and Coolest, well, he's pretty much confirmed this one now. KD wants to have a bit of a look, but eventually opts better of it. Has to give it up, and that's an important, crucial swing round that will go to Eruption and break Twisted Minds' economy.
Insane scenes again on Anubis. And no one knows where this one's going to go, but Twisted Minds just dragging that lead back a little bit. Eruption, rather. Only 2 rounds the difference now. But a big amount of damage to that T economy. So we'll see if that's going to hurt Eruption in the long run. For the moment, with that bomb plant with a little bit of money in the bank, they will get this buy across the board. But again, at any given moment now, they're starting to get these rounds on back-to-back. If Twisted Minds can upset, they can break the bank in seconds.
Well, it's definitely not impossible. Dare I say it's not even improbable at this point. Twisted Minds have been able to pull off some pretty good stuff with the pistols. KD's also got an AK in tow, but he's just forced back through the mid doors. Courtesy of that Molotov. Eruption are looking pretty comfortable taking that map control but they don't like to hurry themselves on the T side. So they're not super active at the moment. It's just Dobu and Shinobi having a bit of a look towards main.
KD needs to figure out where this rifle is going to have the most impact. You can see playing at mid means he's got those fast rotations to either side of the map now, and they're all going to start to group up over towards this XC happening on the A side of things. Pistols just going to try to block, try to get this info forward. Looks like it's KD to find 2. So still an opportunity. 50 points of health remain for him. Mid control there right now, and KD's doing it for 2 more. Man's on for the ace, and he might be able to find this 12th.
That one saved. AK is a miracle worker for Twisted Minds. The bomb is dropped on A. Yami will walk his way forward. KD, you talked about it, 5 kills at an incredibly crucial time when he might just be about to get that final one to lock it in for Twisted Minds. 12 on the board. And that is devastating for Eruption.
The only rifle brought into the round saved from the previous, and it's got maximum impact. Look at that, the smiles.
And you know what's crazy?
Shared.
KD was having a bit of a roughie in the first half, but has just absolutely picked the pace up.
CT Warrior.
That's right. Oh, there's always something left in the tank for Twisted Minds, isn't there? Eruption. Are they running out of ideas? Are they running out of steam? Are they running out of faith?